bragging useful? Of course not. That's because bragging doesn't require paying taxes. Li Tianyu suddenly became the host of the lying truth system, and everything changed. Because only his lies can turn into truths. Li Tianyu, I have a house in the third ring of the capital. System, please pay a tax of 6,000 yuan to obtain a house in the third ring of the capital. Li Tianyu, I have a Porsche Cayenne. System, please pay a tax of 850 yuan to obtain a high-end model of the Porsche Cayenne. Li Tianyu, I'm a business elite. System, please pay a tax of 58,000 yuan for a comprehensive quality improvement for the host. Chapter 1. Is it okay to brag a bit? It was already 8 p.m., but the Jingyun building in the fourth ring of the capital was still brightly lit. There were many internet technology companies in this building, mostly the type that worked late into the night. The reality might be even harsher than the legendary 996. Li Tianyu, as a development planner in a tech company, of course, couldn't leave either. However, he wasn't the type to just bury his head in work. So while the department head was in a meeting, he wandered around the company. By chance, Li Tianyu saw Lu Manqi hadn't left either. Lu Manqi was in the administration department and, theoretically, didn't need to work this late. Feeling bored, Li Tianyu thought it wouldn't be bad to flirt with a beautiful girl to pass the time. Hi, Manqi. Lu Manqi looked up, saw it was Li Tianyu, and just greeted him politely. Why are you still here? I still have some things to organize. The Li once I'm done, Lu Manqi replied. Lu Manqi was indeed a beauty, arguably the most attractive one in the company. At 1.65 meters tall, she was neither too tall nor too short, slim where she needed to be, and quite full where it mattered. Of course, her face was also quite exquisite, exactly Li Tianyu's type. But it was obvious that Lu Manqi didn't really want to talk to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu, however, didn't mind her attitude and continued to chat her up. Manqi, do you want to go hiking this weekend? I heard there are some nice places in Chongbei, with mountains and water, really fun. Not going. Then what do you like to do? Shopping? Watching movies? I don't like anything. I just like resting at home. Li Tianyu was not discouraged and was about to say something when he saw Gao Ping walking over. Gao Ping was also from the administration department, slightly older than Lu Manqi, with an ordinary appearance but quite articulate. Usually, Gao Ping looked down on Li Tianyu, who was seen as slack and unambitious. Li Tianyu, what are you doing? Harassing our beautiful Lu again? What kind of talk is that? I'm not harassing her. Li Tianyu was displeased. If that's not harassment, then what is? You still want to ask Manqi out? Do you have that qualification? Huh. What qualification do I need to ask her out? I just want to ask. Do you have a car? No. Do you have a house? No. Do you have savings? Gao Ping shrugged dismissively. You, a Thrino person, what qualification do you have to ask a beauty out? Thrino. Li Tianyu was a bit angry. How can I be a Thrino person? He'll tell you I'm about to buy a house. Both Gao Ping and Lu Manqi were stunned. The housing prices in the capital are currently the highest in the country, even in the suburbs. It costs at least 40,000 to 50,000 yuan per square meter, which is unaffordable for the average person. Moreover, Li Tianyu's salary is just over 10,000 yuan at most without eating or drinking. He wouldn't be able to afford a house in the capital even after decades. Gao Ping laughed. You? Buy a house? Yeah, so what? Then let me ask you, where are you buying? Your hometown? I'm buying in the capital. Oh, we're in the capital. In the third ring. Li Tianyu said confidently. Lu Manqi glanced at Gao Ping. A house in the third ring. That must be at least 70,000 to 80,000 per square meter, right? Gao Ping chuckled. Li Tianyu, that's quite a tall tale. Clearly, neither of them believed him and thought he was bragging to In fact, it was true Li Tianyu couldn't afford a house in the capital's third ring, let alone in his hometown. Whether I'm bragging or not, you just have to wait and see. Gao Ping squinted her eyes. All right, when you buy the house, can we come and visit? Of course. Just don't forget, and don't keep us waiting too long, okay? Don't worry, it won't be too long. After Li Tianyu finished speaking, he quickly walked away. If he continued, he would expose himself. Watching Li Tianyu's back, Gao Ping scoffed. He doesn't have any other skills, but he sure knows how to brag. Manqi, you should talk to people like him less in the future. Lu Manqi nodded. Although Gao Ping's voice wasn't loud, Li Tianyu heard it clearly and cursed Gao Ping for being nosy in his heart. Damn, what does it matter to her if I'm flirting? I'm not flirting with her. Li Tianyu also regretted boasting so much. Buying a house in the capital was clearly impossible for a small planner like him. Just as this thought crossed Li Tianyu's mind, he suddenly heard a voice. Conditions met. The bragging tax system is starting to load. 10, 25, 45, 70, 85, 100, startup complete. Suddenly, a semi-transparent interface appeared in front of Li Tianyu. What the heck? Li Tianyu grabbed at the void, but couldn't touch anything. However, The content displayed on the interface left him astonished. Chapter 2. Is paying taxes really useful? Li Tianyu realized that the interface should be directly reflected in his mind. Name: Li Tianyu. Level: Rookie. Current wealth: 13,250 renminbi. Daily tax amount: 10,000 RMB. Order center. Click to enter. Task panel. Click to enter. Very simple personal information. But what the hell does this mean? Damn. Li Tianyu then realized that his current wealth was indeed all his savings. He was living paycheck to paycheck, and this over 10,000 yuan was hard-earned savings. But what the hell is the daily tax limit? And the mall and tasks seem to be buttons. Li Tianyu instinctively clicked the mall button. The interface switched, and the displayed content completely changed. Community name: Prosperous Lane. Community location: East 4th Ring. Building type: multi-story. Room number: Building 5, Unit 3, Room 502. Room area: 105 square meters. Tax amount: 7,300 renminbi. Community name: Wenting Elegant Garden. Community location: North 5th Ring. Building type: high-rise tower. Room number: Building 23, Room 2112. Room area: 95 square meters. Tax amount: 4,700 renminbi. Community name: Shuimu Qingqing. Community location: North 3rd Ring. Building type: high-rise panel building. Room number: Building 11, Unit 3. Room 1301. Room area: 85 square meters. Tax amount: 6,800 renminbi. Li Tianyu was momentarily stunned when he saw this information. What the hell is this? A real estate advertisement? System prompt: after the host boasts, the system will conduct a feasibility analysis. If the boast can be realized, it will list the plan in the order center. The host can choose a plan, pay the tax, and the boast can be realized. Damn, is this for real? Boasting can be taxed? And after paying the tax, the boast can still be realized? Li Tianyu looked again at the displayed houses, and sure enough, each one had a tax amount listed at the bottom. A few thousand yuan can get a house. Li Tianyu carefully looked at the 3 houses in the order center, located in the East 4th Ring, North 5th Ring, and North 3rd Ring. Especially the Shuimu Qingqing community. Li Tianyu had indeed been there before, not far from his company, and it was right in the North 3rd Ring of the capital. Li Tianyu had initially wanted to rent a single room there, but the rent was ridiculously high, over 3,000 a month. This boasting tax system is not bad. You only need to pay over 6,000 RMB in tax to get an over 80 square meter house in the Shuimu Qingqing community. It should be a 2-bedroom. What are you hesitating for? A house in the North 3rd Ring is definitely a good deal. Li Tianyu clicked directly in, and then the following information popped up. System prompt: you will pay a tax of 6,800 renminbi and receive Shuimu Qingqing Building 11, Unit 3, Room 1301. Confirm? Confirm. Li Tianyu felt a rush of excitement and clicked the confirm button. The system interface disappeared. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Li Tianyu stood there. Seemingly nothing happened. Damn, what kind of system is this? Are you kidding me? Li Tianyu was extremely disappointed and couldn't help but curse out loud, attracting the attention of nearby colleagues. Tianyu, what are you doing here? Li Tianyu looked up and thought, oh no, it's Zhao Jitong. Zhao Jitong is the director of the planning department, and it looks like he just finished a meeting. I just went to the bathroom. Lazy donkey. Don't think you can leave until today's work is done. Okay. As for the boasting tax system, he had long thrown it out of his mind. This rental was great. Only 1,800 a month. Although the conditions were a bit poor, almost no decoration, completely a bare room. But as long as there's a place to sleep, you can't ask for too much working in the capital. Li Tianyu was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed, sleeping until the next morning. Li Tianyu was drowsily awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. Looking at the clock, it was only 7 o'clock. Who the hell is calling so early? Li Tianyu picked up the phone and saw it was an unfamiliar landline number. Hello, is this Mr. Li? Yes, I don't buy insurance, have no money for investments, and can't afford a house. Mr. Li, I'm not a salesperson. You left your house key with us. Please come and pick it up. What? House key? Li Tianyu sat up immediately. Where? Mr. Li, you must be joking. We are the property department of Shuimu Qingqing. Chapter 3, 2-bedroom apartment in the capital's 3rd Ring. What? Shuimu Qingqing. Li Tianyu was stunned. Could it be that the system really works? Without wasting any time, Li Tianyu didn't even bother going to work and hurriedly got dressed and took the subway to the Shuimu Qingqing community. Upon arriving at the community's property department, Li Tianyu indeed received a set of keys. He then jogged to Building 11, Unit 3, Room 1301. He inserted the key into the anti-theft door's lock and turned it gently. It really opened. The apartment was indeed a 2-bedroom, with a great layout and orientation. Inside was brand new. He didn't know if it had been renovated, but the decoration style was very modern, and there was no bad smell. The furniture and appliances were all top brands. Could this house really belong to Li Tianyu? What about the property certificate? This question just flashed in his mind when he saw a red property ownership certificate on the coffee table in the living room. Opening it, damn. The owner's name is indeed written as Li Tianyu. The boasting tax system is indeed useful. Li Tianyu suddenly realized that he could easily boast about getting a few more houses. Wouldn't that be even more awesome? Opening the system interface, Li Tianyu saw the following information. Name, Li Tianyu. Level, Rookie. Current wealth, 6,450 renminbi. Daily tax amount, 10,000 RMB. Order center, click to enter. Task panel, click to enter. Wealth remaining is 6,450 renminbi. This is normal. He had indeed paid 6,800 renminbi in tax yesterday to get this two-bedroom apartment in Shuimu, Qingqing. However, compared to the value of this house, it was hardly worth mentioning. 6,800 renminbi is not even enough to rent this apartment. Moreover, if he could get another apartment and rent one out, he would immediately have a lot of rental income. It would be like pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Li Tianyu clicked directly into the order center. But there was only a line of small text. No boasting information detected. Right? He needed to boast first. Li Tianyu cleared his throat. I have more than one house in the capital. I have many. After saying that, Li Tianyu opened the order center again, and sure enough, there were new discoveries. Community name, Xiaojie Junjing. Community location, West 2nd Ring. Building type, courtyard house. Room number, Wanjia Hutong 18. Room area, 135 square meters. Tax amount, 23,800 renminbi. Community name, Dingxiu Houding. Community location, West 3rd Ring. Building type, high-rise tower. Room number, Building 16, Room 0712. Room area, 56 square meters. Tax amount, 2,700 renminbi. Community name, Nianhuali. Community location, East 3rd Ring Road. Building type, multi-story. Room number, Building 5, Unit 2, 401. Room area, 55 square meters. Tax amount, 4,400 yuan. Li Tianyu looked at the three houses for a long time and felt that none of them were suitable. The first one, a courtyard house, was nice, but it was too expensive, needing over 20,000 yuan in taxes, which he couldn't afford. The other two options included a tower building, which he didn't like, and the other one had no elevator and was clearly an old community, which he disliked even more. At this moment, Li Tianyu noticed a refresh button. He clicked it. And indeed, information about 3 more houses appeared. One of the houses caught his attention. Community name, Yeshuiyuan. Community location, North 4th Ring Road. Building type, multi-story. Room number, Building 7, Unit 4, 202. Room area, 82 square meters. Tax amount, 6,000 yuan. This house was only 82 square meters. But the tax was significantly higher than the other houses in the 4th ring. Why was that? Oh right, it might be a school district house. Li Tianyu quickly opened the map on his phone and checked. Yeshuiyuan was indeed close to Beijing No. 2 Middle School, a key school in the capital. The price of school district houses is much higher than that of ordinary residences. Most importantly, the rent would also double. This was it. Li Tianyu decisively chose the house in Yeshuiyuan, and a system confirmation box popped up. System prompt, you will pay 6,000 yuan in taxes and obtain Yeshuiyuan Building 7. Unit 4, 202. Confirm? Li Tianyu hesitated for a moment. All his assets added up to only 6,450 yuan. After paying the 6,000 yuan tax, he would only have 450 yuan left. Truly poor. However, as long as he could rent the house out, he wouldn't be afraid. After directly hitting the confirm button, Li Tianyu waited for the property management of Yeshuiyuan to call him. To his surprise, after a few minutes, it was not a property staff member who called, but the security guard, Old Dong. You left the key to your door in the security room last time. Hurry up and come pick it up. It's been a while. If you don't come soon, I'll go live in your house. Li Tianyu quickly said, Oh, I'm coming right now. Don't rush me, I'll be there soon. Chapter 4. Can he afford a school district house? Li Tianyu took the subway to Yeshuiyuan on the North 4th Ring Road, found the security guard Old Dong, and successfully retrieved the key to the house. Upon entering the school district house, he saw that it was all newly renovated with environmentally friendly materials, and it had brand new appliances, ready to move in. However, Li Tianyu did not plan to live there. He needed to rent it out quickly since he only had a little over 400 yuan left. Just as Li Tianyu was about to post rental information online, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was his department director, Zhao Jito. Oh no. It was already 10:30, and he was definitely late. Hello, Li Tianyu. Where are you? I, Li Tianyu, had no mood to go to work at this moment, so I started making up excuses. Oh, Zhao Gu, my parents suddenly came to the capital, and I meant to ask you for leave, but I forgot in my panic. Your parents? Didn't you say your cousin was coming to the capital last time? My cousin just left, and my parents came right after. You brat. You're always causing trouble. I'm telling you, the quarterly assessment is coming up soon. You better be proactive. Or don't blame me for eliminating you if you're at the bottom. Li Tianyu was startled and hurriedly said, got it, Zhao Go. I will definitely work hard. After hanging up, Li Tianyu received another call. This time it was really his mother, Yi Tsuaping. Hello, Mom, were you thinking of me? Ungrateful son, I was thinking of you, but you weren't thinking of me. Yi Tsuaping scolded with a laugh. Li Tianyu, look at what you're saying. I miss you so much. Yi Tsuaping, stop being cheeky with me. I have something serious to tell you today. You're free this Sunday, right? Li Tianyu, whether I have time depends on what you want to do. Yi Tsuaping, and who wants to introduce a partner for you? You must free up at noon next Sunday for me, got it? Li Tianyu, I'm not going. The women you found for me are either ugly or fat. It would be so embarrassing for me to go. Yi Tsuaping, I told people that this time the person Aunt Zhou is introducing is different. I guarantee you'll like her at first sight. Li Tianyu, come on, Mom, you always exaggerate. Li Tianyu had no choice but to say, fine, I'll go. Do I have to wait until we're at the point of cutting off mother-son relations? Yi Tsuaping, that's more like it. After hanging up, Li Tianyu sighed, sat on the sofa, took out a cigarette, and lit it to calm his nerves. It's just meeting a girl. It's not a big deal. Li Tianyu posted the rental information online, hoping to rent out the house quickly. To his surprise, within 10 minutes, the phone rang again. From the voice. It was a woman. Hello, is this Mr. Li? Yes, it is. I saw that you have a house in Yeshuiyuan for rent, right? Yes. Do you want to rent it? Yes. I'm urgently looking for a school district house near Beijing No. 2 Middle School. Please be sure to rent it to me. Li Tianyu listed the rent as 15,000 yuan a month, which was not cheap. To his surprise, the woman didn't even negotiate the price and didn't even want to see the house. She directly wanted to rent it. Li Tianyu thought to himself, maybe his price was still a bit low. However, since he was also eager to rent it out, he didn't want to backtrack and readily agreed for the woman to come see the house the next day. The next day happened to be Sunday, and Li Tianyu didn't have to work, so he decided to stay in Yeshuiyuan. He had arranged to meet the woman at 9 a.m. After getting up at 8 a.m., Li Tianyu went to a breakfast stall at the entrance of the community to eat. After wolfing down the food on the table, he shouted loudly, "Boss, check please. A basket of buns, a fried dough stick, a bowl of wontons, and a bowl of tofu pudding, a total of 19 yuan. Wow, boss, this is too expensive, right? Young man, this is a fair price. If you think it's expensive, then you are just not earning enough." Li Tianyu got angry and slammed 20 yuan on the table. No change needed. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from nearby. Ha, this kid really knows how to show off. Li Tianyu turned around to see a young man sitting at a table. Next to him sat a woman. The key point was that the woman was a colleague from his company, Gao Ping. Li Tianyu, what a coincidence. Gao Ping said with a smile, why? Are you living around here too? Li Tianyu was taken aback and didn't know how to respond. He didn't live here, but he had a house here. It shouldn't be. This area is mostly school district houses for Beijing No. 2 Middle School, and the rent is particularly high, the man said. This man was Gao Ping's boyfriend, named Tian Xiao, who worked at a nearby financial company and was a high-income person. No wonder he would say that. How could someone who could barely afford 19 yuan for a meal possibly rent a house here? Chapter 5 bought for 370,000. Who says I can't afford it? Let me tell you, I have a house here. Gao Ping asked in surprise. You have a house? Are you saying you bought a house here? Of course I. Didn't you say your house is on the 3rd ring road? This is the 4th ring road. Li Tianyu really had no way to explain. Could he say he boasted about 2 things, and they all came true? Tian Xiao had a strange expression, whether it's the 3rd ring or this house. The price is at least 80,000. It's not something just anyone can afford. That's true. Honey, we will be able to afford it in the future, right? Of course, I guarantee that within 3 years, I will definitely save enough for a down payment on a house. It's a house within the 5th ring. Gao Ping emphasized. Yes, we must buy a house within the 5th ring. Li Tianyu helplessly cursed, showing off love, die quickly. Even if he claimed to own 2 houses now, they wouldn't believe him. Li Tianyu, I think you should give up on Lu Manchi. Gao Ping turned to Li Tianyu and said, a girl like her would definitely want someone with a car and a house, at least with a Beijing hukou. What do you have now? Just don't waste your efforts. The music suddenly started playing. Li Tianyu quickly took out his phone and pressed the answer button. Hello, yes. I'm at the entrance of the community. Have you arrived? Oh, you came by car. Is it that black Audi? As he spoke, Li Tianyu waved at a black Audi parked on the street. 2 women got out of the car, one looking to be in her 30s or 40s. Very beautiful and well-maintained. The other was a young girl, seemingly a high school student. She was very tall for her age, with an oval face and willow leaf eyebrows. Clearly a beauty. The 2 of them looked somewhat alike, a mother and daughter pair. The mother named El Xiangyan and the daughter named Ku Tongxin. Hello, are you Mr. Li? El Xiangyan asked. Yes, you're here to see the house, right? El Xiangyan took the initiative to shake hands with Li Tianyu. Yes, to be honest. We have been looking for a school district house near Beijing number 2 high school for a long time. School is starting soon, and we can't find any rentals. I was almost in despair when I saw your house online yesterday. Gao Ping and Tian Chao were astonished, their eyes wide open upon hearing their conversation. Tian Chao whispered, "Did I hear that wrong? Why is this woman looking for this guy to see a house?" Gao Ping shook her head. Could it be that what he said is true? He really has a house here? No, it's impossible. He is just a loser. How could he afford a house? At this moment, El Xiangyan asked again, "What is the condition of the house? Is it not renovated?" "Don't worry, it's fully renovated, with furniture and appliances complete." "That is great. We don't want to be too troublesome, so let us go. I'll take you to see it right away." Under the astonished gaze of Gao Ping and Tian Chao, Li Tianyu welcomed the beautiful mother and daughter into the Yuan community. This shouldn't be possible. Gao Ping found it hard to believe. How could Li Tianyu really have a house in the capital, especially such an expensive school district house? By the way, could he be a real estate agent? Tian Chao said at this point, adding, part-time, that kind. It might really be possible. Gao Ping worked in the administrative department at her company and had access to the specific salaries of all employees, knowing Li Tianyu's situation well. Li Tianyu's salary was not high by current capital standards, just over 10,000, and after deducting 5 insurances and 1 fund, he would take home at most 8,000. With such a salary level, finding a part-time job outside would be very normal. Thinking of this, Gao Ping felt much better. Meanwhile, when Li Tianyu opened the door and invited El Xiangyan and Ku Tongxin into the house, the exquisite decoration immediately impressed the mother and daughter. El Xiangyan's family situation also matched this house very well. With a Beijing hukou and a wealthy family background, she owned 4 or 5 properties in the capital, one of which was a villa. El Xiangyan wanted a house that was clean and could be moved into right away. Li Tianyu's house completely exceeded her requirements, so she immediately signed the rental contract with Li Tianyu. Ku Tongxin was about to enter her 2nd year of high school and had transferred from another school, so they signed a 2-year contract at once. Li Tianyu's bank card immediately received a transfer of 370,000 yuan. After everything was arranged, Li Tianyu happily prepared to take his leave. At this moment, Ku Tongxin sweetly said to Li Tianyu, "Thank you, uncle." Li Tianyu looked at this little beauty. "You're welcome. Feel free to contact me anytime if you have any issues." After leaving the Yuan community, Li Tianyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. There is a saying that goes, with money in your pocket, you won't panic in a situation. Now, let alone eating a 19 yuan breakfast. Even if it were 190, Li Tianyu wouldn't even bat an eye. Chapter 6. I finally have money. I have money. I finally have damned money. More than 300,000 yuan is never a small amount for Li Tianyu. It could be considered a fortune. Damn, I was so stupid. Poverty limits my imagination. With this tax-paying system, Li Tianyu could continue buying properties. He now had over 300,000 in his bank account, and he should be able to afford taxes on any expensive house. Without hesitation, Li Tianyu bought another house in Shuimu Qingqing, which was convenient for showing properties. Then, he set his sights on a courtyard house in the 2nd ring road. This courtyard house was impressive, just a few hundred meters away from Beihai Park and Prince Gong's mansion. The area of this courtyard house was not small, about 400 square meters, likely once a residence of a high-ranking official. Of course, the tax on this courtyard house was also hefty, reaching 45,000 yuan. In the past, Li Tianyu would have exclaimed, "Damn, it's robbery." But now it was different. "I'm not short of money." Li Tianyu clicked the tax payment button without hesitation, but an error message popped up. System prompt, tax amount has reached the upper limit, payment cannot be completed. Li Tianyu then remembered that his daily tax payment limit was only 10,000 yuan. However, this courtyard house required over 40,000 yuan in taxes, meaning Li Tianyu couldn't complete the tax payment at all. "I know, so I can't pay a higher tax." "Host, you need to upgrade your level." "Level?" Li Tianyu immediately opened the system panel. Name, Li Tianyu. Level, Novice. Current wealth, 360,000 yuan. Daily tax payment amount, 10,000 yuan. Order center. Click to enter. Task panel. Click to enter. Li Tianyu then noticed that his current level was Novice. System prompt, to upgrade from Novice to the next level. Wealth must reach 10 million yuan. Li Tianyu cursed several times. What a shameless request. 10 million yuan. Isn't that robbery? With only 360,000 in his account. When would he ever earn 10 million? But there was nothing he could do. The system had the final say. Li Tianyu thought for a moment. Renting out purchased properties should be a quick way to make money. Suddenly, he remembered, if he sold 2 properties, wouldn't he quickly gather enough for 10 million? System prompt, property obtained through the system cannot be sold. Alright, this obvious loophole couldn't be exploited. He could only make money honestly. Suddenly, the phone rang. Li Tianyu looked at the caller ID. It was Wu Mingzhi calling. Wu Mingzhi was Li Tianyu's college classmate and a very good buddy. Wu Mingzhi was a local and naturally kept in touch with Li Tianyu, occasionally going out to have fun together. Tianyu, are you busy lately? Busy. Busy my ass, I know you. You just waste time all day? Wu Mingzhi laughed and scolded. Stop the nonsense. What do you want from me? Good news, I'm free today. Let us go drink at our old place. I don't mind, but will your family be okay with that? The reason was that he had to be monitored 24/7. Most people wouldn't believe this, but it really happened, and Li Tianyu was genuinely impressed. After confirming his relationship with Jiang Lan, Wu Mingzhi finally calmed down a bit. At least he wasn't so blatant anymore. What's up? Did you two argue again? Oh, don't mention it. Let's talk when we meet. Sure enough, Wu Mingzhi was looking for Li Tianyu just to drink away his sorrows. Chapter 7. How to Flirt with Beautiful Women. The old place Wu Mingzhi mentioned was actually near their alma mater. It was a barbecue restaurant, and the food was incredibly good. It might be the best barbecue place in the entire capital. Li Tianyu took a cab to get there, and as soon as he entered, the owner greeted him warmly. Hey, you're here. Your friend has been here for a while. Okay, still upstairs? Yes, upstairs. The owner was already familiar with Li Tianyu and their group, often giving them a discount. Li Tianyu went up to the second floor and found Wu Mingzhi at their usual spot. Don't be polite. Eat as much as you want, Wu Mingzhi said happily. Today, I'm treating. Of course, I haven't had meat in a long time. Look at you. They indeed ordered a ton of skewers and a dozen beers. And before long, a waiter brought the beers up. With a clink, they toasted and downed their drinks. Zhizhi, why don't you find a few girls? Just the two of us eating is boring. Get lost. Who said we're just eating? I'm here to drink. Wu Mingzhi joked. What's wrong? Drinking away your sorrows? Did you argue with Jiang Lan? Wu Mingzhi picked up a skewer and finished it in one go. It's not the first time. Oh, it's complicated. Especially because of her family. Wu Mingzhi had met Jiang Lan's parents yesterday and ended up feeling frustrated. It was no surprise. Although Wu Mingzhi came from a decent family and was considered well off in the capital, compared to Jiang Lan's family, he felt like a small fry. Jiang Lan's parents agreed to their relationship, but it was half-hearted, and every meeting was filled with disdainful remarks. Her mother even said his car was too low-end. Wu Mingzhi couldn't help but complain, I don't get it. Does everyone have to drive luxury cars? My Passat isn't bad either. Luxury cars? Such high standards? Yeah. They seem to think it must be over 500,000 to be worthy of their daughter. Li Tianyu felt uncomfortable. He didn't even have a car worth 100,000, let alone 500,000. As for Wu Mingzhi's situation, Li Tianyu couldn't offer any advice. He couldn't just say they weren't suited for each other and should break up. Drink up, drink up. They toasted again. Tianyu, haven't you found a girlfriend recently? I'm either working overtime at the office, sleeping in bed, or just wasting time on my commute. When would I have time to find a girlfriend? As he spoke, Wu Mingzhi flashed a mischievous smile. Just as Li Tianyu was about to respond, a beautiful girl caught his eye. She had just come up from downstairs and sat down nearby. This girl was exactly Li Tianyu's type. Long hair, tall stature, around 168 centimeters, and a very pure-looking face. Seemingly a university student. Wu Mingzhi noticed her too and chuckled, whispering, Tianyu, this girl looks good. Want to go for it? Li Tianyu hesitated for a few seconds, shaking his head. Forget it. She is probably not here alone. She might have a boyfriend. So what if she has a boyfriend? Even if she has a husband, you can still go for it. Are you going or not? I'll go if you don't. Fine, fine, I'll go. Li Tianyu thought. What's the big deal about flirting with a girl? Although his skills weren't as good as Wu Mingzhi's, he wasn't too bad. He had dated a few girls in college. However, after entering society, his success rate in flirting had plummeted. This was mainly because the girls he encountered were more realistic, without real money. It was tough to impress them. As Li Tianyu pondered this, he sat down opposite the long-haired girl. Up close, her face looked even more exquisite. Hey, beautiful. Are you here alone? No, I'm waiting for a friend, the girl replied lightly. Sitting alone is pretty boring. How about we chat? No thanks. I don't find it boring sitting by myself. Seeing the girl's cold expression, Li Tianyu didn't get discouraged. Beautiful, you must be here for the first time. I'm very familiar with this place and can recommend some good dishes. Okay, go ahead, what is good? Li Tianyu perked up. As long as this girl was willing to talk to him, there was hope. Let me tell you, the lamb skewers and lamb tendons here are truly exceptional. The taste is incredible, but that is not even the best recommendation. What is? Hearing Li Tianyu say this, the beauty became a bit curious. Chapter 8. Those teachers are much more beautiful than you. This beauty's name was Chenan Lu, very young, having just graduated a little over 2 years ago. She worked as a visual designer at a very famous advertising company in the capital. Chenan Lu had heard from her colleagues that this barbecue restaurant had an outstanding taste. So she invited a close friend to come and try it out. The best grilled items here are lamb kidneys and lamb balls, Li Tianyu said, nearly drooling at the thought. Personally, I love lamb kidneys. They are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Taking a bite feels like eating a snow skin cake, exploding all your taste buds. No, it's like 1,000 sheep running in your mouth. You can imagine that. Chen Anlu's face flushed bright red, looking incredibly charming. By the way, besides these two, there are others. All right, I don't want to know anymore. You better go. My friend is about to arrive. Is your friend a guy or a girl? That's none of your business. Li Tianyu was taken aback, but quickly asked, What's your zodiac sign? Why did your attitude change so fast? Chen Anlu shot him a glare. Li Tianyu, thick-skinned, didn't care. Beautiful, do you have a boyfriend? I do, Chen Anlu replied sulkily. Li Tianyu chuckled. I've studied face reading, and based on my observation, guess what? What? Your eyes are flickering. And your expression is subtle. You're obviously lying. Chen Anlu was speechless. What nonsense was this guy talking? Jia Yi, sit here. Chen Anlu quickly called over the beauty she was waiting for, Lin Jiai. Lin Jiai looked at Li Tianyu with a strange expression. Who is this? I don't know. Lin Jiai could tell from Chen Anlu's expression. Hey, you've got a crush on my Anlu, right? Whether I have a crush or not isn't important. We're just having a meal and chatting. Making friends is fine, right? Li Tianyu retorted. Not fine. My Anlu is so good. She should be careful when making friends with guys. At least they should have a certain economic foundation. How do you know I don't have an economic foundation? Haha. Then tell me, what is your economic foundation? How much do you earn a month? Li Tianyu felt a surge of anger and blurted out. I own 3 properties in the capital. Does that count as an economic foundation? Lin Jiai and Chen Anlu were both surprised. Having 3 properties in the capital was a significant wealth. Even if they were in the suburbs, they would still be worth several million. However, the two beauties didn't fully believe it and thought Li Tianyu was just bragging. If you really have 3 properties, that's fine. But I'm afraid you're just talking nonsense. Lin Jiai suddenly asked, Do you have any pictures on your phone? Li Tianyu thought he misheard. What kind? You know. The kind guys like to look at. Li Tianyu laughed, so you're one of us. Of course, I have some. Do you want to see? Li Tianyu didn't expect to be retorted and quickly countered. TCH, who cares about flirting with you guys? Those teachers are way better looking than you. Lin Jiai's expression changed. You. Fine. It's just that you didn't manage to get it done. It's not the first time. Come on, let's keep drinking. The two of them ignored the two beauties, chatting about everything under the sun while eating and drinking heartily. After they had eaten quite a bit, there were still plenty of skewers left on the table. At this moment, Li Tianyu had a flash of inspiration and took a few skewers over to Chen Anlu and Lin Jiai. Why are you here again? Chen Anlu frowned. These skewers are the specialty here. You definitely won't find them anywhere else. You have to try them. Chen Anlu hesitated for a moment, picked up a skewer, and took a look. To be honest, she had never seen anything like this before and didn't know what it was. Then, she couldn't help but take a bite. Hey, don't. Lin Jiai wanted to stop her, but was too late. Chen Anlu had already taken a bite. Ah! A scream erupted as the juice from what Lin Jiai bit into splattered all over her face. What is this? Lin Jiai complained while wiping the juice off her face. Oh, you're so dumb. This is a cow's eye. You can't bite it like that. Cow's eye. Disgusting. Chen Anlu quickly spat out everything in her mouth. Laughter came from not far away, and when Chen Anlu turned her head, it was indeed Li Tianyu and Wu Mingzhi laughing heartily. This guy is so bad, really too bad. Chen Anlu glared at Li Tianyu, who just returned a big smile. Utterly shameless. There's not a good man among them. Chen Anlu said angrily. If you don't like men, how about we try to get along? Chen Anlu shot a glare at Lin Jiai. You wish. As if you like women. By the way, aren't you going on a blind date next weekend? Who's the other party? How would I know? Do you think I want to go? I'm just going to go along and deal with it. Maybe he's a tall, rich, and handsome guy. TCH, you think tall, rich, and handsome guys are everywhere? Chen Anlu's words hinted that she had little hope for that mysterious blind date. Chapter 9. It's just a car. Although Li Tianyu indeed had 3 apartments, he still had to go to work the next day. At least he didn't have a reason to quit his job yet. The timing wasn't right. It felt like he was losing both the woman and the soldier. Today, there wasn't any specific work in the planning department, and everyone, including Li Tianyu, was just slacking off. Li Tianyu thought it was wonderful to spend the day so leisurely. However, just after noon, the director Zhao Jitong gathered a dozen people from the planning department for a meeting. Damn, this is really annoying. Li Tianyu cursed under his breath. He hated meetings the most. However, as soon as he entered the meeting room, he was delighted to see Lu Manqi there as well. Strange. Lu Manqi was from the administrative department. Why was she attending a planning meeting? Recently, the company is going to participate in the 7th Capital Tech Expo. And I believe everyone should be aware of it, Zhao Jitong said slowly. The company leaders have discussed it and decided that the administrative department will take the lead. And then each department will send a few people to set up the venue. Upon hearing that they had to help set up the venue, Li Tianyu felt hesitant. His life motto was to seize benefits and avoid difficulties. He really didn't want to deal with the hassle of setting up the venue. Zhao Jitong then asked, "All right, planners, is there anyone who wants to volunteer?" The meeting room fell silent. It seemed everyone shared Li Tianyu's reluctance to deal with trouble. "Fine, since no one wants to go, I'll just designate someone." Li Tianyu quickly lowered his head, silently repeating, "You can't see me 100 times. Li Tianyu, you go." At that moment, Li Tianyu was still on his 101st repetition and didn't hear it. "Li Tianyu, where are you?" A colleague nudged him, and he finally reacted. "Ah, here. You cooperate well with the administrative department and don't slack off." Hearing Zhao Jitong's words, Li Tianyu was completely stunned. "Huh? Why me?" "Of course it's you," Zhao Jitong said decisively. "Li Tianyu, stay here and meet with the administrative department. Everyone else can leave." There was no way out, since he had stepped into it. He had to endure it, whether it was dog poop or a landmine. Fortunately, Lu Manqi was also there, so Li Tianyu could at least look at a beauty to pass the time. In fact, there were only a few people in the administrative department who were really involved in setting up the venue. Besides Lu Manqi, there were also the administrative supervisor Zhang Changfang and another male colleague from the administrative department, Feng Yang. During the meeting, Li Tianyu spent the entire time playing on his phone, not really paying attention to what was being said. Half an hour later, they finally finished discussing. Zhang Changfang said, "All right, Manqi, Feng Yang, you guys will go with this Li Tianyu from the planning department to the venue to check out the situation." Lu Manqi and Feng Yang quickly agreed. Zhang Changfang then said to Li Tianyu, "Li Tianyu, is that okay?" "Sure, no problem," Li Tianyu replied as he looked up. Zhang Changfang was a busy person, and after saying that, she hurriedly left, leaving just Li Tianyu and the other three in the meeting room. "Manqi, let's tidy up and head out," Feng Yang said with a smile. Lu Manqi asked, "How are we getting there? By taxi?" "No need, I have a car. Just ride with me." Lu Manqi nodded and glanced at Li Tianyu. "Then you should come along too." "Sure, I won't be polite." As Li Tianyu stood up, he heard Feng Yang sarcastically say, "Is the salary in your planning department so low that you can't even afford a car? There's not even a single person in the planning department who drives to work. That's just too miserable." Li Tianyu wasn't one to back down, immediately snapping back, "TCH. Is driving a junk car something to brag about? Nowadays, buying a car doesn't cost much. We in the planning department don't drive for green commuting. For environmental protection, our awareness is higher than yours, you know?" "Haha. Well then, you keep up your green commuting," Feng Yang said, turning to Lu Manqi. "Manqi, let's go first. Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "There's nothing inappropriate about it. If he wants to pretend to be an environmentalist, let him," Feng Yang said, pulling Lu Manqi away. It seemed Feng Yang also had some ulterior motives towards Lu Manqi. "Damn, what's wrong with him? It's just a car. Wait for me." Li Tianyu thought of something and then changed his tone. "It's just a luxury car. I can easily have one." Then, Li Tianyu quickly opened the system interface and deftly clicked on the order center. Upon looking, Li Tianyu was overjoyed. Sure enough, a variety of cars appeared on the list. Nowadays, buying a car in the capital wasn't just about money. There was also the issue of licenses. The odds of getting a license plate through the lottery were lower than winning the lottery itself. Could the system actually handle the capital's license plates? Chapter 10. Driving a luxury car to clock in. Li Tianyu didn't care anymore. He just wanted to get a car and enjoy it first. Vehicle name, Audi 5. Vehicle type, tax amount, 2,000 yuan. Vehicle name, Mercedes-Benz. Vehicle type, sedan. Tax amount, 2,500 yuan. Vehicle name, BMW 7 Series. Vehicle type, sedan. Tax amount, 3,000 yuan. Vehicle name, Porsche Cayenne. Vehicle type, tax amount, 3,500 yuan. Li Tianyu looked at these four cars and chose the Porsche Cayenne without hesitation. Although the tax for this car was the highest at 3,500 yuan, which was almost enough to buy an apartment in the capital, compared to the actual price of the car, it was practically a giveaway. Li Tianyu was now a man with over 300,000 in savings. So a few thousand yuan was nothing to him. After Li Tianyu successfully paid his taxes, he sat in the conference room waiting. He didn't know how the key to this luxury car would be handed over to him. After a while, Li Tianyu's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was a local number from the capital. Li Tianyu pressed the answer button. "Hello, is this Mr. Li?" "Yes, it is." "Hello, I am Wang Feng, a sales representative from Porsche Cayenne Building 4. The paperwork for your car has been completed, and you can pick it up now." Li Tianyu immediately asked, "Is it the Porsche Cayenne?" "Yes. When would you be convenient to pick up the car?" "Cayenne Building is very close. It's just a few minutes walk." "I'll head over right now." After hanging up, Li Tianyu packed his things and went to Porsche Cayenne Building 4, where he found the sales representative, Wang Feng. Wang Feng pointed to a car in the parking lot and said, "Mr. Li, it's this one. It's really beautiful. The sky blue body, stylish yet classic. With an eye-catching frog-like shape, it was definitely a genuine Porsche Cayenne." When Li Tianyu saw it, He exclaimed, "Wow, the license plate is already on. And it's from the capital. Here are your documents," Wang Feng said with a smile. "We have arranged a car pickup ceremony for you." The pickup ceremony was just a small red flower and a photo, not much use. "No need, I'm in a hurry." From the look on Li Tianyu's face, it seemed that wasting a minute would cost him millions. Wang Feng quickly familiarized Li Tianyu with some operations of the Porsche Cayenne. Speaking of which, Li Tianyu had already obtained his driver's license and often drove in his hometown, so he wasn't a novice. Once he got on the road, he realized that luxury cars are indeed luxury cars. They are incredibly easy to drive. The steering was soft and responsive, the suspension filtered out bumps perfectly. And inside the car, you could hardly hear any outside noise. How to describe this? Right, it was a full sense of luxury. Moreover, the car that the system arranged for Li Tianyu was not some low-end version. It was definitely the top configuration worth nearly 2 million, equipped with a solid 2.9 turbo engine that had outstanding power. Li Tianyu joyfully sped along the road, almost forgetting about his business. Fortunately, there was no traffic, and Li Tianyu arrived at the venue, parked the car in the outdoor parking lot, and walked inside. The exhibition was set to start in a few days, and the venue was filled with staff from various companies setting up. The company Li Tianyu worked for was called Yunguang Technology. After searching for a while, he finally found his company's area. At this time, Lu Manqi and Feng Yang were communicating with the staff from the venue decoration company they were collaborating with. After discussing for a while, they temporarily dispersed. Seeing that he couldn't help much, Li Tianyu bought a can of Coke from the vending machine and sat in a booth leisurely drinking. Lu Manqi and Feng Yang soon came over. "Li Tianyu, how did you get here?" Lu Manqi asked curiously. Feng Yang sneered him. "He must have taken the subway. It can't take this long by taxi. This is an external business trip. The company can reimburse the taxi fare. Just keep the receipt," Lu Manqi kindly reminded Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. I drove here." "You drove?" Both Lu Manqi and Feng Yang were stunned. Wasn't Li Tianyu supposed to not have a car? Whose car did he drive? Could this guy be bragging? Indeed, the poorer the person, the more they like to boast. Just as Feng Yang was about to mock him, he saw someone from the exhibition company approaching. This person was named Zhao Xiaolei, a woman who was sent by the exhibition company to oversee the project. "I have a suggestion for you," she said. "Zhang Jia, go ahead," Lu Manqi replied. "You should place a large item in the center of the venue. That will attract more visitors." "Large item? What do you mean?" Feng Yang asked. Zhao Xiaolei thought for a moment and said, "For example, a luxury car or a supercar." Chapter 11. Supercars are naturally better when they are expensive. Supercar? Zhao Xiaolei said. "Yes, although the venue design is fine, it lacks a focal point. A supercar placed in the center will definitely have a great effect." Lu Manqi and Feng Yang couldn't help but exchange glances. How could a supercar be so easily obtained? Although there were several rental companies for supercars now, they required qualification reviews, and with the exhibition starting soon, it was uncertain whether they could make it in time. However, Lu Manqi really wanted to get this done well, so she said, "Then Zhang Jia, let's consult with the leaders. If they agree, we can look for one." "Okay. You all get busy," Zhao Xiaolei said and left. "What to do?" "Call Zhang Jia." Lu Manqi looked at Feng Yang and asked, completely ignoring Li Tianyu's presence. It was no wonder. Li Tianyu had always seemed unreliable, so naturally, they wouldn't care about his opinions. Zhang Jia was the head of the administrative department, Zhang Chongfang. Lu Manqi called Zhang Chongfang. On the other end of the line, Zhang Chongfang was also in a difficult position. After all, renting a supercar was quite troublesome. The rental fee was okay, but the key issue was that time was too tight. If they went to find a rental company now, it might be too late. However, in the end, Zhang Chongfang said she would consult with the higher-ups in the company to see if anyone could lend a supercar to make a show. Zhang Chongfang also mentioned to prepare for both options and think of other large items besides supercars. After hanging up, Lu Manqi felt quite troubled. What other options were there besides supercars? They couldn't just hire a few young models to dance, could they? "Feng Yang, don't you know a lot of people? Ask your friends if anyone can lend a supercar." Feng Yang sighed. "Even if I know a lot of people, I don't have any friends who own a supercar. That stuff is a luxury. Ordinary people can't afford it." At this moment, Lu Manqi noticed Li Tianyu. "Right, Li Tianyu. Do you have any connections to borrow a supercar?" Feng Yang chuckled him. "Don't even think about it." Lu Manqi didn't say anything. She just asked casually and indeed did not expect Li Tianyu to be able to help. A supercar? Shouldn't be a problem. Hearing Li Tianyu's words, the other two were momentarily taken aback. "Huh, you can borrow a supercar?" Lu Manqi asked in surprise. Li Tianyu smiled slightly and replied confidently, "Sure." Feng Yang completely didn't believe it. This guy might not have even seen a supercar in person. "Do you even know what a supercar is?" "Of course. Do you really think I haven't lived?" Feng Yang still thought Li Tianyu was bragging. "Well then, what car can you borrow?" "You don't need to worry about that. I'm going to make a call." Saying this, Li Tianyu disregarded Feng Yang and stood up to leave. Watching Li Tianyu's back, Feng Yang sneered again. What a pretentious guy. Can he really borrow a supercar? Lu Manqi showed a worried expression. You really believe it? This guy thinks bragging has no consequences. He'd be lucky to borrow a cherry. Lu Manqi was accustomed to Li Tianyu's boasting. Just a few days ago, he was still saying he wanted to buy a house in the third ring of the capital. Feng Yang wasn't entirely wrong. Li Tianyu was indeed bragging. But he just needed to pay taxes. Li Tianyu went to a secluded corner, then opened the system interface, and sure enough, he saw various supercars in the order center. Car name, Porsche 911. Car type, supercar. Tax amount, 4,000 yuan. Car name, Ferrari 458. Car type, supercar. Tax amount, 4,500 yuan. Car name, Pagani Huayra. Vehicle type, supercar. Tax amount, 6,500 renminbi. Vehicle name, Bugatti Veyron. Vehicle type, supercar. Tax amount, 12,000 renminbi. Li Tianyu looked at the list and finally felt relieved. He was worried that these supercars would incur very high taxes. The daily tax limit was only 10,000 yuan, and he had already used 3,500, leaving only 6,500 of the limit. Fortunately, there were cheaper supercars, like Ferrari and Porsche, which had slightly lower-end models. The Pagani Huayra required a tax of 6,500 renminbi, just enough to reach 10,000 yuan. Li Tianyu gritted his teeth and chose this Pagani Huayra. His second life motto was to show off, and to show off thoroughly. Naturally, in front of those two, he boasted that he would go for the most expensive. Such matters of face cannot be skimped on. Chapter 12, Sensation. A 20 million supercar. At this moment, Lu Manqi and Feng Yang seemed quite bored, both looking at their phones. Hey, Li Tianyu, did you borrow the supercar? Li Tianyu ignored Feng Yang and sat down by himself. Seeing Lu Manqi with a curious expression, Li Tianyu smiled and said, Don't worry, beautiful, leave it to me. It will definitely be fine. Really borrowed it? Feng Yang laughed loudly. Li Tianyu, how long are you going to keep pretending? Li Tianyu lazily didn't even glance at Feng Yang. Feng Yang frowned, clearly angry. Li Tianyu, we are all adults. If you don't want to help us, just say so. We will report it to Director Zhao. Director Zhao was Zhao Xiutong, the head of the planning department, and Li Tianyu's direct supervisor. Feng Yang was obviously threatening Li Tianyu. If Li Tianyu was reported to the planning department's boss for work attitude issues, it would be a big problem. If things went badly, Zhao Jidong might even consider firing Li Tianyu. However, Li Tianyu was not afraid at all. As the saying goes, having money in your pocket means staying calm in a crisis. Even if Li Tianyu lost his job, he could survive on rental income, and he would live very comfortably. Worst case, he could just rent out a few more houses. Lu Manqi advised, forget it, Feng Yang, everyone has it tough. Li Tianyu, I'm telling you, don't treat people like fools. If you had friends who could drive a supercar, could you work as a lousy planner? You would have already gone to heaven. If someone had said this to Li Tianyu in the past, he would have exploded with anger. But for some reason, he felt very calm now. Thinking back, it might be the calm demeanor exclusive to wealthy people. At this moment, Li Tianyu's phone rang. He immediately pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Li? A stranger's voice came from the other end. It's me. The Pagani Huayra you ordered is available in the capital. Where should we deliver it? Buying a supercar indeed comes with supercar-level service, with dedicated staff delivering the car to the buyer's door. Li Tianyu quickly replied, deliver it to the North Exhibition Hall in the capital. Okay, we will deliver it to you shortly. Please keep the line open. After hanging up, Li Tianyu's expression became even calmer. This left Lu Manqi and Feng Yang somewhat puzzled. Who called? Lu Manqi couldn't help but ask. The car is about to be delivered. The car? The supercar? Li Tianyu nodded. Lu Manqi glanced at Feng Yang, who also looked confused. Could it be that Li Tianyu really borrowed a supercar? Or was this guy just trying to boast to death? But if it was boasting, it would be exposed soon, so what was the point? Feng Yang thought for a moment, and still firmly believed it was impossible. I want to see what kind of supercar you can borrow, Feng Yang said with a cold smile. Lu Manqi didn't want the atmosphere to be too tense, so she said, Li Tianyu, even if you can't borrow it, it's okay. I've thought about it. Maybe we can rent a Transformer or a Gundam model to put in the middle. Li Tianyu shook his head. It would have an effect. But it wouldn't attract as much attention as a supercar, and I've already got the supercar. It will arrive shortly, Lu Manqi exclaimed, thinking this guy was really too stubborn. Even when given an opportunity, he wouldn't take it. Since she had already done her best, Lu Manqi naturally stopped talking. If Li Tianyu really made a fool of himself, it would be his own doing. After a few minutes, Li Tianyu's phone rang again. He answered the call, agreed a few times, and then stood up to leave. Lu Manqi and Feng Yang exchanged glances, and they could see the heavy doubts in each other's eyes. What is Li Tianyu doing? Could it be that a supercar is really being delivered? Feng Yang shook his head. No, it's not that I underestimate Li Tianyu. But at most he could only get a car worth a few $100,000. What's the use of BMWs, Mercedes, or Audis? Wouldn't they just be laughed at? Just then, a commotion erupted in the venue, and many people rushed towards the entrance. Feng Yang shook his head. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Look, look, it's so damn beautiful." "Yeah, what kind of car is that? It looks so weird." "Weird? Don't be so old-fashioned. That's a supercar. Did you see that? Pagani. What's this model called?" Another person quickly replied, "It's the Huayra, right? I saw it in a car magazine." "Right. Pagani Huayra. Wow. It seems to be worth 20 million. 20 million? Which company is so rich? Bringing a 20 million supercar here to show off." Chapter 13. Who is this guy? The discussions from over there were clearly heard by Lu Manqi and Feng Yang. Lu Manqi could no longer sit still and walked over. "I'm going to take a look." Feng Yang was initially stunned, then stood up and followed. After a few steps, they saw a crowd suddenly parting, and the sound of a large displacement engine became clear. A low-slung car slowly drove over, and it was obvious that this was a supercar. The car was black and white, with an exaggerated yet aesthetically pleasing design, and it had a strong sci-fi feel, like a small alien spaceship. Looking inside the cockpit, a handsome man in a suit was driving the supercar, and Li Tianyu was actually sitting in the passenger seat. Lu Manqi's eyes widened, her face showing complete disbelief. Feng Yang couldn't help but say wow several times. He couldn't understand how Li Tianyu had gotten a supercar. Moreover, just looking at the shape of this supercar, it was clear that it was not some cheap Porsche 911, but a truly high-end supercar worth tens of millions. The Pagani Huayra drove up to the Yunguang Technology venue, and when the car door opened, it caused another sensation. The top-tier supercar's gull-wing doors were almost a symbol of status. Li Tianyu got out of the car and saw Zhao Xiaolei, the person in charge of the venue setup. Li Tianyu walked over and said to Zhao Xiaolei, "The supercar has arrived. Where should we put it?" "Just put it in the middle, let it drive to the center." Zhao Xiaolei was someone who had seen a lot, but she also didn't expect that this company was so wealthy that they could bring in such a high-end supercar. Li Tianyu directed the handsome guy inside to drive the eye-catching supercar to the central position of the exhibition stand. Indeed, the Yunguang Technology exhibition stand immediately became different. Its grade suddenly elevated by at least 5 or 6 levels. Even the employees from nearby companies put down their work and rushed over to take a look. Speaking of supercars, they were not uncommon on the streets of the capital, but seeing one up close like this was a rare opportunity. Unless it was at a car show. Lu Manqi walked over and quietly asked, "Li Tianyu, this car is very expensive, right? Who did you borrow it from?" Li Tianyu really wanted to say it was his own car, but they definitely wouldn't believe him, so he casually said, "I asked a friend for help. He rents out supercars." Lu Manqi suddenly understood and accepted Li Tianyu's explanation completely. "Well, we need to be careful not to scratch the car and trouble your friend." "Yeah, just be careful," Li Tianyu replied nonchalantly, thinking that anyway, it was just 10,000 yuan, which was like giving it away for free. Hearing their conversation, Feng Yang came over. "Oh, so your friend rents supercars? No wonder." Lu Manqi shot Feng Yang a glare. "You should say less. Li Tianyu has really helped us out." Although Feng Yang was unconvinced, he could only sulk and keep quiet. With such a big problem solved, Lu Manqi felt much better, and her attitude towards Li Tianyu improved even more. "By the way, how much does it cost to rent this car for a day? I'll call Sister Zhang later to apply for some funds." Li Tianyu was taken aback. He had been too busy showing off to think about the rental fees. "Of course, it's the company's money. You should make the most of it." "That's easy. I'm good friends with that buddy of mine, so just let me know if you need it." "All right, I'll try to apply for more." At this time, it was already time to get off work. The benefit of being out on duty for Li Tianyu was that he didn't have to work overtime. "Then I'll drive you to the subway station." Lu Manqi nodded and then said to Li Tianyu, "We'll leave first. See you tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Li Tianyu took the lead and left first. Feng Yang and Lu Manqi followed closely behind. They quickly realized that Li Tianyu was also heading towards the open-air parking lot. "By the way, Li Tianyu said he drove here," Lu Manqi whispered. "Let's go see what car he drives." "Is that okay?" "It's fine. We'll just take a look." Lu Manqi didn't insist any further. She was also curious about what car Li Tianyu was driving. Soon, Li Tianyu walked over to a sky blue vehicle. The car was very beautiful. With its shiny paint and gleaming wheels, it looked like a new car. Most importantly, it was obviously a luxury car. Feng Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that a Porsche Cayenne? Is this Li Tianyu's car?" Lu Manqi was also very shocked. She knew Li Tianyu's salary level. There was no way he could afford such a luxury car. Moreover, even the higher-paid middle management in the company usually only drove ordinary luxury cars worth around 4 to 500,000. Top luxury cars like Porsches were indeed rare. Li Tianyu directly opened the door of the Porsche Cayenne and quickly drove away. There was no way the two could doubt it now. Chapter 14. The Little Demoness Cousin. Could it be that Li Tianyu is an invisible rich second generation? Impossible. Before today, he had never been seen driving to and from work. Feng Yang suddenly had a moment of realization. Could it be that Li Tianyu borrowed this car from his friend? That was indeed possible. Since Li Tianyu's friend could rent supercars, renting a luxury car like a Porsche Cayenne would be even easier. Lu Manqi couldn't help but think how nice it would be to have a friend who could rent luxury cars. The story of Li Tianyu renting a luxury car with just one phone call quickly spread throughout the company the next day. Many colleagues from the planning department came over to pry for details. However, Li Tianyu would never tell the truth. He just pretended to be cool and brushed them off with a few vague sentences. However, that Pagani Huayra wasn't something Li Tianyu got for free. Lu Manqi was indeed very capable and directly secured a rental fee of 15,000 yuan per day. The exhibition would last a week, and with 2 days of preparation. It totaled 9 days, so Li Tianyu received a whopping 135,000 yuan in supercar rental fees. Additionally, Li Tianyu took the time to list another apartment in the Shuimu Qingqing community online, and sure enough, not long after, several people called to say they wanted to view the apartment. First come, first served? Nonsense. Li Tianyu wasn't foolish. Of course, whoever offered more money would get it. In the end, that 115 square meter small 3-bedroom in Shuimu Qingqing rented for 16,000 yuan per month. The tenant was quite wealthy and paid 3 years' rent in one go. This way, Li Tianyu's savings increased by nearly 600,000. Adding to the previous 30-something thousand, he was about to approach 1 million in savings. Li Tianyu had never seen so much money. He was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. The next day, he overslept and simply sent Zhao Jitong a WeChat message to ask for leave. To his surprise, Zhao Jitong was unusually agreeable and approved it right away, even telling Li Tianyu to rest well. Wow, did director Zhao get his brain kicked in, or was he pinched by the door? His attitude changed too much. Anyway, this was a good thing. Li Tianyu bought a bunch of snacks and leisurely stayed home to eat and drink, feeling quite happy. However, his happy time ended quickly. A phone call came in, and Li Tianyu saw the display showing the word demoness. Li Tianyu felt a headache coming on. Why was it this guy? But no matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't ignore the demoness. After all, she was family. Li Tianyu pressed the answer button. A crisp voice came from the other end. Brother, what's going on? What's going on? I've been in the capital for over a month. Why haven't you contacted me? Li Tianyu's head hurt even more. You just started school and are still in the adjustment period. What good would it do for me to contact you? You're talking nonsense. You just don't like me anymore. The demoness was a nickname Li Tianyu gave to his cousin Tang Rou. The reason for calling her the demoness was that this cousin was not easy to deal with. She enjoyed bullying Li Tianyu since she was young. One could say that Tang Rou was not soft at all. Her happiness was entirely built on Li Tianyu's suffering. Originally, Li Tianyu hadn't seen Tang Rou for 2 or 3 years since starting work. But something terrifying happened this year. Tang Rou actually got admitted to the People's University of the capital, and she had already been in school for over a month now. Li Tianyu really didn't want to provoke this little demoness, so he had been delaying contacting her. Who knew Tang Rou couldn't help but come looking for him. Brother, you don't know how hard it is for a little girl like me to live in an unfamiliar place in the capital. When Li Tianyu heard this, he realized Tang Rou had a point. He had indeed been a bit neglectful. No matter how fierce the demoness was, she was still just a little girl. Why aren't you talking? Feeling guilty? Embarrassed? Are you blushing because you neglected me? Li Tianyu had no choice but to say, all right, I'll pick you up in a bit. I'll treat you to a big meal. Okay, I'll wait for you. Hurry up. I said, Miss, don't you have classes this afternoon? Oh, I don't. Hurry up. Call me when you arrive. After that, Tang Rou hung up the phone. Li Tianyu had no choice but to get dressed and take his transportation card. Transportation card? Li Tianyu almost slapped himself. He also had a car. Taking the subway or bus was a bit silly. Chapter 15, The Somewhat Tough Cousin. The People's University of the capital is not far from the Shuimu Qingqing community. It takes about half an hour to drive there. When he arrived at the university gate, Li Tianyu hesitated for a moment and simply drove into the campus. After finding a nearby place to park, Li Tianyu called Tang Rou. Hello, Tang Rou, I've arrived. Brother, come to the 3rd teaching building, room 103. Li Tianyu was taken aback. I don't know where that is. Why don't you come out? I'm right by the main road at the entrance. No way. I still have some things to tidy up. You come over and wait for me. With no other choice, Li Tianyu had to agree. I asked a few students around and finally found the 3rd teaching building. More importantly, I could see beautiful young women everywhere. Li Tianyu was a bit puzzled. Where did all these beauties go after graduation? When Li Tianyu walked into classroom 103, he saw a girl sitting in a chair, seriously writing something. The girl heard the noise, looked up, and happily stood up. Brother, you finally came. This girl was indeed Tang Rou, no doubt about it. However, this girl had changed significantly. She used to have short hair, but now it was shoulder length. Not only that, but in Li Tianyu's impression, Tang Rou had always been a bit crazy and messy, even more mischievous than boys, but now she looked like a clean and tidy girl. Most importantly, Tang Rou had actually turned into a stunning beauty. Li Tianyu was momentarily stunned. It's true that girls change a lot as they grow up. And after just 2 or 3 years of not seeing her, she had changed so much. The level of beauty was nothing like Tang Rou's mother. Who was Li Tianyu's aunt? Oh right. Li Tianyu suddenly remembered that Tang Rou's father was not his aunt's first husband. They were a blended family. In other words, Li Tianyu and Tang Rou had no blood relationship at all. Just as he was lost in thought, Tang Rou ran over, pulled Li Tianyu, and sat him down next to her. Wait for me, I'll be done soon. Oh, what are you so busy with? It's just student council stuff. These forms have to be sorted out immediately. What? You joined the student council so quickly? Yeah. Tang Rou nodded while organizing the forms. Didn't you say you were unfamiliar with the place and having a hard time? Yeah, I'm being exploited by the president every day. Do you think I'm having a hard time? Li Tianyu was helpless. He couldn't outtalk Tang Rou, who was so quick with her words. Tang Rou slapped a thick stack of forms. Done. Finished. All right, then let's go have a feast. Brother, what do you want to treat me to? After such a long time apart, you can't just brush me off. Just as Li Tianyu was about to speak, the classroom door opened again, and a male student walked in. Xiao Rou, are you finished? I can help you. The incoming student looked up, and, upon seeing Tang Rou and another man, his expression changed immediately. Xiao Rou, who is this? Li Tianyu thought to himself that this clueless guy must have a crush on Tang Rou. Does this cousin really have such charm? He just started his first year of college. While he was thinking this, Li Tianyu felt his arm tighten. Tang Rou actually wrapped her arms around his. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. Huh? What? Li Tianyu was momentarily flustered. Was this cousin trying to stir up trouble? Well, what? Boyfriend? The male student showed an expression of disbelief. That's impossible. I've already inquired. And you don't have a boyfriend at all. What are you talking about? Whether I have a boyfriend or not isn't known by everyone. Xiao Rou, listen to me. Even if you have a boyfriend, it doesn't matter. As long as you're not married, I still have a chance. What the hell? When Li Tianyu heard this, he was stunned. He didn't expect there were still such shameless people in this world. He had said something similar a few days ago. This male student was named Lu Jigang, a third-year student at the People's University of the capital, and also a member of the student council. Lu Jigang was a campus-rich kid, but he had high standards, and it was tough for ordinary campus beauties to catch his eye. As soon as Tang Rou appeared in the student council, Lu Jigang was amazed by her beauty and launched a powerful pursuit, to the point where it could be said he was being overly persistent. However, Tang Rou had always ignored such a well-conditioned pursuer. Now, unexpectedly, she had come up with a boyfriend out of nowhere. How could this not infuriate Lu Jigang? Lu Jigang wasn't stupid. He suspected that this boyfriend was just a ruse Tang Rou had concocted. Are you really her boyfriend? Since Li Tianyu had been pushed out by his cousin, he couldn't back down at this moment, so he had to steel himself and respond. So what if I am? All right, which department are you in? Which class? Li Tianyu was also angered by Lu Jigang's attitude. Huh, you're not the police. Why do you need to know so clearly? Tang Rou thought the tension between them wasn't enough, so she exaggeratedly shook Li Tianyu's arm. Hubby, let us go, we're going to eat. Chapter 16. Did you rob a bank? What the hell? This girl has gone crazy. She even called me hubby. Lu Jigang was indeed enraged, his eyes bulging. Fortunately, he had decent self-control. At least he didn't resort to violence or curse. Xiao Rou, let me take you to eat. I know the best, no? The most upscale restaurant in the capital, not far from the school. Not interested, Tang Rou said decisively. I already have plans with my boyfriend. Li Tianyu wrapped his arm around Tang Rou's waist. Let us go, we're going to eat. As Li Tianyu passed by Lu Jigang, he even shouldered him aside. The two walked out of the classroom and out of the teaching building. Lu Jigang was stunned for a moment, clearly unwilling to give up. This guy had also learned to be smart. He ran over to Tang Rou. Xiao Rou, why don't the three of us go together? I have a car. It's convenient to go anywhere. Just as Tang Rou was about to speak, Li Tianyu cut in. No need. I have a car too. You have a car? Not only Lu Jigang, but even Tang Rou was taken aback, glancing at her cousin with wide eyes, thinking her cousin couldn't be bragging, could he? Although Tang Rou hadn't seen Li Tianyu for a long time, she could still gather information about him from her parents. Li Tianyu was just an ordinary white-collar worker in the capital, looking good on the surface, but in reality, he was living quite frugally. With a monthly salary just over 10,000, that wasn't he considered wealthy in the capital. He lived in a small rental apartment outside the Fifth Ring and had to walk for over 10 minutes to the subway station, then take about an hour to get to his workplace. Moreover, the capital had long since restricted car licenses. People like Li Tianyu could never get a license. And even if they saved enough money, they couldn't actually buy a car. But that was fine. What Li Tianyu said could indeed help him shake off Lu Jigang's pursuit. All right then, I'll just give you a ride. Lu Jigang wanted to see what kind of car Li Tianyu drove. Seeing Lu Jigang still lingering, Tang Rou became a bit anxious and whispered to Li Tianyu. What should we do? He wants to follow us. It will be exposed. Exposed? Exposed what? You still pretend. Where are you going to get a car? Li Tianyu found this amusing, so he decided to keep it a mystery. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. Huh, you really have one. Borrowed. Li Tianyu smiled without answering, leading Tang Rou to the parking lot on campus, then walking to a blue car. Why aren't we moving? Tang Rou asked quietly again. We're here. Here? Tang Rou looked closely at the blue car and couldn't help but point. Are you kidding? I've seen this car. It's a Porsche, right? Quite expensive. Li Tianyu smiled as he opened the passenger door and said, please get in. Tang Rou was completely stunned at this point. After several seconds, she groggily got into the car. Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Jigang was completely dumbfounded. Is this for real? This is a Porsche Cayenne. Look at this configuration. It's the top model, worth around 1.8 million. Li Tianyu got into the driver's seat, coolly closed the door, and rolled down the window to wave at Lu Jigang. Thanks for the ride, buddy. We're off. Li Tianyu started the car, leaving behind 2 trails of exhaust as he drove away from the campus of the People's University of the capital. Brother, did you rob a bank? Uffed. After not seeing each other for so long, can't you say something nice about me? It's okay, not too expensive. Not too expensive? Who are you trying to fool? Don't think I don't know how much this car is worth. Do you really have that much money to buy it? Li Tianyu thought to himself, it's not expensive. Just a few thousand yuan, but he didn't say it out loud. He just laughed it off. TCH, you really underestimate me. Oh, you get out of breath just because I called you fat. Li Tianyu quickly changed the subject. So you called me over just to make me play your boyfriend? What? It's just a coincidence. That guy Lu Jigang keeps pestering me. It's so annoying. I thought of this idea to completely cut off his hopes. Concentrating wisdom? How old are you? And you can come up with such a method. TCH, isn't that how they do it in TV dramas? Li Tianyu gave his cousin a thumbs up. You're really something, able to learn anything. Enough with the nonsense. What are you going to treat your lovely cousin to? You'll know when we get there. It will definitely suit your taste. Half an hour later, Li Tianyu took Tang Rou to a very famous self-service seafood restaurant in the capital called Haihua. When Tang Rou saw the price list at the restaurant's front desk, she showed a surprised expression. 866 yuan per person? Brother, are you treating me to such an expensive buffet? Chapter 17 Brother. Of course, didn't you say so? It's been so long since we last met. I have to treat you to something good. In fact, it was also Li Tianyu's first time eating this. A seafood buffet costing over 800 yuan per person is not cheap for an average salary worker. Li Tianyu had only heard of Haihua's seafood restaurant before, but could never bear to spend that much on a meal. But now it's different. After all, Li Tianyu is a man with 1 million yuan in savings. Spending a couple of thousand on a meal doesn't hurt at all. For example, Australian lobsters, king crabs, geoducks, Arctic clams, they can all be found here. The most important thing is, there's no limit on the quantity. Brother, you're so extravagant now. Do you have a girlfriend? How about I be your girlfriend? No. Huh. I have to call you even when I have nothing to do. And I'll send you WeChat messages too. After saying that, Tang Rou waved her hand and bounced into the school gate like a little girl. Li Tianyu sighed, thinking to himself that now that this little devil has arrived in the capital, his peaceful days are about to come to an end. After returning home, Li Tianyu received a WeChat message from Tang Rou. Thank you for the treat, big boss. Just then, he saw that it was a call from his mom, Yi Tsuaping. Just finished dealing with a little devil, and now a big one comes along. Li Tianyu had no choice but to answer the call. Li Tianyu, Mom, what's up? Yi Tsuaping. It's nothing big. I just wanted to ask how your preparations are going. Li Tianyu, preparations for what? Yi Tsuaping, are you trying to kill me? What day is tomorrow? Li Tianyu, Sunday. What has that got to do with anything? Suddenly, Li Tianyu finally remembered that he had a blind date to deal with on Sunday. Li Tianyu, I got it, Mom. It's just a blind date. What's there to prepare for? Yi Tsuaping, son, I tell you, this girl is pretty good. You better seize the opportunity. All right, I got it. I'll definitely try my best, dear Mom. Oh, a call is coming in. It's our boss. I have to hang up. Li Tianyu hung up the phone, thinking that whether the girl is good or not, he'll have to see for himself first. The next morning, Qinan Lu was driving on the North 4th Ring Road of the capital. Today, she was going on a blind date with a guy named Li Tianyu, introduced by her second aunt. Qinan Lu didn't really want to go. She had just graduated a few years ago and wasn't in a hurry to find a boyfriend, but her aunt insisted she go. So she had no choice but to comply. After all, it was just a blind date. They would meet, and that would be it. Qinan Lu didn't expect the other person to be a tall, rich, and handsome guy. The meeting place was at a Western restaurant on the 4th floor of Huaxia Mall on the North 4th Ring Road. Qinan Lu parked her car in the underground parking lot of Huaxia Mall when suddenly a call came in. One hand on the steering wheel, she picked up her phone with the other hand. Just as she was about to check the caller ID, she caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of her eye. Qinan Lu was startled and reflexively slammed on the brakes. Oh no. Qinan Lu thought to herself, I've hit someone. She quickly turned off the engine, got out of the car, and indeed saw a man lying on the ground, one hand clutching his waist. Are you okay? Chun Onlu hurried over, squatting down to check the man's injuries. Ouch. Miss, can you please watch where you're driving? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Of course, you wouldn't want to hit someone on purpose, right? Wait, is it you? The two exclaimed in unison. You were following me? Chun Onlu pointed at the other person and shouted. The other person, of course, was Li Tianyu. He had just parked his car here and was walking toward the elevator while looking at his phone when he was unexpectedly hit by this female driver. Who would have thought that fate would bring them together again, and that this female driver was the beauty he had encountered a few days ago at the barbecue restaurant? Miss, it's not that I was following you. It's that you hit me. Ouch, that was too harsh. Do we have such a deep grudge? It wasn't me. Chun Onlu, being the one who hit him, knew she was in the wrong, so she helped Li Tianyu up. Are you okay? Should I take you to the hospital? No need. Li Tianyu looked at Chun Onlu carefully, surprised at how naive she was. Chun Onlu's expression changed. What do you mean? You like wearing polka dot underwear? Chapter 18 What to eat? Just order whatever. You, Chun Onlu, were both angry and anxious, wishing you could slap Li Tianyu. This guy was not only bad, but also a pervert. It turned out that when Chun Onlu squatted down just now, Li Tianyu caught a glimpse under her skirt. Li Tianyu felt no pain anymore. Alright. I won't tease you anymore. I have something to do. I'll leave first. Hey you. Chun Onlu thought for a moment and didn't know what to say. But seeing that Li Tianyu didn't seem to have anything urgent, she decided to ignore him. What a bad start, Chun Onlu thought. She hadn't even started the blind date and had already encountered a disaster. Her luck was too bad. She guessed that Lin Jiai probably wanted to ask her how the blind date was going. After entering the Western restaurant, Chun Onlu casually found a seat to sit down. It wasn't lunchtime yet, so there weren't many people in the restaurant. Chun Onlu looked around and didn't see anyone who looked like her blind date. Just then, someone sat down opposite her. Hi, we meet again. Chun Onlu looked and saw that it was that annoying guy again. You still say you weren't following me. What do you want? Chun Onlu frowned and asked. Don't joke around. I'm not following you for money. Just as Li Tianyu entered the restaurant, he happened to see Chun Onlu. Since it wasn't tea time yet, he thought he'd have some fun with her first. Chun Onlu asked again, then what are you doing here? I have an appointment. What about you? None of your business. Just get lost. TCH, get lost if you want. Do you think I want to see you all the time? It's not like you're not always in front of me. After saying that, Li Tianyu stood up, made a gesture indicating that she was weak, and went to find another seat. At this point, it was already the time agreed upon for the blind date. And Chun Onlu's phone rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Chun Onlu knew it was her blind date, which was actually Li Tianyu calling. At this moment, she felt a bit nervous, and there was a slight expectation as well. Then, a male voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, I'm Li Tianyu. Hello, I'm Chun Onlu. For some reason, Chun Onlu felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had heard it before. Have you arrived at the restaurant? Yes, I'm at the 5th booth on the left side as soon as you enter, next to the floor-to-ceiling window. Okay, I'll come find you. After hanging up the phone, Chun Onlu sat up straight, waiting for the male lead to appear. However, after a few seconds, that annoying man walked over again and stood next to her, staring at Chun Onlu. Li Tianyu also felt helpless and weakly asked, Are you Chun Onlu? Huh. How do you know? Haha, this is interesting. Saying this, Li Tianyu casually sat down opposite Chun Onlu. Chun Onlu finally understood, and her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. No way, you are Li Tianyu? Absolutely. Chun Onlu rubbed her slightly painful temples, unable to accept this reality. Her second aunt had sworn that the guy she was set up with would be outstanding, tall, handsome, and with a stable job. Chun Onlu didn't really believe it. But surely the blind date couldn't be this bad? Yet Li Tianyu continued to smile. We are quite fated. We met before the blind date. That doesn't count as knowing each other. Thanks. Then what is it? Harassment. You're being too harsh. At this point, Li Tianyu pushed the menu across the table to Chun Onlu. About what happened before, it was my fault. I was just joking. Today, I'll treat you. Order whatever you like. Chun Onlu actually wanted to say goodbye to Li Tianyu right away, but thinking about how hard it was to drive here, leaving immediately would be too much of a loss. Instead, why not enjoy a meal at his expense and let this guy suffer a bit? Alright, so I can order whatever I want. Li Tianyu smiled without speaking and made a gesture for her to proceed. To be honest, Li Tianyu's demeanor did have a bit of the high, rich, and handsome vibe. However, Chun Onlu also knew that this guy was definitely putting on an act. Waiter, I'd like to order. Chun Onlu waved, and a waiter walked over. Miss, what would you like to order? Just a moment, let me take a look. Chun Onlu flipped through the menu while saying, Caesar salad, Jack Daniel's marinated salmon, New Zealand lamb chops, medium rare, and onion pork tenderloin. Also the premium lobster soup. By the way, what kind of lobster is used? Miss, it's Caribbean shallow water lobster, air freighted, very fresh. Alright, 2 servings. Okay. Chapter 19, Annoying Colleague. Chun Onlu was determined to take Li Tianyu down a peg, so she deliberately ordered the expensive items. As she ordered, she sneaked glances at Li Tianyu's expression. To her slight surprise, Li Tianyu maintained a poker face throughout. Still pretending? Fine. Let us see how long you can keep it up, Chen Anlu muttered. What? Nothing. Just one serving of French foie gras and a bottle of Tuscan red wine. A high vintage. That should be all. Chen Anlu felt she had ordered enough. After all, Li Tianyu was the blind date her second aunt had introduced, so she couldn't go too far. To be fair, aside from his sharp tongue, Li Tianyu hadn't done anything too outrageous, and even when she bumped into him, he didn't say anything. However, regardless, the items Chen Anlu ordered would cost around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. In her mind, that should be enough to make Li Tianyu feel the pinch. Li Tianyu, I'm ordering these. You have no objections, right? Li Tianyu shook his head. No problem. I said you could order whatever you want. Chen Anlu was taken aback, thinking this guy wouldn't try to play tricks when the bill came, would he? Although Chen Anlu's salary was decent, her monthly expenses were high. Spending several thousand on a blind date with someone so unqualified was quite absurd. Li Tianyu seemed to see through Chen Anlu's thoughts, crossing his legs and saying, Don't worry. I won't default on the bill. I have enough money. What a joke. Li Tianyu had 1,000,000 yuan in savings and 3 apartments. Could a meal really bankrupt him? I didn't expect you to have some redeeming qualities. Not at all. I'm not treating you for free. Huh? What do you mean? Li Tianyu smiled and said, Just consider it your reward. You. Chen Anlu was so angry, she almost spat blood. Thinking that a bad person was just a bad person. This was too much. She absolutely couldn't be with someone like this. Just as Chen Anlu was about to leave in a huff, she heard someone calling her name from behind. Hey Lulu, what a coincidence. You're here having a meal too. Chen Anlu thought her luck had hit rock bottom today, running into everyone she didn't want to see. Their essay saying that beautiful women are naturally enemies. The relationship between Chen Anlu and Ding Xiangping was a perfect example. In the office, Ding Xiangping appeared friendly to Chen Anlu, but behind her back, she wanted to outdo her in everything. Often, Ding Xiangping would even say bad things about Chen Anlu behind her back. Every time Chen Anlu thought about this, she would get angry, but she couldn't lose her composure in public. Ding Xiangping pointed to the handsome guy next to her. By the way, Lulu, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Peng Guanyi. Hello. Chen Anlu smiled but was secretly cursing, thinking, got it. Hurry up and take your handsome boyfriend away. Since we ran into each other, can we sit here? Sure. Chen Anlu was really about to go crazy. Just a moment ago, Li Tianyu was enough of a headache, and now Ding Xiangping showed up. Once Ding Xiangping arrived, Chen Anlu couldn't even leave. Lulu, why don't you introduce us? Who is this handsome guy? This question left Chen Anlu momentarily speechless. If she told the truth that Li Tianyu was just a blind date, Ding Xiangping would definitely seize the opportunity to make fun of her. Moreover, Chen Anlu could guarantee that by tomorrow, everyone in the company would know she went on a blind date, turning her into a laughingstock. After all, she was a beautiful girl. How could she fall to the point of needing someone to introduce her to a date? Just as Chen Anlu hesitated, Li Tianyu spoke up. I'm her boyfriend, Li Tianyu. Upon hearing this, Chen Anlu froze, thinking this guy was too good at making things up. Ding Xiangping exaggeratedly covered her mouth. Oh my Lulu, so you have a boyfriend now. I thought you were single. Hee, we just started dating. Li Tianyu, right? Tell us how you won Lulu over. Let me tell you. It's very hard to date a beauty like Lulu. Actually, it's nothing special. Li Tianyu glanced at Chen Anlu, his smile growing wider. We fell in love at first sight. Uffed. Chen Anlu was drinking water when she almost spat it all out at Li Tianyu's words. Wow, love at first sight. How romantic. Situations like yours are becoming rarer these days. How so? Li Tianyu asked curiously. In today's society, it's very realistic. If you don't put in some effort, which girl would be willing to be with you? Upon hearing this, Chen Anlu showed a bitter smile, thinking Ding Xiangping was indeed starting again. Chapter 20. A designer bag worth dozens of yuan. Li Tianyu pretended to be curious. How so? Ding Xiangping glanced at Chen Anlu, looking quite pleased with herself. Take me for example. When Guanyi was pursuing me, he put in a lot of effort. Oh, what effort did he put in? Just this? You're making it sound like it's only that. Ding Xiangping flipped her hair, showing off her beautiful pearl earrings, and pointed to the bracelet on her wrist. See this? Guanyi gave it to me. The 2 pieces of jewelry looked quite flashy, but Chen Anlu had no idea what brand they were. Ding Xiangping placed her bag back on the table. And this, Guanyi just gave me, a newly released limited edition handbag. By the way, Lulu, can you guess how much this bag costs? Oh, since it's a limited edition, it can't be less than 10,000, right? It's over 18,000. Isn't that right, Guanyi? Peng Guanyi quickly nodded. Yes, 18,008. 18,008. That's still over 10,000. Li Tianyu couldn't help but say. Hearing Li Tianyu's words, Ding Xiangping was not pleased. Oh, look at how casually you're talking. Do you think this bag isn't that expensive? It's okay, it's not exactly cheap. Ding Xiangping frowned, thinking about what kind of person Chen Anlu's boyfriend was. So pretentious, he had to be put in his place. Lulu, your boyfriend is pretty impressive, right? What does he do for a living? Chen Anlu was worried. She had no idea what Li Tianyu did and hadn't had the chance to ask. Li Tianyu, however, answered directly, I work in IT. Huh, I mean, that's what I do. That must earn a lot, right? It's okay. Chen Anlu's biggest worry had come true. Ding Xiangping's competitive spirit was quite strong, and she would definitely dig deeper into Li Tianyu's background. Chen Anlu knew that Li Tianyu was at most an ordinary white-collar worker, and his salary was honestly not high. If this continued, even if he didn't expose himself, he would still be ridiculed by Chen Anlu. Ding Xiangping turned to look at Chen Anlu and noticed that her expression was somewhat unnatural. Lulu, has your boyfriend ever given you anything? He has given some. What did he give you? Come on, show us. Chen Anlu forced a smile and waved her hand. But I didn't bring anything with me, just some small trinkets. Ding Xiangping was not willing to let it go. You didn't bring a single thing? No. Chen Anlu's face turned red, clearly annoyed. Ding Xiangping was really going too far. At that moment, Li Tianyu casually said, Lulu, did you forget? I said I would give you a gift. Huh, a gift for me? Oh, how could you forget that? Isn't today our acquaintance anniversary? Ding Xiangping observed Chen Anlu's expression again and sensed something was off, so she asked, what are you going to give Lulu? A bag. In fact, Ding Xiangping didn't believe that Li Tianyu would give Chen Anlu anything decent. It was likely just a mass-produced item worth 1 or 2,000. Or even a few hundred for a high imitation. Ding Xiangping asked this on purpose to embarrass Chen Anlu and her boyfriend. It felt good to put someone down. After all, Chen Anlu always pretended to be aloof at work. Li Tianyu said slowly, don't worry, I'll bring the bag over soon, you'll see. Chen Anlu was completely panicked. She couldn't understand what Li Tianyu was up to. Normally, they had just met, so how could there be an acquaintance anniversary? And besides, if Li Tianyu wanted to give her a bag, that was just like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. He had no good intentions. If Li Tianyu gave Chen Anlu a shabby bag, she would be humiliated. The more Chen Anlu thought about it, the more anxious she became. Quickly giving Li Tianyu a look, but he seemed completely oblivious. In fact, Li Tianyu was currently browsing the system interface. Item name, new women's color block shoulder bag. Item brand, item color, brown. Tax amount, 75 renminbi. Item name, new early spring canvas round bag. Item brand, item color, brown. Tax amount, 59 renminbi. Item name, 19 flap crossbody bag. Item brand, item color, black. Tax amount, 245 renminbi. Item name, new leather snake head buckle chain shoulder crossbody bag. Item brand, item color, green. Tax amount, 136 renminbi. Chapter 21, Where to Find Such a Boyfriend. Li Tianyu didn't have much time to browse. He didn't know much about women's bags, so he simply chose the one with the highest tax. After all, the more expensive the tax, the better, and the tax was so cheap, only a few dozen yuan. The most expensive was just over 200. This was cheaper than buying a fake bag. What was there to hesitate about? Li Tianyu decisively paid 245 renminbi and bought a black crossbody bag from Hermes. At this moment, Ding Xiangping turned to Chen Anlu and said, Lulu, are you looking forward to your boyfriend's gift? I'm somewhat looking forward to it. Chen Anlu finally understood the feeling of being in a difficult position, unable to express her frustration. She could only pray that Li Tianyu wouldn't go too far. Suddenly, music started playing. It was Li Tianyu's phone ringing, and he immediately answered it. Ding Xiangping and Peng Guangyi both showed disdainful smiles. Lulu, your boyfriend's ringtone is quite down to earth. Chen Anlu, needless to say, was already blushing. Li Tianyu was too tacky, really embarrassing her. Hello. Yes, I'm Li Tianyu. Who is this? Oh, yes, I ordered a bag from you. Yes, I'm at the Jillian Western restaurant on the 4th floor. Please deliver it right away. Thank you. Li Tianyu's words surprised the other three. Ding Xiangping thought, could this guy really have bought a bag, and it was one that was delivered? Chen Anlu was confused. Li Tianyu's behavior was too strange, and she couldn't understand it. Did he really buy her a gift in advance? But was that necessary? This was just a normal blind date. And if he bought a gift, why didn't he bring it directly, but rather had someone deliver it? Just then, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Western restaurant. It was a woman in a suit, holding a bag. Excuse me, is Mr. Li Tianyu here? The woman asked. Li Tianyu raised his hand. Here? The woman walked over and respectfully handed the bag to Li Tianyu. Your ordered item has been delivered. Please check it. Li Tianyu opened the bag. Took a quick look. Okay, no problem. All right, if you need anything, feel free to call us. After saying that, the woman in uniform left. Looking back at Ding Xiangping, her face was full of suspicion. She had just clearly heard the name Hermes. No way. Did this guy really buy Chen Anlu and Hermes bag? That's way too extravagant. You have to know, Hermes bags are the top luxury items in women's bags, with prices starting at over 10,000. Lulu. Li Tianyu kindly pushed the bag toward Chen Anlu. I didn't know what color you liked, so I just chose a popular color. See if you like it. Chen Anlu snapped out of her shock. As a young girl, She certainly knew the value of the Hermes brand. Why did Li Tianyu buy such an expensive bag? Was it really meant for her, Chen Anlu? However, Chen Anlu still had some doubts about Li Tianyu's motives. What if the bag inside was a fake? So, she nervously took out the bag inside, revealing the unopened white dust bag. She pulled out a small black bag. Chen Anlu and Ding Xiangping's eyes lit up, revealing their feminine instincts. As the saying goes, if you haven't won over a woman, it's because you haven't given her a bag. If you gave her a bag and still haven't won her over, it's because the bag you gave wasn't good enough. Hermes, indeed. Chen Anlu touched the metal ornament on her black bag. It was exquisite, and upon closer inspection of the zipper pull, it exuded an air of luxury. Although she wasn't an expert in identifying genuine luxury brands, she could be 80% sure that this craftsmanship was genuine. Ding Xiangping, just by looking at it, felt envious and had long lost her earlier disdainful demeanor. Can I take a look? Sure. Chen Anlu handed the Hermes bag to Ding Xiangping. Ding Xiangping took a glance and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, this is the latest flap crossbody bag. The retail price is over 80,000. Upon hearing this, Chen Anlu's eyes widened in disbelief. Over 80,000? Li Tianyu would give an 80,000 bag to a blind date he hasn't even met yet? That's more ridiculous than a fairy tale. In fact, Li Tianyu didn't know how much the bag cost. He had only spent a little over 200 in taxes. Is this really a gift for me? Of course, I just picked one at random. Not sure if you would like it. This packaging is great. Ding Xiangping was completely taken aback. Originally, she wanted to show off her boyfriend. But now she had not only consumed a lot of dog food, but also received several slaps to the face. An 80,000 bag given just like that? What a boyfriend to be envious of. Chapter 22. This person is a bit strange. At this moment, the items Chen Anlu ordered were being served by the waiter. Ding Xiangping took the opportunity to say, "You guys eat first, we won't be the third wheel." Saying this, Ding Xiangping pulled her boyfriend Peng Guangyi out of the restaurant. "Aren't we supposed to have lunch here?" Peng Guangyi asked. "What lunch? It's too embarrassing, there's no need to eat." Saying this, Ding Xiangping quickened her pace, leaving Peng Guangyi far behind. "Hey, wait for me." On the other side, Li Tianyu and Chen Anlu were sitting across from each other. At this moment, Chen Anlu felt a bit uncomfortable, but she wasn't naive enough to think that the bag was really a gift for her. "I'll return this bag to you. Thank you for helping me out." Saying this, Chen Anlu pushed the bag back to Li Tianyu. Chen Anlu was taken aback. "Are you really going to give it to me?" "Of course, why else would I buy a women's bag for no reason?" "But this bag is very expensive." "Very expensive, but also very likable," Chen Anlu shouted in her heart. Although Chen Anlu's income was decent, she only had 1 or 2 designer bags, none of which cost more than 10,000. It was impossible for her to spend 80,000 on a Hermes bag. Li Tianyu chuckled. "If you feel embarrassed, we can trade something for it. What do you want?" "Just accompany me a few nights," Li Tianyu said in a low voice. "You jerk, I don't want this bag." "Just kidding. Why are you in such a hurry?" Seeing that Li Tianyu was indeed joking, Chen Anlu calmed down. "I'm hungry. Let's eat." Li Tianyu didn't bring up the bag again and started eating the high-end Western food on the table with a knife and fork. "Hey, are you really going to give it to me? I need to make it clear that accepting this bag doesn't mean we will develop a relationship in the future." Li Tianyu waved his hand. I know. Chen Anlu finally believed that Li Tianyu really intended to give her the bag. She felt puzzled. This doesn't make sense. My aunt clearly said Li Tianyu was just an ordinary white-collar worker. How could he be so generous? Could it be that this guy is an invisible rich man, and even my aunt couldn't find out? Besides, Li Tianyu did say last time that he had 3 houses in the capital. Could that be true? However, after thinking it over, Chen Anlu still couldn't accept such an expensive gift. As the saying goes, the mouth that eats people is soft, and the hand that takes is short. Chen Anlu wasn't the kind of girl who could be won over by a bag. After a meal, the atmosphere was better than Chen Anlu had imagined initially, and Li Tianyu didn't say anything outrageous anymore. After finishing the meal, Li Tianyu confidently called out, "Waiter, check please. Let me pay. After all, I ordered everything," Chen Anlu said shyly. Realizing that Chen Anlu's attitude had turned a complete 180 degrees, Li Tianyu couldn't help but feel a bit elated and said a lot of flattering words. "What are you talking about? It's only right for a man to treat a woman to a meal. I said I'm treating this meal, so I'm treating it. No need to be polite. By the way, have you had enough? Should we order a few more?" Li Tianyu's words left Chen Anlu a bit dazed. Then he stylishly handed his bank card to the waiter and settled the bill neatly. The way he did it was as if he were a rich tycoon with mines at home. This blind date, aside from being a bit awkward at the beginning, went surprisingly smoothly afterward. They even added each other on WeChat. As they were parting, Chen Anlu stopped Li Tianyu. "I'll return this bag to you. It's too valuable. I can't accept it. No one else can give it to you. No, if you don't like it, just throw it in the trash." After saying this, Li Tianyu waved and left, leaving Chen Anlu feeling flustered in the wind. An 80,000 yuan bag, thrown in the trash. This guy really has the nerve to say that. When Chunanlu got home, her aunt called to ask about the blind date's outcome. I can only say it was okay. Oh, you can only say it was okay? I've never heard such a high evaluation when I introduced you to someone before. Aunt, you still say that? The information you got was completely wrong. What was wrong? He has 3 houses in the capital, and he's quite wealthy. He gave me a bag worth over 80,000 as soon as we met. Ah, are you talking about Li Tianyu? Yes, that's right, Li Tianyu. What are you joking about? How could his family have the money to buy him a house in the capital? Could it be that Li Tianyu earned it himself? That's even less likely. A few days ago, I inquired, and Li Tianyu's salary is just over 10,000. Paying the mortgage in the capital would be a struggle. But that's what he said, and if he didn't have money, he wouldn't be able to give me an 80,000 yuan bag, right? Chapter 23 Mom. I didn't do anything illegal. You still don't know if this kid Li Yu is lying to you or not. We're right next to Ciyuan. Ciyuan is a town that specializes in making all kinds of counterfeit bags, including ordinary fakes and high-end fakes. Especially those high-end fakes, which can be up to 90% similar. Even many appraisal experts can be fooled. Aunt, are you saying that the bag he gave me is fake? After hanging up the phone, Chunanlu was somewhat speechless. She took out the Hermes bag again, and, no matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem fake at all. Perhaps she had wronged Li Tianyu, Chunanlu thought. To say Li Tianyu's mother, Yi Tsuaping, was good friends with Chunanlu's aunt, Zhou Min, which is why they thought to have Li Tianyu and Chunanlu go on a blind date. Originally, neither side had high hopes. After all, Chunanlu's qualifications were superior, not only graduating from a prestigious university, but also having a decent income. More importantly, Chunanlu was also a few years younger than Li Tianyu, quite young, and seemed to have no need to rush into finding a partner. If the two hit it off, Zhou Min found it strange. She knew Li Tianyu and thought he wasn't an outstanding guy. So how did he manage to impress Chunanlu? Upon asking, she found out that Li Tianyu was quite the braggart. However, for safety's sake, Zhou Min still approached Yi Tsuaping to confirm whether Li Tianyu really had 3 houses in the capital. Not to mention 3 houses, even if he had 1. It couldn't be said that Li Tianyu wasn't bragging. On the other hand, Li Tianyu indeed had feelings for Chunanlu. After all, this girl had the figure and looks. And in terms of appearance, she was exactly his type. This left Li Tianyu feeling quite frustrated and dissatisfied. This girl was too unreasonable. She ate his food, took his things, and yet wouldn't even let him touch her hand, and her attitude was so poor. However, Li Tianyu quickly threw these thoughts aside, as his assets had been steadily increasing. Over the past few days, Li Tianyu acquired 3 more houses through tax payments. The first apartment is located in the East 3rd Ring Road, right near the Guimao area, a 98 square meter place. And it took nearly 10,000 in taxes to secure it. Although it's close to the suburbs, it is highly sought after, with many programmers flocking to it. And it was quickly rented out at a high price. The third apartment is in the North 4th Ring Road, a small 3-bedroom of 115 square meters. Only a little over 100 meters away from the subway line 10 station. Li Tianyu rented the first 2 apartments out for about 1,000 less than the market price, on the condition that the rent for a year was paid up front. And he unexpectedly earned a little over 1 million in rent. Now, Li Tianyu's assets have reached 1.8 million yuan. The third apartment was just listed online, and 3 people called in succession wanting to view it, clearly indicating it would be rented out and money collected soon. Looking at the deposit amount in his bank account, Li Tianyu couldn't help but smile, but he still had quite a gap to reach the 10 million upgrade requirement. No matter, as long as he had money to spend, a car to drive, and a place to live, he felt like he was living a heavenly life. The only thing missing was a woman, but with money. That shouldn't be too hard to solve. If Chunanlu didn't work out, there were other girls. For instance, Lu Manchi, who had been quite gentle towards him lately. Just then, Li Tianyu's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was his mother, Yi Tsuaping. Li Tianyu answered the call. Hey mom, why are you thinking of me again? Yi Tsuaping, thinking what? You're just embarrassing me. Li Tianyu, how am I embarrassing you? Yi Tsuaping, last time I told you to go on a blind date, you were bragging to that girl, right? Li Tianyu, bragging? No way. Yi Tsuaping, don't think I don't know. You told her you have 3 apartments in the capital and even gave her an 80,000 yuan bag. Good kid. Your tone is getting bigger. Li Tianyu couldn't explain himself. If he told the truth, his mom definitely wouldn't believe him. So he had to fabricate a lie. Mom, I actually have more than 3 apartments. Quite a few, really. I'm partnering up for a startup. The apartments belong to my partner, and I just help out. Don't worry, I haven't quit my old job. I'm not that foolish. I'll quit once I make a lot of money. Sai, I told you. It's not any illegal business, just collecting houses and managing rentals. Right, you can say I'm a sublandlord. After a long explanation, Li Tianyu finally convinced Yi Tsuaping that he wasn't breaking any laws. Chapter 24. Has this guy struck it rich? Due to Li Tianyu's recent extraordinary performance, Zhao Jidong said nothing and approved his leave request without hesitation. Li Tianyu's hometown is Yinyan City, near the capital. Although Yinyun City is quite famous domestically, it is merely a third-tier city and not particularly developed. Li Tianyu took the highway and arrived at Yinyun City in just over 2 hours, which felt fantastic. At that moment, a middle-aged woman came out from the building. It was Wang Feng, who lived on the first floor. Wang Feng loved to chat and immediately approached to talk. Yes, we should be arriving soon, Yi Tsuaping replied with a smile. By the way, Tianyu has been in the capital for about 4 or 5 years since graduation, right? About that, Li Tianyu replied. Wang Feng showed a curious expression. So how much does he earn in a month? I'm not exactly sure. Maybe a little over 10,000, Yi Tsuaping said. Just a little over 10,000? I heard that if you don't make at least 20 or 30,000 a month in the capital, life is unbearable. Yi Tsuaping was momentarily speechless. Wang Feng was exaggerating too much. With so many people in the capital, how could everyone earn 20 or 30,000? Were they all starving? But Yi Tsuaping couldn't confront Wang Feng directly. That would only make her talk more. Surprisingly, even without Yi Tsuaping saying anything, Wang Feng continued. I think it's unnecessary for Tianyu to stay in the capital. He doesn't earn much and faces a lot of pressure. Look at my son Xiaoyang. Staying at home is quite good. It's an easy job, and he can earn 5 to 6,000 a month, which isn't bad. I'm telling you, earning 5 to 6,000 at home is equivalent to earning 20 to 30,000 in the capital. The more Yi Tsuaping listened, the more uncomfortable she felt. Although Li Tianyu wasn't particularly outstanding, he shouldn't be compared to Wang Feng's son, Wu Xiaoyang, right? Wu Xiaoyang was about the same age as Li Tianyu, had a college diploma, and it wasn't that he didn't want to work in the capital. He just couldn't find a decent job. Moreover, as far as Yi Tsuaping knew, Wu Xiaoyang couldn't earn 5 or 6,000. Usually, he only made about 3,000 a month. However, Yi Tsuaping did agree on one point. If Li Tianyu worked honestly at home, it would indeed be quite good. No, he takes the train. He hasn't bought a car. Oh right, your Tianyu hasn't bought a car. I almost forgot. Yi Tsuaping thought to herself, what are you pretending for? Are you saying that on purpose? But putting aside the issue of needing a license plate in the capital, Li Tianyu really didn't have the ability to buy a car right now. This left Yi Tsuaping feeling somewhat helpless. Just then, the sound of a car engine approached. Getting closer. Soon, a sky blue car slowly drove by. Yi Tsuaping and Wang Feng didn't know what kind of car it was, but they could tell it was a nice car. Wang Feng couldn't help but exclaim, this car looks quite high-end. It's probably worth a lot. Strange. Whose car is this? I don't think we've seen it in our community. Could it be someone visiting from outside? Yi Tsuaping felt angry and didn't want to bother with Wang Feng, thinking, what is it to you? It's not like it's a visit to your home. Of course, it couldn't be a visit to Yi Tsuaping's home either. She truly didn't have any rich relatives. To her surprise, the blue luxury car drew closer and actually stopped near Yi Tsuaping and Wang Feng. Then, in the surprised gaze of the two women, the car door opened. A person got out from the driver's seat. When they saw who it was, Yi Tsuaping couldn't help but exclaim. It turned out the person getting out of the luxury car was none other than her son, Li Tianyu. Wang Feng was even more shocked, her mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg in. A series of questions swirled in Wang Feng's mind. Could it be that Li Tianyu had struck it rich in the capital? It didn't make sense. If he was really doing well in the capital, wouldn't his mother be bragging about it in the community every day? Li Tianyu walked towards them while loudly calling out, Mom, what are you doing here? Did you miss your son so much that you specially came down to welcome me? Buying a car is meant to be driven. Li Tianyu then noticed Wang Feng. Oh, Aunt Wang, are you out for a walk? Oh yes, just taking a stroll. Chapter 25. Is this considered returning in glory? Wang Feng casually replied. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Tianyu, you bought a car? When did you get it? This car looks quite impressive. What brand is it? By the way, I heard it's hard to get a license plate in the capital. How did you manage to get one? Li Tianyu, being quite perceptive, could guess Wang Feng's thoughts from her expression. So, he started to feign mystery. Oh, yeah, I just bought the car not long ago. It mainly took so long because of the license plate. A business partner of mine helped me get one, which wasn't easy at all. Wang Feng, hearing this, was even more surprised. What? You're not working anymore? Have you gone into business with someone? No, I didn't quit my job. I'm doing a side business. Li Tianyu said, Aunt Wang, I can't chat anymore, bye. After saying that, he quickly pulled his mother, Yi Tsuaping, into the building. Wang Feng stood downstairs for a long time, her face feeling as if it had been slapped several times, burning with pain. How could Li Tianyu suddenly become successful? It didn't make sense. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu entered his home, picked up an apple from the fruit plate, and plopped down on the sofa to munch on it. Dad, what delicious food are you making? Anyway, it's all your favorite food. Yi Tsuaping couldn't wait to ask, Tianyu, is the car you're driving yours? Yeah, I bought it. How is it? Looks impressive, right? Yi Tsuaping thought for a moment. Huffed. You stinky brat, trying to fool your mom? Last time you said you were partnering with someone in business. Isn't this car from the company? Li Tianyu sighed. Fine, if you say so. Exactly. Dad, I'll let you see my car later. It's super cool. Even Aunt Wang downstairs was dumbfounded. Stop bragging. If you really have a car, then go pick up your sister. She's busy at work now. All right, I'll go pick her up. After finishing his apple, Li Tianyu set off. Li Tianyu's sister, Li, is already married and currently works at a construction design company in Union City, but she's only a temporary worker and hasn't been confirmed yet. She's busy with work, has low pay, and sometimes has to go in on weekends to help with overtime. That's Li's situation. It didn't take long for Li Tianyu to arrive at his sister's company. At this time, Li was still busy, and when she saw Li Tianyu come in, she was a bit surprised. What are you doing here? I came to drive you home. Did you buy a car? Of course. Stop talking nonsense. It must be a borrowed car, right? It's mine. It's not easy to earn some money to buy a car, so stop nagging me. But judging by their parents' expressions, they still didn't quite believe him, and Li Tianyu felt a bit helpless. Li still had some work to finish, so she asked Li Tianyu to sit and wait. Not long after, two people came in. Both were women, one older, named Lu Rong, looking to be in her 40s. The other, named Gao Tianyu, was about the same age as Li, around 30. Lu Rong was the department director and Li's direct supervisor. Gao Tianyu was in a similar position to Li, also a temporary worker. Gao Tianyu was busy flattering Lu Rong, constantly trying to show her presence. There are always people like this everywhere. As soon as Lu Rong sat down, Gao Tianyu quickly presented a box of tea from her desk. Oh, thank you so much. Lu Rong loved tea, and receiving this box made her very happy. Li Tianyu saw that his sister was still focused on her work, clearly putting in a lot of effort without getting any appreciation. Li then looked up. Got it, I'll work hard. Gao Tianyu smiled and said, Thank you for Lu Jie's support. Li Tianyu shook his head. He could tell from this that there was a clear hierarchy. His sister Li was clearly a bit naive and couldn't compete with Gao Tianyu, who was just playing the role of a pawn. Gao Tianyu then said, By the way, Lu Jie, I heard your daughter is learning the piano? Lu Rong replied, Yes, she goes to class almost every day. She's quite interested in playing. And of course, we support her since playing the piano cultivates temperament and is helpful for future education. Gao Tianyu glanced at Li intentionally and continued, Lu Jie, you mentioning this reminds me. I know a really good piano teacher who studied abroad. I can introduce her to you, and the tuition isn't high. Chapter 26. What a drama queen. Lu Rong certainly knew that Gao Tianyu was trying to curry favor with her, but she still felt pleased inside. All right. That would be a bother for you. Gao Tianyu flashed a proud smile. The construction design company named Junwan wasn't a state-owned enterprise, but it had its background. So the spots for permanent positions were quite limited. Although Lu Rong said there were a few spots available, there might not even be one per department. It would be good if either Li or Gao Tianyu could successfully secure a permanent position. Li was very capable at work. In this regard, Gao Tianyu couldn't even come close, and she couldn't be bothered to compete. Gao Tianyu knew her advantage was her interpersonal skills. In today's society, this is a huge advantage. A box of Junshan Injin tea and a piano teacher were enough for Lu Rong to consider giving that permanent spot to Gao Tianyu. Li felt uncomfortable watching Gao Tianyu trying to please Lu Rong, while she felt powerless. Li was a practical person, quite straightforward, and had no knack for playing tricks or engaging in office politics. Lu Rong then instructed Li and Gao Tianyu a few more things before heading to a meeting. The higher the position, the more meetings one has to attend. It's the same everywhere. Gao Tianyu said, Li, hurry up over there. Once you finish your drawing, I can proceed on my end. Got it. I'll finish it up in about 20 minutes. That works. I need to catch a movie with my boyfriend this afternoon. Li didn't say anything and quickened her pace. The two worked like a well-oiled machine. Li drew while Gao Tianyu prepared the proposal. So Gao Tianyu always finished a bit later, which often made her complain. But she had no choice. Only Li could do the drawing work now. I'm going to the restroom. After Li said this, she got up and left. Gao Tianyu rolled her eyes, lazy donkey on the grind, making a lot of noise. Her voice wasn't loud, but Li Tianyu heard it and managed to hold back his anger. To be honest, if it weren't for his concern about his sister's side of things and the bad influence of fighting in the office, Li Tianyu would have already gone over to scold Gao Tianyu. He felt restless and took a cigarette from his pocket, walking to the aisle to take a few puffs. Li Tianyu could smoke, but he didn't have much of a craving for it. He only smoked a few puffs when feeling troubled. At that moment, standing at the door, he noticed something strange. Gao Tianyu was sneaking around in front of Li's computer, doing something suspicious. Gao Tianyu didn't see Li Tianyu come in, so he didn't say anything. What was this woman up to? Li Tianyu felt puzzled. When she sat at her workstation, she looked confused and mumbled, Huh? Why is my computer off? No way. Li bent down to turn on the computer. Did you save it? Gao Tianyu asked again. I should have saved it. Li opened the drawing software after entering the system, and her expression changed immediately. What's going on? Where did everything go? Gao Qianyu quickly stood up and frowned. Don't joke around. Your drawings and my proposal are in there. We need to submit it today. Don't tell me you have to redo it. Li was already sweating profusely. She had spent a week working on that drawing, and if it was truly lost, even working overtime today wouldn't be enough to finish it. Thinking of this, Li was almost in tears. Li Tianyu glared at Gao Qianyu, cursing her silently. Damn it, what a drama queen. It turned out this woman was just sabotaging his sister's computer, digging a big pit. Li Tianyu was about to scold Gao Qianyu and expose her shameless behavior when suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Li's face lit up as if she had found a savior. Then please help me check. Li Tianyu sat down at the workstation. He didn't immediately start working on the computer, but instead opened the system and entered the order center. Elite. Tax amount. 500 renminbi. Description. Possesses comprehensive digital knowledge. Proficient in internet technology, skilled in programming, with certain network security and intrusion capabilities. Side effect risk, low. Master. Tax amount. 50,000 RMB. Description. The world's top network technology expert, a master of architecture, can create network languages independently and even create artificial intelligence life with 80 independent capability at certain moments. Side effect risk, medium. Chapter 27. Evidence and witnesses, all present. Li Tianyu was secretly delighted, thinking that the system could actually be played this way. However, it was quite risky. 2 relevant skills appeared on the list, and the lower-level elite required a tax of 500 renminbi. If it exceeded the limit of 10,000 RMB, it would be a real problem. Li Tianyu didn't say a word and directly paid 500 in taxes to gain elite talent. Suddenly, it felt as if his head had been struck by lightning, and he was in excruciating pain. Fortunately, Li Tianyu was quite resilient, so he didn't cry out. Otherwise, it would have startled Li. Despite this, Li Tianyu's expression still showed his pain, gritting his teeth. Seeing this, Li misunderstood. Tianyu, if it doesn't work out, I'll think of another way. Gao Qianyu said disdainfully, what other way could there be? I don't think it's going to work out today. You might as well hurry and tell Sister Lu. Maybe we can delay it. Li showed a troubled expression. Just moments ago, Lu Rong had said to avoid making mistakes at work, and now that person had just left, and she had made such a big mistake. Even if Lu Rong had a good temper, she would probably explode with anger. After this incident, it seemed that the chance of getting a permanent position was completely out of reach for Li. At this moment, Li Tianyu finally calmed down. It's okay. I have a way. His mind, which had just been chaotic, suddenly became unusually agile. Various pieces of information surged forth like lightning. However, with his elite talent, Li Tianyu quickly came up with ideas. From simple to complex, he thought of 5 or 6 methods to recover the lost files. The simplest method was to use the built-in backup feature of the operating system, which could be resolved in a few minutes. Gao Qianyu had no idea about Li Tianyu's background. People are selfish. She showed no sign of guilt on her face. Just as she was talking, she walked in and saw Li Tianyu sitting at Li's workstation. Li, who is this? Li was startled and quickly replied, this is my brother. What is your brother doing on your computer? Have you finished your work? This. Gao Qianyu took the opportunity to stand up. Sister Lu. There was a problem with Xiaoli's computer just now. Lu Rong was taken aback. What problem? Gao Qianyu glanced at Li. Xiaoli's graphic can't be found. Can't find it. Lu Rong turned to Li and asked loudly, Xiaoli, how could this happen? We need both the graphic and the planning document today. Sister Lu, my brother is helping me recover it. Gao Qianyu said, it's impossible to recover it. Just redo it quickly. Seeing Lu Rong's angry expression, Li bit her lip. Tianyu, don't do it anymore. Let me handle it. It's recovered. Li was stunned when she heard Li Tianyu's voice. Huh? What? I said it's recovered. Is this the file? Li quickly leaned over to look at the computer screen, her face lighting up with joy. Yes, that's it. Open it and take a look. Li Tianyu opened the file, and after Li checked it, she confirmed there was no problem, repeatedly saying it was a false alarm. Gao Qianyu was dumbfounded, her eyes wide open, thinking how could this be possible? How did this kid recover the deleted file? Lu Rong also breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Xiaoli, be more careful in the future and don't make such mistakes again. I understand, Sister Lu. Li was overjoyed and didn't think much about anything else. However, Li Tianyu stood up and said to Lu Rong, Sister Lu, actually this isn't my sister's fault. Lu Rong didn't expect Li Tianyu to say that. Furrowing her brows, if it's not your sister's fault, then whose fault is it? Li quickly pulled her brother. Don't say anything. In Li's mind, even if it wasn't intentional, a mistake is a mistake, and making excuses would only annoy the leadership. Sister Lu, it was her who deleted it. I saw it with my own eyes just now. Saying this, Li Tianyu pointed at Gao Qianyu. The latter's expression froze on her face. She deleted it? Both Li and Lu Rong showed surprise, as they didn't expect Gao Qianyu to do something so terrible. Although Gao Qinyu didn't realize that Li Tianyu had witnessed everything, she quickly regained her composure, showing her experience. You saw it. Don't slander people, which I of yours saw it. I'm a colleague of your sister. How could I do something to harm her? Do you have a delusional disorder? Gao Qianyu's series of questions flowed fluently, and she wore a righteous expression, believing that as long as she didn't admit it, Li Tianyu wouldn't have any way to deal with her. Lu Rong said sternly, "Young man, you can't just say anything. This kind of matter requires evidence." Li Tianyu chuckled and pointed to a surveillance camera not far away. "Just pull up the footage from that camera." Upon hearing this, Gao Qianyu finally started to panic. She truly didn't expect this. There were cameras in the office. "Then I'll go to the monitoring room." Li Tianyu stopped his sister. "No need to go to the monitoring room. I've already found the surveillance footage from the office's intranet." Chapter 28. Sorry, you are fired. Huh. Li was astonished, thinking, when did her brother acquire such abilities? Although she knew her brother worked in the internet field, he was just a copywriter. Li Tianyu secretly laughed. He had only used basic networking skills to crack the intranet access password of the office building, revealing how low the network security was here. Looking at Gao Qianyu, she was panicking, cold sweat dripping down her face. How is that possible? Do you think you're a hacker? Is the surveillance footage something you can just watch? Seeing Gao Qianyu still being stubborn, Li Tianyu stopped wasting words and directly opened a folder. Clicking on the latest video file, Lu Rong's attention was immediately drawn to it. Li was somewhat excited. She really wanted to know if it was Gao Qianyu's doing. Meanwhile, Gao Qianyu looked as if her legs were trembling. Really, this kid actually found the surveillance video. At this moment, the footage showed Li, Gao Qianyu, and Lu Rong, meaning Lu Rong hadn't gone to the meeting yet. Only Gao Qianyu was left. Gao Qianyu stood up and walked to Li's workstation. Lu Rong couldn't help but exclaim, "This is..." Li's face turned cold, and she was so angry that she couldn't say anything, just glaring fiercely at the bewildered Gao Qianyu. She never expected Gao Qianyu would do something like this. "Gao Qianyu," Lu Rong shouted loudly, "what are you doing? Tell me, what did you do at Li's workstation?" "I just checked the time." "Check the time? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? After checking the time, why did you turn off her computer?" "I did it by accident." Lu Rong was so furious her head hurt and immediately erupted with curses. "Bullshit. You're truly heartless. Is this something a person would do? Gao Qianyu, where is your bottom line as a human being? What on earth is in your head? Harming her is harming me, is harming the company. Do you understand? How important is this graphic? Didn't I tell you before? If it doesn't come out today, this project is doomed. Do you even realize that?" Gao Qianyu's face turned ashen, her lips trembling, and she could only nod repeatedly, not daring to breathe a word. Lu Rong's anger couldn't be contained. She slammed her hand on the workstation, making a loud noise that startled Gao Qianyu. "Gao Qianyu, starting next week, you don't need to come anymore. Sister Lu, let's talk properly. I promise I won't make mistakes again. What else is there to say? With your character, how can I dare to keep you?" After Lu Rong finished speaking, she turned to Li and said, "Xiaoli, finish the graphic and send it to me. I'll write the planning document." Li quickly waved her hand. "No need. I'll write it." Saying this, Lu Rong sat down at her workstation, ignoring Gao Qianyu completely. Gao Qianyu was stunned, unable to move, feeling as if she had been paralyzed. Since Lu Rong had said so, Li finished the graphic and sent it to her, then walked out of the company with Li Tianyu. Li certainly wanted to thank her brother, but the words just wouldn't come out. After all, they are relatives. Saying so much would only create distance. When Li saw Li Tianyu's sky blue Porsche Cayenne, her eyes widened again. Li's family also had a car, but it was just a Corolla, which was nothing compared to Li Tianyu's car. "My goodness, Xiaoyu, what business are you doing? This car must be quite expensive, right?" Li Tianyu managed to brush her off in a few sentences, feeling quite pleased with himself. He really wanted to help his sister, even if it was just a little. Li Tianyu was able to finish university peacefully thanks to the considerable support Li provided, gathering a significant amount of tuition and living expenses for him. Sitting in the passenger seat, Li couldn't help but exclaim in awe. "This car is so high-end. What car is it?" "Porsche." "This is a Porsche? Xiaoyu, how much did this cost?" "Well, your little brother can afford it." Li Tianyu then asked about his brother-in-law Shifeng's situation and whether they should pick him up. Li said it wasn't necessary, as Shifeng had social engagements. Shifeng worked in a private company in Yinyan City and was indeed quite busy. Everyone was very happy, especially Li, who finally had a chance to show off in front of Lu Rong because of her brother. Chapter 29. A reunion with old classmates. After finishing his meal, Li Tianyu went out for a stroll and to digest his food. He went to a nearby small supermarket to buy a bottle of Coke, and just as he came out, he ran into an acquaintance. "Tianyu, Li Tianyu." Chi Wei was Li Tianyu's high school classmate. They used to get along well and often hung out together, but since starting university, they had been in touch less and less. It had been a few years since they last met. They exchanged pleasantries and caught up on each other's situations. Despite Yinyan City not being very large and its economy not being particularly strong, certain industries, like import and export trade, were doing quite well in the province. A class reunion? High school? Of course, they're all high school classmates. You basically know everyone. Chi Wei suddenly remembered something and said with a smile, by the way, Jiang Qing is coming too. Hearing Jiang Qing's name made Li Tianyu's heart skip a beat. Jiang Qing could be considered the school beauty from high school. She was quite beautiful, and Li Tianyu had feelings for her. But at that time, he was too young to make a move when he should have. So, are you excited? Chi Wei chuckled. Li Tianyu made a dismissive expression. Puffed. It's been so many years. She might have become ugly by now. Haha. How do you know if she is ugly or not? You should check it out. All right, it's just a class reunion. I'll go. Chi Wei patted Li Tianyu on the shoulder. Be there by 12 o'clock tomorrow, on time. With that, Chi Wei left. To be honest, Li Tianyu really didn't want to attend any class reunion. He barely remembered a few of those classmates. Moreover, events like class reunions were usually just boast fests, which were quite boring. However, when it came to boasting, Li Tianyu wasn't afraid of anyone. The next day at noon, in front of the Yushan Grand Hotel, several people were chatting. Among them was Chi Wei, clearly one of Li Tianyu's high school classmates, along with a few family members of the classmates. Chi Wei, how many people are coming today? A classmate asked. About 20 or so, Chi Wei replied after thinking for a moment. Oh, by the way, I saw Tianyu yesterday. Tianyu? Li Tianyu? Yeah. At this moment, another male classmate chimed in with a smile. Oh, Li Tianyu is coming too? Then we must drink a few with him. This male classmate was named Wang Changshan, wearing a platinum necklace and a branded watch, along with designer clothes, indicating that he came from a wealthy family. Chi Wei was one of the organizers of this reunion, and it was thanks to his connections that so many people were gathered. After chatting for a few minutes, more attendees arrived for the reunion. Look, Jiang Qing is here. A beautiful woman was just getting out of a taxi. She wore a white fitted dress paired with a small jacket, looking exquisite, elegant, and gracefully relaxed. She was Jiang Qing, the standout beauty from high school. Almost all the boys in the class, and even those from the neighboring class, had some thoughts about her back then. However, Jiang Qing was solely focused on her studies at that time and did not consider dating. Very few classmates knew about her current situation. Once Jiang Qing arrived, the old classmates became lively, especially the still single boys, who all wanted to chat with her. Chi Wei felt that enough people had gathered, so he called everyone into the reserved private room at the restaurant. It was a large room with nearly 20 people divided into two big tables. At this point, Wang Changshan asked, Chi Wei, didn't you say Li Tianyu was coming? He looked at the caller ID and laughed. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. With that, Chi Wei got up to greet Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu, of course, drove there, parked his car in the parking lot behind the Yushan Grand Hotel, and called Chi Wei. Soon, Li Tianyu saw Chi Wei walking out of the restaurant door, waving at him. The two walked into the restaurant while chatting and laughing. Li Tianyu happened to sit next to Jiang Qing, which was an unexpected surprise. At the same time, Wang Changshan was also at the same table. Li Tianyu first greeted Jiang Qing friendly, thinking that this girl hadn't become ugly. Instead, she was even more beautiful. In fact, during high school, Li Tianyu often made an effort to talk to Jiang Qing under the pretext of studying, and they were somewhat familiar then. Jiang Qing, where are you working now? I work in the capital. Li Tianyu smiled. What a coincidence. I'm also in the capital. Yeah, I heard. At this moment, Wang Changshan loudly interjected. Li Tianyu, don't just chat with the beauty. You should introduce your situation to everyone. My situation? What is there to introduce? Aren't you in the capital? You must have made it big by now, right? Earning a fortune every day. Another girl named Sun Xia echoed. Yeah, the cost of living in the capital is high. I've heard that housing prices are generally around 70 to 80,000 now. If you don't earn a few tens of thousands a month, how can you survive? Li Tianyu chuckled. You guys are exaggerating too much. There are so many people in the capital. Can everyone earn tens of thousands? If you can't earn tens of thousands, you can't live? Wouldn't that mean everyone would starve to death? Li Tianyu's words made others laugh. However, Wang Changshan and Sun Xia didn't find it funny. Li Tianyu was undoubtedly slapping their faces. In fact, Wang Changshan had always had a bad relationship with Li Tianyu since high school and wanted to take the opportunity during the reunion to embarrass him. Wang Changshan had some confidence. He was now likely the most successful among the classmates. Of course, another reason was that Wang Changshan had his eyes on Jiang Qing and was annoyed to see Li Tianyu getting close to her. Sun Xia was simply there to support Wang Changshan. After entering society, the personalities of these classmates had also changed in various ways. Some were more like pigeons, like Chi Wei, who valued loyalty and made friends easily. Others were more like hawks, like Wang Changshan, who had succeeded and looked down on others. More were like Sun Xia, who was clever and knew how to read the situation. Chapter 30. This can't be fake, right? Wang Changshan was a rich second generation. His family ran a fairly large factory, and he currently served as the deputy factory manager, essentially his father's right-hand man. Even the city's television station had interviewed Wang Changshan, where he spoke confidently on camera, looking every bit the part of a young entrepreneur. It was normal for someone like Wang Changshan, who had been in the spotlight, to feel a sense of superiority. Sun Xia, being quick-witted, thought she could curry favor with him, thinking it might be useful in the future. No, it was definitely going to be useful. In today's society, connections were key, while talent had to take a back seat. Sun Xia had already inquired about it. Li Tianyu was purely a nobody who had mixed in the capital and was not worth mentioning. Stepping on him was just stepping on him. Anyway, people like Li Tianyu would not meet each other often in their lifetime, so there was no need for any interaction. Li Tianyu, not to mention others, can you reveal your income to everyone? We are all old classmates, so there's no need to hide it. Sun Xia, eager to stir up trouble, insisted on digging deeper. The others looked at Li Tianyu with curiosity. Others' incomes had always been one of the hot topics at class reunions. Me? Not much, about 10,000 a month. Li Tianyu said slowly. Wang Changshan chuckled. Sun Xia, it seems you were wrong. Earning 10,000 can still let one live well. Right, I was wrong. No matter how one lives, it's still living. Wang Changshan and Sun Xia took turns mocking Li Tianyu. Even Jiang Qing couldn't help but shake her head. A monthly salary of 10,000 was indeed not much in the capital. For example, she graduated from graduate school less than 2 years ago and now has a monthly income of 20,000. Looking at Li Tianyu, he appeared indifferent, making it unclear whether he was pretending or genuinely unconcerned about the criticism. Qi Wei felt a bit awkward. He didn't expect Wang Changshan to be so disrespectful and create such a strange atmosphere. Although he knew Wang Changshan looked down on Li Tianyu, he didn't expect that after so many years, it would still be remembered. If he had known, it would have been better to arrange for Li Tianyu to sit at another table. Everyone, don't just talk. Eat your food, or it will get cold. Wang Changshan laughed. Qi Wei, do you think a class reunion is just for a meal? What is the point? Everyone just wants to chat, enhance friendships, and reminisce about the past. Before he finished speaking, a sycophant immediately clapped and cheered. At that moment, Wang Changshan became the center of attention, with almost everyone's words revolving around him. After all, Wang Changshan was the one who had done the best here. Of course, Wang Changshan had a high starting point. Having a wealthy father made a difference, saving him over 30 years of hard work. This guy was full of himself, and his words began to become nonsensical. As a man, you must prioritize your career. Once you have a career, you will have everything. Moreover, one must understand the depth of their own abilities. There's a saying that goes, if you don't have a diamond, don't take on porcelain work. At this point, Wang Changshan glanced at Jiang Qing. Now, Wang Changshan was not lacking in women, but Jiang Qing's attractiveness was still undeniable. Hearing that Jiang Qing was still single made it even less likely for him to let go. However, this girl was relatively cold. It would take some effort to win her over. At that moment, a classmate named Shi Xing pointed at Wang Changshan's wrist and said, "Wow, that's a nice watch you have. It must be worth a lot." This flattery was truly a godsend. Wang Changshan extended his wrist to show off his high-end watch. "Wow, that's a Rolex. Brother Changshan, you're impressive," Shi Xing exclaimed. "Let me see. It really is a Rolex. Quite tasteful." Yu Xiang added. "No wonder you are the young Master Wang. The watch you wear is outstanding, standing out from the crowd." The commotion at this table attracted even the classmates at the other table to come over and see what was happening. Wang Changshan smiled proudly and said, "This is nothing. This Rolex was a birthday gift from my uncle, and it only costs over 30,000 in domestic stores. The poor play with phones, the rich wear watches. A man either doesn't wear a watch or wears a good one. A watch is not just a tool to tell time. It reflects personal taste. Just like the jewelry women wear." Wang Changshuan's words were like a map bomb. Among the 10 people at the table, 2 or 3 men were wearing watches and hurriedly hid them under the table. What a joke. How many men could afford a Rolex? A Rolex costs at least tens of thousands, which could wipe out several months' salary. Even if one could wear it, it was likely a fake. Soon, Wang Changshan turned his attention to Li Tianyu, as if he wouldn't rest until he brought him down. "Li Tianyu, I see you're wearing a watch. Why not let everyone see what brand it is?" Sun Xia echoed. Yeah. Let everyone see what kind of watch a man working in the capital wears." Wang Changshan chuckled to himself, thinking that someone like Li Tianyu would at most wear a Casio or something. Compared to that, it would look very shabby. In fact, whether Li Tianyu usually wore a watch was too much trouble. However, today he had specially armed himself for the reunion. For example, his phone was now an iPhone 11. He wore a complete set of Armani casual wear, and his shoes were from a Western brand, which could cost over 20,000. More crucially, he was wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands. Therefore, Wang Changshuan's provocation hit the mark with Li Tianyu. He immediately stretched out his wrist with the watch onto the table. Everyone looked and gasped. The watch was so beautiful, with a navy blue dial, a silver outer ring, and 4 different function hands inside the dial, plus a luxurious design adorned with striking patterns. The strap was also very special, being a blue leather strap. The entire watch not only exuded a strong sense of quality, but also gave off an elegant and noble feeling. Sitting next to Li Tianyu, Jiang Qing was closest and could recognize quality. She saw the English on the dial. It's Patek Philippe. Upon hearing that, everyone was taken aback. Patek Philippe. Some might not know what brand it was, but most people present had heard of it. It was one of the world's top luxury watch brands. With a base price of over 100,000 for a watch, the design of Li Tianyu's watch was so unique that it was clear it wasn't a cheap item. Wang Changshun could not believe that Li Tianyu could afford a Patek Philippe. You're not wearing a fake, are you? Chapter 31. I'll treat you. And you bark like a dog, dare you? Wang Changshun's words made everyone nod involuntarily. In Yinyan City, it was very close to Ciyuan town. Ciyuan was a magical place. A famous imitation base. To put it more bluntly, it was a counterfeit paradise. Whether it was bags, clothes, daily necessities, or functional mobile phones, game consoles, and other electronic products, they could all be produced. Watches. That was even easier. Almost all well-known watch brands in the country could not escape the high imitation hands of Ciyuan, especially 10 years ago. Fake watches from Ciyuan town were quite popular in Yinyan City. It was said that Patek Philippe watches cost tens of thousands to over 100,000. Li Tianyu, you should come clean. Where did you get this high imitation? Don't try to fool us. Yeah, don't think we don't understand. You can't deceive us. Li Tianyu helplessly shrugged. What am I trying to fool you with? It's not like I had to take out my watch to show you. True enough, Li Tianyu did not intentionally show off. It was Wang Changshun who insisted he show his watch. However, no one still believed Li Tianyu could afford such a high-end watch. Strangely enough, if this Patek Philippe were on Wang Changshun's wrist, no one would doubt it. But having someone who only earned just over 10,000 a month where it was indeed quite odd. Sun Xia said, "Isn't it just about identifying its authenticity? I'm good at this. Li Tianyu, do you dare to let me check your watch?" Shi Wei thought this was not a good idea. I think it's better to let it go. Everyone should just enjoy their meal and chat, and not take things too seriously. Wang Changshun, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just right for Sun Xia to educate us on how to identify authenticity, so we don't get fooled in the future. Everyone turned to look at Li Tianyu again, waiting to see how he would respond. What is there to be afraid of? Li Tianyu generously took off his watch and extended his arm to place it in front of Sun Xia. What is a transparent back? Yu Xiang asked. The back cover is made of special tempered glass, so it is transparent and allows a direct view of the movement, making it look particularly exquisite. However, if it were a counterfeit watch, it would definitely have an ordinary steel back cover, which would either lack cheap transparent materials or have low transparency. Moreover, the exposed movement would look too ugly. It would be better not to show it at all. As she spoke, Sun Xia picked up the Patek Philippe, turned it over, and was stunned. What's wrong? Yu Xiang, sitting next to Sun Xia, leaned in to take a look. Wow, it really is transparent. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed over to stretch their necks to see. Oh, Sun Xia, this is the tempered glass you mentioned, and it really is very clear. Look at the movement. With its golden and silver gears, it's quite beautiful. This really doesn't look like a counterfeit watch. If it were fake, the cost of making such a replica wouldn't be low either. Li Tianyu felt very proud upon hearing this, but he still maintained a calm demeanor. After all, he had to appear sophisticated and high-end in front of Wang Changshun to avoid being seen as unworthy of such a fine watch. In fact, Li Tianyu only paid a little over 80 yuan in taxes to acquire this watch, which was not even enough to buy a high-quality replica. Li Tianyu squinted and asked, Sun Xia, can you give me an appraisal? Is my Patek Philippe a real watch? Sun Xia was momentarily speechless. She carefully examined the watch and felt that there was not a single sharp edge. It was as smooth as a gemstone. Such fine craftsmanship. If it could still be called a counterfeit, then Sun Xia would be lying through her teeth. It really does look genuine. Li Tianyu cursed inwardly, thinking how cunning it was, but he still maintained his composure and took the valuable watch back. Feeling the envious gaze from Jiang Qing, Li Tianyu's vanity was greatly satisfied. However, he knew that everything should be kept within limits, so he lowered his profile considerably afterward. But Wang Changshun continued to provoke him. By the way, Li Tianyu, since you've got a watch worth hundreds of thousands, why don't you treat us this time at the class reunion? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, and most felt that Wang Changshun had gone too far. Since it was a class reunion, it should be split among everyone. There was no reason for one person to treat. Not to mention, the consumption at Yushan Hotel is not low. The meal for one table would cost at least over 3,000, and 2 tables would be around 7,000. Jiang Qing spoke up, Wang Changshun, saying that makes no sense. Why should Li Tianyu treat us? Shi Wei chimed in. Yeah, we all agreed that this class reunion is a split. Haha, I'm just joking. We're all old classmates. Can I joke around? Wang Changshun argued back, trying to suppress Li Tianyu's arrogance. At this moment, Li Tianyu spoke up. All right, Then I'll take care of the bill. Everyone looked at Li Tianyu in astonishment. His tone was too arrogant. Wasn't he really treating like a wealthy person? Although the Patek Philippe on Li Tianyu's wrist looked real, how he got it was still up for debate. Sun Xia sarcastically said, "Oh, since Li Tianyu has said so, let's not be ungrateful." Wang Changshun wore a smug smile, thinking that Li Tianyu had finally fallen into his trap, spending several thousand. Let us see how he continues to act so arrogantly. Wang Changshun was convinced that Li Tianyu was not a rich man, but a pretentious loser. Jiangqing felt a bit sorry and turned to Li Tianyu, whispering, "Li Tianyu, the consumption here is not low. Don't force yourself." Li Tianyu shook his head, "But I have a condition, and I hope Wang Changshun can agree." Wang Changshun was taken aback. "You say? I can pay the bill. But you have to bark like a dog to entertain everyone." Wang Changshun's pupils constricted, and his expression froze. The others looked bewildered. Li Tianyu was clearly confronting Wang Changshun. "Of course, if you really don't want to, we can still split the bill," Li Tianyu emphasized with a smile that was not quite a smile. Wang Changshun calmed down, calculating in his mind. He certainly couldn't bark like a dog in public. Chapter 32. Let's bark like dogs together. Wang Changshun looked at Li Tianyu, feeling that this guy was just bluffing. 7,000 yuan was not a huge sum for Wang Changshun, but for a worker earning only 10,000 a month, it was a significant amount. Wang Changshun realized this and slammed the table, glaring. "Fine, but if you can't pay the 7,000, how about you strip down and run around here?" Li Tianyu laughed. "Sure." Wang Changshun was stunned, thinking this guy couldn't possibly be serious, right? He initially wanted to scare Li Tianyu, to make him think twice about boasting, but unexpectedly, this guy seemed unfazed. Li Tianyu was indeed not joking. He really didn't care about the 6 or 7,000 yuan, not to mention that he already had about 2 million in savings, with the system in place. Making money was too easy. At this point, everyone had eaten and drunk enough, and it was time to leave. The other table of classmates, upon hearing about the bet between Li Tianyu and Wang Changshun, first expressed surprise, then surged over to cheer. "Oh, you two are putting on a show? This is going to be exciting. Either barking like dogs or running naked, both are thrilling." Qi Wei, hearing this, was speechless. Who would have known that Li Tianyu would actually confront Wang Changshun? At this moment, almost everyone was watching Li Tianyu, mainly to see if he was really going to pay the bill. Li Tianyu was not in a hurry, finishing the last piece of meat with eggplant and glancing at Wang Changshun, noticing the fluctuating expression on his face. For Wang Changshun, barking like a dog in public would be an immense humiliation, absolutely comparable to running naked. If Li Tianyu didn't pay, Wang Changshun would be pleased and had already prepared a vicious retort that would make Li Tianyu want to dig a hole to hide in. But if Li Tianyu really spent 7,000 for this bet, then things would get complicated. At this point, Li Tianyu made a move. He snapped his fingers at a female server outside the private room. "Miss, the bill please." Wang Changshun couldn't help but say, "Li Tianyu, I remind you, you have to pay for both this table and the other one." "I know, what's the difference?" "None." Wang Changshun was speechless. This guy was really good at pretending. At this moment, the server approached. "Sir, will you be paying in cash or by card?" "By card. Together for both tables?" "Yes." "Okay, please wait a moment." Soon, the female server brought over the bill and a portable card reader. "Sir, the total is 6,850 yuan. Everyone gasped. That was quite a sum. In Yanyan City, the average salary was only around 4 to 5,000, and the cost for these two tables exceeded a month's salary. "Can you forget it?" Everyone agreed to split the bill. "You don't need to pay alone." Qi Wei couldn't help but say, "That won't do. If I don't pay, I'll have to run naked in public. That's too embarrassing." Saying this, Li Tianyu handed his bank card to the female server. Wang Changshun was speechless. He should have never brought up running naked. Wasn't he this forcing someone to take a stand? Wang Changshun stared at Li Tianyu, unable to see even a hint of fear on his face. Did this guy go crazy? Earning just over 10,000 a month, and after deducting rent and living expenses, how could he afford to act like a rich man? Perhaps there was no money in that bank card at all. Just as Wang Changshun was thinking this, he heard the sound of a payment receipt being printed. Payment successful. Wang Changshun really had nothing to say. When everyone saw that Li Tianyu had indeed followed through on his words, they all gave him a thumbs up. What a noble spirit. No wonder he can mix in the capital city. He is so impressive. Li Tianming, however, looked at Wang Changshun and said, "Dog, come here." Wang Changshun's expression changed. "You." At this moment, someone started to stir the crowd. "Changshun, it's your turn, hurry up." "Yeah, it's just barking like a dog. Let me go first. Woof woof." "I'll join in too. A pack of barking dogs. Woof woof woof." Wang Changshun became increasingly embarrassed, and their teasing made him feel even more awkward. However, he had lost the bet, and there was no way out of fulfilling it. Woof. Li Tianming frowned. What was that sound just now? It doesn't sound like a dog barking. Wang Changshun got angry and barked loudly. Woof 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 woof. The barking was so startling that everyone excitedly applauded. Wang Changshun had never experienced such a humiliation. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in, and his hatred for Li Tianyu deepened. Those classmates who had things to do left first, while those who wanted to continue having fun also began to depart. Qi Wei said, "Li Tianyu, want to go sing?" "It's on me. Not going. I have something to take care of. You guys enjoy yourselves. I drove here." "Haha, nice, you bought a car. That makes it more convenient." Others, hearing this, were curious about what kind of car Li Tianyu had bought. Among these classmates, not many actually owned their own cars. Even those who drove over were using their parents' cars. However, Wang Changshun was different. He drove an Audi A3, which was quite trendy. As for Li Tianyu, most people thought he would at most have an economical car worth around 100,000. "I'm leaving." Li Tianyu waved goodbye to Qi Wei and nodded at Jiang Qing before walking out the door. Wang Changshun also urged everyone to head outside. Li Tianyu had stolen the spotlight twice in a row, which made him quite unhappy. When they reached the restaurant entrance, they saw Li Tianyu walking straight toward a car. Qi Wei, with keen eyes, couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "No way, did Li Tianyu buy a Porsche? Porsche? Is it real? Wow, it really is a Porsche, yes? It's a Cayenne. That car is so damn beautiful." Sun Xia snorted, "You all take a good look. There's a BYD parked next to the Porsche. Think about it. How could he afford a Porsche?" Just as Sun Xia finished speaking, Li Tianyu surprisingly opened the door of the Porsche Cayenne and got into the driver's seat. "Sun Xia, open your eyes wide. He really is driving a Porsche." Chapter 33, New Discoveries about the System. Sun Xia was speechless, her face stinging as if she had been slapped twice. She was completely confused. This was not something a person with a monthly salary of 10,000 could afford. It was too impressive. This car must cost around 5 or 600,000, right? 5 or 600,000. Let me tell you, even the lowest configuration of a Cayenne costs 80,000. Look at those wheels. It's clearly a high-end model, at least starting from 130,000. Wang Changshun listened to his classmates praising Li Tianyu, and his face turned green and white. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he turned and left. "Hey, Changshun, we still have to go sing." Qi Wei shouted loudly. "Not going." Looking at Wang Changshun's angry back, Qi Wei felt secretly pleased, hoping this would teach him a lesson not to be so arrogant. At this moment, Jiang Qing asked, "Qi Wei, what? What is Li Tianyu doing in the capital?" "I'm not too sure either." Qi Wei knew what Jiang Qing was thinking. Li Tianyu was acting too unusually. He said he only earned a little over 10,000 a month. That was a blatant lie. A miserable office worker earning 10,000 a month could wear a Patek Philippe? Could drive a Porsche Cayenne? Pure nonsense. Just then, Jiang Qing suddenly saw the Porsche Cayenne slowly driving over. The window rolled down, and Li Tianyu poked his head out. "Almost forgot, Jiang Beauty. Let us add each other on WeChat. You're also in the capital. I'll treat you to dinner sometime." If it were before, Jiang Qing might not have been willing to add Li Tianyu on WeChat, let alone have dinner with him. But now it was different. Li Tianyu's displayed economic strength was too impressive, and he wasn't too bad looking. Almost no girl could resist further contact with him. The Yunguang technology that Li Tianyu was part of performed exceptionally well at the tech exhibition, almost the most eye-catching among all the exhibiting units. Of course, this was entirely due to the Pagani Huayra that Li Tianyu contributed. Because of this, planning director Zhao Jitong was particularly gentle with Li Tianyu, even turning a blind eye to him leaving early. This made Li Tianyu postpone his resignation plans. According to his thoughts, since he had the support of the system, it was equivalent to achieving financial freedom. There was no need to stay in this company to suffer. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu had a new understanding of the bragging tax system. He discovered that this system could impose taxes not only on valuable things, but also on things without a price. What are priceless things? Previously obtained elite and master talents could be classified as such. Later, Li Tianyu tried several times. For example, when he looked in the mirror and said, "I'm so handsome," corresponding content appeared in the order center. Ordinary plastic surgery. Tax amount 50,000 soft sister coins. This plastic surgery technique has obvious effects, but will change the host's overall appearance. Side effect risk, high. Advanced plastic surgery. Tax amount 180,000 soft sister coins. This plastic surgery technique has excellent effects, retaining some facial features of the host. Side effect risk, low. Seamless plastic surgery. Tax amount 1,000,000 soft sister coins. This plastic surgery technique has outstanding effects, basically retaining the host's excellent facial features. Side effect risk, none. Li Tianyu saw that there were actually 3 types of plastic surgery, and they were not cheap. Even the ordinary one cost 50,000. The key point is that there are significant side effect risks. As for what these side effects might be, Li Tianyu couldn't figure it out. Also, using this plastic surgery method might end up making one unrecognizable even to their own mother, just like the plastic surgery methods in South Korea, completely changing their face. The most impressive seamless plastic surgery. Although it seemed to have no side effects and could retain most of the facial features, the price was just too high. 1 million. How many houses in the capital could that buy? Moreover, Li Tianyu believed he looked quite good, although there was room for improvement. There was no need to spend so much on plastic surgery for now. Besides plastic surgery, the system could also buy height. However, the price was even more exorbitant, costing 1 million soft sister coins for every centimeter of height increase. That was too exaggerated. Li Tianyu was currently 1.78 meters tall, which wasn't too short. This kind of money was something Li Tianyu decisively wouldn't spend, unless in the future he had so much money he didn't know how to spend it. Later, Li Tianyu also tried to brag about some absurd things. For example, he said, "I can live forever, I can teleport, etc." However, he didn't find any corresponding tax information in the order center, only receiving continuous prompts that the system level was insufficient to analyze the information. Could it be that if the system level were high enough, it would work? But looking at it this way, even if immortality could really be achieved, who knows how high the tax would be? Li Tianyu tried until late before resting, by which time he was already dizzy. Using the system also consumed a lot of energy. The next day, Li Tianyu was summoned to the director's office by Zhao Jitong. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Zhao Jitong laughed heartily upon hearing this. It's quite miraculous, actually. In the past, Zhao Jitong rarely gave Li Tianyu a good face, but now, after he made a contribution at an exhibition, the situation has completely flipped. Now, when Zhao Jitong sees Li Tianyu, he looks happier than when he sees his own father. It's no wonder, as the supercars that Li Tianyu brought had such a remarkable effect that the company's CEO has praised Zhao Jitong and his planning department more than once in high-level meetings. "Tianyu, your recent performance has been outstanding, so we've increased your salary a bit, an extra 5,000 a month." As he spoke, Zhao Jitong extended a hand, making a gesture of 5. "Thank you so much, President Zhao," Li Tianyu exclaimed excitedly, though he felt quite disdainful inside. After all, he owns several properties in the capital and has both a luxury car and a supercar worth millions. Would he really care about an extra 5,000 a month? Zhao Jitong continued, "By the way, there's one more thing." "What is it?" "Tomorrow morning, there's an industry development forum, and the company will send someone to attend. The planning department also needs to send someone, and after thinking it over, I believe you're the most suitable." An industry development forum? Li Tianyu imagined it would just be a few big shots in the tech world boasting on stage, while the small fry like them cheered from below. Zhao Jitong added, "This industry forum isn't something everyone can attend. Besides journalists, only industry elites can enter with an admission pass. If I didn't happen to have something else tomorrow, you wouldn't even have the chance." Zhao Jitong emphasized with a smile. Li Tianyu couldn't help but roll his eyes, secretly cursing. If it were really that good, you would have to go even if you had something else to do. To be honest, at that moment, Li Tianyu really considered quitting. He could have just stayed home sleeping instead of going to listen to those big shots blabber. After some hesitation, he ultimately decided to endure it. After all, having a job is better than staying at home. Quitting isn't a big deal, but he should find something else to do before quitting. Although he could use the system to acquire more properties and collect rent as a landlord, that seemed a bit too boring and easy to tire of. Moreover, not having to work and spending a day relaxing outside isn't too bad either. Unexpectedly, the high school class WeChat group was buzzing with activity. The most active one was still Chi Wei. This reunion was a great success, thanks to Tianyu's generous hospitality. "Li Tianyu, Mao Wenbin, Tianyu treated? That's pretty extravagant, right? I should have gone." Yu Xiong. Of course, nearly 7,000. He paid without blinking. No wonder he's a high-end person in the capital. At this moment, Sun Xia jumped in. "What high-end person? Just because he's in the capital, does that make him high-end? What about those sweeping the streets in the capital?" "Yu Xiong, Sun Xia, that's not right. Someone spends thousands to treat you to a meal, and they're not a high-end person?" Sun Xia, what's wrong with spending a month's salary just for face? Maybe Li Tianyu is currently hiding in a small rental room, eating instant noodles. Despite witnessing Li Tianyu paying and leaving in a luxury car, Sun Xia still didn't believe he was a wealthy person. Money can be borrowed, cars can be rented. There are too many people in this world who pretend to be rich. Suddenly, several photos appeared in the WeChat group. "My home 1, my home 2, my home 3. Li Tianyu sent photos of his current living space to the group, and the last one was a selfie with the living room. "This is my little black room in the capital, near the North 3rd Ring Road. Everyone is welcome to visit when you come to Beijing." As soon as Li Tianyu's message was sent, the WeChat group became even more active. "Yu Xiong, wow, look at this decoration, the house is nice. Chi Wei, North 3rd Ring, the price there must be over 100,000, right? Sun Xia, is this the little black room you mentioned?" Sun Xia didn't appear again. It seemed she was too scared to speak. Li Tianyu felt pleased and had a dreamless night. The next day, Li Tianyu drove to the venue of the industry forum. The event was held in the main conference hall on the 2nd floor of a hotel called Gongdu. The meeting hadn't started yet. but he saw many business people in suits coming and going. It was indeed a high-end forum, and Zhao Jitong wasn't wrong. Li Tianyu glanced at the banner hanging at the entrance, which read, Third Beijing Business Prospects Forum. This should be the place. He noticed there were 3 or 4 security personnel at the entrance, and anyone entering had to show their admission pass. Li Tianyu checked the time. There were still 10 minutes until it started, and since he would just be waiting inside, he decided to go out to the balcony for some fresh air. Just as he was about to step out, he saw a familiar figure. Chen Onlu? What is she doing here? Li Tianyu wasn't unfamiliar with dating. Chen Onlu's attitude clearly conveyed 4 words. We have no future. A forced relationship is not sweet, and Li Tianyu didn't want to cling on stubbornly, so he gave up. At that moment, a man was walking beside Chen Onlu. The man was dressed in a suit, his hair shiny and smooth, the type who always tries to show off. Li Tianyu looked down on such people and hesitated whether to greet Chen Onlu. Although she was beautiful, if she wasn't interested, he had no need to enthusiastically approach her. While Li Tianyu was hesitating, Chen Onlu also noticed him. It's you? Yeah, it's me. What are you doing here? Li Tianyu pointed to the conference hall door. I'm here for the meeting, beauty. What about you? You? Attending this forum? Of course, why not? At that moment, the handsome man asked, Onlu, who is this? He's a fellow townsman of mine. Li Tianyu raised an eyebrow. Fellow townsman? You didn't say that when we were on a blind date. You, Onlu, have you been on a blind date with him? The man looked surprised, his expression shifting, unsure of what to think. Chen Onlu didn't deny it. Li Tianyu sneered. So what if I went on a blind date with her? Who are you? I'm Onlu's colleague. My name is Zhao Ingguang. I have no interest in knowing your name. Zhao Ingguang frowned. Even if Onlu had been on a blind date with him, he couldn't stalk her, right? What you're doing is a crime, got it? Stalking? Li Tianyu realized that Zhao Ingguang thought he was secretly following Chen Onlu here. Chen Onlu shot Zhao Ingguang a glance. That shouldn't be the case, he. Onlu, you should know that you can't judge a person's heart by their appearance. Look at this guy. How could he possibly attend such an industry forum? Zhao Ingguang was not entirely wrong. The Beijing Business Prospects Forum is considered a high-end forum. Only those qualified to enter, if not industry leaders, are at least elites within their companies. Someone like Li Tianyu, a low-level employee, shouldn't really be here unless he was being taken care of by his superior. However, Zhao Ingguang's comment was just out of frustration. He had been pursuing Chen Onlu for a long time, but hadn't made much progress. The thought that someone like him had actually gone on a blind date with Chen Onlu made him feel bitter. Of course, he didn't really believe that Chen Onlu would genuinely fall for Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu couldn't be bothered to engage with Zhao Ingguang and waved at Chen Onlu. I'm going in first, bye. After showing his admission pass to the security, Li Tianyu smoothly entered the industry forum venue. Outside, Zhao Ingguang was stunned. Not expecting this guy to actually be an attendee. Chen Onlu also found it strange. According to what her second aunt told her, Li Tianyu was just an ordinary white-collar worker and shouldn't have the qualifications to attend such a high-level forum. Actually, later on, Aunt Zhou called Chen Onlu again to explain the situation. Li Tianyu was working part-time in real estate leasing to earn extra money. And the 3 apartments he mentioned in the capital were properties used for leasing by the company. After listening, Chen Onlu didn't have much reaction. She never believed that Li Tianyu really owned 3 apartments in the capital. What a joke. The current housing prices in the capital are often in the millions. How could he afford 3 apartments? As for the 80,000 yuan bag, Chen Onlu specifically had someone knowledgeable take a look, and there were no signs of forgery. This made Chen Onlu a bit uneasy. Li Tianyu's money didn't come easily, and it didn't feel right to accept such an expensive bag. Meeting Li Tianyu today was an opportunity, so Chen Onlu planned to talk to him about it after the meeting. Li Tianyu entered the venue and casually found a seat. Within a few minutes, the meeting officially started. For Li Tianyu, it was simply dull. Even the host wasn't a beauty, but a big guy. As for the content, this so-called industry forum was indeed just as Li Tianyu had guessed. The organizers invited 3 business tycoons who sat on stage chatting back and forth. They discussed the latest business opportunities and models trending in the country and even worldwide. The 3 business leaders were all famous entrepreneurs in the country: the financial magnate Zhou Kaichen, the tech giant Ma Yi, and the education guru Yu Yuanhong. All 3 were impressive figures with excellent speaking skills, and the audience listened attentively, engrossed in their discussions. However, Li Tianyu didn't pay much attention and was lost in thought. Anyway, these business models had nothing to do with him. As long as he had the tax evasion system, making money was easy. However, Li Tianyu did have a problem. He was constantly pondering how to earn enough to reach 10 million and upgrade the system S level. Relying solely on rent would be exhausting. Eventually, it was time for interaction between guests and the audience. The host announced, regarding the business thinking Mr. Ma just mentioned, does anyone in the audience have something to share? The venue fell silent for a moment, and no one raised their hand. The 3 figures on stage were all big shots. And although the audience members were mostly elites in the industry, they still felt a bit intimidated. At that moment, someone raised their hand. Li Tianyu looked and saw it was Chuan Onlu's colleague, Zhao Guang. Huh, is he trying to show off? He took the microphone, introduced himself, and began to speak. Hello everyone, I would like to share my views on business thinking. Currently, there are 3 types of business models: model, model, and model. Everyone should know that the model always has the lowest profit. The model involves design but lacks its own brand. So the final model, the brand operation model, is the mainstream now. Zhao Guang was quite eloquent and delivered a lengthy speech, indeed earning some applause. As for Chen Onlu, she was quite surprised by Zhao Guang's performance. Although Zhao Guang came from a good family, Chen Onlu always thought of him as a spoiled rich kid who wasn't very reliable. Yet she didn't expect him to have some substance in his thoughts. Not to mention, being able to speak confidently in front of these 3 big shots was already impressive. The host said, "What this gentleman has said is good. Is there anyone else who would like to share their thoughts?" Zhao Guang suddenly had a sly smile and pointed at Li Tianyu. "I saw that guy raising his hand earlier. Why don't we let him speak?" The host responded, "All right, let us invite this gentleman to share his views." Just as Li Tianyu was momentarily stunned, the microphone was passed to him. Li Tianyu was bewildered. He was just there to pass the time. When did he raise his hand? He quickly realized that Zhao Guang was trying to set him up. Cursing under his breath, Li Tianyu stood up, feeling a bit helpless. "Please introduce yourself, sir." Suddenly, an idea struck Li Tianyu. "Right. Why should I be afraid? I have the power of the system. Why be intimidated by such a small occasion? My name is Li Tianyu, and I currently work at Yunguang Technology." The host asked, "All right. May I ask what your specialties are?" Li Tianyu replied, "My specialties? There are many. I excel in everything. No, I mean I have strengths in all areas." As soon as Li Tianyu finished speaking, the venue erupted in laughter. Even the 3 big shots on stage couldn't help but chuckle. The host felt a bit awkward and quickly asked, "Let us change the question. What insights would you like to share with everyone?" Li Tianyu smiled slightly. "Anything is fine. I won't hide it from you all. I've always felt that I have a talent for business. Perhaps that's what they call genius. I have many ideas in my mind." The audience was filled with waves of astonishment. They didn't expect Li Tianyu to say such shameless words. Who boasts about being a genius? This guy is quite amusing. He really dares to speak in such an occasion. His courage is commendable. His tone is so arrogant. He might be a fool. Zhao Guang was momentarily taken aback. He intended to make Li Tianyu look foolish, but he didn't expect him to be so ostentatious. However, this also achieved his goal. He turned to Chen Onlu and said, "Onlu, your fellow townsman is quite interesting." Chen Onlu was speechless, on one hand. She didn't expect Li Tianyu to raise his hand to speak, and on the other hand, she didn't expect him to say such things publicly. It was one thing to boast privately, but how could he brag so openly in front of so many people in such a formal setting? If it backfired, he would definitely be laughed at. Chen Onlu genuinely felt embarrassed for Li Tianyu. After all, he wasn't a bad person, just a bit flashy. At this moment, Li Tianyu didn't care how others viewed him. He was browsing the system information. Designated area growth. Tax amount: 1,000,000 soft sister coins. Description: any area grows by 1 centimeter. Side effect risk: low. Business elite. Tax amount: 10,000 soft sister coins. Description: improvement in business thinking, execution, and leadership to a certain extent. Ability higher than ordinary business talents by 200. Side effect risk: low. Seeking recommendation tickets. Seeking recommendation tickets. Seeking recommendation tickets. Chapter 36. Let me tell you a case. Business genius. Tax amount: 800,000 soft sister coins. Description: significant improvement in business thinking, execution, and leadership. Ability higher than ordinary business talents by 800. Side effect risk: medium. Li Tianyu glanced at the designated area growth project and thought carefully, suddenly realizing it must be that the system took his earlier joke about excelling in everything as boasting. The order center surprisingly had corresponding tax items. Growing by 1 centimeter costs 1 million soft sister coins, which is quite expensive. But if that area could grow a few centimeters, wouldn't that be amazing? Li Tianyu chuckled to himself, deciding that if conditions allowed and he had spare money in the future, he could give it a try. Looking at the next 2 items, they were indeed related to business abilities. The business elite was obviously not as good as the business genius, but it was still about twice as strong as ordinary people's business abilities, which should be sufficient. Even if it wasn't enough, there was no way. Li Tianyu's tax limit was only 10,000 soft sister coins, while the business genius required 80,000, no, 800,000 soft sister coins. That was way too much. Even if the system upgraded, it might not reach such a tax limit. Even if it did, 800,000 was not a small amount. And Li Tianyu's current assets were only around 2 million. He was not necessarily willing to spend that money. It seemed that to gain good abilities, he must earn more money. Li Tianyu decisively chose the business elite program and successfully paid a tax of 10,000 soft sister coins. System assistant. The tax project is in effect, and the business elite talent will be forcibly bound. Please prepare for the impact. Impact? What impact? Li Tianyu felt puzzled as colorful lights flashed before his eyes, making his forehead ache. Then, his head felt as though it had been suddenly struck by a large iron hammer, leaving him dizzy and seeing stars. In that moment, he seemed to lose consciousness, as if he had suddenly short-circuited. What happened to him? He looked a bit dazed. Is he too nervous to speak? I think it's more like he has nothing to say. The scene became somewhat out of control. The experienced host quickly asked, Mr. Li, are you all right? Fortunately, that uncomfortable feeling didn't last long. Li Tianyu regained his composure and felt a cool sensation wrapping around his temples. Now it felt much more comfortable. No, it's nothing. Do you have anything to share? If not, let's have someone else speak. Li Tianyu cleared his throat twice and forced a smile. Sorry. I got up too suddenly just now and felt a bit dizzy. I do have some thoughts I want to share with the 3 guest teachers and the audience. Li Tianyu held the microphone, looked at the 3 business tycoons on stage, and a torrent of thoughts and ideas surged in his mind. It was amazing. As if someone had suddenly stuffed this knowledge into him. He could naturally understand it and express it smoothly. Since the 3 teachers on stage just discussed business thinking, I will also share some of my thoughts on this topic. Why do I call it thoughts? Because I feel it's not quite mature yet. To avoid making what I say too dull, I'll focus on one example. Those listening to him seemed to be no worse than the big shots on stage. He didn't sound like an unknown person at all. Zhao Guang's expression froze, thinking that this kid Li Tianyu had too much of a contrast in demeanor. He must be bluffing. If any airline dared to waive the fee for passengers' taxis, it would certainly attract more passengers. However, the reality is that airlines don't have enough money, no cars, and no drivers. So is there a way to provide passengers with free pickup and drop-off services without losing money, or even making a profit? Li Tianyu deliberately paused for a moment and then said, I think it's possible. As soon as Li Tianyu finished speaking, the audience erupted in an uproar. This time, they were stunned by his astonishing words. Free pickup and drop-off for passengers? And they can still make money? Isn't that a fantasy? Pure nonsense. However, the 3 tycoons on stage were not ordinary people. They became interested in Li Tianyu's idea. Financial mogul Zhou Kaichen couldn't help but ask, so tell us, how can this be done? Li Tianyu smiled slightly. If it were me, I would establish a third-party service company and then contact an airline to negotiate with them, saying that if we can provide free pickup and drop-off for passengers, the willingness to fly will greatly increase, which will significantly boost the company's performance. We would only need to take 25 yuan from each ticket to cover the cost of free pickup and drop-off for passengers. Mr. Zhou, do you think the airline would agree? Zhou Kaichen pondered for a moment and nodded. 25 yuan isn't much. They should agree. But that's not enough to cover the taxi fare. Your company would go bankrupt. Someone shouted, your own cars? Then you still have to buy cars and hire drivers. Isn't that a higher cost? You'd end up losing everything. The audience burst into laughter again. Once the laughter subsided, Li Tianyu continued, I would contact a car trading company. For example, choose a car worth 1.48 million yuan and tell them I need to buy 150 units. Of course, with such a large quantity, they would need to sell at a lower price. The person shouted again, how much can you get off? 10,000, 20,000. Li Tianyu waved his hand to signal him to be patient and listen to what he had to say next. I also told them that these are the cars for airport pickups and drop-offs, and every time we pick up a passenger, we can advertise for them. You might think that most of the people who can afford to fly are economically strong, which overlaps significantly with those looking to buy cars. These people are the so-called target customers. Since we are advertising for you, can't the price of the car be lowered a bit more? The car trading company would likely find this reasonable and agree. The 3 tycoons on stage showed unusual expressions, glancing at each other as if they all realized something. Indeed, their thinking was very agile, and their business acumen was strong. They quickly grasped Li Tianyu's real idea. Perhaps this was a brilliant idea. The audience members, unknowingly, were drawn in by what Li Tianyu was saying. The noise faded, and the entire venue only had Li Tianyu's voice. After negotiating with the car trading company, the 1.48 million yuan car was finally sold at the price of 90,000 yuan per vehicle. Isn't that a reasonable price? Tech tycoon Ma Yi nodded. That's indeed reasonable. It's a normal cooperative discount. Most taxi companies work with car manufacturers and can often get much higher discounts. Li Tianyu nodded. All right, my groundwork is done. And now let's get to the main point. Li Tianyu's speech successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. Even Zhao Guang leaned in to listen, wanting to know what exactly Li Tianyu was up to. Chen Anlu was astonished by Li Tianyu's performance. Who would have thought that in such a large setting, facing 3 top tycoons, Li Tianyu would act completely like a seasoned business veteran, showing no signs of stage fright? This was a stark contrast to the impression Li Tianyu had given before. It was as if an ordinary person had suddenly become a genius. Moreover, what Li Tianyu was saying seemed quite interesting. Li Tianyu continued, "Next, I will release a message to find local people in need of work who have rich driving experience and tell them that my company can sell them a car, which is used for the airline's free pickup and drop-off service. For every passenger picked up or dropped off, the airline will pay a service fee of 25 yuan. Of course, one car can pick up several passengers at a time, so it will be a carpooling arrangement. The customer base here is very large, and the competition is very small. In short, this job is very good. However, the cars will be sold at a price slightly higher than the market price. How much? 178 million yuan. This price is still much cheaper compared to a taxi license." Li Tianyu looked around at the audience, all of whom were holding their breath, seemingly wanting to hear what would happen next. In fact, some of the sharper minds had already guessed the gist of it by this point. Li Tianyu asked, "I want to know, will these drivers buy?" The crowd reacted in various ways. Some fell into deep thought, some began discussing among themselves, while others looked as if they had suddenly understood. This was the reaction Li Tianyu wanted. He smiled and continued, "The drivers will be very happy, very willing, and even a bit excited. Because those who were already planning to buy a car and looking for jobs now not only have a car, but also a job with decent income. Why wouldn't they buy? Of course, they would buy. They would even borrow money to buy. However, my company only needs 150 drivers, so it's first come, first served. Think about it carefully. What will happen next? I receive payments from the drivers, 150 people at 178 million totals 267 million. How much do I pay the car trading company? 150 people at 90,000 totals 13.5 million. So, how much money is left in my company's bank account?" Many people actually took out their phones and started calculating seriously. Li Tianyu, however, announced the answer. "I still have 13.2 million renminbi in my account, 26.7 million, 13.5 million, 13.2 million. Li Tianyu swore to the heavens that he hadn't calculated these numbers in advance. They all just popped into his head. However, no one doubted the accuracy of these figures. It seemed everyone present had been brainwashed. Audience member 1. "Wow, can you really earn so much money? What a talent." Audience member 2. "Damn, is this what they call making a fortune with empty hands? Just relying on words to earn over 10 million? Audience member 3. "Can this really work? Isn't it too idealistic?" Although there were still some doubts about the operability of this plan, it couldn't be denied that this method was too clever, even leaving the host a bit dazed, feeling that it was definitely serious and substantial content. It's not impossible that someone might actually try to do this. Previous industry forums usually featured invited guests lecturing the audience, but this was the first time the audience had captured attention. Describing Li Tianyu's speech as astonishing would not be an exaggeration. The host cleared his throat twice. "Next, let us have the 3 guests comment on Mr. Li's idea. That's right. Whether this method is effective or not still needs to be judged by true big shots." The venue fell silent again, waiting to hear the speeches of the 3 big shots. Financial tycoon Zhou Kaichen. "This idea is impressive. I was shocked when I heard it just now." Tech giant Mai. "To be honest, I've had similar thoughts before, but they were not as mature as Mr. Li's. It's really great. Really great." Education guru Yu Yuanhong. "I think this belongs to a kind of free business model. People with this kind of thinking are indeed talents. And I believe the operability is very high. I believe similar models may emerge soon." As soon as the 3 big shots finished speaking, the audience erupted in an uproar. If even they said so, what is left to doubt? Zhao Yingguang's expression fluctuated. He originally wanted to embarrass Li Tianyu, but ended up being overshadowed. And it was a big overshadowing. It's worth noting that this industry forum was being live-streamed on various websites and social media. There were also some self-media mingling in the crowd. Who knows? This kid Li Tianyu might suddenly become famous. Chun Anlu felt a mix of emotions. Although she initially thought Li Tianyu wasn't as bad as he seemed, she never expected him to be so outstanding, almost matching the big shots. Moreover, the content he presented was so good that even a fool would think it was excellent, at least 100 times better than Zhao Yingguang's hollow speech just now. Chapter 38 Side Effects, Personality Transformation. Chen Anlu was actually a bit confused. Could it be that the Li Tianyu she met twice was an illusion? Was it her bias? Of course, it's not impossible for someone to perform exceptionally in certain situations. Li Tianyu's speech at this industry forum, which could even be called a lecture, indeed caused quite a stir. Many people in the audience were stretching their necks to look at him, wanting to see his appearance clearly. The 3 guests on stage occasionally whispered to each other, seemingly full of curiosity about Li Tianyu. Who were those 3 big shots? They were all prominent figures in the industry, and there are really not many young people who can attract their attention. After the meeting ended, Li Tianyu found it difficult to walk. Why? He was surrounded by many people. Among them, many had entrepreneurial ideas and attended the forum to gain some insights. The speeches of the 3 guests on stage were vague and hard to grasp. Only the examples provided by Li Tianyu had a certain degree of operability. Many people even took the initiative to add Li Tianyu on WeChat, preparing to chat privately. Who knows? Maybe someone really wanted to create a specialized transportation company for airport pickups. When Li Tianyu walked outside the venue, he found Chun Onlu standing at the door. And of course, Zhao Wang was there too, but Zhao Wang's face was obviously unhappy, as if someone owed him 258,000. It's very normal. Li Tianyu not only didn't embarrass himself, but also shone brightly, making Zhao Wang feel as if he had eaten shit. When Chun Onlu saw Li Tianyu, she quickly walked over. Li Tianyu, I need to find you for something. Can I take a few minutes of your time? Sure, no problem. Chun Onlu hesitated for a moment and said, the bag you gave me last time was too valuable. I can't accept it. But I didn't bring it today. I'll return it to you another day, or I can mail it to you. Chun Onlu observed Li Tianyu's expression and could tell he wasn't joking. He was quite serious. For some reason, Chun Onlu felt that the current Li Tianyu was different from her previous impression. He had indeed changed. Mainly in terms of a strong masculine aura. Chun Onlu, how about this? Li Tianyu suddenly said. If you really feel embarrassed, then let us find a time for you to treat me to a meal. Treat you to a meal? Zhao Wang immediately became anxious. What? You want Onlu to treat you to a meal? Dream on. Li Tianyu didn't even glance at Zhao Wang, still speaking to Chun Onlu. Is that not okay? It's fine. No, tomorrow the company has something. How about the day after tomorrow after work? Zhao Wang was stunned. Chun Onlu actually agreed. He had asked Chun Onlu out many times without success. This Li Tianyu managed to do it so casually, and it was Chun Onlu who would treat him to a meal. Li Tianyu nodded. Okay, send me the company address on WeChat later, and I'll pick you up after work. Pick me up? No need. It's settled then. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Li Tianyu said, while waving at Chun Onlu and turning to leave. Chun Onlu watched Li Tianyu's back, somewhat lost in thought. Strange. How could there be such a big difference in impression from just one meeting? Li Tianyu had indeed changed, and he noticed it himself. Previously, Li Tianyu couldn't act so aloof in front of beautiful women. Sometimes he would be quite cheeky. Suddenly, the synthesized voice of the system echoed in Li Tianyu's mind. System assistant, host, don't be surprised. Although you successfully activated the business elite talent, unfortunately, a significant side effect has occurred. System assistant, gentle reminder, any changes involving the host, including abilities and physical changes, may have side effects. System assistant, there are many types of side effects. The system will not list them all. Hearing about side effects, Li Tianyu was startled. For example, the business elite talent is as follows. Business elite. Tax amount, 10,000 RMB. Description, business thinking, execution ability, and leadership have been improved to a certain extent, with abilities surpassing ordinary business talents by 200. Side effect risk, low. Recalling this, Li Tianyu broke into a cold sweat. No way. How could he be so unlucky? Clearly, the side effect risk was low, yet he still hit the jackpot. But the question arose, what kind of side effect occurred? Li Tianyu calmed himself down, found a place to sit down, and quietly asked, System, what is the current side effect? System assistant, host, your personality has changed, with the following changes, calmness 80, coldness 50, wisdom 75. Upon seeing this, Li Tianyu realized that his temperament had indeed changed. Calmness, coldness, and wisdom had all increased. These three personality changes, except for coldness, didn't seem to be negative emotions. Especially wisdom, which had increased by 75%, was obviously a great thing. Li Tianyu, system, are you kidding me? Do these three also count as side effects? System assistant, so-called side effects do not refer to negative personalities. Usually they are positive or neutral personalities. System assistant, of course. Too much of a good thing can be bad. If your coldness index exceeds too much, a bloodthirsty personality might emerge. Li Tianyu listened and temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. Such side effects were acceptable, as long as he wasn't missing limbs, losing flesh, or shortening his lifespan by a few years. There was nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Li Tianyu's phone rang. It was the sound of a message coming in on WeChat. Li Tianyu picked up his phone to take a look, and sure enough, it was a message from Chun Onlu with the address of her company. Li Tianyu felt quite accomplished. His series of brilliant maneuvers had yielded results beyond expectations. The system's potential was also greater than he had imagined. Previously, Li Tianyu had only regarded it as a vending machine for exchanging wealth. But now he felt that the ability to change himself was even more valuable. With ability, would he still be short on money? The next day, Li Tianyu slept until late morning, lazily found a restaurant to have a rather mediocre breakfast, and then went to the company. He was genuinely not very invested in his job now. Even if he wasn't fired, he would choose a suitable time to resign. Please, everyone, give me your recommendation votes. Recommendation votes. Recommendation votes. Chapter 39. Accidentally became an internet celebrity. For example, Today, he woke up naturally and saw that it was already 10:30. After washing up, he lazily went to McDonald's at the entrance of the community to have breakfast before driving away from home. By the time he arrived at the company, it was already 1 p.m. To his surprise, as soon as Li Tianyu entered the company, he was stopped by the receptionist, Wang Jingjing. Wang Jingjing was both cute and beautiful. Li Tianyu had often flirted with her before, but he was always ignored. Today, he didn't know what was going on. As soon as Wang Jingjing saw Li Tianyu, she seemed to have taken some kind of drug, her eyes sparkling, both enthusiastic and gentle. Wang Jingjing smiled softly. Li Tianyu, you're really amazing. I am indeed amazing. Which aspect are you referring to? Li Tianyu's words had double meanings, but Wang Jingjing was not angry. Instead, her face turned red. You really made quite a splash yesterday. Li Tianyu was taken aback. Made a splash? You're still pretending? You're famous now. The internet is full of your speech videos from the Business Prospects Forum. Just scroll through a few on Douyin, and you're sure to see you. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu was quite surprised. He hadn't scrolled through WeChat moments, hadn't checked Weibo, and certainly hadn't looked at Douyin. So that's how it is. He really hadn't expected that. Li Tianyu, can you tell me how you came up with that idea? You didn't hear it from someone else, did you? Beautiful lady, do you think I would plagiarize someone else's idea? Wang Jingjing was taken aback. No, that is not what I meant. I was just asking casually. Saying this, Li Tianyu waved his hand at her and left the reception. Wang Jingjing was stunned, thinking to herself, was Li Tianyu's gaze just now electric? This feeling was a huge contrast to before. Now, Li Tianyu's whole demeanor had undergone a tremendous change compared to before, but if familiar people were to think about it, they wouldn't be able to pinpoint what exactly was different. For Li Tianyu, the situation was even more serious than he had imagined. On his way to his workstation, Li Tianyu was continuously stopped by people, each pulling him to chat nonstop. A colleague from the tech department. Hey, Li Tianyu, you've become an internet celebrity. Did you know that? How about you sign an autograph for me? A colleague from the art department. You quickly tell us. Were you on some kind of medication at that time? If you really took the wrong medicine, please tell me where to buy it. A colleague from the testing department. Li Tianyu, you're so handsome, really bringing glory to our company. By the way, the method you mentioned seems quite feasible. Should we really start a business and give it a go? Who knew this was just the beginning? As soon as Li Tianyu sat down, he was immediately surrounded by colleagues from the planning department, chattering incessantly, giving him a headache. One wanted him to share his feelings, another wanted him to express his insights, and some even wanted Li Tianyu to come up with a business plan and quit to start a business together. This last suggestion resonated with everyone, and they all clamored to get started immediately. No matter how aloof and indifferent Li Tianyu was, he couldn't take it anymore. Just as he was about to go crazy, Zhao Jidong appeared. Li Tianyu had previously not wanted to see Director Zhao, but now it felt like seeing a relative. This group still thought about resigning to start a business? Dream on. Li Tianyu, come to my office, Zhao Jitong said as he approached. Okay. Li Tianyu got up and followed Zhao Jitong to the director's office. As the two walked away, the colleagues became lively again, discussing what Zhao Director wanted to see Li Tianyu for. Could it be Zhao Director is also interested in starting a business? Meanwhile, as Li Tianyu followed Zhao Jitong into the director's office and just closed the door, he saw Zhao Jitong's expression change. It was as if he was basking in spring sunshine, filled with joy, which made Li Tianyu feel very strange. He had never seen Zhao Director like this before. Indeed, Zhao Jitong usually kept a stern face and maintained a distance from subordinates, claiming it was to establish authority. But today, it was as if he had been drugged. His previous dignified image had crumbled in an instant. However, Li Tianyu could guess that it was definitely related to his performance at the Business Prospects Forum yesterday. Tianyu, sit down quickly. Li Tianyu complied and sat down. Zhao Jitong immediately gave him a thumbs up. Tianyu, you were really amazing yesterday. You brought great glory to our company and made a big splash. Zhao Jitong was not exaggerating. After Li Tianyu's speech video went viral, because he had mentioned the name of the company he worked for, the online search volume for Yunguang Technology Company had more than doubled. Director Zhao, I just did my best. Oh, you're really something. To come up with such an idea in that situation and remain calm, truly impressive. All right, I won't say much more. The reason I called you here is to inform you about something important. Director Zhao, please go ahead. To commend your outstanding performance yesterday. President Wu is preparing to invite you to dinner. President Wu? Which President Wu? TSK, how many President Wus does our company have? Li Tianyu showed an expression of realization. The President Wu Zhao Jitong was referring to was Wu Guoqiang. Wu Guoqiang was the big boss of the company, owning multiple companies and very busy. He was not someone who could be seen by just anyone. The fact that he suddenly wanted to invite Li Tianyu to dinner was indeed surprising. No worries. Don't be nervous. It's just a meal. We'll chat casually. Li Tianyu nodded. Since it was the big boss from above inviting him to dinner, he certainly couldn't refuse. Let us go then. It's not a big deal. Speaking of which, This was also due to the system. If it were in the past, the loser version of Li Tianyu would definitely be extremely nervous. To him, Wu Guoqiang was a big shot. But now, with the commercial elite talent backing him, and his personality having undergone tremendous changes, he was much calmer and more composed when facing someone like Wu Guoqiang. Zhao Jitong patted Li Tianyu on the shoulder. If you can perform well, you might get a promotion. Chapter 40. Dinner with the Big Boss. Director Zhao, I understand. I will do my best. Li Tianyu understood Zhao Jitong's intentions. He could be considered a close associate of Zhao Jitong. Although Zhao Jitong had a tendency to manipulate people, he was not a bad person at heart. As long as one had ability, he would recognize it. After yesterday's performance, Li Tianyu might rise to a significant position, and perhaps he could help Zhao Jitong in the future. In fact, Li Tianyu is genuinely not interested in promotions or salary increases. He definitely won't be staying in this company for much longer. The reason is obvious. Li Tianyu doesn't lack money, so why should he do menial tasks here? Unless he is directly made the boss, he might consider staying, but that's just a pipe dream. The possibility is zero. He has a dinner appointment with the big boss Wu Guoqiang, scheduled for the evening. Zhao Jitong didn't arrange any work for Li Tianyu, allowing him to waste half the day at his desk, making the other colleagues in the planning department envious. Some colleagues were dissatisfied and complained quietly. What's going on with the director? Li Tianyu hasn't done much work for several days, just comes over and doesn't do anything, and doesn't supervise. The previously dissatisfied colleagues were left speechless. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. Who made Li Tianyu's recent performance so outstanding? First, at the tech exhibition, he somehow managed to secure a supercar worth tens of millions, attracting countless eyes and giving Yunguang technology significant exposure at the exhibition. Then, Li Tianyu spoke at the Business Outlook Forum in the capital, leaving everyone impressed and becoming an internet sensation, bringing glory to the company. While Li Tianyu was playing on his phone, Wang Liang from the adjacent desk leaned over. Big internet celebrity, do you have time today? Let's grab dinner and chat about your brilliant performance yesterday. Li Tianyu sighed. I would love to, but I already have an appointment today. Wang Liang looked surprised. An appointment? With who? It wouldn't be with some young lady, would it? If only it were a young lady. I'm going to dinner with General Manager Wu. Wang Liang looked confused. General Manager Wu? Which General Manager Wu? Li Tianyu pointed upwards. Before the workday was over, Zhao Jitong called Li Tianyu away again. The two got into Zhao Jitong's Buick sedan and headed towards the Tiansheng restaurant on the second ring road. Ordinary people might not have much impression of Tiansheng restaurant, but in the wealthy circles of the capital, it is one of the most frequented places. On the way, Zhao Jitong chatted warmly with Li Tianyu. Tianyu, how come I never noticed your eloquence before? To be honest, your performance yesterday was not at all inferior to those 3 big shots. And that idea of yours, did you really come up with it yourself? I listened to it several times and thought it was brilliant. It was like pulling a wolf out of thin air. It's not easy to hear Zhao Jitong say such things. Looking back, Li Tianyu's performance was indeed impressive. Not only was the content substantial, but his demeanor during the speech was also far from ordinary. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he overshadowed the entire crowd. More than half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Tiansheng restaurant. Li Tianyu got out of the car and saw that the parking lot was filled with luxury cars. Mercedes-Benz, Toyota Alphard were too ordinary. There were even Bentley Continental and Rolls-Royce Phantom among the ultra-luxury cars. Zhao Jitong led Li Tianyu towards the restaurant entrance. In fact, the restaurant's façade was quite unremarkable, only 5 stories high, but once inside, it was a completely different scene. It wasn't exactly lavish, but it was elegant and refined, with a high standard. No wonder wealthy people choose such places for dining. When we meet the boss, pay attention to your words and actions, speak less, and eat more. Zhao Jitong reminded softly. Got it, Director Zhao. Following Zhao Jitong to the main hall on the second floor, Li Tianyu finally met the big boss Wu Guoqiang. To be honest, it was the first time Li Tianyu saw the company's big boss after several years of employment. Wu Guoqiang, in his 40s, appeared quite friendly and took the initiative to shake hands with Li Tianyu. After sitting down, Wu Guoqiang sized up Li Tianyu a few times. Xiaoli, how long have you been with the company? About 3 years. 3 years. Wu Guoqiang looked at Zhao Jitong. Xiao, this is your fault. How could you let such an excellent employee stay at the bottom level? Yes, it's my mistake, General Manager Wu. I was short-sighted, Zhao Jitong replied with a pained expression. Li Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking, look who's in trouble now. Zhao Jitong, who usually likes to lecture us, is now like a big fool. Wu Guoqiang then said to Li Tianyu, I listened to your speech at the Business Outlook Forum yesterday. I thought you had great ideas. Truly impressive for someone your age. You're too kind, General Manager Wu. Xiaoli, tell me, when did you come up with this idea? How did you think of it? If it were the old Li Tianyu, he would have panicked upon being asked this question. But now, Li Tianyu had become a business elite, possessing a strong sense of calm and wisdom. so he was naturally composed. Well, it's nothing special. I usually browse some specialized business websites, read related magazines, and sometimes think about whether there are better business plans. The plan I presented yesterday was just one of them. Li Tianyu spoke confidently, and from his demeanor, it was clear he wasn't just bragging. Of course, Zhao Jitong had some understanding of Li Tianyu, and seeing him like this, he couldn't help but admire how he could speak so freely in front of the big boss. Haha, not bad, not bad. Truly a talent, Wu Guoqiang responded. He wouldn't genuinely acknowledge Li Tianyu based solely on a few words, but this composed demeanor was indeed not typical of young people. He invited Li Tianyu to see how deep this person was to judge whether the plan was genuinely his own idea. Although the business plan Li Tianyu mentioned had some flaws, it was still quite operational. Thanks to Gu Wan, monologue, book friend 201700923, beautiful times in my heart. God Wind Fire Kong, Squid Su, Eternal, and all the generous rewards from the Wolf Warriors. Also, thanks to book friends like Canua0003 for their continued support with recommendation votes. And of course, thanks to all the book friends who have read this far without abandoning the book. Chapter 41. That was close. The bravado was about to burst. A person who can come up with such a business plan is definitely not ordinary. As it stands, Li Tianyu at least left a good first impression on Wu Guoqiang, appearing like an outstanding young man. He spoke eloquently and was not intimidated in a big setting. Just this point alone is something many older individuals struggle with. At this moment, dishes were brought out one after another by waitresses dressed in elegant outfits. Li Tianyu glanced around, noting that these waitresses were all exceptionally beautiful, with both good figures and pretty faces. According to the common grading system, each of them would score at least 7 points, even surpassing the standard of most internet celebrities. To hire so many high-quality young women as waitresses, this restaurant must pay a hefty salary? It was a chilling thought. Looking at the dishes on the table, Li Tianyu couldn't even name most of them. The exquisite delicacies were beyond description. However, Li Tianyu remained calm, sitting at the table, and only began eating when he saw Wu Guoqiang pick up his chopsticks. Naturally, since the big boss was treating, Li Tianyu couldn't shortchange himself. He had to eat well, but he just had to do it discreetly. Wu Guoqiang smiled again. Xiaoli, let me tell you, this restaurant is not an ordinary place. Those who come here to dine are either rich or noble, all are social elites. Zhao Jidong looked around and suddenly asked, General Manager Wu, is that Lu Yuhua, the president of Pioneer Group, sitting over there? That's right, it's him. We just greeted each other. I heard he's here to talk business with a few people today. It must be a big deal at a place like this. I wouldn't know about that, Wu Guoqiang said with a smile. Xiaoli, since you often read business websites and magazines, you should know some entrepreneurs, right? Li Tianyu's heart stirred. He had just casually made up that he knew various businessmen from commercial websites and magazines, but in reality, he didn't know any of them. However, with the backing of the system, even if he was bragging, he could probably smooth things over. Mr. Wu, you might think I'm boasting, but I basically know all the famous entrepreneurs, he said. Wu Guoqiang was taken aback. Huh? You know them all? Zhao Jitong, who was nearby, was shocked and thought that Li Tianyu had become too arrogant to say such things. He kicked Li Tianyu under the table twice, signaling him to shut up. What kind of occasion was this? No matter how much he boasted, he shouldn't do it here. Li Tianyu, however, seemed oblivious and had already opened the system. Preparing to pay taxes. Intelligence officer. Tax amount, 50,000 RMB. Description, possesses basic knowledge of human intelligence and excellent insight, with reasoning abilities above average. Side effect risk, low. Intelligence master. Tax amount, 300,000 RMB. Description, possesses extensive knowledge of human intelligence and outstanding insight, with superior reasoning abilities, and can instantly absorb surface intelligence of designated individuals, as well as confidential information below level 1, but cannot obtain special intelligence. Activation condition, handshake. Side effect risk, medium. When the order list refreshed, Li Tianyu couldn't help but exclaim how terrible it was. Whether it was the intelligence officer or the intelligence master, both far exceeded the tax limit of 10,000 RMB. In other words, the boast Li Tianyu made would blow up. What to do? Normally, it wouldn't matter much if he blew up. But now he was facing a big boss. Although it wouldn't be a big deal if he didn't work at the company, he really couldn't stand losing face in front of the big boss. Suddenly, the system's synthesized voice rang in Li Tianyu's mind again. System assistant. The system has detected a crisis that concerns your future. System assistant. Each system level has one opportunity for a tax discount. Host. Do you want to use it now? Li Tianyu's heart jumped. There was a discount opportunity? He quickly weighed it in his mind, since there was a discount. If he didn't use it now, when would he? Li Tianyu immediately pressed the confirm button. System assistant. Discount program activated. The content displayed in the order center list indeed refreshed. The tax amount for the intelligence officer became 500 renminbi. The tax amount for the intelligence master became 3,000 RMB. Li Tianyu was overjoyed. The tax amounts were all reduced by 100 times. It was simply a bargain sale. He quickly glanced at the Intelligence Master's description. Intelligence Master. Tax amount, 3000 RMB. Description, possesses extensive knowledge of human intelligence and outstanding insight, and can instantly absorb surface intelligence of designated individuals, as well as confidential information below level 1, but cannot obtain special intelligence. Activation condition, handshake. Side effect risk, medium. Looking at the description, this was indeed a powerful talent. But what did it mean that the activation condition was a handshake? System assistant. As long as you shake hands with the designated person, you can obtain as much intelligence about them as possible. System assistant. Again, the acquired intelligence is only surface intelligence and some privacy events, but extremely private matters cannot be obtained. Li Tianyu suddenly realized that this talent could be used like this. Without hesitation, he selected the Intelligence Master and clicked to pay taxes. 3000 RMB was deducted from his savings account. Talent acquired. Li Tianyu felt as if his head had been struck hard. In an instant, he had a splitting headache, and his eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. Countless images suddenly appeared before him, each one drilling into Li Tianyu's mind. Li Tianyu, Li Tianyu. He heard Zhao Jitong's voice and immediately responded. At this moment, Li Tianyu's mind became even clearer, and even Wu Guoqiang's entire network of relationships was clearly reflected in his mind. What are you thinking? Didn't you hear Mr. Wu asking you a question? Zhao Jitong said, kicking Li Tianyu under the table again to signal him to pay attention. Ah, sorry, I just had a headache for a moment. Li Tianyu looked at Wu Guoqiang again, and as expected of a big shot, he had a deep demeanor and didn't show any displeasure. Zhao Jitong had indeed been a bit anxious. Li Tianyu was his employee, and if he embarrassed himself, it would reflect poorly on Zhao Jitong. Mr. Wu is asking you if you know the people at that table on your left? Chapter 42, a handshake. So this is the activation condition. Li Tianyu looked to his left and saw two people sitting there. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a younger man. The middle-aged man was somewhat plump, with a rosy complexion and a composed demeanor. Although he was dressed a bit casually, he clearly had a high status. The other young man, around 30 years old, had a strong facial structure, and his build looked tall and sturdy. There was an 80 chance he was the middle-aged man's driver or bodyguard, though he could also be an assistant or something similar. At this moment, Wu Guoqiang smiled and said, "Little Li, you just said you know all the entrepreneurs, so why don't you tell me who he is?" Li Tianyu certainly knew that Wu Guoqiang was asking him to guess about the plump middle-aged man. Zhao Jitong was anxious. How could Li Tianyu possibly know that person? Even Zhao Jitong himself didn't know him. Wu Guoqiang's temper was something Zhao Jitong understood well. This boss was definitely not as friendly as he appeared. If he discovered that someone was deceiving him, he would undoubtedly be furious, and Zhao Jitong might suffer as well. He could only hope that Li Tianyu could come up with some excuse to cover it up. Finally, Li Tianyu spoke. "Mr. Wu, that person is called AI Baoquan, the president and major shareholder of Aihua Real Estate Group." Huh. Upon hearing Li Tianyu's words, Zhao Jitong was somewhat surprised. Could it be that this guy really knew? But then he thought that it was more likely that Li Tianyu was just talking nonsense. This was indeed a way out. If he said something wrong, he could just claim he misremembered or didn't recall clearly, and Wu Guoqiang probably wouldn't be too harsh. To Zhao Jitong's surprise, Wu Guoqiang showed a pleased expression and even applauded. Not bad, little Li. You really didn't boast. You do know President AI Baoquan. Impressive. Zhao Jitong's eyes widened in disbelief. Incredible, Li Tianyu actually got it right. Aihua Real Estate Group was something Zhao Jitong had heard of. He certainly knew AI Baoquan was the president, but AI Baoquan had always been low-key and rarely appeared in public. He only occasionally attended gatherings and exchanges in the real estate industry. It was impossible for an ordinary person to know AI Baoquan. So how did Li Tianyu know him? This was a bit too unbelievable. At this moment, Wu Guoqiang laughed heartily and stood up. "Come on, little Li, let us go greet President AI." Li Tianyu was stunned and thought, why should I go join the fun? But since it was Mr. Wu's request, he just went along. Li Tianyu stood up and followed Wu Guoqiang as they walked forward. Zhao Jitong was left at the dining table, feeling somewhat awkward, and jealousy stirred in his heart. It seemed that Mr. Wu was exceptionally satisfied with Li Tianyu. Could it be that he was truly going to be entrusted with an important task? This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Zhao Jitong had many shortcomings, but he had one advantage. He could see things clearly and wouldn't overthink trivial issues. This was one of the reasons why Zhao Jitong, in his early 30s, was promoted from an ordinary employee to a department director. Looking over there, Wu Guoqiang was walking while saying, "Boss AI, are you here for dinner again?" Upon hearing the voice, AI Baoquan turned around and immediately smiled. "Mr. Wu, nice to see you again. I just attended a meeting and came over to grab a bite. What about you? Got a meal gathering?" "No, just treating some people from my company to some food. By the way, This is Li Tianyu, a talented young man. Hello. Li Tianyu extended his hand without arrogance or servility. AI Baoquan casually shook hands with Li Tianyu. At that moment, Li Tianyu's body was clearly shaken by something, and countless images reappeared before him. All the images were related to AI Baoquan. Li Tianyu realized that the handshake was the trigger condition for the information master. At this point, Li Tianyu had a thorough understanding of AI Baoquan, including his various public and private relationships. He even knew exactly how many mistresses he had. Additionally, Li Tianyu also obtained some information related to AI Baoquan that he was unaware of. For example, how many employees in AI Baoquan's real estate company had spoken ill of him and what the content of those remarks was. For instance, among AI Baoquan's 5 mistresses, 2 were secretly keeping young men, causing AI Baoquan to wear a green hat. Li Tianyu couldn't help but laugh. No matter how important a person is, they still have trivial worries. However, overall, aside from being somewhat unprincipled with women, AI Baoquan was generally a trustworthy real estate businessman. At least the office buildings and residences operated by his company were strictly controlled in terms of design, materials, and construction, with no significant quality issues. Moreover, AI Baoquan had donated to 3 Hope primary schools in the southwest region, all of which were delivered for use before the new year. He had also specifically helped 2 impoverished patients with serious illnesses raise funds for surgery. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Li Tianyu's mind, causing his heart to tremble. AI Baoquan seemed to be in danger. Li, hurry up and eat. The dishes will get cold. Wu Guoqiang called out. Okay. Li Tianyu quickly picked up his chopsticks and started eating, but the delicious food seemed tasteless to him. He was somewhat absent-minded, having accidentally learned this shocking secret about AI Baoquan and not knowing what to do. Should he help AI Baoquan? If he decided to help, how should he do it? Li Tianyu didn't know AI Baoquan well. They had only shaken hands. He couldn't just say, "Hi, President AI, you're in trouble, right?" That would be suicidal. Such a big figure would definitely not believe an unnamed nobody. However, Li Tianyu thought that gaining AI Baoquan's trust wouldn't be difficult. It was just a matter of whether he wanted to save him. Just then, Li Tianyu saw the tough-looking man sitting across from AI Baoquan calling the waiter to settle the bill. It seemed they were about to leave. Li Tianyu's mind raced, and he quickly made a decision. "Mr. Wu, Mr. Zhao, I need to go to the restroom," Li Tianyu said as he stood up. Go ahead." AI Baoquan waved his hand. Li Tianyu got up, circled around the restaurant, then changed direction and followed AI Baoquan. Thanks to Xiao Lan Juzu I Pangzu, Book Friend 201911150, and Qian Yan Yi Chongmeng for their generous rewards. Thanks again to everyone who voted for me and accompanied me along the way. Chapter 43. I know all your little secrets. Li Tianyu's movements were not loud, but when he was about 4 to 5 meters behind AI Baoquan, the man who seemed to be AI Baoquan's bodyguard noticed him. This man was named Yang'an, and he was indeed AI Baoquan's bodyguard. Although he was referred to as an assistant to the outside world, Yang'an had practiced martial arts and combat techniques, and he was also a former Special Forces soldier, so his skills and alertness were unquestionable. "Sir, do you need something?" Yang'an's tone was stiff and carried a hint of hostility. Li Tianyu steadied his mind and called out, "President AI, can I have a word with you? Isn't this Wu Guoqiang's employee? What's he coming over to talk about?" AI Baoquan glanced over and noticed that Wu Guoqiang and the unknown employee were still eating and chatting. AI Baoquan adjusted his suit and asked, "Did Mr. Wu send you over? Is there something he can't tell me in person?" Li Tianyu shook his head. "You're misunderstanding. I came over on my own. I have something to discuss with you that has nothing to do with Mr. Wu." AI Baoquan was taken aback, wondering what this kid could possibly want to talk to him about. At that moment, the blunt Yang'an grunted. "Our President AI is busy and has no time to talk to you. Please, Xiaoyang, it's fine." AI Baoquan interrupted Yang'an and then said to Li Tianyu, "How long do you need to talk?" "Just a few minutes, and I believe you will be interested in what I have to say, since the other party said so." AI Baoquan became somewhat interested. "All right, go ahead. President AI, we need to find a private place to discuss this matter." AI Baoquan frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased, thinking, what kind of matter needs to be so mysterious? Moreover, as the head of a large group company, he was always surrounded by people and revered. This kid named Li Tianyu clearly lacked respect for him. However, AI Baoquan had good composure and didn't show impatience because of this. "Fine, let's go over there." AI Baoquan pointed to a door at the end of the corridor on the right. Outside the door was a small balcony where some customers could smoke. Yang'an, as a bodyguard, clearly wasn't reassured. "President AI, it's fine, just look at him, there won't be any problems." Yang'an observed Li Tianyu and concluded that he didn't seem to pose any security threat, so he let them pass. The 2 of them arrived at the small balcony, one after the other. "Go ahead, what is it? Why so mysterious?" Li Tianyu smiled slightly. "President AI, I want to sell you something." "Sell something? What do you want to sell?" AI Baoquan thought. What a ridiculous joke. I lack nothing. What could I possibly buy from you? Li Tianyu smiled slightly and pointed to his temple, saying, information. AI Baoquan was taken aback, looking Li Tianyu over again. Let me tell you, I don't get involved in any shady business, especially since you and Mr. Wu are good friends. Besides, I'm in real estate, and you are a tech company. There's no competition between us. What valuable information could you possibly sell me? AI Baoquan misunderstood. He thought Li Tianyu wanted to sell information about Yuan technology. People in this line of work were not uncommon, and AI Baoquan had seen many, known as corporate spies. You're misunderstanding. The information I want to sell is unrelated to business, but rather concerns your safety. AI Baoquan was startled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Li Tianyu continued, President AI. If my information is correct, someone wants to harm you, or is currently harming you. AI Baoquan's expression changed. His teeth clenched as he said, Kid, you have quite the nerve, trying to scam me with this kind of thing? Do you believe I can make Wu Guoqiang fire you with just one word? Li Tianyu sighed. All right, since President AI doesn't believe me, I won't say more. Goodbye. With that, Li Tianyu turned to leave. Wait. Li Tianyu stopped, but didn't turn around. How do I know if what you're saying is true? Li Tianyu knew that AI Baoquan was still interested. All right, to prove my information capability, I'll mention some things about you. President AI, please don't get angry. AI Baoquan snorted coldly, seemingly tacitly agreeing. 2 years ago, you had some heart problems. After examination, although it was just a precursor to myocardial infarction, the doctor still performed bypass surgery for safety. Is that it? AI Baoquan scoffed and said, that doesn't prove anything. Did you read the interview about me in Leader Weekly? That's hardly a secret. Li Tianyu ignored him and continued, Mr. AI, you have 5 mistresses, all under 30. 2 of whom are still college students. Among those 2, one is in her 2nd year at the Beijing Film Academy and is quite beautiful. The allowance you give her each month is this amount. Saying this, Li Tianyu gestured with his hand to indicate the number 5. The implication was 50,000. Upon hearing this, AI Baoquan was immediately stunned. What the hell? How does this guy know? Even the closest people around AI Baoquan didn't know the exact number of his lovers, let alone their identities. Although you are essentially a good person, you did some bad things when you were just starting out. For example, during a project in Huayu City, you secretly had someone break the legs of a stubborn homeowner to scare them away. He continued, Mr. AI, don't be fooled by your current success. You were quite timid as a child, a crybaby who was often bullied by classmates, and when faced with something frightening, you would even wet your pants, earning you the nickname P-Turtle. AI Baoquan was completely dumbfounded. These were secrets of secrets. Even if someone knew a certain thing, they couldn't possibly know everything. In other words, if someone could state so many secrets about AI Baoquan at once, it could only be AI Baoquan himself. It couldn't be anyone else, including his parents or wife. How does this kid know? This made no sense. Li Tianyu observed AI Baoquan's expression and knew it was time to push further. Mr. AI, do you want me to continue? I can guarantee I could talk about you for an entire afternoon. In reality, Li Tianyu was also bluffing. The information he had was limited to this. However, it was more than enough to deal with AI Baoquan. Chapter 44. What I want is not much, just 3 million. AI Baoquan immediately waved his hand. Stop talking, stop talking. He really couldn't take it anymore. If Li Tianyu continued, he might reveal even more embarrassing stories from the past. Moreover, after so much precise information, AI Baoquan couldn't deny what this kid knew. How do you know all this? Li Tianyu chuckled and replied mysteriously, that's a trade secret. It's my livelihood, I can't reveal it. So what is your relationship with Wu Guoqiang? At this moment, AI Baoquan couldn't believe that Li Tianyu was just an employee of Wu Guoqiang's company. Which employee has such capabilities? He also worried that everything was orchestrated by Wu Guoqiang behind the scenes. Although the two were indeed friends, it was more of a drinking buddy relationship, and they didn't have a particularly deep friendship. Li Tianyu casually said, Mr. AI, I am indeed an employee of Yuan Technology, at least for now. However, what I'm doing now has nothing to do with Mr. Wu or Yuan Technology. If you keep dwelling on this, then we might as well not talk anymore. We can terminate the transaction. After hearing this, AI Baoquan had no choice but to believe him, waving his hand. All right, I won't worry about that. I understand the rules. Just name your price. Li Tianyu held up 3 fingers. 300,000. That's fine, I can transfer that to you right now. Li Tianyu shook his head. AI Baoquan was stunned and quietly confirmed. 3 million? This time, Li Tianyu smiled slightly, indicating that the other party was correct. Mr. AI, to be honest, this is already a discount. 3 million soft sister currency to save your life. Isn't that worth it? AI Baoquan thought for a moment. Although 3 million soft sister currency seemed a bit much, as Li Tianyu said, if it was considered life-saving money, it wasn't too expensive. You need to have life to have money. Without life, no matter how much money you have, it can't be spent. As long as Li Tianyu's information was accurate, AI Balquan would pay without hesitation, even if it were 4 or 5 million. All right, 3 million it is. You tell me. Li Tianyu felt a surge of joy in his heart, but his face remained calm and unflappable. The system's personality transformation was quite thorough. Li Tianyu had completely shed his previous mercenary attitude, revealing calmness and shrewdness. Selling information was indeed a very good idea for making money. Although the method of earning money through taxes, buying houses, and then collecting rent was also good, it required a fair amount of labor. Not to mention, showing people around houses was quite troublesome. Selling information, on the other hand, was easy, just moving one's lips. AI Balquan stared wide-eyed, waiting. Li Tianyu smiled and said, Mr. AI, is there an executive in your Aihua real estate named Hu Jun? Upon hearing this, AI Balquan froze. You mean, Hu Jun wants to kill me? Li Tianyu nodded. Exactly. AI Balquan immediately waved his hand. That's impossible. That can't be true. How could he want to harm me? Hu Jun was AI Baochuan's fellow townsman and childhood best friend. They had grown up together. No wonder AI Balquan couldn't believe that Hu Jun would want to harm him, let alone kill him. However, when it came to human nature, AI Balquan was a bit unsure. He had been around for many years in the business world, not to mention childhood friends. Even close relatives often turned against each other for profit. Do you have any evidence to prove that Hu Jun wants to harm me? Li Tianyu said, finding evidence is something I believe you're better at than I am. I'm just here to share the information I know with you in exchange for my due reward. AI Balquan was silent for a moment. It's not that I don't believe you. I can't just suspect my good brother based on your words. Li Tianyu nodded. I understand. I can say more. Just the year before last, when you fell ill, you fainted twice, one of which was in Yushan County, Qizhou. Do you remember? AI Balquan nodded. That's right. I went to Qizhou for a land auction. How do you know? I also know that you were rushed to the hospital in Yushan County. But due to poor medical technology, they misdiagnosed you with brain cancer. Brain cancer is terminal. At that time, you thought you didn't have much time left and wrote a share transfer agreement in the presence of the company's legal counsel. AI Hichuan was stunned. Yes. But that share transfer agreement was for your partner Zhao Yin, Li Tianyu said. Yes, that's him. But what does that have to do with Hu Jun? Do you remember the conditions for that transfer agreement to take effect? AI Balquan replied, of course, it was as long as I died. The ownership of the company would be transferred entirely to Zhao. At this point, AI Balquan suddenly thought of something, his eyes wide open, his face pale, and his lips began to tremble as if frozen. Li Tianyu knew that AI Balquan had understood everything. The matter itself was not complicated. It all stemmed from that hasty share transfer agreement. Once that agreement took effect, it lasted for 3 years. Zhao Yin had long been scheming. And now it was the last year. If he didn't act soon, it would be too late. But someone like Zhao Yin would definitely not act personally to avoid leaving evidence. So he colluded with Hu Jun, intending to use some clever methods to kill AI Balquan, allowing him to take over the large real estate company. As for why he chose Hu Jun, it was also because he had the closest relationship with AI Balquan, making it less likely to raise suspicion while doing something. Li Tianyu also advised AI Balquan to pay close attention to the objects around him, as Hu Jun would definitely tamper with those things to harm him. At this moment, Li Tianyu didn't know where the problem might be. He was simply using his talent as an intelligence master, combined with Zhao Yin and Hu Jun's recent meeting frequency and locations, to make deductions. This deduction was very precise. Difficult to explain, but the accuracy rate was quite high, reaching over 90. Li Tianyu's suggestions should greatly help AI Balquan. All right, I've said all I needed to say. The rest depends on you. I'll send you the bank account details later. May we meet again if fate allows, Mr. AI. After saying that, Li Tianyu turned and walked towards the dining room, leaving AI Balquan lost in thought. Seeking recommendations, seeking recommendations, seeking recommendations. Chapter 45. Sorry, I refuse. As for whether Li Tianyu knew AI Baochuan's contact information, don't be silly. He's an intelligence master. He has long been aware of such celebrities' contact details. The next morning, Li Tianyu received a transfer of 3 million soft sister coins. Clearly, AI Balquan had uncovered something. Li Tianyu was very pleased. He now had an additional 3 million, bringing his total savings close to 5 million. This not only brought him a significant step closer to his goal of 10 million soft sister coins, but also gave him the feeling of becoming a wealthy person. I already have 5 million. Why do I need to work at this company? Li Tianyu thought about discussing his resignation with Zhao Jitong. Who would have thought that before he could bring it up, Zhao Jitong proactively sought him out. Mr. Zhao, I have something to discuss. Oh, Tianyu. Let's talk about it later. Come with me to a meeting first. A meeting? What meeting? Never mind that. You'll know when you get there. I've been waiting for you. Li Tianyu was baffled. Judging by Zhao Jitong's demeanor, it must be a very important meeting. However, as a low-level planner, he wouldn't be qualified to participate in anything too significant. Zhao Jitong pulled Li Tianyu into the company's large conference room. Upon entering, Li Tianyu was astonished. On both sides sat the company's middle and senior management. Sitting in the main seat was Wu Guoqiang, the big boss of Yunguang Technology. Wu Guoqiang rarely came to the company, so infrequently that it was said he had only visited 4 times last year. However, it wasn't due to laziness. He simply managed more than one company. The person usually in charge of Yunguang Technology was named Zhou Bo, who held the position of deputy general manager. He was quite capable and had at least kept the company from getting into trouble. Zhao Jitong found a seat for Li Tianyu to sit down. Wu Guoqiang glanced at Li Tianyu and announced the meeting's commencement. First, each senior manager reported on their business progress, followed by middle management discussing their department's work situation and future plans. Wu Guoqiang seemed half asleep, as if he were about to doze off. Once everyone had finished speaking, Wu Guoqiang sighed, as if to say, finally, it's over. Although Yunguang Technology wasn't considered a particularly large company, it still had 300 to 400 employees. In a medium-sized company, there was no shortage of matters to address. The senior and middle management occasionally glanced at Li Tianyu, seemingly very curious about his presence. Although they all worked at the same company, the disparity in status was too great. Even if they had seen Li Tianyu before, they couldn't possibly know who he was. At this moment, Li Tianyu sitting in this conference room was indeed very puzzling. However, a few people noticed that this Li Tianyu was the kid who had made a splash at the Beijing Business Prospects Forum a couple of days ago. Moreover, Wu Guoqiang rarely came to the company, and when he did, it indicated that he had something to say or deal with. Sure enough, Wu Guoqiang suddenly said, "Today, I have something to announce. Li Tianyu, please stand up." Li Tianyu was still in a daze, but since he was asked to stand, he complied. Wu Guoqiang continued. "He is Li Tianyu, formerly working in the planning department, a key talent under Zhao Jitong." Hearing this made Li Tianyu a bit embarrassed. What key talent? If anything, he used to be just a small fry. However, things were different now. With the system's support, his abilities had improved immensely. From now on, Li Tianyu will be transferred from the planning department and serve as my assistant. In the future, I will communicate any matters through him to Deputy General Manager Zhou and everyone else. The room erupted in chatter. What? Li Tianyu? An assistant? This is too sudden. Who is this person? Could he be a relative of Mr. Wu? Although the murmurs were quiet, Li Tianyu heard them clearly, not to mention others. Even he himself was completely bewildered. What was Wu Guoqiang up to? Had he gone mad? Being Wu Guoqiang's assistant meant what? It was equivalent to being the general manager of the company. No, not just this Yunguang Technology. Li Tianyu could also have a hand in Wu Guoqiang's other companies. Of course, this would require Wu Guoqiang's consent. Zhao Jitong glanced at Li Tianyu, feeling a mix of emotions flooding in, thinking that this kid was climbing the ladder too quickly, far beyond his expectations. In fact, after Wu Guoqiang treated Li Tianyu to dinner yesterday, Zhao Jitong had a vague feeling that this kid was about to soar, but he didn't expect him to fly this high all at once. However, this wasn't completely beyond Zhao Jitong's expectations, so despite feeling a bit sour, he quickly accepted reality. After the meeting, Wu Guoqiang called Li Tianyu into the general manager's office. As expected of the highest-ranking official's office, it was luxurious, measuring at least 200 square meters. Wu Guoqiang was probably going to explain why he made such a decision today. Li Tianyu also noticed that besides Wu Guoqiang, another person named Zhang Chongfang was standing in the office. Zhang Chongfang was not only the head of the administrative department, but was also temporarily handling the human resources department's work. At this moment, Zhang Chongfang directly handed a contract to Li Tianyu. What is this? A new employment contract? Zhang Chongfang replied. Mine? Yes. At this point, Wu Guoqiang said. You two sit down first. Xiao Zhang briefly explained the contents to Xiao Li. Zhang Chongfang nodded. All right, Mr. Wu. First, Li Tianyu's position will change to assistant to the general manager. Second, the contract duration will be 5 years from the date of signing. Third, the monthly salary will be 40,000. Basically, that's it. The rest includes non-compete and confidentiality clauses. Li Tianyu was taken aback. Non-compete clause? Confidentiality clause? Do I have to sign this? Of course. As the assistant to the general manager, you will definitely have access to some company secrets. We must ensure that you won't harm the company's interests after leaving, Wu Guoqiang said, tapping the table with his finger, smiling as he asked, Xiao Li, if there are no issues, just sign it. I have several matters to hand over to you. Zhang Chongfang placed a pen in front of Li Tianyu. At that moment, Li Tianyu was flipping through the contract one page at a time, not knowing what he was thinking. A few minutes later, Li Tianyu was still looking at the contract. Wu Guoqiang grew a bit impatient, furrowing his brow. Zhang Chongfang, having reached her current position, certainly had good insight. She lightly coughed. Li Tianyu, you really don't need to look so closely. Besides the points I mentioned, the other content is no different from a regular contract. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu finally raised his head. Mr. Wu, why did you choose me as your assistant? Wu Guoqiang squinted his eyes. No kidding. I think you have potential. So I want to cultivate you. Xiao Li, hurry up. I still have to go to another place for a meeting later. I refuse. Huh. Not only Wu Guoqiang, but even Zhang Chongfang was taken aback by Li Tianyu's words, as if they had misheard. Li Tianyu smiled slightly. I refuse to sign this contract. Chapter 46. Resignation? I couldn't ask for more. With a loud slap, Wu Guoqiang's large hand came down heavily on the table. Are you crazy? Zhang Chongfang quickly said. Li Tianyu, you better think carefully before you speak. Mr. Wu wants to promote you. I want to be very clear. I won't sign this contract. Li, why can't you recognize a good opportunity? Li Tianming smiled and replied. President Wu, you misunderstood. I just feel some clauses are inappropriate. If they can be revised, I will sign. Zhang Chongfang was about to speak up, but was stopped by Wu Guoqiang raising his hand. It's okay, let him speak. Li, how do you want to change it? Li Tianyu smiled slightly. First, let's get rid of the assistant position. If it's a consultant role, I can consider it. Wu Guoqiang's eyes widened. What? Consultant? Where is such a position? You are the big boss. Even if there isn't such a position, you can create one with a word. Li Tianyu looked at Zhang Chongfang and smiled. Am I right? Zhang Chongfang was momentarily stunned. What could she say? She could only nod. Li Tianyu continued. Second, an annual salary of 1 million, and if the project is successful, bonuses will be calculated separately. Third, I want to have flexible working hours, no clocking in, and no need to sit in the office. Of course, if there are important matters, I will definitely follow up. Fourth, Wu Guoqiang raised his hand to stop Li Tianyu from continuing. Enough. Li Tianyu, you really dare to say that? Who gave you the courage to make such demands? Li Tianyu thought to himself, it's Liang Jing. I'm asking you, Li Tianyu, if you don't want to work, just say so. Stop pretending with me here. These two are really insidious. The implication is that if you don't sign this contract, you'll be fired. It sounds quite intimidating, but would Li Tianyu be afraid? Of course not. He chuckled. No problem. I can handle the resignation procedures right now. You, Wu Guoqiang, will be infuriated. Zhang Chongfang remained calmer. If you voluntarily resign, the company won't give you any compensation. No problem, I don't care. Li Tianyu said, turning to leave, and even waved his hand coolly. Please have Supervisor Zhang deliver the resignation form to my workstation. Thank you. Zhang Chongfang was stunned. She had worked in administration for quite some time and had served 3 or 4 companies. She had seen all kinds of employees. But someone as tough as Li Tianyu was a first. Moreover, she had interacted with Li Tianyu before. He was quite an ordinary employee. When did he become like this? This was clearly Li Tianyu trying to fire the boss and the company. Zhang Chongfang hesitated for a moment and turned to ask Wu Guoqiang. President Wu, what do you think we should do? What should we do? Isn't he the big shot? Just give him the resignation form. Let's see if he dares to sign. Colleague Wang Liang walked over. Tianyu, what are you doing? Packing up, getting ready to leave. What? Leaving? Where to? By the way, I heard you got promoted. Everyone was just talking about you. Their conversation attracted nearby colleagues, who quickly gathered around. Li Tianyu smiled. I don't care for that. It's not a promotion. It's clearly becoming the boss's slave. So you're resigning? What? After hearing this, the surrounding colleagues were all astonished, some with eyes wide open. It was no wonder. Earlier, someone had spread the word that Li Tianyu was favored by the boss and had become the assistant to the general manager. What does that mean? One person below, thousands above. Not to mention these junior employees. Even the vice general manager Zhou Bo would have to show respect to the assistant to the general manager. More importantly, this position would definitely come with a good salary. At least it would be double that of an ordinary planner. Such a good job, and Li Tianyu was actually throwing it away, and he was resigning? This was simply unbelievable. In fact, it was not surprising that the colleagues didn't understand. If it were the old Li Tianyu, he would have been overjoyed at such a good opportunity. However, he was completely different now. The system had transformed Li Tianyu, making him very proud. With this new Li Tianyu, he was unwilling to be a subordinate assistant. So he proposed to Wu Guoqiang to take on the role of consultant and demanded a significant salary increase to 1 million annually. Since the other party did not agree, then they would part ways amicably. With Li Tianyu's current abilities, he was not worried about finding a job. Even if he did nothing, he could easily live off the rent. At this moment, Zhang Chongfang walked over, looking serious. She placed several resignation application forms on Li Tianyu's desk. I filled them out for you. You just need to sign. Once I sign, can I leave? Yes. The onlookers heard this. And it seemed that neither the boss nor anyone else was happy with Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu looked up and saw Wu Guoqiang's figure not far away. That guy had a cold smile, as if he thought Li Tianyu didn't have the guts to sign. Li Tianyu thought to himself, do you really think I can't survive without this company? Li Tianyu picked up the pen and signed his name on the resignation form without hesitation. Wu Guoqiang's smile gradually froze on his face, feeling a burning sensation. Li Tianyu really resigned. He couldn't be happy about it at all. The reason Wu Guoqiang promoted Li Tianyu to the position of assistant to the general manager was that he believed this guy had some ability and wanted to give him a taste of success, hoping to utilize him well, which might bring great value to his company. Wu Guoqiang was someone who built several companies from scratch, and one of his strengths was being able to see talent accurately. After Li Tianyu's speech at the Capital Business Prospects Forum spread online, Wu Guoqiang watched it several times. He was shocked. How could there be such a person in the company? And he was just a junior planner? It all felt a bit strange. It wasn't until a couple of days ago when he met Li Tianyu that Wu Guoqiang realized this guy might be the most underestimated person in the company. It would be a waste not to utilize someone like him. Wu Guoqiang quickly conducted a background check on Li Tianyu. He graduated from a second-tier university with average grades. He came from an ordinary family with no backing. After joining the company, he had always performed mediocrely, and his salary was quite average too. Wu Guoqiang couldn't understand. Who was this Li Tianyu? Chapter 47. What is wrong with him? But talent must be utilized, and although Wu Guoqiang intended to promote Li Tianyu, he didn't raise his salary by much. After all, this kid had been earning just over 10,000 for such a long time. Raising it to 30,000 was already generous. He wasn't afraid he wouldn't be happy about it. Who knew? Wu Guoqiang was wrong. Li Tianyu's appetite was greater than he imagined. After signing, Li Tianyu slapped the resignation application on his workstation. Supervisor Zhang, I'll trouble you with the future matters. I'm leaving. The colleagues in the planning department exchanged glances, completely taken aback. Wang Liang, who was a bit sharper, chased after him. Tianyu, wait for me. I can't bear to see you go. We've been colleagues after all. Let me see you off. Actually, Wang Liang was one of Li Tianyu's best colleagues in the company. The two entered the elevator side by side and arrived at the lobby of the office building. Wang Liang, Tianyu, have you found a new job? That's right. I'm quite envious of you. I should take a break too. Li Tianyu nodded. No problem. Let us keep in touch. After bidding farewell to Wang Liang, Li Tianyu drove off in his Porsche, leaving the office building's parking lot. Li Tianyu's departure caused quite a stir at Yunguang Technology. Many people were distracted from their work, secretly gathering to discuss Li Tianyu's situation. It was understandable. They were about to promote him to assistant to the general manager, but in the blink of an eye, he had packed up and left. How could that not spark speculation? There were even some rather mysterious conspiracy theories. Some said that Li Tianyu had been secretly transferred to another company by the boss. Some say that Li Tianyu actually went abroad for further studies. There are even rumors that he slept with his boss's mistress and was caught. Lu Manqi from the administrative department felt a bit dazed after hearing this news. She was originally not interested in Li Tianyu, but his recent behavior had left her confused. This previously unremarkable guy seemed to be standing out more and more. Meanwhile, Wu Guoqiang, sitting in the general manager's office, felt somewhat depressed. After a long while, he used the office phone to call his secretary. Call Zhao Jitong in for me. A few minutes later, Zhao Jitong entered. Mr. Wu, what is the matter? You know about Li Tianyu's resignation, right? Zhao Jitong hesitated for a moment. Yes, I know. To be honest, Zhao Jitong was also baffled. It seemed Li Tianyu's mind wasn't quite right to refuse such a great opportunity. Refusing was one thing, but angering the boss led to immediate dismissal. Given the talent he was showing now, the company was indeed a bit too small for him. Wu Guoqiang said, you should have Li Tianyu's contact information, right? Yes. Try to chat with him soon, but don't say I sent you. Zhao Jitong was taken aback, but quickly grasped Wu Guoqiang's intent. The big boss seemed to have some regrets. Got it. I'll find time to talk to him in the next couple of days. Wu Guoqiang nodded and waved him out. At the same time, Li Tianyu drove his Porsche to Hongyan Advertising Company. Hongyan Advertising is where Chun Onlu works. They had made plans to have dinner today, and Li Tianyu certainly wouldn't forget this. The company is located in the capital's Guimao area, near the 3rd Ring Road. It wasn't far from the 4th Ring Road to the 3rd Ring Road, but Li Tianyu encountered severe traffic and it took him an hour and a half to arrive. Chun Onlu was a visual designer and had already made a name for herself in the industry in just 3 years. She was involved in almost all major projects within the company. At that moment, Ding Xiangping walked over, followed by Feng Yun. The two had a good relationship and were always seen together. Ever since Ding Xiangping was embarrassed by Chun Onlu's so-called boyfriend, she had been harboring resentment. At that time, Chun Onlu's boyfriend, the one named Li Tianyu, didn't look or act like a wealthy person at all. Ding Xiangping believed her judgment was correct. She wanted to take the opportunity to probe Chun Onlu's thoughts. Lulu, where's the bag your boyfriend gave you? I haven't seen you carrying it lately. Feng Yun chimed in. Yeah, I heard Xiangping say that. Let us see what an 80,000 yuan bag looks like. Chun Onlu was taken aback. She hadn't carried that bag at all and didn't expect Ding Xiangping and Feng Yun to bring it up. I left it at home. What's wrong with that? Ding Xiangping glanced at the bag on Chun Onlu's desk, which was a mid-range women's bag, probably costing around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. You're not carrying an 80,000 yuan bag, but are using a few thousand yuan one every day? Who are you trying to fool? Ding Xiangping said. You've had that bag for quite a while. Why not use the nicer one? Feng Yan added, yeah, remember to bring it tomorrow. Chun Anlu felt annoyed, thinking, why should I care what bag I carry? Ding Xiaoping asked, by the way, when will you let your boyfriend come over so we can get to know him better? Feng Yan added, yeah, I heard your boyfriend is really rich. It's so enviable. Chun Anlu was even more frustrated. What did her boyfriend's wealth have to do with them? Just then, Chun Anlu's phone rang with a WeChat message. She glanced at it and saw it was from Li Tianyu, with just a few words, I'm waiting for you downstairs. Chun Anlu looked up to see Ding Xiaoping and Feng Yun stretching their necks to look over. Ding Xiaoping exclaimed, oh, your boyfriend is here to pick you up? Chun Anlu responded helplessly, no, I'm going to the bathroom. You guys carry on. With that, she hurriedly left. Feng Yun asked, is he really her boyfriend? Ding Xiaoping replied, probably. We'll know when we go check. Both had seen the WeChat message. Chun Anlu's boyfriend was indeed waiting downstairs. Chun Anlu's work ended at 6 in the afternoon. She usually would have stayed longer, but since she had plans to treat Li Tianyu to dinner, she clocked out right on time. When she arrived downstairs, she looked around but didn't see Li Tianyu. There were several cars parked downstairs, a Volkswagen, a Honda Civic, a Toyota Corolla, and a sky blue Porsche. Chapter 48. Don't all girls like this? Chun Anlu didn't ask how Li Tianyu would arrive, but since he said he would pick her up, he must have driven. Therefore, she didn't take her own car. They couldn't possibly be running around on foot, right? Li Tianyu, an ordinary office worker, shouldn't be driving an expensive car. Could it be the Volkswagen? Just as Chun Anlu was about to walk over to check, she saw the blue Porsche's door open. Li Tianyu stepped out and waved to her. Chun Anlu was stunned. Such a nice car? That's a bit exaggerated. Isn't it? What are you thinking? Hurry up and get in. Saying that, Li Tianyu gentlemanly opened the passenger door for her. Oh, okay. Chun Anlu got in. Li Tianyu also got in, started the car, and drove away. At that moment, two women walked out of the shadows at the entrance of the office building, their faces full of astonishment. They were none other than Ding Xiaoping and Feng Yun. Feng Yun said, Xiaoping, didn't I say her boyfriend must be a loser? How can a loser drive such a nice car? Ding Xiaoping was momentarily speechless. The facts were right in front of her, and she couldn't say anything further. However, she still felt something was off. Could the person driving the Porsche really be the same Li Tianyu they saw last time? From their angle just now, they couldn't see who was driving. Meanwhile, inside the Porsche, Chun Anlu couldn't help but ask, is this car yours? Li Tianyu smiled and said, yes, it's mine. But how much do you make a month? Li Tianyu turned to Chun Anlu and replied, 0. 0? What do you mean? I just got laid off. I fired my boss, so your invitation to dinner is just in time. Chun Anlu was speechless, feeling this man was becoming more and more profound, seeming much deeper than when they first met, making him hard to read. By the way, what should I call you? Chun Anlu asked. What do you want to eat? Anything. I'm not picky, as long as it fills my stomach. Chun Anlu teased, as long as it fills your stomach? That is simple. We can just go eat some spicy hot pot. No way. Beautiful. Are you suggesting we eat spicy hot pot for dinner? I was just joking. How about this? I know a pretty good Western restaurant. Let us go there, I'll guide the way. Western restaurant? The rules are too strict, I'm not used to it. Let us skip it. Then what do you want to eat? I'm okay with anything. Li Tianyu thought for a moment and said, okay, then let us go for spicy hot pot. Huh, are you joking? Li Tianyu was indeed serious. He drove to a nearby Wang Liang spicy hot pot and parked at the entrance. You can't be serious, really going for spicy hot pot? I'm serious. Li Tianyu got out of the car and thoughtfully opened the passenger door for Chun Anlu. As Chun Anlu got out of the car, Li Tianyu took the opportunity to hold her hand. In that instant, all relevant information about Chun Anlu flooded into Li Tianyu's mind, including her birth date, interests, and even whether she had ever had a boyfriend. This talent for gathering information from others was incredibly useful. Treating her to spicy hot pot made Chun Anlu feel a bit embarrassed. She still wanted to eat something more formal. But Li Tianyu was determined to go to the spicy hot pot restaurant, so Chun Anlu had no choice but to comply. As Li Tianyu said, spicy hot pot can be considered a delicacy, and eating this is indeed not uncomfortable. Once inside the restaurant, the two chose their dishes and sat opposite each other. You're quite beautiful. Li Tianyu opened with a bold compliment, without any hesitation. This was too direct. Chun Anlu looked at Li Tianyu. Unlike last time, Li Tianyu's demeanor was no longer that of a tease or a lecture. He seemed quite upright, with a slightly cynical air. Chun Anlu's face actually flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. Could it be that she misjudged him last time? Chun Anlu couldn't help but think. Now, after the systematic talent transformation, Li Tianyu actually had a hint of nobility, making him stand out. Chun Anlu cleared her throat. You want me to treat you to spicy hot pot? Don't you feel like you're losing out? Eating Western food or something, the taste is average, and there are many rules, apart from spending more money. It seems I can't gain much, right? It's better to eat something more appetizing. What you said makes sense. Moreover, don't you also like eating spicy hot pot? We can consider it mutually beneficial. Chen Anlu was taken aback. How do you know I like spicy hot pot? Don't all girls like it? That is also true. In fact, when Li Tianyu shook hands earlier, he simultaneously obtained information about Chen Anlu, which confirmed her love for spicy hot pot. Waiter, number 19 and 20 are ready. Li Tianyu stood up and brought over the cooked dishes. At that moment, Li Tianyu also fetched 2 bottles of North Ice soda. Your favorite drink. Chen Anlu was stunned again. How do you know I love this? Don't all girls like it? This. Although Li Tianyu's reasoning seemed plausible, not every girl likes North Ice, right? Have all the girls Li Tianyu encountered liked it? But to be honest, Li Tianyu was quite considerate. And their meal together was filled with laughter, making it feel very pleasant. Afterwards, Li Tianyu drove Chen Anlu back to her place. In fact, the two didn't live far apart. Li Tianyu lived at the North 3rd Ring, while Chen Anlu lived at the North 4th Ring, just a 30-minute drive. As they were parting, Li Tianyu smiled and said, "Aren't you going to invite me up for a while?" Chen Anlu's expression froze. "Let's skip that. My place is messy." Jokingly, if she really let Li Tianyu into her home, it would be like inviting a wolf into the house. Looking at Li Tianyu's somewhat mischievous smile, he seemed capable of anything. "All right, we'll just schedule another date." "Okay, sounds good." After saying that, Chen Anlu opened the door and entered the community. Danger. This man is too dangerous. Chen Anlu instinctively thought as she hurriedly left Li Tianyu's sight. Taking out her phone, she saw an unfamiliar number that wasn't saved in her contacts. However, Li Tianyu recognized it. This was AI Baochuan's phone number. Chapter 49. The free morning tea is delicious. From AI Baochuan's tone, he seemed quite happy. "Li Tianyu. So, Mr. AI, you're so busy, and yet you called me. It's not just to express gratitude, right?" AI Baochuan laughed heartily on the other end of the line. "Li, you really are straightforward. I won't keep you in suspense. I'm calling because I need your help with something." "Li Tianyu. Mr. AI, you have many capable people under you. What could you possibly need my help with?" AI Baochuan. "Brother, you can guess. I have quite a few people, and I have no fewer than 8 direct bodyguards, but there aren't many I can trust." AI Baochuan's words were profound. If it were the old Li Tianyu, he would certainly be confused and lost. But now, it was different, due to the system's side effects. Li Tianyu's intelligence had greatly increased. What does this mean? Many things that Li Tianyu couldn't understand, read, or hear before, he could now comprehend clearly and distinctly. For someone of AI Baochuan's status, finding a trustworthy person is quite difficult. Even if his family or those bodyguards are trustworthy, there are some matters they might not be able to assist him with. In other words, AI Baochuan had significant difficulties. Trustworthy people are hard to find, and those who are both trustworthy and useful are even harder to find. Li Tianyu knew that AI Baochuan thought of him because he likely wanted to do something very challenging. Why did AI Baochuan trust him? It's simple. He is an outsider and only works for money. From a certain perspective, someone who can be controlled by money is certainly the most reliable. "Mr. AI, you know, I don't provide free services here." AI Baochuan laughed heartily again. "Brotherly, just name your price. As long as AI Baochuan, can afford it, I will naturally meet it." "Li Tianyu, that depends on what the matter is." AI Baochuan hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Do you have time tomorrow? Let's meet and talk." Li Tianyu agreed. After hanging up the phone, Li Tianyu kept thinking about what AI Baochuan wanted to find him for. It wasn't hard to guess. It must be related to those 2 people who wanted to harm AI Baochuan. At the same time, Li Tianyu was also a bit worried about whether he could handle AI Baochuan's commission. After all, there are no easy tasks around such high-profile figures. Whatever it is, it will be discussed when he meets AI Baochuan tomorrow. Having thought this through, Li Tianyu went straight to sleep. The next day, Li Tianyu was awakened by the music from his phone. Looking at the time, it was only 8 o'clock. Usually, Li Tianyu wouldn't be up at this time. Who could be calling so early? Li Tianyu picked up the phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number, so he answered. "Who is this? Is this Mr. Li Tianyu?" "Yes, it is. Mr. AI sent me to pick you up. I'm downstairs at your building right now." Li Tianyu was momentarily stunned and a bit dazed. But he quickly reacted. For a big shot like AI Baochuan, finding out where Li Tianyu lived would be a piece of cake. "All right, I'll get ready and come down." "Okay, Mr. Li." Mr. AI said, "There's no rush. Take your time." "Not in a rush. They've already found their way to my doorstep." Li Tianyu was not in a good mood after being woken up. After a quick wash-up, Li Tianyu went downstairs. He just happened to see a black Maybach. Li Tianyu didn't think much and directly got in. There was only a driver in the front seat, who should be the person he spoke with. "Good morning, Mr. Li." "I'm the driver, Xiao Lu. Can we go now?" Li Tianyu nodded. "Yes, Xiao Lu, we can go." Li Tianyu now also had quite a presence, showing no signs of timidity. Xiao Lu, being a professional driver, drove steadily. Sitting in the car was incredibly comfortable, and Li Tianyu felt drowsy, almost dozing off again. It should be the peak morning rush hour in the capital, but the Maybach only drove for 10 minutes before stopping. We're here, Mr. Li. Li Tianyu was taken aback. We're here? Looking out the window, he saw it was in front of a restaurant, Long GT restaurant. Mr. AI is waiting for you inside. I see. You should have said so earlier. Li Tianyu pushed the door open and got out, walking into the restaurant. A beautiful lady approached him. Judging by her outfit, she seemed to be a manager or something similar. Excuse me, are you Mr. Li Tianyu? Yes, I am. Please follow me. Li Tianyu nodded and followed the beautiful manager, glancing at her slender waist as they walked. They climbed the stairs to the second floor, turned a corner, and arrived at the door of a private room. This is it. Mr. AI asked me to invite you in alone. The private room had a sign that read, Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. Quite a grand statement. Li Tianyu pushed the door open and entered. This place was much larger than Li Tianyu had imagined, significantly more so. It was at least 200 square meters. Inside, it's not just a dining table. There are high-end genuine leather sofas, a huge LCD television that's intimidating in size, a bar, and even a dance floor. And sitting next to that round table is AI Baoquan. Li Tianyu smiled and said, Mr. AI, it's really not easy to meet you. AI Baoquan got up and walked over, chuckling as he patted Li Tianyu's shoulder. Li, my young brother, I've been waiting for you. Haven't had breakfast yet. Come sit over here. AI Baoquan was very warm and did not carry himself like a big shot at all, which made Li Tianyu feel a bit more favorable towards him. Then, the door opened, and two waiters pushed in a large dining cart. The cart had two tiers filled with various dishes. Naturally, the plates on top were full of food. The waiters quickly set the plates on the round table, and in an instant, the aroma of food wafted through the air, filling the table. There were char siu buns, shrimp dumplings, siu mai, steamed ribs, chicken feet, and custard buns, among others. There were even some dishes that Li Tianyu couldn't name. He couldn't help but swallow, and his fingers itched to eat. It turned out that AI Baoquan was indeed someone who knew how to handle things. I'm from Nanyue province, so I have the habit of having dim sum. I can tell, to be honest, I'm really hungry. Since he was here, Li Tianyu naturally wouldn't be polite. He picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a thin-skinned shrimp dumpling to put in his mouth. Delicious. Seeing Li Tianyu's action, AI Baoquan laughed heartily and gave him a thumbs up. Li, I haven't seen a young man like you who can let loose in a long time. Too kind. AI Baoquan was correct. A young person with a good background who could calmly eat in front of a big shot like him was either a fool or someone exceptional. And in AI Baoquan's mind, Li Tianyu was undoubtedly the latter. After the two had their fill, more waiters came in to clean up before moving on to the main topic. AI Baoquan said, Li, after you pointed it out to me, I checked my room and indeed found something. Li Tianyu remained silent, quietly listening to what came next. Chapter 50, 10 million, I hire you. AI Baoquan wasn't foolish. Such matters could only be substantiated with evidence. Only with the criminals caught red-handed could their crimes be proven. Moreover, at that time, AI Baoquan didn't fully believe Li Tianyu's words. After all, this was a matter of life and death, with significant consequences. Especially for a large group company like AI Hua Real Estate, any disturbance could cause turmoil. So regardless of what AI Baoquan thought, he still decided to look for any suspicious places around him. Hu Jun wanting to harm AI Baoquan certainly wouldn't come out in the open. He would definitely use some tricks. This was also Hu Jun's advantage. He was AI Baoquan's childhood friend, so AI Baoquan was less guarded against him. AI Baoquan was meticulous and, after Li Tianyu's reminder, thought of the daily utensils in his office. For example, teapots, teacups, and some toiletries. AI Baoquan sometimes stayed overnight at the company, so he had quite a few of these items. Li, can you guess where I found the problem? Li Tianyu was taken aback, thinking, how would I know? AI Baoquan certainly didn't mean for Li Tianyu to actually guess. In the cigars. Cigars? It turned out AI Baoquan enjoyed smoking cigars and had quite a strong habit, but due to health reasons, he only smoked twice a week. AI Baoquan's cigars were high-end Cuban goods, not easy to buy in the country. Later, he found no suspicious elements in other utensils and finally thought of his cigars. After testing, they indeed found a problem. With a bang, AI Baoquan slammed the table in anger. It's high-concentration sodium nitrite. Li Tianyu remained calm, waiting for an explanation. He wasn't a chemist, so he naturally didn't know what sodium nitrite could do to AI Baoquan. He mostly knew that cooked vegetables left overnight could produce sodium nitrite. Boiling it too long could also produce this substance. Drinking too much of it isn't good. Sodium nitrite itself is toxic, and high concentrations are even more toxic. But as long as the intake isn't large, it shouldn't be a big problem. But I have heart disease. Li Tianyu pretended to nod. I see. That's really malicious. Every time I only need to ingest 0.1 milligrams, and it can increase the burden on my heart, with twice-a-week frequency. In less than 2 months, I could very likely die suddenly. Now I understand. This time, Li Tianyu truly grasped it. Even if there were suspicions, without evidence, it would be useless. However, Finding these clues could prove that the information Li Tianyu provided to AI Baoquan was indeed true. No wonder AI Baoquan immediately transferred 3 million yuan to Li Tianyu's account. And then, Li Tianyu asked. He wanted to know, since they had already found clues. What exactly did AI Baoquan want from him this time? Now I'll get to the main point. After I found these things, I wanted to have a chat with Hu Jun, hoping he would confess the truth. A flash of inspiration crossed Li Tianyu's mind. He ran away? AI Baoquan gave a thumbs up. That's right, he ran away. It seemed AI Baoquan wanted to find someone to take Hu Jun to a secluded place, inflict some private punishment, force him to confess, and vent some anger in the process. But somehow, Hu Jun got wind of it first, and wasn't he caught? I handled this matter very secretly, but it still leaked, so I suspect there is a traitor around me besides Hu Jun and Zhao Yan. Li Tianyu blurted out. What about Zhao Yan? He can't be touched for now. AI Baoquan shook his head with a wry smile. Zhao Yan is not only a partner, but also backed by the Peng family. Unless there is direct evidence, otherwise, I really can't touch him. Peng family. Now I see. The Peng family is considered a wealthy family in the country. The founder, Peng Qilai, started out in the clothing business in the south, became rich, and then ventured into the restaurant industry, forming a large corporate group. At the beginning of the century, many high-end restaurants in the country were owned by the Peng family. Saying they made a fortune every day would be an understatement. In recent years, Western dining culture has flourished, and the Peng family's high-end Chinese restaurants have lost some of their power, but a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. The Peng family is not only involved in the restaurant business, but also in clothing and accessories, maintaining significant influence in the South. Even AI Baoquan. Having built AI Hua real estate so big, wouldn't he dare provoke them? In fact, the Peng family has always wanted to enter the real estate market but missed the best opportunity, which is why they are trying to insert people into large enterprises, reportedly to learn management methods from real estate companies and accumulate experience. When AI Baoquan just started AI Hua real estate, he received help from the Peng family, which is why his business expanded so quickly. That's why he took great care of Zhao Yan, who was inserted by the Peng family. Who would have thought this guy would be an ingrate? I've investigated. You just left Wu Guoqiang's company and are currently unemployed, right? Li Tianyu nodded. That's right. Then I want to hire you. I'd like to invite you to work in my company. Work? I don't know anything about real estate. AI Baoquan waved his hand. Of course, I'm not asking you to be responsible for that. I want you to help me gather information on Zhao Yan and other traders, preferably to catch their weaknesses and completely eliminate them. I see, a private detective. AI Baoquan snapped his fingers. Yes, something like that. I don't have anything else to do, but my fees won't be low. That's only natural. Saying this, AI Baoquan took out a check and handed it to Li Tianyu. A cash check. A cash check for 5 million yuan. If it were the old Li Tianyu, he might have shouted out loud, but now he steadied himself, his face calm as a well. AI Baoquan then said, this is just half. Once the job is done, the other half will be paid in full. Li Tianyu smiled slightly. How does President AI plan to arrange me in the company? How about an executive assistant? Why is it always assistant? Don't these bosses have other positions for me, Li Tianyu? Seeing the helpless expression on Li Tianyu's face, AI Baoquan asked, not suitable? Is there a position like a consultant? AI Baoquan thought for a moment and said, consultant, that's fine. Any consultant role is good, as long as I have the authority to act freely in the company. That's naturally guaranteed. Don't worry, brotherly, as long as I'm here. No one can control you. With this, the deal was considered finalized. When Li Tianyu walked out, he felt very pleased. Chapter 51. A good horse doesn't eat backward grass. He made 5 million soft sister coins just from having breakfast. How wonderful. In comparison, Wu Guoqiang's monthly salary of 30,000 was nothing. If he could get the other 5 million, the system's upgrade requirements would be met. From the information Li Tianyu had, Zhao Yan could indeed be a tough opponent, especially since he was backed by the Peng family group. Large enterprises like this are giants in front of ordinary people. In other words, offending such forces is like an ant shaking a tree, purely suicidal. However, Li Tianyu was surprisingly calm now. He was just helping AI Baoquan gather evidence and wouldn't touch the interests of big corporations. AI Baoquan seemed very anxious. And the result of their discussion was that Li Tianyu would go to the company headquarters the day after tomorrow to handle his onboarding procedures. Although he was actually going to conduct an investigation, he still had to appear to be working. However, AI Baoquan agreed that Li Tianyu wouldn't need to sit at a desk, which suited him better. When he opened the screen, it was a call from Zhao Jitong. He should answer the call from the old leader. Tianyu, do you have time now? Li Tianyu replied, not much going on. Zhao Jitong asked, where are you now? I'll come find you. Li Tianyu hesitated for a moment and mentioned a Starbucks near his residential area. From his tone, Zhao Jitong seemed to be lowering his posture. So Li Tianyu didn't refuse. Of course, Zhao Jitong drove over. Half an hour later, they met at Starbucks. Strangely, in the future, When Li Tianyu worked under Zhao Jitong, he would feel a bit guilty seeing him. But now, Li Tianyu felt that Zhao Jitong was just like everyone else. Unconsciously, with the transformation of his personality, Li Tianyu seemed to have elevated his own status. When Zhao Jitong saw Li Tianyu, he was taken aback. He could clearly sense that Li Tianyu's attitude seemed somewhat different. However, Zhao Jitong didn't think much of it. He was there on a mission. They both ordered a coffee and sat across from each other. Zhao Jitong smiled and gave Li Tianyu a thumbs up. Tianyu, I really admire you. President Wu promoted you to such a high position. And you actually quit just like that? Li Tianyu thought to himself, the position was high, but the pay was still so low. Wasn't he going to engage in those thankless tasks? I won't beat around the bush with you. After you resigned, President Wu, well, he seemed to have some regrets. Li Tianyu was slightly stunned. Wu Guoqiang regretted? That was indeed surprising. To Wu Guoqiang, Li Tianyu was just a trivial employee. So he shouldn't be that important. Zhao Jitong quickly waved his hand. Let me finish. President Wu said he seriously considered your previous requests and made some adjustments to your treatment. The consultant position you mentioned really doesn't exist in the company, so he could only announce it as an assistant. But if there are no important matters, you can also attend to your own affairs, as long as it doesn't interfere with the main tasks. Additionally, President Wu promised to raise your salary to 50,000 soft sister coins. And there will also be performance bonuses at the end of the year. After Zhao Jitong finished speaking, he looked at Li Tianyu, hoping to see a sign of interest on his face. However, he was disappointed. Li Tianyu's face was calm, as indifferent as water, showing no signs of any thoughts. What do you think? This treatment should be quite sincere. Li Tianyu nodded. It is indeed very sincere. And it's quite moving to see President Wu make such a big concession. Then would you consider it? Li Tianyu waved his hand, interrupting Zhao Jitong. Director Zhao, you are my former leader, and I want to hide it from you. I already have a new job lined up. A new job? So soon? Did you find it in advance? Li Tianyu shook his head. I just finalized it. I'm starting the day after tomorrow. Where is it? Li Tianyu hesitated for a moment and said, it's at President AI's company. President AI? AI Baoquan. Li Tianyu nodded. Zhao Jitong was immediately shocked. No, really? How did you two meet? We chatted casually after the last meeting, and later he heard that I had left the company. So he took the initiative to contact me and asked me to work for him. Zhao Jitong stared wide-eyed, taking a while to digest Li Tianyu's words. But this was still an incredible matter. Who is AI Baoquan? If Wu Guoqiang is a big shot, then AI Baoquan is a lobster. He is a figure of even higher stature than Wu Guoqiang. How could he possibly have any connection with Li Tianyu? What position will you hold when you go there? Li Tianyu took a sip of his latte before answering. Consultant. Consultant? This left Zhao Jitong puzzled. He increasingly found it hard to understand Li Tianyu. It was unclear if it was a psychological effect, but this guy seemed to exude an air of mystery. Since Li Tianyu had said so, Zhao Jitong had to give up persuading him. However, he suddenly had an idea. Such a person must be cultivated well. Tianyu, since you've left the company, as your former leader, I must treat you to a meal to show my appreciation. When Li Tianyu heard this, he wondered, what is this about? There's really no need. I appreciate your kindness. No, it's a must. It's settled then. Zhao Jitong stood up, waved at Li Tianyu, and said, I'll be leaving now, let us keep in touch. Since Zhao Jitong was so eager, Li Tianyu reluctantly accepted. Of course, Li Tianyu guessed why Zhao Jitong was doing this. But upon careful consideration, this former leader had been quite good to him recently, and it wouldn't be a problem to socialize as friends. Chapter 52. He doesn't need to know my name. The third day finally arrived. The day of Li Tianyu's new job. Although it was for show, he still had to put on a semblance. Li Tianyu got up early, tidied himself up a bit, put on formal attire, checked himself in the mirror, and felt good before driving to AI Hua Real Estate headquarters. AI Hua Real Estate is a well-established real estate enterprise in the country, but it only moved its headquarters to the capital in the last decade. Located in the northeast fourth ring of the capital, in an area called Dongwang, it is home to many office buildings and numerous companies, with AI Hua Real Estate being one of them. AI Hua Real Estate occupies an entire 30-story office building, which is quite impressive. However, parking wasn't very convenient. The parking lot was completely full, so Li Tianyu had to go down to the underground garage. After finally parking, Li Tianyu called Yang. Li Tianyu had met Yang before. He was the young man who had been with AI Baoquan during the dinner hosted by Wu Guoqiang. This person was quite capable. He had practiced martial arts, served in the army, and was a special forces veteran, brought in by AI Baoquan to be his bodyguard. Yang was very competent, not just as a bodyguard, but also served as an assistant, handling tasks that were inconvenient for female secretaries. Therefore, Li Tianyu called Yang first to have him meet him. The call was quickly connected, and Yang spoke very concisely, typical of a bodyguard. Yang and Li Tianyu agreed to meet at the front desk. Yang mentioned that the front desk is on the 5th floor of Aihua building. Li Tianyu took the elevator directly up from the basement. In large companies like this, the receptionists are usually quite impressive, both in looks and figure. When the receptionist saw Li Tianyu walk in, she politely asked, "Sir, how can I help you? I'm here to complete my onboarding. What is your name?" "Li Tianyu." "Oh, please wait a moment while I check," said the receptionist as she turned to look at the computer screen to search for the onboarding registration form. Oddly enough, there was no name Li Tianyu among the new employees starting today. The receptionist raised her head and asked, "Did you perhaps get the date wrong? May I see your onboarding notice?" Li Tianyu was taken aback. "I don't have an onboarding notice. I have an appointment with Yong'an, and he will be here shortly." "Yong'an? Who is that?" This left Li Tianyu momentarily speechless. As Yong'an's personal bodyguard, he probably needed to keep a low profile in the company, and ordinary employees might not know his real name. "It's fine. I'll just wait for him here. We spoke on the phone earlier." Li Tianyu replied casually, then found a seat in the nearby lounge area. However, the receptionist still felt that this person was a bit suspicious and kept glancing over at Li Tianyu. Just then, a young man walked over to the receptionist and said, "Zhongli, if I'm not mistaken, there are 13 people starting today, right?" Zhongli glanced at her computer screen again. "Yes, that's right, 13. Okay, once they arrive, make sure to notify the HR department. Otherwise, we won't have enough time for follow-up work." This young man was named Yin Chao, the HR manager at Aihua Real Estate. "Got it. I'll do that." Zhongli hesitated for a moment and then pointed at Li Tianyu, saying, "That person is also here for onboarding." "Him? Which department is hiring him?" Zhongli shook her head. "His name isn't on my onboarding list." "What is his name?" "Li Tianyu." "Li Tianyu?" Yin Chao felt the name sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Moreover, looking at Li Tianyu's appearance again, he found him familiar as well. Right? Yin Chao suddenly remembered. This person seemed to be that internet celebrity who gave a speech at some conference. He had seen it not long ago and still had some impression of him. At this moment, Li Tianyu was looking at his phone and didn't he notice that Yin Chao had approached. "Are you Li Tianyu?" Li Tianyu looked up, slightly surprised, thinking, "Who is this if not Yong'an?" "Yes, that's me. Which department are you supposed to be joining?" "I just asked the front desk, and there's no record of your onboarding." Yin Chao's tone was slightly stiff, and Li Tianyu was a bit annoyed. "Who are you?" "I'm the HR manager." "Oh." Yin Chao frowned. "Did you not hear my question just now?" "I did." This series of questions showed that Yin Chao's patience was wearing thin. However, Li Tianyu still slowly replied, "You don't need to worry about that. I'm here to find Yong'an. There shouldn't be anyone by that name in the company." This time, it was Li Tianyu who was taken aback. Could it be that even the HR manager didn't know the name Yong'an? That seemed a bit exaggerated. Li Tianyu didn't respond, but opened his phone screen again to look. Such an attitude from him really angered Yin Chao. "I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, I'll call security." This was somewhat troublesome, and Li Tianyu was pondering whether to give Yong'an another call. 1, 2. Just as Yin Chao was about to yell 3, he was interrupted by a voice behind him. The voice was low and startled Yin Chao. "Manager Yin, he is here to see me." Yong'an didn't even glance at Yin Chao and walked straight to Li Tianyu. "Mr. Li, please follow me." Li Tianyu stood up helplessly. "You must be Yong'an, right?" "Yes." Li Tianyu pointed at Yin Chao. "Why doesn't he know your name?" "He doesn't need to know my name." Li Tianyu gave him a thumbs up. "You're still cool. Let us go. The boss is waiting for you." Li Tianyu then followed Yong'an inside, while Yin Chao stood there in shock. He realized that the assistant he had just encountered was actually Yong'an. But that wasn't the key. Yong'an was not just any assistant. He was AI Baochuan's assistant. So he didn't need to go through the formalities at the company. His salary was directly issued by the president's office. Who is AI Baochuan? The president of the group. The big boss. What is Li Tianyu's background? Even if he's an internet celebrity, he shouldn't have any connections with President AI, right? Could it be that President AI wanted to pursue that project he mentioned in his speech? That's impossible. For President AI, tens of millions are pocket change, and he wouldn't care about that. After pondering for a long time, Yin Chao couldn't figure it out and decided to give up. He had a regular meeting to prepare for shortly. Chapter 53. Where did this person come from? Today's regular meeting was quite significant, as all middle and senior management personnel from the group headquarters had to attend. Additionally, it was said that the big boss would also be present. This indicated that this meeting was not to be taken lightly, and there might be important announcements. In the past, most middle and senior management meetings were usually avoided by President AI Baochuan, and they were typically hosted by General Manager Zhao Yan. Yin Chao entered the large conference room with his laptop and found a seat towards the back. Sitting next to him was the administrative department manager, Shen Siyue. Yin Chao whispered, "I heard the big boss is coming to host today." Shen Siyue glanced at Yin Chao and replied irritably, "Yeah, are you hoping to show off?" Yin Chao awkwardly smiled. "When would I get a chance for that?" Shen Siyue was charming and alluring, especially with her pleasantly fragrant perfume. Yin Chao just wanted to take the opportunity to chat with her a little longer. Many people in the company wanted to get close to Shen Siyue. but all had returned empty-handed. Although Shen Siyue seemed like a seductive beauty, she appeared to have strong principles and understood the importance of keeping things at a distance when interacting with men. Women like her are particularly smart. They are adept at utilizing their advantages while maintaining distance, making it hard for them to get hurt, always leaving those who admire them feeling restless. However, there were also rumors in the company that Shen Siyue had long been taken as a mistress by Zhao Yan, though it was unclear how true that was. At this moment, Yin Xiao couldn't help but glance at Shen Siyue's fair neck, and he had to admit that this woman was indeed drool-worthy. Shen Siyue also sensed Yin Xiao's heated gaze and shot him an annoyed glare before turning her head away. That look made Yin Xiao feel weak, filled with allure. Just then, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense, and the previously buzzing conversations ceased. You could hear a pin drop, no exaggeration. Following that, the main character of this meeting made his entrance. AI Baoquan walked in and undoubtedly took his seat at the head of the table. As expected of a top leader, he commanded the room's presence as soon as he appeared, making everyone sit up straight and not dare to slack off. However, AI Baoquan didn't come alone. A young man followed closely behind him. He was dressed in formal attire, standing tall and looking quite presentable. Upon seeing this person, everyone showed puzzled expressions, wondering about his identity. Only one person's expression was different, filled with astonishment. That person was, of course, Yin Xiao. And the reason for his expression? Because the young man who entered with AI Baoquan was none other than Li Tianyu, who had just had a confrontation with him at the company entrance. Could it be that Li Tianyu really had a connection with AI Baoquan? No, this was no longer a question. It was a solid fact. If they had no connection, could these two have entered together? That would be nonsense. The issue was, why was Li Tianyu here for the meeting? Yin Xiao felt something was off. At that moment, Shen Siyue noticed Yin Xiao's strange expression and quietly asked, "What's wrong? Do you know him?" "No, it's nothing." AI Baoquan began to speak. The departments mentioned here refer to a larger category of departments, but even so, there are more than 20 departments. The department heads reported one by one, some briefly, some in detail, and during this time, AI Baoquan would ask questions where he found it necessary. Throughout this period, Li Tianyu listened quietly. Strangely, when he used to attend meetings as an ordinary employee, he often felt either distracted or extremely bored and resistant, but now, listening to what these department heads were saying didn't seem so dull. According to the system assistant, Li Tianyu's business acumen had greatly improved. Topics he had no interest in before now intrigued him. After everyone finished speaking, AI Baoquan glanced at Li Tianyu and said to the attendees, "Today, I want to introduce someone to you. This is Li Tianyu, the planner who has just joined the company." Everyone was taken aback. Planner? Is there such a position in the company? Shen Siyue also found it strange and turned to Yin Xiao, quietly asking, "When did they hire him? How come there's been no news at all? Also, what does a planner do?" Yin Xiao forced a smile. "I didn't hire him. I don't know anything." Shen Siyue took a closer look at Li Tianyu, who was sitting far away, and suddenly said, "That person looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere. Isn't he that internet celebrity from the speech? Everyone was talking about him online a few days ago." Right, that's it. It's strange. How did he suddenly come to our company? Did President AI recruit him because he appreciated his talent after watching that video? Yin Xiao looked at Shen Siyue. You might be onto something. In fact, the planner position was something Li Tianyu and AI Baoquan had just discussed. Anyway, in the company, AI Baoquan was the boss. He could create any position, even if it was a tortoise turning into a lion. As long as Li Tianyu didn't need to go through the HR department for formalities. He just needed to be registered in the president's office. In other words, Li Tianyu directly reported to AI Baoquan and didn't need to deal with anyone else at headquarters. Of course, except for General Manager Zhao Yan. AI Baoquan had already communicated with Li Tianyu previously. Although Zhao Yan was the general manager and nominally lower than AI Baoquan, he still wielded significant power. First of all, Zhao Yan was a partner in the company, holding 18.8% of the shares, making him the second largest shareholder after AI Baoquan. If it were just this, AI Baoquan wouldn't be afraid of him, but Zhao Yan's other identity was something AI Baoquan couldn't ignore. Zhao Yan was actually a son-in-law of a prominent branch of the Peng family. In many southern regions of the country, the tradition of large families is still upheld, and the Peng family is a typical example. When one branch flourishes, they also take care of other relatives. Therefore, AI Baoquan decided to have Li Tianyu find evidence of Zhao Yan trying to harm him, so he could confront Zhao Yan's superiors with justification. Even if he couldn't get Zhao Yan jailed for a few years, he needed to ruin his reputation so that he couldn't survive in the circle. After all, Li Tianyu prided himself on being an information trader, and according to AI Baoquan, his ability to obtain such evidence was more professional. Chapter 54. If you don't agree, come bite me. At this moment, AI Baoquan added, I invited Li Tianyu to be the company's planner for the future development of the group. Some of you might have recognized him. Just a few days ago at the Capital's Business Outlook Forum, Li Tianyu's speech was powerful and resonant. The business proposal he presented was highly feasible. Of course, we are in real estate, and for the time being, we won't enter the transportation industry. But this reflects that Li Tianyu has clear, unique, and innovative thinking. Li Tianyu couldn't help but glance at AI Baoquan, wondering if he was exaggerating a bit. However, AI Baoquan was also setting the stage for himself, preparing for the possibility of difficulties at the group headquarters. Although AI Baoquan could easily call the shots, he still had to consider the opinions of those below him. Suddenly parachuting a planner who started pointing fingers everywhere. Who would accept that? From Li Tianyu's perspective, he wouldn't want to be in an environment where people were gossiping. AI Baoquan's words had indeed made an impact. Many people suddenly realized and looked toward Li Tianyu. So, this is the genius. I thought he looked familiar when he first came in. Speaking of which, the business proposal he mentioned was quite good. I even wanted to try implementing it to see if it could make money. However, there were also some negative opinions. Many felt that Li Tianyu was a bit too young. Maybe he isn't even 30. How could he be entrusted with such an important position by President AI? But these opinions didn't carry much weight and could only be whispered among themselves. If someone publicly questioned AI Baoquan, unless they were Zhao Yan, they would face dire consequences. AI Baoquan then said, "Tianyu, would you like to say a few words?" AI Baoquan had just added fuel to the fire. And now Li Tianyu just needed to stoke it a bit more. AI Baoquan had seen Li Tianyu's speech at the Capital Business Outlook Forum and thought he had some talent. Surely, speaking a few words at a meeting wouldn't be difficult for him. In the past, Li Tianyu would definitely have floundered in such a situation. But now it was different. The talent of a business elite wasn't to be underestimated, and he would handle such occasions with ease. However, Li Tianyu didn't want to speak properly. He wanted to create some controversy. I know some of you might have doubts, questioning why someone as young as me, Li Tianyu, is qualified for the position of planner. If you think I'm not suitable, feel free to go to the president's office and tell President AI to replace me. Li Tianyu's words were too bold, and they indeed drew reactions from those present. Most people were somewhat bewildered. Li Tianyu's statement was too forceful, essentially using President AI's status to intimidate others. Would this make people submit? It might have the opposite effect. Some even couldn't help but smirk, waiting to see Li Tianyu's downfall. Even AI Baoquan looked at Li Tianyu, thinking that what he said was a bit reckless. To put it bluntly, he was saying he was here to oversee everyone, and with President AI backing him, anyone who disagreed could come at him. In fact, Li Tianyu had his purpose in making such statements. He didn't truly want to be a planner at AI Hua Real Estate. He had other, more special tasks. He intended to become a target, to provoke certain individuals to come looking for trouble. Knowing that the other party was taking action would provide opportunities for him, greatly reducing the time cost. Completing AI Baoquan's commission sooner meant getting the additional 5 million faster, which was his ultimate goal. Li Tianyu continued, "Of course, some might want to test my abilities. That's fine. Those who are unconvinced can come and find me, and we can discuss it further. This would also help with my work." The crowd exchanged glances. People who had reached this level were savvy in the workplace and felt that Li Tianyu's words had deeper meaning, but for a moment, they couldn't grasp his true intent. Basically, no one would really go looking for trouble with Li Tianyu. That would be slapping President AI's face. However, under-the-table maneuvers were inevitable. Some people close to Zhao Yan had already started emailing General Manager Zhao on their computers. AI Baoquan's hired planner couldn't be ignored, given this unusually high-profile stance. It might just expose a hole at headquarters. Li Tianyu tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly deep in thought. Then, he turned to AI Baoquan and asked, "Next, I will first reach out to the heads of the administrative and human resources departments. I think that should be fine, right?" AI Baoquan chuckled, "Of course, no problem." He then turned to the others and said, "Heads of the human resources and administrative departments, please stand up." At that moment, Lu Chao felt a surge of anxiety. Hearing it was about the HR department's head startled him, and he immediately sprang up. Also standing was Shun Siyue, the manager of the administrative department. Shun Siyue was quite young, and her rapid promotion was partly due to her sweet and alluring appearance. However, that didn't mean her abilities were lacking. On the contrary, in terms of work competence and interpersonal skills, Shun Siyue was quite capable, though her appearance often overshadowed this. She had been observing Li Tianyu and thought that although he spoke arrogantly and ostentatiously, it was likely a calculated move. However, she couldn't quite fathom what Li Tianyu was aiming for. Logically, as a planner, he should be building good relationships with the department heads to facilitate his work. Yet he seemed to be doing the opposite, leaving people puzzled. Nonetheless, it was reasonable for Li Tianyu to want to reach out to the administrative and HR departments first, as both deal with employees, making it a logical starting point. Naturally, the HR department would cooperate well, and Yin Chao was sweating. Just thinking about the conflict with Li Tianyu at the company entrance made him uneasy, fearing that this guy might say something inappropriate in front of General Manager AI. which would surely cost him his position as HR manager. Shen Siyue, however, smiled and nodded. Administrative Department welcomes Mr. Li. Chapter 55. Don't worry, I value my life. Li Tianyu couldn't help but glance at Shen Siyue a couple more times, thinking this girl was indeed charming, with a beautiful face and a hot figure. Logically, AI Baoquan shouldn't pass up such a feast. However, Shen Siyue was not one of his 5 mistresses. Later, Li Tianyu figured it out. AI Baoquan preferred cute types, and wasn't he particularly interested in sexy and fiery types. After a while, Li Tianyu went to AI Baoquan's office for tea. This office was estimated to be around 400 to 500 square meters, with 3 sets of sofas and even a mini golf course in the corner. Li Tianyu sat on the incredibly spacious sofa in the middle, casually chatting with AI Baoquan over drinks. Brotherly, I didn't expect you to have such ambition. By saying that, you're not worried about them causing you trouble? AI Baoquan said as he personally poured tea for Li Tianyu. I want them to cause me trouble. After taking a sip, Li Tianyu praised, good tea. AI Baoquan didn't insist on pouring more, took a few sips himself, then smiled and asked, brotherly. Working in your line of business, the risks must be considerable, right? Li Tianyu was about to bring the cup to his mouth when he paused at the question. AI Baoquan's inquiry was quite profound. At this point, AI Baoquan's expression became somewhat unnatural. He was one of the parties involved and felt a bit restless. This matter was delicate, and everyone knew it, but AI Baoquan didn't expect Li Tianyu to be so straightforward. What is the crime of holding a jade? Li Tianyu knew many secrets of others, some of which were quite deadly, leading those involved to hope he would keep quiet. How could they ensure his silence? There were 2 methods. One was to throw money at him to ensure he never spoke out. However, this method was the least reliable and wouldn't fundamentally resolve the issue. The other method was the most effective. Eliminate Li Tianyu to ensure he would never speak again. Li Tianyu believed AI Baoquan might have such thoughts, but he likely wouldn't act on them. The reason was that AI Baoquan didn't have any particularly deadly evidence against him. At least, he hadn't been involved in any murder cases. AI Baoquan had done some shady things during his early entrepreneurial days, but his later performance was commendable. Of course, his personal life was a bit reckless. Having 5 mistresses was a common flaw among the wealthy, so it couldn't be singled out. Therefore, AI Baoquan wouldn't harm Li Tianyu. It wasn't worth it. At most, he would offer some benefits to keep him quiet. However, Li Tianyu still needed to ensure AI Baoquan behaved. General AI, I want to hide it from you. We in this line of work always have contingencies. AI Baoquan was taken aback. Contingencies? What kind of contingencies? Very simple, a partner. Li Tianyu said, revealing a mysterious smile. I have a partner whom I contact every few days. If I lose contact with him, that would be serious. My partner will release all the information. And then you understand. AI Baoquan certainly understood. Just the thought of his unsavory secrets being exposed was enough to make him shudder. Brotherly, you must take care of your health and be cautious in your actions to avoid accidents. I understand. You can rest assured, General AI, I value my life. AI Baoquan asked, by the way, now that you've started working, how do you plan to investigate? Li Tianyu felt a bit of a headache. His initial plan was quite simple. Find an opportunity to shake hands with Zhao Yin to gather first-hand information. That way, he could clarify Zhao Yin's entire network within the group, making solving the case a piece of cake. It seemed he would have to use a backup plan. General AI, I'll start with others. AI Baoquan nodded and suddenly clapped his hands. Li Tianyu looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant. Soon, the door opened, and someone walked in. Yang glanced at Li Tianyu expressionlessly. Understood, General AI. Li Tianyu quickly waved his hand. No need, General AI. I can protect myself, and I'm not used to having someone following me all the time. Li Tianyu was speaking sincerely, just thinking about eating, sleeping, and using the bathroom while being watched by someone, especially a big man, gave him goosebumps. AI Baoquan naturally understood. Most people weren't accustomed to being guarded by bodyguards. In fact, he wasn't used to it either, but given his status, safety was more important than anything else. Brotherly, it's not that I'm being overly cautious. Zhao Yin is not an ordinary person. He has connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles. I'm sure the news of your employment has already reached Zhao Yan's ears. I'm afraid he might take action. AI Baoquan's attitude was exceedingly sincere, almost as if he was about to grasp Li Tianyu's hand. If outsiders saw them, they might think Li Tianyu was AI Baoquan's illegitimate son. Li Tianyu pondered for a moment and realized AI Baoquan was right. If Zhao Yin really played dirty, he would indeed struggle to cope. After all, Li Tianyu had only fought in college and could handle 1 or 2 small thugs, but if a real tough guy came along, he would definitely be in trouble. Alright then, I'll trouble Brother Yang to protect me for a few days. That's the right attitude. AI Baoquan patted Li Tianyu on the shoulder, finally relieved. If something happened to Li Tianyu, all of AI Baoquan's little secrets would be exposed. Not to mention, Just those mistresses alone would be enough to ruin his reputation in the circle. Thus, Li Tianyu inadvertently gained a bodyguard. However, when he left, he also chatted with Yang Yan, asking if he could protect him discreetly. Chapter 56, The Hidden Bodyguard. Discreetly? What I mean is, don't always stand out so prominently behind me. Yang Yan's expression flickered slightly. That's fine. Fine. Don't you think my suggestion is a bit excessive? Mr. Li, don't doubt my professional abilities. Yang Yan said this, not out of overconfidence. Bodyguards are divided into two types. One is a visible bodyguard, and the other is a covert bodyguard. The demands made by Li Tianyu are merely for a covert bodyguard. The advantages of a covert bodyguard are numerous. The lifestyle of the protected person won't be disrupted, and they may not even be aware of the bodyguard's presence. However, at the same time, a covert bodyguard requires a high level of capability, especially in tracking, lurking, and early warning skills. Yang Yan was previously a top special forces soldier in the country and has undergone rigorous professional training as a bodyguard, so he is naturally competent in covert operations. After bidding farewell to AI Bao Quan, Li Tianyu walked out of the president's office. He also needed to plan carefully regarding the investigation of AI Bao Quan. However, when Li Tianyu reached the office area, he was repeatedly stopped. The people blocking him were all department leaders who had just attended the regular meeting. Li Tianyu smiled and shook hands with each of them, unconsciously using his intelligence-gathering ability. Among these people, there were indeed some with close ties to Zhao Yan. For example, the marketing manager Zhuo Dafa, the designer supervisor of the engineering design department, Zhou Kuan, the supervisor of the finance department, Chang Detian. However, this is quite normal. As the general manager, Zhao Yan is responsible for specific matters within the company, so it is not strange for these people to be close to him. At least from the intelligence information Li Tianyu gathered, these few had no suspicion. After chatting with 6 or 7 people, Li Tianyu suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded. He quickly leaned against the wall with one hand to avoid falling down. After catching his breath and touching his forehead, he realized he was sweating all over his face and hands. System assistant. Warning, using the intelligence master ability will consume the host's physical strength and energy. Frequent and continuous use may carry the risk of fainting. System assistant. Host, please use this ability only when necessary. So that's how it is. This ability, while powerful, cannot be abused at will. He must be more careful in the future. Mr. Li, are you okay? Li Tianyu looked up and saw that it was the beautiful Shun Siyue from the administrative department. I'm fine, just a bit of low blood sugar. Saying this, Li Tianyu stood up and took the initiative to shake hands with Shun Siyue. Her hands were soft and smooth. This time he did not use the intelligence master ability to avoid collapsing on the spot. Low blood sugar? I have some raw chocolate here, just eat a piece. Li Tianyu took the piece of chocolate, which was indeed raw and heavy. Thank you, Manager Shun. Not only are you beautiful, but you also have a kind heart. Shun Siyue smiled charmingly. Mr. Li, I didn't expect you to be quite eloquent. It was not flattery, but heartfelt. Li Tianyu's smile was a bit wicked, and Shun Siyue actually felt a little hesitant to continue chatting. She sensed that Li Tianyu was clearly flirting with her. Moreover, this person seemed somewhat dangerous. Completely different from those who had the heart of a thief, but lacked the guts. Watching Li Tianyu's departing figure, Shun Siyue bit her lip, unsure of what she was thinking. This ability to be invisible is indeed remarkable. Li Tianyu noticed the young girl at the front desk looking at him curiously and smiled and waved at her, causing the girl to quickly lower her head. Her face flushed. Interesting. Sitting down in the lounge area by the entrance, he took out the chocolate given by Shun Siyue. After unwrapping it and chewing a couple of bites, he felt his strength really recovering quite a bit. Just then, 2 people walked over. One of them Li Tianyu recognized as Yin Chao, the manager of the Human Resources Department. The other man, in his 30s. Li Tianyu only had a vague impression of having seen him during the meeting. These 2 clearly came to see Li Tianyu. Yin Chao approached, awkwardly smiling. Mr. Li, I apologize for this morning. I didn't know you were directly appointed by Mr. AI. I want to apologize to you here. Please don't hold it against me. Not wanting to be petty, Li Tianyu responded. It's okay. I've already forgotten. Yin Chao pointed to the man beside him and said, Mr. Li, let me introduce you. This is Director Zhou Peng from the PR department. Hello, Mr. Li. Zhou Peng extended his hand, and Li Tianyu stood up to shake it. This person is not simple. Li Tianyu thought, and involuntarily used his intelligence master ability. A series of images and pieces of information flooded into Li Tianyu's mind. His pupils constricted, and his gaze became sharp, but he quickly returned to normal. Zhou Peng, this guy has a close relationship with Zhao Yan, unlike those other senior executives from various departments. Zhou Peng's relationship with Zhao Yan is even more intimate. How intimate? Zhao Yan, who is far away in Kishiu, directly ordered Zhou Peng to investigate Li Tianyu's background. It was also Zhou Peng who reported Li Tianyu's situation back to Zhao Yan. Perhaps this guy is Zhao Yan's #1 subordinate in the company. Hello, Director Zhou. Zhou Peng noticed Li Tianyu's expression and felt that this guy indeed had some depth, at least much deeper than others of his age. Mr. Li, please do me the honor today. I've reserved a private room at Huahai Xingqing for some fun, and it's a way to welcome you. Huahai Xingqing is a high-end entertainment club in the capital, very upscale, with even regular private rooms starting at several thousand yuan per hour. To be honest, Li Tianyu really wanted to refuse. He was quite tired. However, refusing might come off as looking down on them. Moreover, Li Tianyu actually wanted Zhao Yan's people to approach him voluntarily, so there was no reason to decline now. Zhou Peng seemed to want to reassure Li Tianyu and added, "There are no outsiders, just me, Manager Yin, and you. We can have some casual fun." When Zhou Peng mentioned having casual fun, there was a deeper meaning in his words. Li Tianyu already understood him well enough to know what this guy meant. Chapter 57. Let me show you your palmistry. The three of them left the company in Zhou Peng's Mercedes. Li Tianyu noticed that neither Yin Xiao nor Zhou Peng clocked out, clearly planning to leave early. This was normal. They were considered core employees of the company, and basically, no one would mind them. By this time, it was already close to the peak hour for leaving work, and the road had started to congest. The Mercedes moved slowly, taking an hour to reach the destination. Huahai Xingqing, a high-end entertainment club in the capital. Neon lights flashed, and the atmosphere was lively. In front of the club was an open-air parking lot filled with luxury cars, including quite a few supercars, colorful and very eye-catching. This was indeed Li Tianyu's first time at such a place, but there was nothing to be surprised about. Under Zhou Peng's lead, the three arrived at the private room he had reserved in advance. At first glance, this private room was not ordinary. It was high-end, measuring over 100 square meters. The decor was luxurious, with sofas, a 100-inch projection TV, surround sound speakers, and a dance floor, all very impressive. However, the room was not empty. A man was sitting there confidently. Behind him stood a giant. It was no exaggeration to call him a giant. He was definitely over 1.9 meters tall, possibly even reaching 2 meters. Clearly, this person was a bodyguard or a thug. The man sitting down undoubtedly had a significant identity. Li Tianyu glanced at Zhou Peng, as if to say, "Did you not say there were no others?" Zhou Peng smiled and said, "Mr. Li, let me introduce you. This is Luo Sanyang, known as Brother Luo, a notable figure in society. He just contacted me temporarily and wanted to join in on the fun." Li Tianyu nodded. "Brother Luo, hello." From Li Tianyu's observation, Luo Sanyang had a strong aura, and he was likely a small-time thug. He didn't want to stir up trouble, so just calling him Brother Luo was already giving him enough face. However, Luo Sanyang was not appreciative, merely responding with a nonchalant HM, without even lifting his eyelids, let alone standing up to shake hands with Li Tianyu enthusiastically. Li Tianyu didn't mind. Since he was there, he would make himself comfortable. He found a place to sit and waited for these people to perform. The table was already prepared with drinks, beverages, and various snacks. Zhou Peng, as the host, naturally began to entertain. Li Tianyu had expended a lot of energy and effort that day and was indeed a bit hungry, so he casually ate some food. Just then, Zhou Peng opened the door and called out to someone outside. Several girls walked in gracefully. Each of these girls was young and beautiful, with slender figures, dressed in short skirts and light fabrics, and with the bright red lights adding to the allure, it was quite captivating. Li Tianyu was not surprised. In places like this, one could not do without drinking companions. Moreover, Zhou Peng had been in public relations for many years, dealing with all sorts of people, and it was common to come to such places to build relationships. He was already quite familiar with it. "Girls, these are my distinguished guests. Feel free to sit." The girls responded cheerfully, sitting among the guests. Luo Sanyang seemed to be a regular here, having the most girls around him, enjoying the attention. The girl sitting next to Li Tianyu was named Yu Xijia, looking quite pure, although her demeanor was a bit reserved, as if she couldn't fully relax. "Still a student?" Li Tianyu asked quietly. "No, I'm not." Li Tianyu smiled slightly, clearly seeing through her expression. It wasn't uncommon for college girls, or even high school girls, to take part-time jobs in such places. This kind of work wasn't very honorable, but it could earn quick money, which was quite attractive to girls who urgently needed cash. However, Li Tianyu sensed that this girl seemed to have some difficulties that forced her into this line of work. "Everyone, don't just stand there. Drink up, drink up." Yin Xiao raised his glass and said, "Brother Luo, let's toast to you." With that, he downed his drink in one go. Luo Sanyang just took a casual sip and put down his glass. The others drank as they pleased. Li Tianyu noticed that Yu Xijia only took a symbolic sip, clearly afraid of drinking too much. Zhou Peng also noticed Yu Xijia. "Who is this girl?" he asked. "First time seeing her." "Brother Zhou, this is Yu Xijia. She's working here for the first time today." The girl speaking was named Gua Yafeng, sitting close to Luo Sanyang, half of her body almost leaning against him. "First time? No wonder she looks so fresh," Zhou Peng laughed. "Yu Xijia, in this line of work, you need to loosen up a bit. Don't be so shy." "Understood, Brother Zhou," Yu Xijia replied. leaning closer to Li Tianyu and taking the initiative to chat with him. Brotherly, I heard Fang Jie say she hasn't seen you here before. It turned out this was why Yu Xijia chose to sit next to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu naturally put his arm around Yu Xijia's waist and gave it a gentle rub. Yu Xijia's body tensed as if she had been electrocuted. Not having seen me here doesn't mean I'm a good person, Li Tianyu whispered into Yu Xijia's ear. Yu Xijia's cheeks flushed, looking quite charming. At this moment, Luo Shenyang spoke up. Li Tianyu, right? That's me, Li Tianyu replied lightly. I heard you are. Li Tianyu smiled slightly. Brother Luo, I'm a person. Yin Xiao quickly added. This Mr. Li is a planner that the company just hired. Luo Shenyang clapped his hands. Right, but what exactly does a planner do? Li Tianyu's mind raced. It seemed Luo Shenyang was sent by Zhou Peng or Zhao Yin to test him. Li Tianyu had never shaken hands with Luo Shenyang, so he naturally didn't know his background. But judging from this guy's arrogant attitude, he was certainly not just a small-time thug. Li Tianyu needed to be cautious. A planner is someone who makes development plans. Whether for people or companies, everyone needs to have a plan for the future. Luo Shenyang chuckled. Oh? Then what makes you qualified to make plans for others? Why should they listen to you? Because I know a lot. Gui Yafeng felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Quickly teasing. Brotherly, so you're a know-it-all? Not a know-it-all, a master of all trades. I know everything from astronomy to geography, and I even know your birth date. Everyone present could tell this guy was quite cocky. Gui Yafeng asked. Then tell me about myself. What do you know about me? Li Tianyu smiled slightly. Give me your hand. What for? To read your palm. While not all women believe in palmistry, they are often naturally curious about it. So Gui Yafeng eagerly extended her hand. The attention of everyone else was drawn to them. Chapter 58. Let's play a game together. Li Tianyu grasped Gui Yafeng's hand and deliberately rubbed it. This action was quite flirtatious, but very important. First, he intended to extract information from Gui Yafeng through the handshake. Second, he wanted everyone else to see him as a lecher. Sure enough, Gui Yafeng couldn't help but laugh. Brotherly, can you really read palms? To read palms, you first need to look at the hand, and yours is quite nice. Fair and tender, smooth and soft. No wonder Brother Luo likes it. Yin Xiao and Zhou Peng exchanged glances, both thinking Li Tianyu was quite daring. It was true that ignorance is bliss. Luo Shenyang was not someone to be trifled with. Li Tianyu's implication was that if Luo Shenyang found something good, he could touch it too. Men have a strong territorial instinct, and Li Tianyu was testing the limits of Luo Shenyang's patience. Luo Shenyang merely snorted coldly, seemingly not offended. Li Tianyu initially didn't want to use his information master abilities, as it was quite taxing on energy and stamina. However, he now had no choice but to use them. Fortunately, he had just eaten some high-calorie food and had a couple of beers, so he felt somewhat revitalized, as long as he didn't use it too frequently. It shouldn't be a big problem. The palm reading game began. Li Tianyu slowly said, Gui Yafeng, your real name is Gui Jia. Because the phonetics sounded unpleasant, you requested to change it in the 6th grade. Gui Yafeng gasped. What? How do you know that? Li Tianyu had gathered enough information about Gui Yafeng. At least her birth details were no problem. I won't mention your birth year, but the date is April 6th, which is exactly March 3rd on the lunar calendar. Born at 2:30 in the morning in a northeastern province, and it was raining and snowing at the time, freezing cold. You are an Aries, like purple, and violet is your favorite. Your blood type is. In college, you were recognized as a beauty, and even the student council president had a crush on you. Am I right? Gui Yafeng was stunned, her eyes wide open. Seeing Gui Yafeng's reaction, everyone understood that Li Tianyu had hit the nail on the head, especially the girls. All were excited. Fang Jie, is what he said true? Did he get it all right? He must be incredible. Did you two know each other already? Brotherly can't be your ex-boyfriend, right? Yu Xijia said nothing but looked at Li Tianyu with astonishment, as if she were looking at an ancient sorcerer with mysterious powers. Not just the girls, but the other 3 men exchanged glances, bewildered. Who exactly was Li Tianyu? What was going on? How could he know so much about a drinking companion in this club? In fact, Li Tianyu knew even more, but chose not to reveal it. Gui Yafeng was also a pitiful woman. She had had 2 boyfriends in total. The first had tendencies toward domestic violence and liked to drink. Whenever he got drunk, he would hit her, leading to her often showing up with bruises. My second boyfriend didn't abuse me, but he was a gambler at first and later developed a drug addiction. This is also why Gui Yafeng got into this line of work. The money comes quickly and she can support that useless boyfriend. Not long ago, they even got their marriage certificate. Although this situation is somewhat disgusting, it's everyone's choice. And it has nothing to do with right or wrong. Li Tianyu didn't want to meddle either. At this moment, Luo Shenyang sneered. He didn't believe in the nonsense of palm reading and thought there must be some trickery involved. However, since he liked playing games, he figured he might as well play along. Alright, why don't you take a look at my palm too? Li Tianyu thought this was a good idea. He was also curious to probe into Luo Shenyang's background. Brother Luo, please extend your hand. Luo Shenyang hesitated for a moment, but still reached out. Li Tianyu grabbed his hand. Luo Sanyong was taken aback, thinking, what the hell? This kid even wants to touch a man's hand. Pervert. Instinctively, Luo Sanyong wanted to pull his hand back, but he couldn't break free. Don't be anxious, brother Luo. We'll start right away, Li Tianyu said, flipping Luo Sanyang's palm over and pretending to examine it earnestly. Oh wow. As Li Tianyu looked, his expression became exaggerated. The girls present began to cheer. So, did you see anything, Master Li? Yes, we're waiting for you to expose brother Luo's secrets. Hurry up, Master Li, we really want to hear. Li Tianyu glanced at Luo Sanyong, and after a long while, he touched his head and said, oh, I'm sorry, I really can't see through brother Luo's palm lines. I can only say my skills are lacking. Sorry, everyone. Saying this, he made an apologetic gesture to the people around him. Everyone showed disappointed expressions. Master Li, your palm reading skills aren't great. Zhou Peng couldn't help but tease. Li Tianyu hurriedly waved his hand and said seriously, palm reading is a profound science, which can be roughly divided into two types. Zhou Peng was stunned. What two types? One is real reading, and the other is fake reading. That's just stating the obvious. That's not just stating the obvious. Fake reading uses the eyes, while real reading uses the heart. Fake readers speak empty words, while real readers speak the truth. Li Tianyu's eloquence had improved significantly compared to before. He spouted a lot of mystical yet half-true words, leaving everyone present bewildered. This also helped to divert attention from the earlier palm reading incident with Luo Sanyong. In fact, Li Tianyu had already gathered information about Luo Sanyong. The reason he didn't reveal it was due to many concerns. Luo Sanyong was indeed a person of considerable influence. This guy was tough, and Li Tianyu definitely couldn't afford to offend him. As Li Tianyu had previously guessed, Luo Sanyong was a small-time thug, but not an ordinary one. In the capital city, there are actually very few small-time thugs who can make a name for themselves, and Luo Sanyong was one of them. This guy had achieved such status at a young age through real grit and violence. He had done his fair share of violent things, like breaking arms and legs or squeezing others' balls. Li Tianyu accepted AI Bao Yuan's commission to make money, not to risk his life. Offending Luo Sanyong? That would mean Li Tianyu was courting death. He just didn't know how the Zhaoyan faction was connected to Luo Sanyong. Just then, Luo Sanyong lazily said, Zhou Peng, arrange a game to liven things up. Zhou Peng quickly agreed. In such an entertainment venue, with girls accompanying, playing games was quite normal. The game Zhou Peng arranged was very simple, called 7 Commandments. The rules: start counting from 199, and if someone counts a number containing 7 or a multiple of 7, they must shout pass, and the next person continues counting. If someone miscounts, they must accept a punishment. The punishment for miscounting is to take off one piece of clothing. Chapter 59. Forget it, a forcibly picked fruit isn't sweet. The rules of this game were quite harsh, and it was unclear whether Zhou Peng and his group often played this. However, in such an entertainment club, it was indeed quite normal. When the accompanying girls heard the rules, they all revealed a playful pout. Oh, how can we play like this? We're at such a disadvantage. Yeah, look at what we're wearing. What are you guys wearing? Penggu, why do you always come up with these bad ideas? In truth, these accompanying girls weren't really unwilling. They were just expressing some symbolic dissent to make it seem more romantic. Men's psychology is very subtle. If women completely submit, the effect is often not good. If they appropriately refuse while still being inviting, it easily touches their excitement points. Of course, there was one exception among the accompanying girls, Yusijia. It was Yusijia's first time in this kind of place, and she was terrified when she heard the rules of the game. She was only wearing a body-hugging spaghetti-strap dress with a sheer shawl over it. In other words, if Yusijia made one mistake in this 7 Commandments game, it would be fine, but if she made a second mistake, she would be left in utter embarrassment. However, Yusijia understood that since she was already here, she couldn't back out. Otherwise, she would face a huge penalty for breach of contract, which would be even worse. No matter how unwilling she was, she could only brace herself for it. There were 8 people in the game, 3 men and 5 women, sitting in a circle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, pass. 8. Of course, no one made a mistake in the first round. Everyone counted smoothly. The second round was the same, but when it got to the third round, someone started to make mistakes. The first to mess up was Gui Yafeng. She accidentally shouted 28. Come on, Fangjia. Zhou Peng chuckled. TCH, what's so great about that? The sheer shawl was removed, and gasps of surprise filled the air. Come on, come on. Everyone present was skilled at creating a lively atmosphere. The private room quickly heated up. One after another, people miscounted, and amidst cheers, applause, and gasps, sheer shawls, small capes, and women's dress straps appeared on the floor. Of course, the men's clothing started to come off as well. Li Tianyu miscounted by calling out 49, causing his suit jacket to be thrown on the ground. 67. Another accompanying girl named Lu Jingjing made a mistake, and now she was left with only a body-hugging dress. Jingjing, hurry up, don't keep everyone waiting. Yin Xiao urged enthusiastically. Yeah, this was the agreed-upon rule, no cheating. Jingjing, you're the first, hurry up. Lu Jingjing let out a playful whine, and, amidst the cheers, actually complied. This scene left Li Tianyu dumbfounded. Zhou Peng, Yin Xiao, and Luo Sanyang all looked unfazed, as if they were already seasoned players. Once Lu Jingjing set the precedent, several other accompanying girls quickly followed suit. The atmosphere in the private room became increasingly vibrant. To Yu Xijia, all of this made her pale with fear and anxiety. In such a setting, it was even harder to predict what more outrageous things might happen next. When she decided to come to work, it was only publicly stated that she would chat and drink with the guests, although she knew there would definitely be some borderline activities, like letting others take advantage. She never expected it to be so blatant. Yu Xijia had already made one mistake. The sheer shawl had been removed. Just as Yu Xijia was momentarily distracted, it was her turn. 84. No. As soon as Yu Xijia shouted out, she regretted it. Oh my god. 84 is also a multiple of 7. She miscounted. Everyone immediately reacted. Oh, Yu Xijia, it's finally your turn. Hurry up. I want to see what this girl has in store. It was evident that Yu Xijia was already at a loss, trembling all over like a helpless little lamb facing a few hungry wolves. Zhou Peng continued to urge her. Yu Xijia, don't let everyone down. Look at the others. Aren't they all doing it? Yeah, look at me. Yin Xiao, he's just laughing. And he's only left with his shorts now. It's really ridiculous. Can I? No. Rules are rules. They can't be broken. Zhou Peng said sternly. Upon hearing this, Yu Xijia was on the verge of tears. It was clear that this was very difficult for her. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly turned cold, which was not a good sign. Gui Yafeng, the most experienced one, forced herself to calm down and sat next to Yu Xijia, whispering a few words to her. It was probably some advice to persuade her to give in. However, Yu Xijia kept shaking her head, and Gui Yafeng eventually gave up after a few tries. In fact, the others were easy to deal with, but Luo Sanyang's expression had already turned sour. Yu Xijia, if you don't obey, don't even think about leaving this room today. Luo Sanyang's voice was sharp, and his expression carried a certain oppressive force. Yu Xijia was terrified. She knew that someone like Luo Sanyang was not someone she could provoke. She placed her hand on her strap, wanting to pull it down, but Zhou Peng, thinking her movements were too slow, rushed over to tear it off. No. Yu Xijia was startled and hurriedly got up, hiding in the corner. In that moment, Li Tianyu didn't like the atmosphere at all. Although the girl chose to be a hostess, she should have this awareness, but the current situation seemed a bit forced. Since they were out to have fun, why take it to this extent? It was clear that Luo Sanyang was really getting angry. His face was ashen, scaring the other hostesses quite a bit. Not to mention the hostesses, even Yin Xiao was frightened. Evil Tiger, go for it, tear this bitch apart. Oh, Evil Tiger was the giant thug standing behind Luo Sanyang. But this name was a bit misleading. It should be called Evil Bear, with a physique like Evil Tiger's. Facing Yu Xijia, it was definitely a case of Beauty and the Beast, hard to look at. Although Li Tianyu wasn't exactly a virtuous gentleman, he couldn't bear to see this situation. Luo-san, just forget it. Why make such a big deal over a hostess? Luo Sanyang sneered. Li Tianyu, then what do you suggest we do? There's a saying that a forced melon isn't sweet. Since she is unwilling, just kick her out. Li Tianyu's words were quite reasonable. Yu Xijia's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked at Li Tianyu and then at Luo Sanyang. Chapter 60. It's best to brush your teeth first. Li Tianyu spoke gently. He didn't want to clash with Luo Sanyang. He really didn't want to get involved with such small-time thugs. Though these people weren't exactly vicious criminals, they didn't play by the rules. Li Tianyu just wanted to ease the situation. Since Yu Xijia was a novice and so reluctant, it would be enough to let her go without resorting to violence. However, Luo Sanyang didn't think so. He was used to being arrogant and domineering. You better get lost. You have no say here. Luo Sanyang's roar startled everyone. Even Zhou Peng realized the seriousness of the situation. Luo Sanyang was a powder keg. He could explode at any moment. When Zhao Yan said he wanted to invite him over, Zhou Peng felt it was a bad idea. It was just to probe Li Tianyu's bottom line. Why bring in such a tough character? Zhao Yan said. We need to give Li Tianyu a warning so he knows his place and doesn't act like a big shot everywhere. But giving him a warning is different from beating him up. Looking at Luo Sanyang's stance, it seemed he was about to start a fight. If he hurt Li Tianyu, then Mr. AI would definitely be furious. He personally invited him. Could he just be beaten casually? Thinking of this, Zhou Peng hurriedly tried to pull Li Tianyu away, but unexpectedly, Li Tianyu had something shocking to say. Luo-san, if you've eaten shit, you'd better brush your teeth first. At that moment, the room fell silent. Everyone looked at Li Tianyu and Luo Sanyang in horror. Each person thought, Li Tianyu has gone crazy. he really dares to say anything. Li Tianyu is definitely doomed. He would absolutely be finished today. Luo Sanyang had done things like cutting off tongues before. Zhou Peng quickly pulled Li Tianyu over and whispered, Li, you'd better apologize to Luo San. The situation was obvious. Apologize? No way. In fact, Li Tianyu was also anxious. What he just said was indeed self-destructive. If it were the old Li Tianyu. In this situation, he wouldn't dare to say such things even if you killed him. He would just endure it. However, due to the influence of the system's personality, Li Tianyu's pride wouldn't allow him to remain indifferent after being scolded. Luo Sanyang squinted at Li Tianyu. At this moment, he no longer cared about Jia. Now it was Li Tianyu who had provoked him. Li Tianyu, what are you even? Since he had already angered Luo Sanyang, there was no need to pamper him. All right, you're human now. Soon I'll make you feel like you're not human. Li Tianyu waved his hand. Evil Tiger, slap him twice. Hit hard. Everyone gasped. Evil Tiger, a giant over 2 meters tall, had hands the size of 2 normal people's. And he was told to hit hard. If he slapped down, if this kid's constitution was weak, he might just pass out. Evil Tiger took 2 steps toward Li Tianyu, his massive body moving closer. However, Li Tianyu closed his eyes and chose to ignore it. Everyone was confused by his actions. Is this kid stupid? Doesn't he fear for his life? Suddenly, Jia shouted, don't strip me. I can strip myself. Luo Sanyang was not willing to listen and shouted, Evil Tiger, go for it. Hit hard. Hit so hard that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Oh, Evil Tiger swung his arm wide, his big hand swooping down like a fan, bringing the wind with it. Li Tianyu still kept his eyes closed. Some of the hostesses covered their mouths, some gasped, and others covered their eyes. It was about to get bloody. However, a few seconds passed, and there was still no expected sound, like a slap or a cry for help. Yin Xiao and Zhou Peng, who were watching with their eyes wide open, had their mouths agape. They saw that Evil Tiger's swinging arm did not hit Li Tianyu, who was sitting on the sofa, but was caught by someone. Who was that person? Yang, Assistant Yang? Although they could only see the back, Yin Xiao recognized him. Assistant Yang? Yangin. Zhou Peng also recognized him. He was in the key department of public relations and could often see Yangin. And he knew that Yangin was AI Baoquan's top bodyguard. How did this guy end up here? Could it be that AI Baoquan came? Zhou Peng quickly dismissed that thought. AI Baoquan was a public figure and wouldn't he come to such a place? The other hostesses were also astonished. When did this man come in? In fact, everyone had been distracted by the argument between Li Tianyu and Luo Sanyang. And that was when Yangin entered and caught the giant's arm before Evil Tiger could hit Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu opened his eyes, feeling relieved, thinking that AI Baoquan's bodyguard was indeed reliable. In truth, he had been terrified just now. If Yangin hadn't come to the rescue in time, he might have lost his teeth. Yangin, despite being over 1.8 meters tall, still had to question whether he could stop a nearly 2-meter giant. But now, it seemed there was no problem. Luo Sanyang was completely stunned at this moment, but he quickly shouted, damn it, hurry up and fight. The fierce tiger let out another roar, swinging a punch at Yangin with his other hand. The force was astonishing, and the crowd gasped in shock. However, the punch suddenly stopped midair. The fierce tiger, who originally had a savage expression, now looked even more twisted, making a hissing sound from his mouth. Upon a closer look, Yangin had grabbed his fingers and was twisting them back. Ouch! 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 The fierce tiger, in immense pain, fell to his knees, cold sweat pouring down his face. Next, Yangin delivered a heavy elbow strike to the fierce tiger's chin. The giant collapsed, unconscious. Yin Xiao was already dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Zhou Peng was also secretly shocked. He knew Yangin was a bodyguard, but never expected him to be this powerful. It was known that the fierce tiger brought by Luo Sanyang had a notorious reputation, yet he couldn't last even a minute, which was quite astonishing. At this moment, Luo Sanyang was indeed shaken and momentarily confused about the situation. Who are you? Yangin shook his wrist and replied, I am Mr. Li's bodyguard. The drink waitresses then realized why Li Tianyu was so arrogant. It turned out he had brought a bodyguard, and this bodyguard was incredibly powerful, almost like a god of death. Chapter 61. This made things easier. The reason Li Tianyu had been so fearless earlier was that he knew Yang and was a competent bodyguard. Although the fierce tiger looked terrifying and could easily handle typical thugs, he was no match for a top-tier special forces soldier trained in hellish conditions. However, would this be enough to scare Luo Sanyang away? Li Tianyu wasn't that naive. Luo Sanyang was a figure from the underworld and a small leader at that. Such people cared a lot about their image and would never let such a humiliation slide. Indeed, Luo Sanyang squinted, coldly saying, Li Tianyu, do you think this is over? Your bodyguard is strong, but can he fight 1, 2, 10, or even 20? Li Tianyu's face remained calm and expressionless, seemingly unfazed. Luo Sanyang viciously pointed at him and then pulled out his phone, looking like he was about to call for backup. Yang glanced at Li Tianyu, seemingly waiting for his instructions. It would be best to snatch Luo Sanyang's phone to avoid being surrounded and beaten, just as Luo Sanyang threatened. No matter how strong Yang was, he was still human. Handling 1 or 2 was fine, but if 20 or 30 armed men came, it would be dangerous. Even if Yang could protect himself, he could not ensure Li Tianyu's safety. However, Li Tianyu did not intend to have Yang snatch the phone. Instead, he stood up. Although taking the phone would provide temporary safety, it would lead to retaliation from Luo Sanyang afterward, and that kind of retaliation was unpredictable and could escalate. It would not be worth the trouble. Luo Sanyang stopped his actions, staring at Li Tianyu with a sharp gaze. Li Tianyu surprisingly stood in front of Luo Sanyang, smiling as he said, "Brother Luo, that little brother of yours, Silly Fong, did something a few nights ago. If that gets out, what do you think will happen?" Luo Sanyang's expression changed. "What did we do?" "No. How do you know about Silly Fong?" "Let me think. It was probably on the 13th of last month, no?" "No. It was the 14th, at 2 a.m., Li Tianyu said, looking at Luo Sanyang. Indeed, Luo Sanyang's face fell even more, seemingly afraid of something. "What exactly do you want to say?" Brother Luo was still trying to play dumb. "Okay, let me explain it to you." Saying this, Li Tianyu audaciously leaned over and whispered in Luo Sanyang's ear. Luo Sanyang's expression became increasingly interesting, fluctuating between various emotions, but clearly lacking the previous ferocity. Zhou Peng and Yin Xiao were completely bewildered, not understanding what Li Tianyu was telling Luo Sanyang. The usually hot-tempered brother Luo was actually listening. After Li Tianyu finished speaking, Luo Sanyang's expression became quite strange. "Who are you? How do you know this?" Upon hearing this, Luo Sanyang was completely panicked. It was rumored that the capital had 4 young masters, which sounded impressive, but they were just 4 rich second-generation heirs. Gu Junmai was one of them. Luo Sanyang was scared because Gu Junmai could be considered his boss. They, as small-time thugs, relied on Gu Junmai to make a living. Gu Junmai was very strict and had a bad temper. If he was angered, they would directly be cut off from resources. And Luo Sanyang and the others would have to starve. It was not surprising to know about the 4 young masters in the capital, but knowing Gu Xiao's real name, Gu Junmai, was not something just anyone could do. Gu Junmai was not his actual name. It was a nickname given by his mother with the help of an old Taoist to ward off misfortune, which was quite mysterious. Luo Sanyang stammered, "W what?" Li Tianyu reassured him, "Don't worry. If you behave, I won't tell anyone." Luo Sanyang's expression brightened. "Thank you, Mr. Li." He then turned to Zhou Peng, Yin Xiao, and the others, saying fiercely, "Did you hear what Mr. Li just said? Be smart about it. Don't let this matter get out, or I won't hesitate to cut off your tongues to feed the dogs." Whether it was Yin Xiao or Zhou Peng, they had both been in a daze since earlier and couldn't understand what was being said. But since Luo Sanyang said so, they could only nod in agreement. As for the drink waitresses, they had nothing to say. It had nothing to do with them in the first place. Li Tianyu glanced at the still-dazed Yu Xijia in the corner and said, "She can leave now, right, Brother Luo?" "No problem." "Of course, no problem." Luo Sanyang smiled at Yu Xijia, saying, "If you run into any issues in the future, just let me know. I can help you settle things here." "Thank you, Mr. Li." Yu Xijia gave Li Tianyu a deep look before hurriedly leaving. Li Tianyu sighed. I'm tired. Mr. Li, how about this? I'll arrange a suite for you to rest for the night, and I'll find you some more beautiful ones," Luo Sanyang suggested. Yang nodded. "Let us go." "Okay, Mr. Li." Just as the two were about to step out, a low growl was heard. The fierce tiger had woken up. He got up and immediately spotted Li Tianyu and Yang, his anger boiling as he raised his fist to strike. Ouch! An astonishing scene occurred. Luo Sanyang slapped the fierce tiger hard, making him see stars. "Damn it, did I tell you to hit? Get lost. You're just causing trouble. Eat with you? Forget it." Outside the club, Li Tianyu breathed in the fresh air, feeling as if he had been reborn. At that moment, he realized his back was already wet. It had been too thrilling and exhausting, and he felt like he could collapse at any moment. Li Tianyu silently vowed to avoid such situations in the future. Yang moved his lips, wanting to say something but hesitating. Li Tianyu smiled. "You want to ask what I told Luo Sanyang, right?" Yang hesitated for a moment but ultimately said, "Forget it. If I shouldn't know, I won't ask. But what are you planning to do about that girl?" "That girl?" It was only then that Li Tianyu noticed Yu Xijia was actually standing by the roadside. At this moment, she was in casual clothes, restoring her college student appearance. Li Tianyu walked over and asked, "You haven't left yet? How can I leave without properly thanking you?" "What? Do you want to offer yourself?" Li Tianyu joked. "This makes things easier." Chapter 62 Acquisition of Fighting Techniques. Li Tianyu booked a room for Yu Xijia at a nearby hotel. After entering the room and having a cup of tea, Li Tianyu didn't come out all night. The next morning, he woke up in the hotel feeling refreshed. Strangely, although he had been very tired, he suddenly felt energetic. He had lost track of how many times they had been together last night. However, Yu Zijiao had left without him noticing. Li Tianyu had asked Yu Zijiao which university she attended, but she didn't answer. He didn't press her. Perhaps Yu Zijiao just wanted to repay a favor. After breakfast, Li Tianyu didn't rush to work at Aihua Group's headquarters, but stayed in the room to organize his thoughts. He replayed the events of the previous night in his mind and felt a bit reckless. No, it was more like he was digging his own grave. It was already troublesome enough to have provoked that troublemaker Luo Sanyang. What was worse was that Li Tianyu had also lied to Luo Sanyang, claiming to know someone named Gu Junmai. What a joke. He didn't know any of the 4 young masters of the capital. He didn't even know their public names, let alone Gu Junmai. Li Tianyu hadn't even seen Gu Junmai's leg hair. At that time, Li Tianyu had shaken hands with Luo Sanyang and learned some information he needed. Luckily, his mind was quick, and he spun 2 lies in a row. The first lie he whispered to Luo Sanyang successfully scared him. That fool Sha Fong had spent the whole night smashing someone else's gold shop. For these small-time thugs, that was considered normal behavior, not excessive. However, the owner of that gold shop, Fat Shui, happened to have connections with Gu Junmai. Fat Shui had called the police and was frantically searching the streets for the suspect who smashed his shop. Fortunately, Fat Shui hadn't found out yet. If he discovered it was Sha Fong, that would be a big problem. Not only would Sha Fong end up in jail, but Luo Sanyang would also face a severe beating from Gu Junmai and might even get expelled. Who was Gu Junmai? He was Luo Sanyang's benefactor. Therefore, when Li Tianyu spun those 2 lies, especially the one about knowing Gu Junmai, it was critical for Luo Sanyang. Even if Li Tianyu and Gu Junmai were only acquaintances and not very familiar, it would still be a huge deal for Luo Sanyang. If this incident reached Gu Junmai's ears, wouldn't Luo Sanyang and his crew be finished? That's why Luo Sanyang's attitude towards Li Tianyu did a complete 180, turning from a vicious dog to a lapdog. In the end, Luo Sanyang was just a small-time thug, not a great hero, and didn't have much backbone. Even if he were a hero, there was still a saying about bending and stretching. But could this matter just pass like that? Li Tianyu pondered. His situation wasn't too dangerous right now. First, Luo Sanyang was unlikely to bring this up with Gu Junmai. If he did, it would be like digging his own grave. Second, it was also unlikely for Li Tianyu to run into Gu Junmai, even if they did meet. It wouldn't be a big problem as long as Luo Sanyang wasn't present. Nothing would be exposed. However, saying there was no risk at all wouldn't be accurate. Li Tianyu was still too weak and needed to strengthen himself quickly. Once he became strong, even if he did provoke Luo Sanyang or even Gu Junmai, he wouldn't be afraid. Li Tianyu also had his advantages. At least he had the system. The events of yesterday made Li Tianyu realize it was time to arm himself. With various skills, there would always be a time when they would come in handy. Yang In, this powerful bodyguard, couldn't always be with Li Tianyu. So he needed to prepare self-defense and combat skills. I'm a world-class martial arts master. What do I have to fear? Li Tianyu smiled and said. Then open the system interface. In the order center, the relevant tax items appeared as expected. Combat Master. Tax amount, 500 renminbi. Description, randomly proficient in 3 types of combat skills, with certain enhancements to strength, agility, and flexibility. Side effect risk, low. Fighting Master. Tax amount, 10,000 RMB. Description, randomly proficient in 5 types of combat skills, with significant enhancements to strength, agility, flexibility, dynamic vision, and reaction speed. Side effect risk, medium. Grandmaster Fighter. Tax amount, 800,000 RMB. Description, proficient in all fighting techniques in the world and randomly acquires 1 secret technique, with immense enhancements to strength, agility, flexibility, dynamic vision, reaction speed, endurance, and stamina. Side effect risk, high. Li Tianyu carefully examined the list. The highest level was the cultivator, and the description was very tempting. Putting aside all the martial artists being proficient, what did it mean to acquire a secret technique? What exactly was a secret technique? System assistant. If I tell you now, it wouldn't be called a secret technique. Li Tianyu was speechless. Where did this cheeky system assistant come from? However, he couldn't meet the tax amount of 800,000. Fortunately, the tax amount for the second level, Fighting Master, didn't exceed the tax limit. The expensive option was indeed stronger than the cheap one. Li Tianyu chose Fighting Master without hesitation. The tax confirmation box popped up, and he clicked Confirm. 10,000 RMB was deducted from his account. Then, Li Tianyu felt as if his whole body was on fire, and the intensity was increasing. Not good. Not good. What the hell is happening? Li Tianyu quickly stood up and jumped into the bathtub, but before he could turn on the faucet, he passed out. When Li Tianyu woke up again, it was already noon. He had fainted for a full 4 hours. Li Tianyu felt a lingering fear. It seemed he needed to be more cautious when using the system in the future. Fortunately, this was in a hotel. If it had been in a public place, he would have been taken to the hospital. Chapter 63. Need to borrow a car? Come to me. System assistant. The list of combat skills acquired is as follows: successful acquisition of Sanda technique, successful acquisition of Israeli combat technique, successful acquisition of karate, successful acquisition of boxing, successful acquisition of Muay Thai. These 5 combat techniques were indeed quite powerful and should be enough for the time being. System assistant. Host, congratulations. Your physical abilities have been upgraded. Strength, 180. Agility, 300. Flexibility, 120. Dynamic vision, 220. Reaction speed, 165. Li Tianyu looked at these improvements and was a bit shocked. System. What are my current physical ability values? Strength, 238. Agility, 360. Flexibility, 143. Dynamic vision, 320. Reaction speed, 236. Li Tianyu felt a bit confused. System. What should be the values for an average person? I want to know how much stronger I am than a normal person. System assistant. The base value for an average person is 100. So that's quite a significant difference. However, Li Tianyu also realized that according to the enhancement ratios given by the system, none of his physical abilities were previously close to 100, except for dynamic vision. He had been so weak. Fortunately, the system had greatly strengthened his frail body, so in the future, when he encountered danger, at least he could protect himself. It was already noon, and Li Tianyu thought he might as well not go to Aihua headquarters. But then he recalled it was Saturday, and he didn't have to work at all. Recently, he had been living in such a daze. Just as he entered his home, Li Tianyu's phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, it was Wu Mingzhi calling, so he answered the phone. Hello, Mingzhi, long time no see. What have you been busy with? What can I be busy with? Just working aimlessly. How about you recently? Not bad. By the way, do you know any good car rental shops? Car rental shops? Don't you have a car? Why would you rent a car? Li Tianyu suddenly realized that Wu Mingzhi was having a tough time. His relationship with his girlfriend Jiang Lan was good, but he always struggled to get past her relatives. Jiang Lan's father, Jiang Wenshi, was a company owner, and he was never satisfied with Wu Mingzhi as a potential son-in-law. If it weren't for his daughter Jiang Lan genuinely liking Wu Mingzhi, he would have separated them long ago. However, recently Wu Mingzhi had shown good behavior and ambition, so Jiang Wenshi had gradually eased up. On the other hand, Jiang Lan's relatives were different. They were all high and mighty, lacking capability, and particularly fond of gossiping. Today, Wu Mingzhi went to pick up Jiang Lan, probably hoping to impress her relatives and silence them. Li Tianyu said, Mingzhi, why are you looking for a car rental shop? Just ask me. Wu Mingzhi replied, ask you? Did you buy a car? Li Tianyu said, yeah. Wu Mingzhi asked, what kind of car did you buy? I need to rent a luxury car to save face. Li Tianyu chuckled, don't worry, I'll definitely make you look good. Wu Mingzhi was skeptical. As he knew Li Tianyu's situation well, he didn't earn much in a month and didn't have family wealth. Buying a luxury car? Unlikely. However, Wu Mingzhi trusted Li Tianyu to some extent, thinking that he wouldn't lie if he was so confident. Wu Mingzhi asked, so, is your car at home? I'll go drive it. Li Tianyu replied, I'll send you the address. Wu Mingzhi asked, what? Did you move? All right, send me the address. I'll head over right away. After hanging up, Li Tianyu sent Wu Mingzhi a location via WeChat. An hour later, Wu Mingzhi knocked on Li Tianyu's door. Wow, you didn't rent this whole place, did you? Li Tianyu laughed heartily. Who said I rented it? This is my house. Want me to show you the property deed? Wu Mingzhi looked at Li Tianyu a few times before believing that this guy was not joking. However, in the North Third Ring area, a place like this would cost nearly 10 million, and the decoration was truly remarkable, simple, elegant, and unique. Wu Mingzhi was a bit stunned, but since they were close friends, they started joking around. Wu Mingzhi asked, did you do something shady? Li Tianyu replied, you're the one being shady. Wu Mingzhi asked, so it's something illegal? Li Tianyu said, do you not want to borrow the car anymore? Wu Mingzhi quickly replied, right, hurry up, I'm short on time. Li Tianyu then took Wu Mingzhi to the basement via the elevator. The apartment Li Tianyu lived in originally came with one parking space, but he rented another one from the property management because he needed to park 2 cars. A Porsche Cayenne and a Pagani Huayra were parked side by side. Ever since they helped Yun Guang Technology participate in the exhibition, this top-tier supercar had been gathering dust in the basement. This one, Wu Mingzhi pointed at the Porsche Cayenne. Yeah, Wu Mingzhi's jaw dropped. Li Tianyu pointed at the Pagani Huayra and said, this one is mine too. Wu Mingzhi was stunned, nearly fainting in the basement. You, tell me the truth. How did you get these 2 cars? The Porsche Cayenne could be considered a luxury car, but having a supercar parked here was simply unbelievable. Wu Mingzhi often browsed car websites and had some knowledge about cars. There was no supercar under 10 million for Pagani. Moreover, importing supercars into the country incurs very high taxes, adding up to tens of millions easily. Li Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. Isn't that obvious? I told you it's mine. Do you want it or not? Wu Mingzhi finally came to his senses. Yes, of course. Which one? He first pointed at the Pagani and then at the Porsche Cayenne. Let's go with this one. If something happens to the supercar, I can't afford it. Li Tianyu scoffed and directly slapped the keys into Wu Mingzhi's hand. Wu Mingzhi looked and saw it was the key to the Pagani. Wow, I really don't need it. The Cayenne is already good enough. It's impressive enough. I've never even touched a supercar. Li Tianyu said, stop talking nonsense. If you crash it, you won't have to compensate. Just drive it and impress Zhonglan's relatives. A few minutes later, Wu Mingzhi drove the Pagani Huayra out of the basement, his hands shaking on the small steering wheel. This wasn't just about impressing. It was like he wanted to completely blow Zhonglan's relatives away. Chapter 64, the BMW 3 Series, which I will pick up the day after tomorrow. Wu Mingzhi revved the engine on the street, listening to the delightful roar and thought, this is truly a supercar. Although Wu Mingzhi couldn't understand how Li Tianyu got this top-tier supercar, being able to drive it to pick up his girlfriend Zhonglan was much more thrilling than he expected. Originally, Wu Mingzhi just wanted to rent an ordinary luxury car, like a Mercedes, BMW, or Audi, something that would suffice for face-saving and keep Zhonglan's relatives from gossiping. Who knew Li Tianyu would come up with such a beast? It was simply a pleasant surprise. Zhonglan's family lived in a villa area in the southeast of the capital, Jinhua. The villas here are all standalone, and according to current market prices, they range from 30 million to 80 million RMB. However, when they first opened for sale, they weren't that expensive. In just a few short years, their value skyrocketed. At this moment, Zhonglan's home was very lively, as her third aunt's family had all come over. At noon, the Zhang family specially prepared a large banquet to entertain their guests, leaving them full and satisfied. Compared to the affluent Zhang family, Zhonglan's third aunt's family was quite ordinary, at most reaching a middle-class level. However, they had good luck, as their old house had just been demolished, and they were about to receive a large compensation payment. They also got several new apartments. Therefore, third aunt Deng Xiuhua didn't feel that her family's situation was much worse than Zhang's. On the contrary, for some reason, she always felt a bit superior when facing Zhonglan's father, Zhang Wenshi, acting as if he were a poor relative. Even Deng Xiuhua's husband, Peng Lijun, and son, Peng Xiang, seemed to have a sense of superiority in the Zhang family. However, Zhang Wenshi was still cultivated and didn't argue with these people. Letting things be and speaking less was better. At this time, everyone had eaten and drunk well, and they were sitting on the sofa chatting casually. Lan, have you broken up with that young man? Zhang Lan was taken aback. No, we're doing quite well. Deng Xiuhua rolled her eyes. Lan, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but it's been so many years, haven't you had enough fun? It's about time to find someone to marry. Zhang Lan replied, marriage? My boyfriend is the one I plan to marry. Deng Xiuhua said, haha, you really protect him. But let me ask you, how much does he earn in a month? Does he have a car and a house? Zhang Lan responded, he has a car. We just haven't bought the house yet. But we've already discussed that once we get engaged, we'll put down a deposit to buy one. Deng Xiuhua scoffed again, putting down a deposit? Are you going to ask your family for money? Zhang Lan shook her head. No, we plan to rely on our own efforts. Over the years, we've saved some money, and putting down a deposit won't be a problem. In reality, Wu Mingzhi was planning to ask his family for some money. Otherwise, how could he afford a down payment after working in the capital for a few years? Zhang Lan didn't dare to tell her third aunt this. If she found out, there would be another round of mockery. Let me ask you, where do you plan to buy a house? Zhang Lan quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, the southern suburbs are fine too. Deng Xiuhua continued, but I ask you, you've gotten used to living in such a big house. If you have to live in a pigeon coop again, can you handle it? Zhang Lan replied defiantly, of course. I'm currently living in a pigeon coop with Mingzhi, and I'm quite used to it. As soon as Deng Xiuhua heard this, she pouted again and started talking to Zhonglan's mother, Deng Yuhui. Sister, look at you. You don't even care about your daughter. What has she been taught to become like this? Deng Yuhui smiled bitterly and said, as long as the child is happy, we can't control it. How can that be? If she regrets it later, it will all be too late. You need to advise her in advance. Deng Xiulan said passionately. Just take my neighbor for example. Her daughter insisted on finding her own partner. Fine, her parents didn't care, and in the end, they got married. What was the result? Just after having a child, their relationship fell apart. They felt they were incompatible, and in the end, they could only divorce. That girl insisted on keeping the child, but now she can't even find a partner. Lan, it's not that I, your third aunt, am meddling. I'm doing this for your own good. When you're looking for a partner, you must find someone with a solid economic foundation. Not only should he have a car, but he should also have a house. A big house at that. This is called getting it all at once. And make sure to add your name to it, so you won't be wronged later. Deng Xiuhua pointed to her son Peng Xiang and said, when you're looking for a partner, at least find someone like your cousin. Xiang, tell your aunt and uncle how much you're earning now. Peng Xiang replied, Mom, why are you asking this? Deng Xiulan insisted, just say it. If you don't say it, how will others know? Peng Xiang had no choice but to say, including various subsidies. It's about 20,000. Just as Deng Xiaolan was about to speak, Zhang Lan immediately interjected. Our Mingzhi also earns 20,000. What's the big deal? Deng Xiaolan was not pleased to hear that. Oh, you're Mingzhi, and this is before marriage. If you get married, won't he control you tightly? Earning 20,000 is nothing impressive. There are people earning tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Xiang, tell us about the car you just bought. What was it called? The BMW something? When Peng Xiang mentioned the car, his eyes lit up. He was interested in it and wanted to show off. It's a BMW 3 Series. I'm picking it up the day after tomorrow. Deng Xiaohua asked, how is it? BMW isn't cheap, right? Lan, what car does your boyfriend drive? An Accord. Look at that, a domestic car. Peng Xiang interjected, Mom, it's still a car. Oh, even worse. It's not as good as a domestic car. Deng Xiaohua then turned to Jiang Wenshi and said, I say, you, as the father, should say a few words. If you don't say anything now, you won't have the chance later. Jiang Wenshi had already reluctantly agreed to Zhang Lan and Wu Mingzhi's relationship. But now he felt embarrassed by Deng Xiaohua's words and couldn't help but snort coldly. What can I say? I've said what I needed to say long ago. Zhang Lan was extremely annoyed. In fact, she already knew about her cousin Peng Xiang's BMW and that it was bought on loan. At the same time, Zhang Lan regretted it a bit, thinking that if she had known her third aunt was this crazy, she wouldn't have let Wu Mingzhi come to pick her up. Chapter 65. Is this the Accord? Calculating the time, Wu Mingzhi should be on his way. Zhang Lan felt a bit restless. If her third aunt encountered Wu Mingzhi, she would surely mock him harshly. She was afraid that Wu Mingzhi wouldn't be able to hold back and would end up arguing with her third aunt. So, Zhang Lan quickly said she was going to the restroom and then began calling Wu Mingzhi. Is it inconvenient to drive? But Wu Mingzhi was used to wearing a Bluetooth headset. So, Zhang Lan made another call. This time, Wu Mingzhi answered. Hello, darling, where are you? Why didn't you answer the phone just now? I was so anxious. Wu Mingzhi replied, I didn't set my Bluetooth headset correctly before, but it's fine now. Baby, I'm almost there, don't worry. Zhang Lan said, that's not what I meant. If that's the case, maybe you shouldn't come. Wu Mingzhi understood. He had met Zhang Lan's third aunt once, and she really seemed to dislike him for no reason. This was also why Wu Mingzhi wanted to rent a luxury car to shut her up. Fortunately, Wu Mingzhi wasn't scared at all now. Don't worry, when I get there, your third aunt won't be able to say anything. Zhang Lan asked why. Wu Mingzhi replied, just trust me, okay? I'm hanging up now. You just wait for me at home. Zhang Lan agreed and hung up. Although Wu Mingzhi told her not to worry, how could she not? But since Wu Mingzhi insisted on coming, then let him come. And her parents already knew he was coming. It would be strange to cancel last minute. If things really went wrong, they could just pull him away. Zhang Lan's mother, Deng Yuhui, brewed a pot of tea and served a few people. Zhang Lan felt helpless, not understanding why her mother was so submissive to her third aunt, causing her to feel the pressure as well. Deng Xiaohua waved at Zhang Lan. Lan, come here. Oh, Zhang Lan had no choice but to sit down. I heard your boyfriend is coming to pick you up soon? Yes, that's right. Good. I also want to see him and have a good talk. Third aunt, you don't need to say anything to him. Just have a good rest. How can that be? Your parents are too shy to say it, so I'll say it for them. Deng Xiaohua patted her chest. I'll be the bad guy. Zhang Lan realized her third aunt was really planning something, and she felt even more anxious. Meanwhile, Wu Mingzhi drove the Pagani Huayra to the entrance of the Jinhua Shijing estate. Normally, security would ask about the visiting vehicles, but since Wu Mingzhi was driving a supercar, they didn't say a word and directly let him in. Wu Mingzhi had been here more than once, so he was familiar with the route and headed straight for Zhang Lan's villa. The massive engine emitted a deep, rumbling sound that was quite pleasant to hear. Even in this high-end villa area, top supercars like the Pagani Huayra were rare. Most were just slightly more affordable million-level supercars like Porsche 718, 911, and Zonda. Arriving at Zhang Lan's doorstep, he parked, turned off the engine, and opened the scissor doors. Wu Mingzhi got out and rang the doorbell. Today, he didn't believe Zhang Lan's third aunt could say anything to him. Shortly after, Zhang Lan came out, followed by several people, including her parents, of course. Zhang Lan's third aunt and her cousin. Originally, her aunt could have just waited inside, but she couldn't sit still and called her son to come out and greet Wu Mingzhi. The first glance at Wu Mingzhi brought back familiar feelings. Li Xiaohua looked down on Wu Mingzhi because she thought he was a bit too carefree. Uncle, aunt, hello, Wu Mingzhi greeted Zhang Lan's parents with a smile. Zhang Wenshi nodded, come in and sit. Okay, uncle. Wu Mingzhi then followed Zhang Lan and her parents into the house. Meanwhile, Deng Xiaohua and her son Peng Xiang stood at the entrance, not entering. At this moment, Deng Xiaohua stretched her neck to look at the car parked at the door. Is that the Accord? It looks a bit strange. At this point, Deng Xiaohua glanced at her son and found him staring blankly. Xiang, what are you thinking? I'm talking to you. Huh? Mom, what did you just say? I said, is that the Accord? It looks quite high-end. Peng Xiang almost fell over. Mom, don't say that. You'll make people laugh at us. What's wrong? What do I have to be laughed at about? That SA supercar. It could easily be worth 10 to 20 million. What? How much? 10 to 20 million? In RMB? Deng Xiuhua said as she ran over, reaching out to touch it. Mom, don't touch it recklessly. If a paint chip comes off, we can't afford to pay for it. At this moment, Deng Yuhui came out and shouted, Xiuhua, what are you and your son doing at the door? Come in for tea. Oh. Deng Yuhui then noticed the extremely flashy supercar parked at the entrance. She hadn't paid attention to it before. Whose is this? It can't be Mingzhi's, can it? Deng Yuhui looked around and indeed didn't see the Honda car that Wu Mingzhi drove. She took a closer look at the supercar and couldn't help but be surprised. Deng Yuhui had been in the wealthy circle for many years and was an insightful woman. Although she didn't know what a Pagani was, she could tell from the car's design that it was not an ordinary supercar. Moreover, even a million-level supercar was something most people couldn't afford. So, Deng Yuhui turned around and called Jiang Wenshi out. When Jiang Wenshi saw the car, his eyes widened. Isn't that a Pagani? That's incredible. I heard it costs several million. Did he really drive it here? It should be, right? Deng Yuhui said with a smile, pointing at her sister Deng Xiuhua. Deng Xiuhua looked completely stunned, wanting to say something but unable to. After a long while, she finally asked Jiang Wenshi and his wife, driving a car worth several million? A wealthy person? A relocated family? We really don't know. That's private information. And they aren't engaged yet, so it's not appropriate to ask. Jiang Wenshi chuckled. After being subtly criticized by Deng Xiuhua earlier, he finally felt relieved. The person was driving a multi-million supercar, while their son was in a BMW 3 Series. Their car wasn't even worth one wheel of the supercar, let alone one headlight. What was there to complain about? Although Jiang Wenshi also knew that the supercar probably didn't belong to Wu Mingzhi, it didn't matter as long as he could save face. Besides, how many people could borrow a supercar? That was a skill in itself. Supercars are hard to rent, especially those worth tens of millions. The qualification checks are very strict. Chapter 66. Did this kid win the lottery? Once they entered the house, Wu Mingzhi was already sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Zhang Lan was sitting next to him, even peeling an apple for him. When Wu Mingzhi saw Li Xiuhua come in, he stood up and greeted, Hello, Aunt 3. Hello. Li Xiuhua quickly replied, her confidence seemingly gone. She had originally wanted to educate Wu Mingzhi, but now she truly had nothing to say. He arrived in a car worth millions, which left her speechless. Wu Mingzhi asked, By the way, Aunt 3, I heard you wanted to say something to me? Zhang Lan pinched Wu Mingzhi's back, wondering why he was seeking trouble. To her surprise, Aunt 3 Li Xiuhua smiled and said, It's nothing much. Just that you two should get along well and not argue. Don't worry, Aunt 3. Our relationship is great. We've never had a fight, Wu Mingzhi replied. Zhang Lan opened her mouth wide, confused about why Aunt 3 was suddenly so kind. However, she quickly understood. Wu Mingzhi said, Wife, stop being dazed. Let's get in the car. Zhang Lan took a while to react, realizing why Wu Mingzhi was so confident. It was all because of this situation. Zhang Lan quietly asked, Where did you get this car? Wu Mingzhi lowered his voice. Let us talk in the car. Our parents are watching. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan immediately sat in the passenger seat and waved goodbye to her family. With the crisp roar of the high-displacement supercar engine, the Pagani Zonda kicked up dust and sped away. It was truly a wonderful feeling. Honey, can we talk now? Whose car is this? Don't tell me you rented it. Wu Mingzhi quickly replied, I wish. Who would rent it to me? Then whose is it? You won't believe it. But it was lent to me by Tianyu. Zhang Lan was stunned. Tianyu? Li Tianyu? Yeah. Are you joking? Do you know how much the supercar costs? At least several million. Wu Mingzhi waved his hand. Not just a few million. I checked later. It's selling for 20 million abroad. And after taxes and duties coming into the country, it would be 4 to 5 million. So you really believe it? What do you mean by believe? He just has it. And not just one. There's also a Porsche Cayenne parked in his garage. Zhang Lan still found it hard to believe. He wouldn't be involved in something illegal, would he? Wu Mingzhi said, Don't say that. I know my buddy's character best. At worst, he does some minor shady deals, but there's no way he'd break the law. I suspect he recently struck it rich or won the lottery. Anyway, I didn't ask. That's his privacy. Zhang Lan said, So he's rich now. Wu Mingzhi replied, Absolutely. He now has a big house and luxury cars. By the way, you're not thinking about falling for him, are you? Shut up. I was just considering whether to set him up with Yanzi. Wu Mingzhi asked Lu Xiaoyan, Your former colleague? Are you still in contact with her? Zhang Lan replied, She's my best friend. Just tell me if it's okay or not. Isn't he still single? Wu Mingzhi said, It's fine. But we can't just approach him because my buddy is rich. Zhang Lan replied, That's easy. Let us not mention Li Tianyu's wealth or setting them up. Just let them meet casually and see if there's a spark. If there is, they can continue. If not, then forget it. Wu Mingzhi thought about it and felt it wasn't a bad idea. Lu Xiaoyan was Jiang Lan's former colleague and was quite beautiful. Such a girl wouldn't lack admirers. But Lu Xiaoyan had high standards and hadn't found someone she liked. Plus, she was still quite young, just graduated, so she was still single. The next day, when Wu Mingzhi returned the car to Li Tianyu, he dragged him out. Li Tianyu was confused. Where are we going? Wu Mingzhi replied, shopping. Li Tianyu was startled. I didn't know you had that hobby, shopping with guys? I'll tell you, my sexual orientation is normal. Wu Mingzhi said. I'm not interested in you. I just want you to go with me to a pawn shop. Li Tianyu was taken aback. A pawn shop? Are you pawning something or buying something? Wu Mingzhi replied. Stop talking nonsense. Just come with me. Actually, Jiang Lan's best friend currently worked at a pawn shop. Li Tianyu had no choice but to follow Wu Mingzhi downstairs. They took Wu Mingzhi's old accord. It was Sunday, and the traffic was decent, not too congested. They arrived at their destination near the East Third Ring Road in less than an hour. This was a large commercial area, a concentration of shopping malls, office buildings, and entertainment venues. Wu Mingzhi led Li Tianyu into a pawn shop called Li Fu Hall. To be honest, it was Li Tianyu's first time in such a place, and he found it quite interesting. The pawn shop was quite spacious, with ordinary glass display counters and independent glass display cases. These display cases generally held valuable items like porcelain, jewelry, and paintings. At that moment, two girls walked over. One of them was Jiang Lan, whom Li Tianyu recognized. The other girl was very beautiful, slim, and attractive. If Li Tianyu were to score her, she would at least get an 8. This girl was Lu Xiaoyan, the best friend Jiang Lan had mentioned before. Lu Xiaoyan was now working at a chain pawn shop, dealing with antiques, jewelry, and various luxury items every day, which had raised her standards. Of course, Lu Xiaoyan was unaware of Jiang Lan and Wu Mingzhi's intentions. When she saw Li Tianyu, she was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Lan introduced, "This is my husband's buddy. His name is Li Tianyu." Lu Xiaoyan nodded and extended her hand to shake Li Tianyu's. Li Tianyu activated his information-gathering ability. He wouldn't miss any opportunity to learn about such a beautiful girl. Surprisingly, this beauty's life was unexpectedly simple, and there wasn't much to say. Compared to her composed appearance, Lu Xiaoyan was much more innocent. Lu Xiaoyan was also observing Li Tianyu, thinking he was quite handsome and had a good aura. Of course, there were no shortage of handsome men around Lu Xiaoyan, so she didn't pay too much attention. However, with her intelligence, she could guess why Jiang Lan and her husband brought a man along. "Make yourselves comfortable. I'll go brew some tea for you," said Lu Xiaoyan as she left. Without further ado, I wish all the book friends a Merry Christmas Eve. May you all be happy and safe. Chapter 67. I also have some research on antiques. Are you interested in these? Li Tianyu smiled and shook his head. I'm just having a look. I have a bit of interest. If it were Li Tianyu's previous character, he would have boasted first and then used the system to gain knowledge about antiques, calligraphy, and jewelry. But now, Li Tianyu was a person with a few million in assets. Even if he wanted to flirt, he didn't want to be too ostentatious. It was better to be a bit reserved. At that moment, a man walked over. He appeared to be in his 30s and, judging by his attire, was an employee of the pawn shop. Li Tianyu noticed the name tag hanging from the man's chest. Name, Ding Hao. Position, antique appraiser. In a pawn shop, because they deal with many luxury items, the position of appraiser is very important. However, Li Tianyu was quite surprised that Ding Hao had become an antique appraiser at such a young age. It was a bit unusual. Ding Hao might have heard the conversation between the two earlier, which prompted him to approach. It was evident that this appraiser, Ding, was quite attentive to Lu Xiaoyan. "What you said sounds a bit off," Ding Hao remarked. "How do you know which item is suitable for me and which isn't?" Li Tianyu asked. "I don't know. Do you know yourself? The things you just looked at are antiques and cultural relics. Do you understand them?" Li Tianyu chuckled. "Of course I understand. To be honest, I have some research on antiques and jewelry." Both Ding Hao and Lu Xiaoyan were taken aback. Could it be that Li Tianyu was a hidden expert? But Ding Hao quickly realized that this guy was probably just talking big in front of a beautiful woman. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu had opened the interface of the boasting tax system and clicked into the order center, where he indeed saw the corresponding list. Junior appraiser. Tax amount, 4,500 renminbi. Description, possesses basic knowledge of appraising antiques, cultural relics, jewelry, etc., with an accuracy rate of 45. Side effect risk, low. Intermediate appraiser. Tax amount, 9,500 renminbi. Description, possesses intermediate knowledge of appraising antiques, cultural relics, jewelry, etc., with an accuracy rate of 85. Side effect risk, medium. Master appraiser. Tax amount, 999 renminbi. Description, possesses comprehensive knowledge of appraising antiques, cultural relics, jewelry, etc., and can identify jade and gemstones through appearance, with an accuracy rate of 999. Side effect risk, high. Li Tianyu carefully looked at the tax amounts on the list. As expected, the highest level, Master Appraiser, was exorbitantly priced at 9. $99 million. However, upon reading the description, he felt it wasn't too high. The appraisal ability for antiques and cultural relics was one thing, but being able to identify raw stones with an accuracy rate of 999 was practically equivalent to 100%. Although the trend of gambling on stones had somewhat faded, it still had its popularity. With this skill, one could make money even with their eyes closed. Unfortunately, the tax amount was too high. He probably wouldn't reach the limit even if he leveled up. The junior appraiser was out of the question. With an accuracy rate of only 45, it was practically useless. The intermediate appraiser could only appraise antiques, cultural relics, and jewelry, but with an accuracy rate of 85, it was sufficient. Fortunately, the tax amount was only 9,500, which was within Li Tianyu's capacity. Li Tianyu quickly selected the intermediate appraiser, confirmed, paid the tax, and successfully deducted the amount from his account. He once again felt a heavy blow to his head, dizzy for a few seconds, but quickly recovered. This series of operations, though tedious to describe, was completed in an instant. To those watching, he only seemed distracted for a moment. "Tianyu, are you okay?" Wu Mingzhi, who had been drinking tea with Jiang Lan, noticed something was off and came over to check. Li Tianyu waved his hand. "I'm fine. I just zoned out for a moment." Wu Mingzhi asked, "I saw you chatting happily just now. What were you talking about?" Ding Hao chuckled. "Your friend just claimed to be an expert in antiques and cultural relics." "Expert?" Wu Mingzhi was taken aback. How could Li Tianyu be an antique expert? He hadn't even seen them before. However, he quickly realized that Li Tianyu was probably just boasting to avoid being looked down upon. As a good buddy, Wu Mingzhi certainly wouldn't expose Li Tianyu's bluff and had to support him unconditionally. "Yeah, Tianyu has done quite a bit of research on antiques and cultural relics. What's so surprising about that?" Ding Hao laughed. "All right then, Mr. Expert, why don't you show us what you've got?" Wu Mingzhi sensed the situation was turning awkward and quickly said, "Sorry, we have urgent matters to attend to. Tianyu, let's go." Li Tianyu smiled. "What's the rush? I quite like this place. I want to stay a bit longer." Wu Mingzhi leaned in and whispered, "Are you crazy? You don't know anything about antiques." Li Tianyu whispered back, "Don't worry, I won't embarrass you." Ding Hao pointed to a standalone display case next to them. "Mr. Expert, how about you appraise this?" Inside the display case was a piece of porcelain, not particularly large, resembling a vase. If it were on a street stall, no one would think it was an antique. The surface was white with blue ink paintings. Li Tianyu chuckled. "This blue and white porcelain vase looks quite unique." Chapter 68. This one is a real expert. Just as everyone was momentarily stunned, Li Tianyu continued. "This vase has a flared mouth, long neck, bulging belly, and round foot, with a flawless shape. Almost perfect." Li Tianyu walked around the display case and said, "The vase features blue and white intertwined branches and peonies. The technique is quite skilled." Wu Mingzhi was taken aback. This guy Li Tianyu was really talking like he knew what he was saying. No, it should be said that he was weaving a good tale. Lu Xiaoyan was also surprised, not expecting that this person actually knew some antique terminology. The entire body is decorated with blue and white patterns, and the rim is painted with honeysuckle patterns and vigorous banana leaf patterns. Li Tianyu continued, "This is actually a Hongwu blue and white jade pot spring vase." Ding Hao was stunned. If Li Tianyu had initially been talking nonsense, just hitting the mark by chance, then the mention of the name of this blue and white jade pot spring vase indicated that he was indeed an expert. At the very least, one needed to frequently handle antiques and collectibles to recognize it. "Am I right, Master Appraiser Ding?" Li Tianyu asked. Seeing Ding Hao was speechless, Wu Mingzhi understood. Li Tianyu had not made any mistakes. Wu Mingzhi chuckled, patting Ding Hao on the shoulder. "What do you think? Didn't I tell you? This is a real expert." Only then did Ding Hao react, retorting, "Yes, that's right. This is indeed a blue and white jade pot spring vase. But just because you can name it doesn't prove you're an expert. At most, you're an enthusiast who has read some related information." Wu Mingzhi was angry and pointed at Ding Hao. "You're talking nonsense." Li Tianyu stopped him and smiled. "How about I tell you some fresh news?" Ding Hao was taken aback, feeling curious. What fresh news? Li Tianyu looked at the blue and white jade pot spring vase again. "How much do you plan to sell this beautiful piece of porcelain for?" Ding Hao extended a hand. 5 million. Li Tianyu shook his head and said, "Don't mention 500,000. I think 5,000 is a bit high." Ding Hao asked, "Do you know what you're talking about?" Li Tianyu ignored him and continued. "The craftsmanship and glaze color of this bottle are good. It's a treasure wherever it is placed, but it's just not old enough." Ding Hao's expression changed, and his voice suddenly became much louder. "What do you mean? Clarify your words. Are you implying that what we're displaying here is fake?" In fact, anyone knowledgeable would have understood Li Tianyu's implication. The term "not old enough" means it's a replica or a counterfeit. In the antique business, there's a saying that one should leave a line for others to retreat, so one usually doesn't speak too bluntly, leaving some space for others. Li Xiaoyan's expression also changed upon hearing this. Everything displayed here is of high quality and cannot possibly be counterfeit. Li Tianyu's comment was indeed excessive. Clearly, even Wu Mingzhi felt a bit guilty and quietly said, Tianyu, don't say anything reckless. This is not a trivial matter. Li Tianyu waved his hand to reassure him. It's somewhat unfair to say it's fake. The shape of this bottle is perfect, and the body is indeed old. There are almost no visible flaws. But Li Tianyu pointed to the pattern on the bottle body, saying that the glaze was newly applied and wouldn't be more than 3 months old. Don't speak nonsense. This is serious. This jade pot spring bottle was carefully selected and brought over from the main store. If it's truly a counterfeit, as Li Tianyu says, that would be a huge problem. LV Xiaoyan became somewhat worried and suggested to Ding Hao, why don't we have Uncle Yi come over to take a look? Just in case. Ding Hao glanced at Li Tianyu, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. It is indeed like this. It's better to be cautious. If there's really a problem with something brought over from the main store, it must be identified and reported promptly. Otherwise, it would become the responsibility of this side over time. After about 10 minutes, Uncle Yi arrived. His real name is Yi Fugua, and he had worked in an old-fashioned pawn shop for a long time, eventually reaching a high status in the industry. LV Xiaoyan and Ding Hao briefly explained the situation. Ding Hao pointed to Li Tianyu and said, Uncle Yi, it's him. Yi Fugua asked, you said that? Li Tianyu nodded. Yes, it's me. Then, Li Tianyu roughly repeated what he had just said. Yi Fugua pondered for a moment and quickly thought of something. So, you mean this was made using genuine clay but fake glaze? Li Tianyu nodded. I initially saw some inconsistencies with this bottle, but wasn't sure what it was. After examining it closely, I realized. Look, Li Tianyu pointed to a flaw on the bottle body and said, this is a shrinking glaze, also known as short glaze, which is a defect caused by immature firing techniques. It's very common in porcelain before the early Ming dynasty. But if such a defect appears on Hongwu blue and white porcelain, it would be very strange. Yi Fugua couldn't help but nod. Due to advancements in porcelain firing techniques, Ming and Qing dynasty porcelain is nearly perfect, with no visible flaws. Yet, this jade pot spring bottle has 4 or 5 obvious flaws at a glance, which is too conspicuous. This is called intentional flaw making, a commonly used counterfeiting technique. Li Tianyu sighed. This craftsman's skills are good. Even the flaws look very convincing. But having them appear on this bottle is truly overdoing it. The more Yi Fugua thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Xiao Ding, open the display case and take the bottle out for a closer inspection. In fact, Yi Fugua already had an idea in his mind. Li Tianyu was correct. Taking out the blue and white jade pot spring bottle was just to confirm it again. Ding Hao carefully took the bottle out, and Yi Fugua was responsible for inspecting it. After a moment, Yi Fugua sighed. Mr. Li, you were absolutely right. Thank you very much. Li Tianyu quickly humbly replied. Yi Fugua then told Ding Hao, next time the main store sends something over, each piece must be thoroughly checked. If you encounter anything uncertain, you must come to me for confirmation. At this moment, Ding Hao looked like a defeated rooster, continuously nodding in agreement. This blue and white jade pot spring bottle was indeed Ding Hao's responsibility to receive. At that time, he thought that the items from the main store definitely wouldn't have any problems, and he signed without even looking at them. Who knew that by coincidence there would be an issue? Wu Mingzhi patted Ding Hao on the shoulder. Remember your master's words. Otherwise, if something really goes wrong, losing your job is a small matter. If you're reported for selling fakes, then you're finished. Li Tianyu spent a long time talking and then sat at the tea table in the shop, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a couple of sips. At this moment, LV Xiaoyan curiously looked at Li Tianyu and found him quite handsome, especially when he was commenting on antiques, giving off an expert vibe. Chapter 69, over 100,000, just for a sound. Ding Hao calmed down and went behind the pawn counter to do appraisal work. Li Tianyu chatted with Wu Mingzhi, Jiang Lan, and LV Xiaoyan. Because Li Tianyu had indeed shown expert-level performance in antiques earlier, LV Xiaoyan became quite interested in him. Li Tianyu cleverly diverted the topic and said that he learned antique appraisal entirely through self-study. This reason left LV Xiaoyan dumbfounded. It was somewhat unbelievable. At this time, Li Tianyu didn't intend to dwell on this question. In fact, he wasn't very interested in antiques and had no intention of developing in that direction. Li Tianyu stood up and pretended to start looking at the items in the display case. At this moment, he stopped when he saw a black box in the display case. The box was long and clearly made of wood. Its surface should have been black lacquered, but perhaps due to the age, it had become mottled and severely faded. LV Xiaoyan asked, are you interested in the sandalwood box? Li Tianyu pondered for a moment. This box should be for holding paintings, right? LV Xiaoyan nodded. Yes, an old man brought it over, saying that the calligraphy and paintings inside had already been sold to someone else, and he had no use for it, so he brought it here to sell. Li Tianyu asked, can you take it out for me to take a look? LV Xiaoyan was taken aback for a moment. Okay, please wait a moment. LV Xiaoyan went to the back, got the key to the counter, opened it, and took out the wooden box. Wu Mingzhi and Jiang Lan also curiously came over to gather around. Wu Mingzhi asked, Tianyu, what do you want this broken box for? Jiang Lan punched Wu Mingzhi. What are you talking about? This is called an antique. Li Tianyu ignored them and opened the box to examine it, then set it down. How much is this? LV Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned, thinking, could it be that he really wants to buy it? Let me check. Saying this, LV Xiaoyan took out a form from under the counter and checked. It wasn't that she was unprofessional, it's just that very few people buy such things. This is 135,000. Wu Mingzhi was shocked. What? 135,000? In soft currency? LV Xiaoyan nodded, because after appraisal, this box is from the early Qing dynasty and has been well preserved, so the price is higher. Wu Mingzhi hesitated, as if to say that this broken thing was still called well preserved. I'll take it. Before Li Tianyu's words were finished, the other three were stunned, frozen in place. Wu Mingzhi was the first to react, hurriedly pulling Li Tianyu aside, distressed and trying to dissuade him. Tianyu, don't be foolish. Just because you have money doesn't mean you should spend it like this. Are you interested in LV Xiaoyan? If you like her, we can go out and talk. Don't use such a foolish way to show it. Look at that broken box. It's long, and even if you were to use it to store things, it wouldn't hold much. As for using it as a coffin, don't even mention it. Li Tianyu heard this and was left speechless. How could this guy's words become more and more ridiculous? He quickly urged him to stop. Don't worry, this thing won't be a loss. Wu Mingzhi was taken aback. Could it be that this broken thing could be sold for even more? At that moment, Yifuwa came over with Ding Hao, wanting to organize other items. Seeing the situation here, he curiously approached. Yifuwa chuckled. A little brother is ready to make a move? When he saw what Li Tianyu wanted to buy, Yifuwa showed a surprised expression. Even he didn't understand why Li Tianyu wanted to buy this box. Although this thing was not common, it was just a container for storage, there was no room for appreciation. However, Yifuwa did not blindly express his opinions. In the antique business, experience is important. But what is more important is one's eye for things. Ding Hao showed a look of disdain. This was not something an insider would buy. Li Tianyu was clearly showing weakness and bragging too much. Ding Hao said, Xiaoyan, since this gentleman wants to buy it, let him check out. By the way, we can't use credit cards here. Li Tianyu took out his bank card. Let us check out. Wu Mingzhi's eyes nearly popped out. This guy was really going to buy it. Lu Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, but still brought over the card reader and took Li Tianyu's bank card to swipe. Entering the password, 135,000 soft sister coins were deducted. Li Tianyu remained calm and unperturbed. Lu Xiaoyan sighed, not expecting him to be a wealthy person. It was just a pity he smelled too much like a nouveau riche. Ding Hao looked at Lu Xiaoyan, then at Li Tianyu, feeling secretly pleased. It seemed Li Tianyu's scheme had not succeeded. However, Li Tianyu then said to Yifuwa, Old Yi, can you take a look for me? Yifuwa was taken aback. Look at what? The thing inside this box. But it was empty inside. Suddenly, Yifuwa seemed to think of something. You're not saying that inside. Li Tianyu picked up the rectangular wooden box, and with a little force, crack. In front of everyone, that box, which cost 135,000, was directly broken by Li Tianyu. What the hell? The other people present were genuinely shocked. Did Li Tianyu really spend over 100,000 just to hear a sound? This was not a rich man at all. He was clearly a mad rich man. His head must have been kicked by a donkey. Only Yifuwa did not show any surprise, but was focused on the remains of the box. There really was something inside. At this moment, everyone could see clearly that a piece of cloth was actually sticking out from the damaged box. Ding Hao exclaimed, It's silk. It turned out that there was a gap in the box, and something was hidden inside that gap. Yifuwa was more excited than anyone. Quick. Take it out and have a look. Li Tianyu carefully pulled out the piece of silk and then unfolded it on the counter. A painting scroll appeared before everyone's eyes. Teacher Yi, this can't be. Ding Hao couldn't help but say. Yifuwa's face turned serious. Bring me my tools. Ding Hao scrambled to the back to get Yifuwa's toolbox. This toolbox contained the tools Yifuwa used for his work. Why was Yifuwa so excited? Because this was not an ordinary painting. Chapter 70. Tang Boha's painting, worth at least tens of millions. The characters in the painting were lifelike. An official dressed as a scholar was sitting under a tree, seriously looking at something. Opposite the official, a lady was playing the guqin. Behind the lady was a screen painted with beautiful mountains and rivers. It turned out that the official was in a courtyard, listening to the lady play the guqin. Although the entire painting was simple, it had a lofty artistic conception, making one feel as if they were right there in the moment. The official was Tao Gu, a grand scholar of the Hanlin Academy during the 5 Dynasties and 10 States period. The lady playing the guqin was the famous courtesan Qin Rulin from the southern Tang. This is the Tao Gu Post Pavilion picture, Li Tianming murmured. The Tao Gu Post Pavilion picture is an extremely famous painting, and its creator is none other than Tang Yin, known as Tang Bohu, a talented figure of the Ming dynasty. However, many people in the antique business knew about this painting. But no one had ever seen the real thing. All that appeared on the market were replicas. Ding Hao was sweating profusely, thinking, could this really be the genuine article? This kid shouldn't have such luck. This was way harder than winning the lottery. Yi Fuwa used a magnifying glass to examine the painting for over 10 minutes before finally standing up straight. Teacher Yi, how is it? Is it real? Ding Hao couldn't help but ask. Yi Fuwa sighed. Ming Dynasty silk painting, and the technique is consistent with Tang Yin's. It should be real. Upon hearing Yi Fuwa's conclusion, everyone was stunned. Lu Xiaoyan, Teacher Yi, if it's real, then that's incredible. Wu Mingzhi and Zhang Lan both widened their eyes, finding this matter very strange. Tang Yin? Tang Bohu. Li Tianyu also couldn't help but show an excited expression. To be honest, when he first saw this box, he had already determined it was a treasure box. Treasure boxes are divided into visible and hidden compartments. The visible compartment contains items of slightly higher value to confuse others, while the important items are often found in the hidden compartment, which can be worth a fortune. However, Li Tianyu did not expect that what was inside would actually be a genuine piece by Tang Bohu. This feeling was indeed just like winning the lottery. And it was definitely a super jackpot. Li Tianyu suppressed his excitement. Old Yi, how much do you think this painting can sell for? Yi Fuwa pondered for a long time before shaking his head. Hard to say, hard to say. Genuine works by Tang Yin haven't appeared for a long time. The last one I remember was 6 or 7 years ago, when Tang Yin Pine Cliff Retreat was auctioned for over 40 million. What the hell? Wu Mingzhi exclaimed. The others were not much better off. 135,000 exchange for at least several tens of millions. What kind of operation was this? Too outrageous. Li Tianyu was overjoyed inside, but maintained a calm exterior. Yi Fuwa couldn't help but ask, Mr. Li, do you have any plans to sell it? I can help you contact a few clients. Sure. Old Yi, you help me contact them. If the price is right, I can sell it. Li Tianyu thought for a moment and added, if there are no suitable offers, then I'll wait for the Hanhai auction in the capital. Saying this, Li Tianyu asked Yi Fuwa for a wooden scroll to carefully store this Tang Bohu genuine piece that was worth more than gold. When Li Tianyu put this item into his tote bag, it felt like carrying a heavy treasure chest. What had just happened made Lu Xiaoyan feel that Li Tianyu was simply incredible. It was as if he were not an ordinary person. Initially, she felt that Li Tianyu was somewhat ostentatious, but now it seemed that it wasn't ostentation, but confidence. He casually took out over 100,000 to buy an early Qing wooden box, and with a calm demeanor, he broke the box. Just when everyone thought he was crazy, a twist happened, and he actually produced a genuine piece by Tang Bohu. Such a man was exceptional. Lu Xiaoyan, who was quite confident in her looks and figure, felt a tinge of disappointment, thinking that no man should ignore her. With this in mind, the beautiful Lu Xiaoyan actually felt a bit lost. The truth was that it wasn't that Li Tianyu was immune to beauties, but rather that he had suddenly struck it rich and couldn't think about anything else. Li Tianyu, Wu Mingzhi, and Zhang Lan left the pawn shop. Wu Mingzhi was very excited, constantly asking questions in the car. Mr. Li, do you need a manager? Li Tianyu, I'm not a star. Why would I need a manager? Wu Mingzhi, you're a big tycoon. Find a manager to manage your assets. It's several tens of millions. Can you manage that? Li Tianyu, dream on. Besides, I haven't sold this painting yet. Wu Mingzhi shook his head. TSK, a genuine piece by Tang Bohu. Once word gets out, won't people be fighting over it? It's not that easy, Li Tianyu said lightly. In the antique business, there has always been a situation where items are valuable, but the market is scarce. Many people want to buy genuine works by Tang Bohu, and there are quite a few wealthy individuals. But those willing to spend tens of millions on a painting are hard to find. If it really comes down to it, one can only go to the Hanhai auction house. The Hanhai auction house in the capital is very famous and gathers the wealthiest collectors from across the country. So it is unlikely that the painting will go unsold. It might even fetch a good price, as long as this extremely rare painting can be liquidated. Not only can the system upgrade, but in the future, one can live a life of luxury and wealth without shame. When Li Tianyu got home, he hid the precious painting among his clothes in the wardrobe, finally feeling at ease. After taking a shower, he sat on the sofa in the living room to watch TV. At that moment, his phone rang. Li Tianyu picked it up and saw it was his cousin Tang Rou. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since they last saw each other after having a meal together. Li Tianyu, hello sis, what's up? Tang Rou bro, I need your help with something. Li Tianyu felt a bit of a headache. Whenever Tang Rou said such things, it usually meant trouble. However, could he refuse? Clearly not. Go ahead, sis. Tang Rou, the teacher wants me to call my parents. Can you come? Li Tianyu rubbed his scalp. Sis, do you think you're still in elementary school? Calling parents? Are you kidding? Tang Rou, okay, let me tell you, the school organized an event, and I need you to be my escort. Li Tianyu joked. You, a little flower, don't need an escort. No one is picking you. Tang Rou bro, you have to promise me, or I'll die in front of you. Li Tianyu, have you watched too many dramas? How can you say something like that? Tang Ro. All right, tomorrow you can wait for my corpse, and I don't want anything else. Just make sure the wreath looks nice. Li Tianyu. All right, I'll go. When is it? Chapter 71. Shun Siyue encounters a problem. Tang Ro, it's next weekend. I'll contact you in advance, so you can prepare well. Li Tianyu was stunned. Prepare for what? Tang Ro, dress handsomely. Li Tianyu, dress up? Can I go in my birthday suit? Tang Ro spat, and said he was shameless before hanging up. This cousin was too mischievous. Teasing her occasionally was quite fun. The next day, Li Tianyu woke up naturally, and then went to the headquarters of Aihua Group. Hello, President Li. As soon as he entered, a cute girl at the front desk greeted him. It seemed that Li Tianyu's identity as the direct planner for the president had spread throughout the company. Hello. Li Tianyu waved his hand, and then entered the workstation area on the left, walking down the corridor. Li Tianyu first wanted to go to the administrative department to find manager Shin Siyue. As for Yin Chao, Li Tianyu planned to put that aside for now. From the information Li Tianyu had gathered, Yin Chao was a fickle person, and there was no value in continuing the investigation. So he had to have a good talk with Shin Siyue. As the administrative department, they dealt with personnel within the company daily, from ordinary employees to managers, general managers, and even the president. Even if Shin Siyue didn't know every detail about the various groups within the company, she could at least have a general understanding. Li Tianyu didn't want to stay at Aihua Real Estate for too long, so he aimed for a quick resolution, finding the evidence, and taking the money to leave. The administrative department office of Aihua Real Estate had 2 rooms, and there were about 40 to 50 people, making it quite a large department. However, after searching twice, Li Tianyu didn't see Shin Siyue. He casually asked a young girl in the administrative department. The young girl, Manager Shun, went out. Li Tianyu was taken aback. Out? On an external assignment? The young girl hesitated, but said, Manager Shun went to the nearby Yuan shopping mall. It seems there was some urgent matter. Urgent matter? The young girl. Anyway, she received a phone call and left in quite a hurry. I don't know the details. Li Tianyu nodded, thanked the young girl, and left the administrative department. What to do now? Since he had nothing else to do, Li Tianyu decided to check out Yuan shopping mall. Yuan shopping mall was very close to Aihua building, just a 5 to 6 minute walk. Meanwhile, Shin Siyue was indeed facing a problem. Shin Siyue's aunt, Zhang Guerong, was playing with her nephew Shin Fangliang in the mall. Shin Fangliang, now 8 years old, had played in the children's paradise for over an hour and got bored. So he ran out to play. There was a piano learning class in the mall. They had placed a piano at the entrance, both as a physical advertisement and for performances. Shin Fangliang saw the piano and found it novel, so he ran over to take a closer look. At that moment, the owner of the piano learning class, Hao Yong, was holding a mug and was about to place it on the piano. Hao Yong could play a little piano and occasionally would stumble through a piece. At that time, he was thinking about whether to play the smiling, proud wanderer or love deal, when suddenly a figure rushed over, startling Hao Yong. His hand trembled, and all the instant coffee from the mug spilled onto the piano keys. Seeing this, Hao Yong was furious, and upon noticing it was a little kid, he immediately caught him. You little brat, what are you running around for? Where are your parents? Shin Fangliang was also scared and pointed to Zhang Guerong, who was rushing over but had no idea what happened. Hao Yong insisted that Shin Fangliang had knocked over the mug, causing the disaster. Ma'am, you must compensate for the damages today. This is a huge loss for me. Zhang Guerong felt guilty and asked Hao Yong how much he wanted for compensation. Hao Yong, 160,000 yuan. Wow, what? Zhang Guerong was taken aback. She knew pianos were expensive, but she never expected it to be this much, thinking Hao Yong was asking for too much. Hao Yong disdainfully said, let me tell you, this is a brand name piano, a dupe piano, and this model is the latest. The original price was over 200,000 yuan. Your son spilled something dirty into it. All the internal parts, including the keys, will likely need to be replaced. Otherwise, the sound will be inaccurate, and it won't work at all. Actually, Hao Yong had a point. Pianos are valued for their sound quality. If water had spilled, it might have been manageable, but the mug contained hot coffee. And even if cleaned, it would inevitably affect the sound quality. This was nearly a brand new piano, and replacing the core components would be quite costly. Of course, Hao Yong's demand for 160,000 yuan was indeed inflated. He was worried that Zhang Guerong would offer less, so he intentionally asked for more. Zhang Guerong certainly disagreed. 160,000 yuan was no small amount, enough to buy a small car, and she didn't have that much money right now. But if Zhang Guerong didn't pay, Hao Yong wouldn't let them go. He even threatened Zhang Guerong that if she didn't pay, he would call the police right away. With no other choice, Zhang Guerong thought of Shin Siyue working at Aihua Real Estate nearby and called her. Shin Siyue answered the phone, listened to the situation briefly, and hurried over. After all, it was a matter concerning her relatives, and it wouldn't be right not to help. As an administrative worker, Shin Siyue naturally had good negotiation skills. Boss Hao, this piano looks nice, But isn't it a bit too expensive? Hao Yong glared at Shen Siyue. Miss, I'm not exaggerating. This piano is imported, a Duke piano. An internationally renowned brand, and over 200,000 is very normal for my store. Shen Siyue frowned slightly. Although she didn't know how to play the piano, she had indeed heard of the Duke piano's reputation. Imported ones were indeed very expensive. Music schools in the capital often used expensive instruments, including branded pianos, for promotional purposes, which was not surprising. However, Shen Siyue was quite observant. She thought that the piano was so high, and her little nephew was so short that it seemed unlikely he could knock over the cup. So she went to ask her nephew Shen Fangliang if he was the one who knocked it over. Shen Fangliang had been frightened just now, crying and shaking his head like a rattled drum. No, it wasn't me. Hao Yong's expression changed. How can this child lie? How are you adults teaching him? If you continue like this, I will call the police. The dispute attracted a lot of attention from passers-by, who gathered around. Hao Yong said, everyone, please judge for yourselves. This kid broke the piano in my store, and the parents don't want to compensate. What kind of situation is this? Chapter 72. Don't worry, I'll handle it. The onlookers didn't know the ins and outs, but upon hearing Hao Yong's words, they seemed to understand and began to chatter. That naughty kid, pianos are very expensive. Yeah, it's not easy for business owners. If something gets damaged, they have to take responsibility. This kid is naughty. It mostly reflects on the parents. You get what kind of child you raise. This statement struck Zhang Guorong hard. Her face changed several times, almost to the point of tears. They weren't wrong. If it really was her child who broke something, compensation was indeed reasonable. But 160,000 yuan was indeed beyond her means. At this moment, two mall security guards walked over. Shen Siyue's heart sank, and she immediately asked the guard, can we take a look at the surveillance footage? Yes. She hadn't thought of this in her moment of panic. Checking the surveillance footage would clarify whether her nephew had knocked over the cup. To her surprise, the guard shook his head. Sorry, the surveillance equipment is under maintenance these days and isn't operating, so we can't check. Hao Yong showed a smug smile. He had known about the surveillance maintenance for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. Shen Siyue felt troubled. What kind of situation was this? If she had been there at the time, she definitely wouldn't have let Hao Yong make such a definitive claim. Without surveillance, it all depended on what Boss Hao said. And it couldn't be said for certain that it was the child who knocked over the cup. But now, going back on it would only provoke this boss's aggression more. This Hao Yong clearly seemed like a mean-spirited person. Boss Hao, how about this? Let us first call a professional piano repair company to assess how much the damage is. Hao Yong waved his hand. There's no need for that. I deal with pianos all day. I know how much the damage is. Shen Siyue, knowing is not enough. We need a professional assessment, otherwise we won't admit it. Hao Yong pointed at Shen Siyue. You won't admit it? Fine, then I'll call the police. And you can explain it to them. Saying this, Hao Yong began to take out his phone. Zhang Guorong panicked and hurriedly grabbed Hao Yong's arm. Boss Hao, let us discuss this. Don't rush. Hao Yong sighed. Sister, I'm not trying to extort you. This piano is too expensive. How about this? I want to mention 160,000. You just give me 130,000, and I'll consider it bad luck and take a loss. When Zhang Guorong heard this, she frowned. 130,000 is still a lot. Hao Yong got angry. That's not acceptable. Do you really want me to call the police? No, Boss Hao, let's negotiate further. At this time, some bystanders began to suggest ideas. It's not easy for anyone. How about giving 100,000 to settle it? Yeah, you broke someone else's stuff. Not compensating isn't right. I think 100,000 is acceptable. That piano is just too expensive. Of course, didn't the boss say it's a world-renowned brand imported? It's naturally expensive. Shen Siyue was also disturbed by these people's comments and felt a bit lost. Just then, someone pushed through the crowd and came over. What is going on? Manager Shen. Shen Siyue turned her head and was stunned. Mr. Li, what are you doing here? It was none other than Li Tianyu. I just came over to take a look. What happened? Shen Siyue hesitated for a moment, but still briefly explained the situation. Li Tianyu found it strange. So, neither Aunt Zhang nor you saw the child knock over the cup? Shen Siyue nodded. Hao Yong, upon hearing this, became displeased again. How come no one saw it? I saw it. You are the owner here? Yes. Li Tianyu smiled and walked over, shaking hands with Hao Yong. At this moment, Li Tianyu had already used his intelligence master ability. He received a lot of information related to Hao Yong. This boss was indeed a shady businessman. Before opening the piano school, he had run a taekwondo class for children, collected a batch of tuition fees, and shut down after 5 months, refunding most of the tuition fees. Now he changed the legal person to open a piano school, clearly trying to pull a fast one. However, none of this mattered. Li Tianyu mainly wanted to gather information about this incident. Sure enough, Hao Yong was clearly trying to scam them. The child named Xin Fangliang had not knocked over the cup at all. It was Hao Yong who got startled and knocked it over himself. Hao Yong, who are you? Li Tianyu pointed at Shen Siyue. I'm this beautiful lady's colleague. Hao Yong. Oh, a colleague. Then you guys hurry up and gather the money. The sooner this is settled, the better. Don't delay things. That won't do. What? Upon hearing this, Hao Yong showed a malicious expression. So you're refusing to pay, huh? Fine, I'll call the police. Li Tianyu smiled and said, sure. Go ahead and report it. Zhang Guerong panicked again and pulled Li Tianyu. We can't let him call the police. It will be troublesome if the police come. It's fine, Aunt Zhang. Let him go, Li Tianyu comforted. Li Tianyu didn't believe Hao Yong would dare to call the police. It was just a scare tactic. Sure enough, Hao Yong took out his phone, hesitated, and never dialed. The crowd was watching the excitement. Besides the passers-by, there were also nearby shop owners. Hao Yong's actions seemed strange to everyone. Li Tianyu said, Boss Hao, you need to think carefully. Once the police come, the surveillance footage has to be handed over. Hao Yong was stunned upon hearing this. Surveillance footage? Shun Siyue questioned. I asked the guard just now, and he said the surveillance on this floor is under maintenance. Li Tianyu shook his head and pointed to the entrance of the piano school. The mall surveillance can't be used, but Boss House stores can. Shin Siyue suddenly realized, walked into the store, and looked up. Sure enough, there was a camera facing the entrance. The camera's light was on, clearly in working condition. Shin Siyue's expression darkened. Boss Hao knew there was surveillance in the store, but still hid it. This clearly indicated something fishy was going on. Boss Hao, please pull up the surveillance footage. We need to see how that cup was knocked over. Hao Yong was already flustered. This surveillance is from my store. I don't want you to see it. Li Tianyu. Fine. If you don't want to, then hurry up and call the police. And we can discuss it at the police station. Hao Yong stuttered and never called the police. Shin Siyue could see that this guy was definitely trying to frame them. All right, Boss Hao, if you want to call the police, I will. Hao Yong was stunned. But Li Tianyu stopped Shin Siyue. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Chapter 73. Do you like straightforward men? Shin Siyue was taken aback and suddenly felt that this man seemed quite reliable. Additionally, how did he know there was surveillance in the piano store? Li Tianyu took a couple of steps forward, pulled out a wallet from his pocket, and glanced up at Hao Yong. Li Tianyu moved forward a couple of steps, causing Hao Yong to run away in fright, taking a defensive posture. Hao Yong, what are you doing? Let me tell you, don't do anything reckless. Li Tianyu patted Hao Yong's shoulder, revealing a chilling smile. Boss Hao, I won't say much more, but this matter is not completely unrelated to us. At least you were startled, but if we are to blame, we can only blame your poor psychological quality. Could it be a heart problem? I think this matter should end here. What do you say? Hao Yong stared at Li Tianyu, his expression changing, his lips moving but hesitating to speak. He couldn't understand how Li Tianyu knew it was he, Hao Yong, who had knocked over the cup. Was he supposed to just let it go? But to fix the piano, while it might not cost as exaggeratedly as hundreds of thousands, it would still be several thousand. That would be a significant loss. How could he be willing to accept that? Sigh, I tell you this won't do. Let me tell you, this piano. Upon hearing this, Hao Yong immediately wilted. Well, let's leave it at that then. This Boss Hao had been so imposing just now. Turns out he was trying to extort people. Did he really do it himself? No way. He didn't say that just now. Can't you see? This kid is trying to extort. He knocked over the cup himself and is blaming the kid. Damn. No way. That's too despicable. This is clearly a black shop. Yes, in the future, if kids want to learn piano, don't go to this place. It's too outrageous. Upon hearing this unfavorable public opinion, Hao Yong hurriedly ran into the store and didn't dare to come out. All right, let us go, it's over. Only then did Shin Siyue awaken from her daze. Ah, thank you so much today. Li Tianyu waved his hand. No need to be polite. It was just a small effort. Is this really just a small effort? Shin Siyue glanced at Li Tianyu, full of charm. Li Tianyu was taken aback. This woman was quite something. Shin Siyue suddenly remembered something and quickly took her wallet out of her bag. Mr. Li, I'll return the money to you. Li Tianyu waved his hand. No need. How about this? You treat me to a meal. Shin Siyue was stunned. Lunch? Yes, lunch. 10 minutes later. At Lu Liang's spicy hot pot, at the entrance. Is this the place? Shin Siyue was astonished. Yes, I don't know why recently, I've been craving this. You don't mind, right? I don't mind. This time, Li Tianyu truly shocked Shin Siyue. What kind of operation is this? Who asked someone to treat them to a spicy hot pot? However, Li Tianyu was not joking. He was serious and walked in boldly. Shin Siyue had no choice but to follow him inside. Li Tianyu ordered a large pile of food. Shin Siyue, on the other hand, was more reserved and ordered a little. The two sat opposite each other. Shin Siyue, who usually seemed composed and generous, appeared somewhat restless this time. This was rarely seen before. Most men in front of her were either anxious or overly flattering. While Li Tianyu seemed to take the initiative from the start, and Shin Siyue instead became the weaker party. Li Tianyu smiled mysteriously. Don't worry. I'm not trying to pursue you. Shen Siyue widened her eyes, thinking how could someone speak so directly? Moreover, saying such things wouldn't make Shen Siyue happy. So you really just want to eat a spicy hot pot? Li Tianyu, what's wrong? Are you disappointed? Shen Siyue shot Li Tianyu a glare. I thought Mr. Li was different. Li Tianyu, in front of a woman like you, any man wouldn't be different, unless he is not a man. You are still different. Li Tianyu was taken aback. What is different? You are very direct. What? Do you like direct men? The conversation became more in-depth, and Shen Siyue became alert. The waiter called out their order. The food they ordered was ready. Li Tianyu got up and brought the food over. Mr. Li, you can't really just want to eat a spicy hot pot with me, right? Li Tianyu, I want to know some things. Shen Siyue had just picked up her chopsticks and put them down again. Go ahead and ask. Where did Hu Jun go? Shen Siyue was taken aback. Hu Jun? You mean Vice President Hu? He went on a business trip. Li Tianyu glanced at Shen Siyue. Where did he go on the business trip? I don't know that. He didn't report to the administration department. It should have been a last-minute decision. Li Tianyu nodded, showing a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, he moved his chopsticks, causing a beef ball to roll out of the bowl and hit Shen Siyue's hand resting on the table. Ouch! Shen Siyue was scalded and jumped in surprise. Sorry. My hand slipped. Li Tianyu quickly grabbed a napkin and wiped Shen Siyue's hand. The action was very natural and sincere, but after wiping, Li Tianyu did not let go. Instead, he held her hand for a moment. Shen Siyue's face turned red, glaring at Li Tianyu, but she did not pull away. Manager Shen, how come your hands are so fair and tender? What do you usually eat? Shen Siyue glared at Li Tianyu with annoyance. You know very well, you have bad intentions. Li Tianyu finally let go of her hand. At this point, Li Tianyu had obtained a lot of information related to Shen Siyue. He had this capability, and the reason he still wanted to ask Shen Siyue directly was to see if she had any issues and whether she was lying. The fact proved that Shen Siyue had no issues, at least she wasn't lying. However, Shen Siyue also concealed a matter. This matter could be the key to finding Hu Jun. As long as Hu Jun is found, all problems could be solved, and AI Baochuan's matter would also be settled. Hu Jun's quick escape had little to do with Zhao Yan. So why did Hu Jun get the news early? It was because someone leaked it. The leaker was actually a female secretary from AI Baochuan's office. The secretary's name was Xiang Tingting. Xiang Tingting had another identity, which was Hu Jun's mistress. When AI Baochuan issued orders to his bodyguards, Xiang Tingting happened to be outside the door and immediately informed Hu Jun. To protect himself, Hu Jun naturally packed up and disappeared from AI Hua real estate headquarters and even from the capital. Chapter 74. Little sister, someone is watching me. Shen Siyue did not know about Xiang Tingting and Hu Jun. She only knew that before Hu Jun left, he had a brief conversation with Xiang Tingting in a small conference room. This scene happened to be witnessed by Shen Siyue. Shen Siyue was such a smart person that she guessed their relationship, but she wouldn't expose it, and she also wouldn't tell anyone else. This anyone else certainly included Li Tianyu. In short, Li Tianyu had obtained such useful information from Shen Siyue, and he was naturally pleased. Inadvertently ordering some more food and eating to the point of being stuffed, Shen Siyue looked at him and couldn't help but be astonished. How long had it been since he last ate spicy hot pot? After returning to AI Hua building, Li Tianyu headed straight to AI Baochuan's office. Just as he reached the door, he bumped into a girl who was pushing the door out with a pile of documents in her arms. Xiang Tingting. The girl was taken aback, then nodded. Yes, that's me. You are Mr. Li, right? Li Tianyu smiled slightly and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Li Tianyu. Xiang Tingting finally managed to free one hand to shake hands with Li Tianyu. Hello, if you need anything, you can come directly to me. After a brief exchange, they passed each other. Li Tianyu already knew Hu Jun's whereabouts. Although he didn't know the exact location, it was enough. Li Tianyu stepped outside the company and found a deserted place to stop. Yong'an, come out for a moment. I have something to tell you. Yong'an walked over from around the corner. What is the matter? Li Tianyu, help me with something. Go on a business trip for a few days. Yong'an, I'm on a business trip. What will you do? Li Tianyu, can I live without you? You're not even a beauty. Yong'an, you're asking for it. Aren't you afraid someone will hit you? Li Tianyu chuckled. Don't underestimate me. You might not even be able to take me down. Yong'an suddenly raised his leg, sweeping towards Li Tianyu with a whoosh. Li Tianyu blocked it with one hand. Yong'an lowered his leg. Yong'an, got it. Where do you want me to go? Li Tianyu, Gaolan town in Fengjiang City. Hu Jun is hiding there. Yong'an, I know. That's his relative's house. Yong'an, it's quite far. What about the business trip expenses? Li Tianyu, there will definitely be. Yong'an, what about food, accommodation, and fuel costs? Li Tianyu, I'll reimburse you. Anyway, it's all paid for by AI Baochuan. So Li Tianyu naturally agreed. Yong'an, then I'm off. Yong'an said he would leave and directly drove away in his old Toyota Prado. The target area has been narrowed down to a town, and with Yong'an's capabilities, finding Hu Jun would be a piece of cake. Next, Li Tianyu just had to wait for news. It seemed that AI Bao had entrusted this matter entirely to Li Tianyu, and usually didn't ask, letting him do whatever he wanted. To be honest, Li Tianyu thought that having a leader like AI Bao was quite good. He was easygoing and not overly concerned about trivial matters. In the following days, Li Tianyu basically stayed at home, occasionally stopping by the company or teasing Shinsiua. On Saturday, Li Tianyu was woken up by a phone call. He looked at his phone screen and saw that it was his cousin Tang Rou calling. Tang Rou, brother, I've sent you the address in time. Make sure to be there on time this afternoon. Li Tianyu agreed and chatted with Tang Rou for a bit before hanging up. Seeing the address Tang Rou sent him on WeChat, Li Tianyu was puzzled. What the heck? How could the school organize an event in such a place? It turned out that the address Tang Rou sent was the banquet hall on the second floor of a hotel in the capital. Such places could only hold business banquets and private dinners for the wealthy. Would a university rent such a place? That would be nonsense. Li Tianyu thought about calling to ask what was going on, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't reach Tang Rou, and he had no idea what she was doing. Helpless, Li Tianyu had to get dressed and drive out. The hotel was the well-known Junshan Marriott Hotel in the capital. When he arrived, there were spots available in the parking lot, so he parked there. He entered the hotel lobby and took the escalator to the second floor. The environment was nice, with a luxurious Western-style decor, giving a palace-like feeling. The so-called event location was in the large banquet hall on the second floor. Li Tianyu saw the entrance and noticed a bulletin board standing at the door. It read in big letters, Zhong Wenxiu's birthday party. What the heck? Who is Zhong Wenxiu? This is getting too weird. Li Tianyu hesitated for a moment and pulled out his phone to call Tang Rou again. However, it was still unreachable. Thinking about it, Li Tianyu decided to go in. It was indeed a birthday party. From a distance, he saw a gigantic 5-tier cake placed in the center of the venue. Speaking of the birthday person, it was Zhong Wenxiu, who must come from a very wealthy family. Otherwise, why would they hold a birthday party here? However, Li Tianyu began to doubt why he was even there. Attending a birthday party of someone he didn't know? He couldn't do something like that. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of someone bouncing towards him. Brother, you came so early. It was indeed Tang Rou. Today, Tang Rou had dressed up carefully, wearing a black evening dress with a small shawl on her shoulders, her pearl earrings sparkling, and a string of pearls around her neck. This outfit was genuine, not just for show, definitely not something an ordinary family could afford. In fact, Tang Rou's family was quite wealthy, mainly because her father was rich. Why was he rich? How rich? Li Tianyu wasn't sure. However, he knew they were very wealthy. Tang Rou's father's name was Tang Songming. Li Tianyu remembered the first time he met him, back in middle school. At that time, Tang Songming gave off a very cold, authoritative, and unapproachable vibe. Now Li Tianyu had to admit that Tang Rou was no longer the naive girl from his memory. Now, she was not only beautiful, but also very charming. If she grew up a bit more, she would be something else. Seeing Li Tianyu lost in thought, Tang Rou couldn't help but ask, "Are you dumbfounded seeing me so pretty?" Li Tianyu sighed. "Whose birthday party is this?" "It's a classmate's." "Why did you invite me to your classmate's birthday party?" Tang Rou said mysteriously. "Let me tell you, I've caught someone's eye." "Li Tianyu, isn't it that guy from last time? Some student council officer or something." Chapter 75 Brother. "I'm really having a hard time." Tang Rou, "Not just him. I'm quite popular in college, and there are suitors everywhere." Li Tianyu rubbed his forehead. "You can't use idioms randomly. What's this about suitors? Such a lack of culture is scary." Tang Rou glared at him with her big eyes. Li Tianyu quickly added, "Okay, got it. You're a beauty, a goddess, is that better?" Tang Rou, "That's more like it." "Well, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving now. You enjoy your classmate's birthday." As Li Tianyu was about to leave, Tang Rou suddenly grabbed his arm. "Brother, what will I do if you leave? It's inappropriate for men and women to be so close. Let go." "No, your mission isn't complete yet. How can you leave? So I ask you, what exactly do you want me to come for?" After hesitating for a moment, Tang Rou said, "I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend again." Li Tianyu's eyes widened. "Are you crazy? Didn't you have enough fun last time? Such a glitch role play. Once is enough. You want a second time?" "No. I'm really in a difficult position. Here's the thing." Only then did Tang Rou explain the reason to Li Tianyu. It turned out that the birthday boy, Zhong Wenxiu, was also one of Tang Rou's suitors. Zhong Wenxiu was quite aggressive and planned to make a big show at this birthday party, publicly confessing his feelings to Tang Rou. With so many people around, Zhong Wenxiu believed that doing so would make him look good and would definitely move Tang Rou to the point of swearing to marry him on the spot. "Brother, this is really terrifying. What if I refuse? Will he kill me?" Tang Rou said, her face turning pale. Li Tianyu glanced at the giant cake. This guy is quite sincere, and he clearly comes from a wealthy family. Why would you refuse? Tang Rou pouted. "What do you want? Do you want me to cry on the spot in a shy manner?" Li Tianyu imagined the scene Tang Rou described. To be honest, it was a bit chilling. "Li Tianyu, if you really don't like him, just skip this damn birthday party. Why join in the commotion?" "Tang Rou, you think I haven't tried?" This guy bribed all the girls in our dormitory, and if I don't come, they'll all cut ties with me. Li Tianyu, that's a big deal. Maybe you should just agree to it. You're looking for death. Tang Rou pinched Li Tianyu's waist fiercely. Ouch. Okay, please spare me. I'll help you. Tang Rou let go. That's more like it. After discussing, Li Tianyu just needed to play the obedient, gentle, and virtuous boyfriend beside Tang Rou. And he didn't have to say much. When Zhong Wenxiu saw that Tang Rou already had a boyfriend, he naturally calmed down and wouldn't say any more nonsense. What kind of ridiculous plan is this? Could it really go so smoothly? Li Tianyu murmured. What? Tang Rou shot him a cold glance. It's nothing. Just then, a few people walked over. 2 girls and 1 boy. Among the 2 girls, one was slightly taller with long hair, named Ma Kaijing. The other was a bit shorter. Also with long hair, named Li Ping. They were both Tang Rou's dormitory roommates, and also classmates. As for the boy, he was Ma Kaijing's boyfriend, Wu Hua. Xiao, who is this? Ma Kaijing asked. Tang Rou smiled and wrapped her arm around Li Tianyu. Perfect timing. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Li Tianyu. Li Ping covered her mouth in surprise. Xiao, you really have a boyfriend? I didn't believe it when you said it before. Ma Kaijing scrutinized Li Tianyu. He doesn't look like it. You didn't pay someone to pretend, did you? Tang Rou. Police, I'm not that tasteless. Saying this, Tang Rou turned to Li Tianyu and said, Dear, these 3 beautiful and handsome people are my classmates, Ma Kaijing, Li Ping, and Ma Kaijing's boyfriend, Wu Hua. Li Tianyu smiled slightly and nodded at the 3. Hello, I'm Li Tianyu. Li Ping suddenly said, Huh? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Ma Kaijing shot Li Ping a glare. Are you going crazy thinking about men? Li Ping helplessly replied. No. I really Li Tianyu's appearance wasn't bad. And with the System S enhancement, he now gave off a refined and elegant vibe. Li Tianyu chuckled. I have a common face. It's normal that you find me familiar. In fact, Li Ping had previously seen a video of Li Tianyu giving a speech at an industry forum, which is why she felt he looked familiar. However, most videos circulating online had low resolution, and by now the hype had long faded. So it was quite difficult to be completely sure that Li Tianyu was that person. Wu Hua also examined Li Tianyu. You don't seem like a student, right? Li Tianyu nodded. I'm already working. I'm a member of society. Ma Kaijing said to Tang Rou. Xiao, I didn't expect you to like older guys. Tang Rou. Of course, older ones are mature and have charm. Ma Kaijing. No wonder. He has a financial foundation. By the way, what does your boyfriend do? Tang Rou was taken aback. To be honest, she only knew a rough idea of Li Tianyu's job. She knew he worked at a tech company. But she really didn't know the specifics. Li Tianyu took over. I'm currently a planning consultant at a real estate company. Ma Kaijing and Li Ping exchanged glances. Planning consultant? What kind of position is that? Just then, the main character appeared. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted not far away, echoing back and forth. The group turned to look, and a boy was enjoying the attention. He was dressed in a formal suit, his hair slicked back, looking quite handsome. Li Tianyu quietly asked, Is that Zhong Wenxiu? Tang Rou nodded. Li Tianyu, isn't he quite handsome? Tang Rou, what is the use of being just handsome? Li Tianyu glanced at Tang Rou. Who would have thought that Tang Rou was so opinionated? Moments later, Zhong Wenxiu walked over. Tang Rou felt a bit nervous. He coming. Don't say anything random. Don't worry, I'll act like a mute. That won't do. You have to act well. Li Tianyu was speechless, thinking he wasn't an actor. How could he act? In the blink of an eye, Zhong Wenxiu was right in front of them. Xiao, you're here. Zhong Wenxiu greeted, but his gaze landed on Li Tianyu. Who is this? Tang Rou smiled. This is my boyfriend, Li Tianyu. Zhong Wenxiu was taken aback, looking at Ma Kaijing. Boyfriend? Chapter 76. Get lost. What does a kid know about dating? Zhong Wenxiu had gone to great lengths to win over Tang Rou. As for whether Tang Rou had a boyfriend, Zhong Wenxiu had already investigated thoroughly. It was impossible for her to have one. But who was this man in front of him? Zhong Wenxiu wasn't stupid. He immediately concluded that this was a fake boyfriend that Tang Rou had found somewhere. Xiao, don't lie to me. You don't have a boyfriend at all. Upon hearing this, Tang Rou was displeased. Whether I have a boyfriend or not isn't up to you to decide. I'm telling you, he is my boyfriend. Zhong Wenxiu still wouldn't believe it. Then tell me, when did you 2 start dating? Tang Rou, that doesn't seem to concern you, Zhong Wenxiu. If you continue to be this rude, we might just leave. No, I won't say anything more. Zhong Wenxiu made a gesture of surrender and then shot a meaningful glance at Ma Kaijing. Ma Kaijing understood and pulled Tang Rou over. Come on. Let us go find something to eat. Tang Rou was reluctant, but was efficiently pulled away by Ma Kaijing and Li Ping. The scene was left with 3 men, Li Tianyu, Zhong Wenxiu, and Wu Hua. Zhong Wenxiu had them send Tang Rou away, wanting to isolate Li Tianyu for a chat. Although Zhong Wenxiu was still a college student, his thoughts were already very deep. After all, he was the son of a wealthy family, and he was quite mature for his age. Li Tianyu understood. Do you have something to say to me? Zhong Wenxiu said with a half-smile. May I ask? What do you do? Li Tianyu. I'm older than you. I'm working. I'm asking you, what do you do? Li Tianyu was a bit annoyed. Call me bro, and I'll tell you. Zhong Wenxiu's expression changed. He didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant. Li Tianyu also had reason to retort. After all, he was several years older than him, and being pressured by a kid like this, how could he not feel annoyed? Now Li Tianyu finally understood why Tang Rou didn't like this guy. He looked decent, but was just an immature rich kid. Wu Hua sensed the atmosphere was off and quickly interjected. He said he is a planning consultant. Planning consultant? Zhong Wenxiu sneered. Just someone who can talk a good game? Li Tianyu. Exactly. Being able to earn money just by talking is also a skill. Zhong Wenxiu. I've seen many people like you, thinking they can make big money just by talking, but they can't last long. I don't know if you're Xiaoro's boyfriend or not. Li Tianyu was displeased and interrupted. Why am I not her boyfriend? Zhong Wenxiu ignored him and continued. If you're not, I don't want to see you again. If you are, I advise you to break up quickly. You're not worthy of her. Li Tianyu chuckled coldly. Huh? Who do you think you are? Just a kid, trying to act like an adult in a relationship. Just get lost. You. Zhong Wenxiu was furious, pointing at Li Tianyu's nose. Do you believe I can make sure you don't leave here tonight? Fine, I don't believe it. I want to see how I can't leave here. Wu Hua played the role of peacemaker. Let us all talk nicely, don't ruin the mood. Wenxiu. It's your birthday today, don't get angry. Zhong Wenxiu. What is there to be nice about with him? Tang Rou immediately ran to Li Tianyu's side and whispered. Bro, he didn't do anything to you, right? What could he do to me? He hasn't even grown up yet. Li Tianyu's voice was not small, and Zhong Wenxiu's expression changed upon hearing it. If it weren't for Tang Rou being there, he would have already cursed loudly. All right, Li Tianyu, right? Just wait. At this moment, whether it was Ma Kaijing, Li Ping, or Wu Hua, they all felt that Li Tianyu was doomed. Zhong Wenxiu was the son of a wealthy family. If he wanted to deal with someone, they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. After all, ordinary people who offended Zhong Wenxiu never had a good outcome. Tang Rou also felt that things were getting out of control. She had previously thought too simply and decided to leave as soon as possible. Dear, let us go? Li Tianyu didn't want to leave. That would mean he was afraid of that brat Zhong Wenxiu. Just then, a voice came from behind him. Oh, isn't this our birthday star? Zhong Wenxiu, who had been glaring at him, immediately changed to a smiling face, a radiant smile at that. Uncle AI, you're here. Li Tianyu had recognized the voice behind him, and upon hearing the term Uncle AI, he knew it was someone familiar. Sure enough, AI Baoquan had arrived. When AI Baoquan came over, he was followed by 2 bodyguards. It seemed that with Yang and gone, AI Baoquan had to increase his personnel for security. It's your birthday today, why do you still look so unhappy? AI Baoquan asked as he approached. It's nothing, just an idiot who doesn't know their place. Zhong Wenxiu said, his gaze falling on Li Tianyu. AI Baoquan had been focused on Zhong Wenxiu and hadn't looked at anyone else, but following Zhong Wenxiu's gaze, he was taken aback. Oh, Li, you're here too? Li Tianyu smiled and replied, I came to accompany my girlfriend. Girlfriend? AI Baoquan glanced at Tang Rou. Oh, Li. Not bad, your girlfriend is really nice. You picked well. The exchange between Li Tianyu and AI Baoquan left the others dumbfounded, especially Zhong Wenxiu. Even his parents would have to call AI Baoquan Brother Quan in this situation. He never expected someone like AI Baoquan to know Li Tianyu. How could that be possible? Mr. AI, you know him? AI Baoquan patted Li Tianyu's shoulder in a friendly manner. This guy is amazing. He is our group's planner, and his abilities are top-notch. What? The expressions of the others changed drastically, realizing that Li Tianyu was a planning consultant at AI Baoquan's company. AI Hua Real Estate is a large real estate company, one of the top in the country. No wonder Li Tianyu had been so arrogant. Although Tang Rou didn't know who AI Baoquan was, she could tell from Zhong Wenxiu's reaction that AI Baoquan was definitely a big shot. Tang Rou felt puzzled. Wasn't her cousin working at a tech company? Why would he suddenly change to another company and become a planner? She felt increasingly confused about her cousin. The cousin she used to know was not this hard to understand. At this moment, AI Baoquan pulled Li Tianyu aside and whispered something to the others. Their relationship seemed more than just employer-employee, they seemed like old friends. Zhong Wenxiu was dumbfounded, feeling more and more confused. Who exactly was Li Tianyu? Chapter 77. I think something's off with you. Actually, AI Baoquan was discussing Zhao Yin with Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu informed AI Baoquan that there were some developments in the matter, and results would likely come in a few days. Upon hearing this, AI Baoquan immediately patted Li Tianyu's shoulder with satisfaction. I'll leave everything to you. Let me know if you need anything. Li Tianyu nodded. He would do his best without AI Baoquan needing to tell him. After all, it was about the remaining 5 million. At this point, Zhong Wenxiu was no longer as agitated as before. Although he still found Li Tianyu displeasing, he was very cautious around AI Baoquan. However, Zhong Wenxiu wasn't going to let things slide easily. He was secretly planning to teach Li Tianyu a lesson for being so arrogant. Of course, the main reason was that Zhong Wenxiu liked Tang Rou too much to let anyone else have her. Zhong Wenxiu quickly came up with an idea. He said something to a few people before leaving alone. Instead of greeting other guests, he walked into a secluded corridor and picked up his phone to dial a number. "Hey, Binzi, where are you? What are you doing there? I told you to come over for dinner, and you didn't listen. You're really something. By the way, I need you to do me a favor. It's simple. Too simple for you. Don't worry. If it works out, I'll definitely reward you. Just today, hurry up and prepare. Bring a couple more people. I'll send you the photos. Don't mess this up for me." After hanging up, Zhong Wenxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. In all his life, he had never been scolded like this by an outsider. Today, he had to give Li Tianyu a taste of his own medicine. Moreover, Zhong Wenxiu wouldn't face the music himself. He was getting someone else to help. So AI Baoquan couldn't blame him. However, because of Li Tianyu's disruption, Zhong Wenxiu's grand confession plan was now rendered useless. This made him grit his teeth in frustration. He had spent a lot of money hiring a professional team to design it for a stunning effect. Now it was all for nothing. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu, feeling tired, randomly found a place to sit down. Tang Rou came over with a tray full of snacks and drinks. "Brother, you've worked hard today. Here are some delicacies prepared for you by your little sister. Enjoy." Li Tianyu shot Tang Rou a glare. "How did you get into university? Don't misuse idioms." Tang Rou whispered. "The speaker has no intention, but the listener takes it to heart. You wouldn't be harboring any improper thoughts about your little sister, would you?" Li Tianyu had just taken a sip of water and almost sprayed it all over the table. "Tang Xiaomei, please spare me. If you want to kill me, just say so, okay?" Boring, no sense of humor. Tang Rou sat down as well. Li Tianyu glanced at Tang Rou. "When are we leaving?" Curiously, he asked. "What gift did you bring?" Tang Rou held up a finger. "A good person card." "No way. Let us talk about something worth more." Li Tianyu sat back down and took another sip of his soda. Tang Rou looked at Li Tianyu for a while and suddenly asked, "Brother, I feel like something's off with you." Li Tianyu thought to himself, of course something's off. The system had completely transformed him. But on the surface, he remained calm and collected. "What is off? Did I grow 2 heads? 3 arms? 4 legs? Stop playing dumb with me. Have you encountered some immortal recently?" "Immortal? What do you mean? You've been driving luxury cars and working as a planner for big companies lately. That's quite a change." Li Tianyu wasn't pleased. "What? You look down on me that much? You don't want me to live well?" "Not at all." Li Tianyu waved his hand. "Fine, I get your point. Let me ask you, when was the last time you saw me?" Tang Rou was taken aback. "I forgot. Over a year ago?" "There you go. Over a year is enough time for many things to happen. Different times. Now my eloquence and persuasive power have increased tenfold." Little did they know, Tang Rou suddenly realized. "Brother, so you're now a person with a story?" Li Tianyu stared at Tang Rou in disbelief. How big was this girl's imagination? The two continued to eat and chat, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. Ma Kaijing and Li Ping walked over. "Xiao Rou, you sure know how to find a spot. How long have you two been chatting?" Tang Rou smiled shyly. "I can chat with my dear family for as long as I want." Li Tianyu turned his head away, rolling his eyes. Not to mention Li Tianyu, even Ma Kaijing and Li Ping felt a chill run down their spines. Tang Rou was truly a drama queen. "Tang Xiaorou, enough with the dog food. If you keep this up, I'll cut off our roommate relationship." Tang Rou stuck out her tongue. Li Tianyu suddenly realized that sometimes Tang Rou really was like a little kitten. Now that the time was about right, guests began to leave the banquet one after another. The group went over to bid farewell to Zhong Wenxiu. Zhong Wenxiu said some polite words and occasionally glanced at Li Tianyu, as if looking at a pig's head that had just been beaten up. A few people walked to the hotel entrance together. "Got it. Dear, you need to drive carefully." Li Tianyu waved his hand, thinking about quickly leaving this troublesome place. Being teased by Tang Rou, this little sister, was really too much for his heart to handle. Although there were some setbacks today, he managed to get through it without serious trouble. Just as Li Tianyu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a few people walking towards him. Although it was already around 8 in the evening, it was summer, and the night had not fully descended yet. Coupled with the lighting at the hotel entrance, everyone's vision was still quite clear. The people walking over were all tough guys, aggressive and with fierce looks in their eyes, clearly not good-natured. When they reached the entrance, they directly stopped in front of Li Tianyu, including Tang Rou. Several university students were a bit confused, not knowing what these people were up to. But Li Tianyu's mind was as clear as a mirror. It was obvious that the young man named Zhong Wenxiu was stirring up trouble, wanting to publicly teach Li Tianyu a lesson. Chapter 78. Did you eat my brother's brain? The leader was named Zhang Bin, nicknamed Binzi, and he was indeed the person Zhong Wenxiu had contacted earlier by phone. Zhang Bin was not tall, but quite sturdy, with his hair dyed in a mix of yellow and black, giving off a bit of a shamade vibe. Zhang Bin carefully sized up Li Tianyu. "Hey, what's your name?" Li Tianyu chuckled. "You really don't know who I am?" Zhang Bin. "Damn it. I'm asking you a question. Did you hear me? Tang Rou sensed that something was off and quickly moved to Li Tianyu's side. Brother, what are they here for? Li Tianyu whispered back. Step back. These people are dangerous. Tang Rou's expression changed, as if she understood something. They must be people called by Zhong Wenxiu to trouble Li Tianyu. Brother, call the police. Saying this, Tang Rou took out her phone and was about to dial. Zhang Bin stepped forward a few paces, his face twisted in anger, pointing viciously at Tang Rou's nose. Girl, I advise you to be sensible, otherwise don't blame me. With the sound of the wind, Li Tianyu swung his fist to strike. Zhang Bin was startled and quickly stepped back to dodge. Tang Rou also looked at Li Tianyu in surprise. She didn't expect Li Tianyu to remain calm and composed in this situation. To be honest, ever since he acquired 5 types of fighting skills through the system, Li Tianyu hadn't had the chance to try them out. The arrival of these people instead stirred up Li Tianyu's urge to fight, wanting to test his skills and see the results. Wow, you really dare to hit. All right, kid, you've got guts. Zhang Bin waved his hand behind him. Go. Show him what we've got. Li Tianyu pushed Tang Rou back a bit and then stepped forward. Tang Rou was taken aback, and the 3 classmates behind her were also in shock, not expecting that a fight would break out in an instant. Zhang Bin brought 4 people, some tall, some short, some fat, some thin. They all had one thing in common. When they fought, they liked to shout and scream. However, these little ruffians usually relied on numbers to win. But this time was a bit different because the sounds coming from their mouths were unusual. Ah, what the hell? Ouch. Damn it, he's kicking my vital parts. This kid knows martial arts. Dealing with these little ruffians did not require much effort from Li Tianyu. He basically used Israeli combat techniques, which were straightforward, direct, and brutal. Of course, Li Tianyu only used 30 of his strength, primarily targeting non-lethal secondary areas like the ribs and abdomen. If he had used a more efficient method, targeting the eyes, vital spots, and throat, these ruffians would either be dead or half dead. In about tens of seconds, all of them were lying on the ground. The only one still standing among these ruffians was Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin hadn't realized what had just happened. All the people he brought were piled on the ground, rolling around. What the hell just happened? Zhang Bin couldn't help but step back a few paces, his mouth agape. This was not from greed, it was from fear. This kid is a martial artist? But Zhong Wenxiu didn't say that. Zhong Wenxiu only said there was someone who deserved a beating. Help him give a few slaps in front of the girls. He also said everyone would get $500 and a discount card for the New World Mall. What the hell, what a joke. $500 isn't even enough for a hospital visit. It wasn't just Zhang Bin who was shocked. Tang Rou and her friends were also wide-eyed, watching everything unfold. Especially Tang Rou, although she knew Li Tianyu could fight in college. He usually ended up with a bruised face. Now, this cousin seemed like a master who could lift weights easily, almost without moving. He subdued these people. At this moment, Li Tianyu hadn't even broken a sweat, and his breathing rate hadn't changed at all. The results were astonishing. Looking at the 4 ruffians lying on the ground, Li Tianyu truly felt like a strong person. Li Tianyu took a step forward. Zhang Bin took 2 steps back. Li Tianyu, now what? Zhang Bin was stunned. What do you mean? Li Tianyu, do you want to continue? I don't mind getting some exercise. Zhang Bin looked at his colleagues, who were struggling to get up, groaning, fear in his eyes. Let us go, we're leaving. Just like that. Zhang Bin and his group hobbled away from the hotel entrance. After saying that, Li Tianyu waved his hand and left, not taking a speck of dust with him. Meanwhile, Tang Rou was still in a daze, as if she had drifted far away. Along the way, her friends were asking all sorts of questions, mainly revolving around Li Tianyu. Where did this guy graduate from? What was his major? Why is he so good at fighting and knows martial arts? How much does Li Tianyu earn in a month? Does he own a house and a car? If he marries you, won't he commit domestic violence? You can't beat him. This man is not bad. If you don't like him, should I take him? A series of questions left Tang Rou confused. What kind of questions are these? She basically knew about Li Tianyu's situation, but now she felt lost. Who knew what kind of miraculous transformation Li Tianyu had undergone in the past year? Although Tang Rou acted carefree in front of Li Tianyu, she was actually quite perceptive and couldn't help but notice the changes. 5 days passed, and there was still no news from Yang, and Fengjiang City was in another province, and Yang had driven there himself, a long journey. Plus he had to find someone in Gaolan town. Even if he found Hu Jun, it wouldn't be wise to recklessly grab someone. Of course, Yang was a former special forces soldier, brave and resourceful, so Li Tianyu wasn't worried that he couldn't handle it. He just needed a bit of patience. Lying in bed and scrolling through the news on his phone, Li Tianyu fell asleep. In a daze, his phone rang. Li Tianyu half opened his eyes to check the time. It was 2:30 a.m. Still groggy, he pressed the answer button. Hello, who is it? Brother, it's me. Tang Rou, why is this girl still awake so late? Calling at this hour? Are you crazy? What time is it? Tang Rou, have you been possessed by a worm-like alien? So you're an alien, not my brother. By the way, You didn't eat my brother's brain, did you? Chapter 79. 6 million in hand. System upgrade successful. Li Tianyu was so annoyed that he rolled his eyes, moved his lips, and ultimately gave up. Stop talking nonsense, you brat. Hurry up and go to sleep. After saying that, Li Tianyu hung up the phone. Does this crazy girl think she is in a superhero movie? What a wild imagination. Are college entrance exams testing imagination now? The next day at noon, Yang called. Li Tianyu's heart stirred, and he jumped up from the sofa. Have you contacted General AI? Yang no. Li Tianyu. All right, I'll contact him. You keep an eye on Hu Jun. Yang boss, don't worry. Li Tianyu hung up the phone, thinking that he would soon no longer be General Li. As long as Hu Jun was captured, the subsequent matters would be simple. He would hand him over to AI Baoquan, and Li Tianyu wouldn't need to worry about anything else. Li Tianyu called AI Baoquan. As he expected, AI Baoquan planned to extract the necessary information directly from Hu Jun. For AI Baoquan, there were some things he still didn't want others to know. That afternoon, Li Tianyu went to AI Hua Real Estate's headquarters to meet AI Baoquan. Still in the president's office, the two sat facing each other, drinking tea and chatting. Li Tianyu. General AI, I don't need to do anything else, right? AI Baoquan laughed heartily. No need, I'll handle the rest. At this point, AI Baoquan pushed a cash check towards Li Tianyu. Little brother Li, you've worked hard. Li Tianyu picked up the check and saw the amount was 6 million soft sister coins. According to their previous agreement, it should have been 5 million as the final payment. This was an extra 1 million soft sister coins. AI Baoquan was quite generous. Li Tianyu smiled and said, General AI, your tip is quite generous. AI Baoquan. Little brother Li, this is what you deserve. Li Tianyu put the cash check into his pocket and cupped his hands. All right, General AI, I won't be polite then. Thank you. AI Baoquan chuckled and poured tea for Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu. General AI, do you think I should be done being a planner today? AI Baoquan, why? Li Tianyu was taken aback. What? You still want to keep me around? AI Baoquan. If you have nowhere to go, you can just have a title here. It doesn't hurt, and you're quite clever. It would be nice to occasionally give me some advice. I'll have the administrative department arrange an office for you. You can come over anytime for tea. AI Baoquan really was quite carefree. Li Tianyu thought for a moment. And hanging his name at AI Hua Real Estate wasn't a bad idea. At least this way, he wouldn't be considered unemployed. Moreover, AI Baoquan wouldn't let him hang around for free. He would at least pay him a salary each month. This kind of situation is quite common in large enterprises. For example, a certain university professor might hold an unremarkable title as a consultant in a company. Although Li Tianyu wasn't a university professor, he still had the capability due to his business acumen. Li Tianyu. General AI, hanging around is fine, but just to be clear, I can't guarantee I'll be able to come all the time. AI Baoquan. No problem, you don't need to be here full time. We'll talk separately when there's something. Since AI Baoquan said so, Li Tianyu felt relieved. As for Yang, Li Tianyu naturally had to return him to AI Baoquan. To be honest, Li Tianyu really wanted Yang and to be his bodyguard for the long term. But now it seemed unnecessary. Li Tianyu could protect himself well enough. Of course, Li Tianyu decided that if he made a fortune in the future, he would find a way to get Yang back from AI Baoquan. Having someone like him to handle things would be 100 times reassuring. Li Tianyu left the president's office and encountered Shen Siyue in the hallway. Are you leaving? Shen Siyue asked. Li Tianyu's heart stirred. Yeah, I didn't drive today. Could you give me a ride? Shen Siyue was taken aback. Where are you going? 10 minutes later, the two drove out of the AI Hua building's garage. After another 40 minutes, Shen Siyue stopped the car. It was a park, lush with trees and very secluded. Shen Siyue looked at Li Tianyu in confusion. General Li, what are we doing here? Li Tianyu leaned closer and whispered, is it okay to just chat for a bit? Shen Siyue's face flushed. She understood Li Tianyu's meaning and shot him an annoyed glare. Bad guy. The shadows of the trees danced, and the car swayed. They chatted for about 2 hours. On the way back to the company, it was still Li Tianyu driving, and Shen Siyue fell asleep, exhausted. Li Tianyu noticed that after the systematic transformation, his physical functions seemed to have improved in all aspects. After leaving the company in his own car, Li Tianyu couldn't wait to go to the bank to cash out the 6 million and deposit it into his bank card. He now had over 12 million. With that, the money needed for the upgrade was gathered. Li Tianyu immediately brought up the character attributes interface. Name, Li Tianyu. Level, Rookie. Current wealth, 1, 283, 581. 550 soft sister coins. Daily tax limit, 10,000 soft sister coins. Order center. Click to enter. Li Tianyu saw the word rookie was very eye-catching. Damn it. Luckily, there was a green button appearing afterwards. The button had the word upgrade on it. Finally, he could upgrade. Li Tianyu sighed deeply, then clicked the upgrade button. A confirmation box popped up. Upgrade conditions have been met. 10,000 soft sister coins. Confirm to upgrade character level now. Confirm cancel. Li Tianyu clicked confirm without hesitation, and golden light flickered before him, leaving him dazed for a while. About 10 minutes later, Li Tianyu felt normal again. The system assistant's unpleasant synthesized voice sounded again. System assistant. Host. Congratulations, your level has been successfully upgraded. Li Tianyu opened the character attributes interface again. Name. Li Tianyu. Level. Gentleman. Current wealth. 283, 581. 550 soft sister coins. Daily tax limit. 500, 000 soft sister coins. Order center. Click to enter. Li Tianyu saw that the character interface had changed from black and white to green, and it looked much better. The level title changed to gentleman, which sounded a bit strange, carrying both praise and disdain, but at least it was much better than rookie. When he saw the current wealth, Li Tianyu was shocked. Chapter 80. Need to find a way to make money again. Damn, a whole 10 million was gone, leaving only over 280,000. System, does upgrading cost money? System assistant. Of course, the upgrade condition is 10 million. Do you expect to keep it? Li Tianyu was speechless. Why had the system assistant's temper changed so much? System assistant. The system has been upgraded, so of course, the attitude needs to be a bit tougher. Is this reason too far-fetched? The daily tax limit had reached 500,000 soft sister coins, which was quite an improvement. Many things could now be taxed. Even so, Li Tianyu still felt a pang in his heart. That was 10 million, which he had worked hard to gather, and just like that, it was gone. This system really was ruthless. With so little money left, how could he spend freely? After taking a 10-minute breather, Li Tianyu ultimately came to terms with it. After all, he had the system. Now Li Tianyu still had nearly 3 million in savings, so how could he worry about making money? Of course, if that painting by Tang Bohu could be sold smoothly, tens of millions would be secured, no problem. He still needed to plan how to use the system to make money. The simplest and most direct way was to do as before. Get some houses to rent out and earn rental income. Li Tianyu now had 4 properties, earning over 1 million in profit from them. That was quite considerable. Should he go for another 100 houses to rent out? Li Tianyu muttered to himself. System assistant. Host, with your current level, you can own a maximum of 10 residential properties. Li Tianyu felt like he was about to collapse. The limitations of this system were too many. Houses couldn't be sold, only rented, and there were limits on the number. System, what other restrictions are there? Can you tell me all of them instead of dribbling them out like toothpaste? System asset limit. Residential, 10 units. Office space, 3,000 square meters. Operating industry, 1. Vehicles, 5. Upon seeing these data restrictions, Li Tianyu actually had some thoughts. It turned out that the system only imposed restrictions on real estate types. There was indeed a cap of only 10 residential units. But he could still acquire 3,000 square meters of office space. What does 3,000 square meters mean? A medium-sized grade A office building typically has about 500 to 1,000 square meters per floor. In other words, he could use the system to get at least 3 floors of office space. According to the rental prices for office buildings in the capital, that would be a significant amount of money. Additionally, there was even a category for operating an industry. This gave Li Tianyu a lot of room for imagination. Yes, he didn't necessarily have to find an empty house to rent out for rental income. He could easily brag and say he was a boss. As for what kind of industry to operate, he indeed needed to think more about it. As the saying goes, women fear marrying the wrong man, and men fear entering the wrong profession. Li Tianyu had already entered the wrong profession once. With the 996 schedule and being scolded all day, that was one thing. But the key was that he earned very little money. So now, Li Tianyu needed to carefully consider what kind of industry he wanted to operate. The best would be one with less work, easy, and capable of making big money. This felt somewhat like daydreaming. Now, Li Tianyu thought about first looking for office buildings in the system's orders to see if there were any suitable projects. In fact, I am now the owner of an office building. Li Tianyu casually bragged a bit, and then immediately opened the system interface to check the order center. Soon, the list successfully refreshed. However, Li Tianyu found that the tax amounts for the office buildings were all shockingly high. 5 items appeared on the list. None with a tax amount below 500,000. This was not difficult to understand, as office buildings generally have large areas, particularly high prices. So the tax amounts were naturally high. Helpless, Li Tianyu could only click the refresh button. The list updated. Office building name, Huaiwa Center. Office building location, East 3rd Ring. Office building floors, 4,375 floors. Office building location, whole floor. Office building area, 2,200 square meters. Tax amount, 950,000 yuan. Office building name, Jintai Financial Center. Office building location, East 3rd Ring. Office building floors, 2,563 floors. Office building location, 25012-512. Office building area, 800 square meters. Tax amount, 650,000 yuan. Office building name, Dongfang Plaza. Office building location, North 4th Ring. Office building floors, 1,324 floors. Office building location, whole floor. Office building area, 1,200 square meters. Tax amount, 550,000 yuan. Office building name, Lixiang International. Office building location, North 4th Ring. Office building floors, 1,532 floors. Office building location, whole floor. Office building area, 1,100 square meters. Tax amount, 495,000 yuan. Office building name, Funka Building. Office building location, Northeast 5th Ring. Office building floors, 1,648 floors. Office building location, whole floor. Office building area, 2,000 square meters. Tax amount, 385,000 yuan. This long list of numbers dazzled Li Tianyu, but upon careful examination, among the 5 tax entries, only 2 were affordable for Li Tianyu. Lixiang International's tax amount reached 495,000, while Funka Building was relatively cheaper at 385,000. However, Li Tianyu chose Lixiang International without hesitation. He knew this office building well. Why? Because he had previously worked in that office building. Although Lixiang International was not a high-end office building, its geographical location was very good, and there were no significant shortcomings in property management. Moreover, this was a newly built building less than 4 years old, with a high cost-performance ratio, and rental prices could steadily rise. Selecting the Lixiang International Office project, he confirmed the tax, and 495,000 yuan was deducted from Li Tianyu's account. After completing these tasks, Li Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief. The rest was just waiting. Chapter 81. Who is the owner of the 15th floor? Sure enough, half an hour later, Li Tianyu's phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Li Tianyu? Yes, it is. Mr. Li, we are from the property department of Lixiang International. Your property certificate is still with us. Please come by to pick it up when you have time. Okay. I'll find time to come. Please keep it safe for me. After hanging up, Li Tianyu finally felt at ease. Lixiang International was a medium-sized office building design, with each floor being 1,100 square meters, which was quite sizable. However, what was the rental price for Lixiang International? In other words, the monthly rent per square meter was between 450 and 600 yuan. Li Tianyu had the entire 15th floor, 1,100 square meters, which calculated to an income of 490,000 to 660,000 yuan per month. If calculated on a 1-year lease, that reached between 588 million and 792 million. After Li Tianyu finished calculating, he gasped. My gosh, that's nearly 10 million in income at once. Moreover, Li Tianyu still had a limit of 1,900 square meters for office space. He could acquire another whole floor of office buildings like Lixiang International, and there was still room for more. In other words, Li Tianyu's assets breaking through 20 million was definitely not a problem. Furthermore, Li Tianyu had one more operating industry he could utilize, which should be the main event. In short, first establish a solid economic foundation, and the industry can be planned in detail later. The next day, Yunguang Technology, Administrative Department. Lu Manqi arrived very early today. As soon as she sat down at her workstation, breakfast was delivered to her door. Lu Manqi looked up and saw it was indeed Feng Yang. Feng Yang's pursuit of Lu Manqi had long been obvious. However, in the past, this guy always hid his feelings and didn't dare to express them clearly. Recently, however, he seemed to have received some guidance and was behaving quite actively. Breakfast was delivered every day, and occasionally he would pretentiously place a bouquet of flowers on Lu Manqi's desk. If it weren't for the company's explicit regulations against office romances, Feng Yang would have broadcast his love for Lu Manqi with a loudspeaker long ago. However, Lu Manqi was not interested in Feng Yang at all. She had always refused the breakfast he brought. If he didn't take it away, she would give it to other colleagues. Just as Lu Manqi was about to refuse again, the administrative supervisor, Zhang Changfeng, came over. Manqi, come here for a moment. Okay. Lu Manqi followed Zhang Changfeng into the office. Manqi, it's like this. There's something I want you to handle. Lu Manqi perked up. Yes, go ahead. Zhang Changfeng. We mentioned it in the last meeting. The company is preparing to expand. I just received news from the building management that the 15th floor has become vacant. Lu Manqi was taken aback. Vacant? This was indeed a bit strange. The 15th floor of Lixiang International had always been occupied by a financial company. That company was doing quite well. Why did they suddenly leave? Zhang Changfeng said, you should contact the owner of the 15th floor. If the price is right, it would be best to rent it as a whole. Lu Manqi nodded. I understand. I will contact the owner right away. Currently, Yunguang Technology is renting the entire 14th floor, and if they could also rent the 15th floor, it would indeed be very suitable. However, Lu Manqi also knows that this is quite a challenging task. The budget given by the company is at most the market average price of 20 yuan per square meter per day, which is about 600 yuan per square meter per month. The area of the 15th floor is the same as that of the 14th floor, approximately over 1,000 square meters. After all, such a large area would have cost quite a bit to purchase initially. After the ideal international building was completed, the office spaces were sold off, so typically each floor would have multiple owners. Lu Manqi would need to contact several owners and negotiate the price with them, which is not easy at all. After all, some owners want to rent it for a higher price, and it wouldn't be easy to negotiate down. Lu Manqi decided to first go to the building's property management department to get the contact information of the 15th floor owners. Just as she arrived at the company entrance, Feng Yang approached her again. Manqi, where are you going? Lu Manqi replied, I have some business to attend to. I'm heading to the building's property management department. Feng Yang said, I'll go with you. Lu Manqi frowned. No need. You should focus on your own work. Feng Yang insisted, it's fine. I've already finished my work for today, and I just want to take a stroll. The elevator arrived, and Lu Manqi got in, with Feng Yang following her. Lu Manqi felt helpless. Feng Yang was completely relentless and couldn't be stopped, so she had to go along with him. The building's property management department is on the 3rd floor. Lu Manqi and Feng Yang got off the elevator one after the other and arrived at the hall on the 3rd floor. Feng Yang said, Manqi, do you have time this weekend? I know a really fun place we can go together. Lu Manqi replied, sorry, I have plans this weekend. I'm busy. Feng Yang suggested, how about the weekend after next? Lu Manqi was getting annoyed and was about to speak when she saw a familiar figure. Oh, isn't that? Feng Yang looked up and also showed a surprised expression. That person was none other than their former colleague, Li Tianyu, who had just resigned. To be fair, Li Tianyu hadn't been gone long, but it felt like ages. When Li Tianyu left, it was quite a significant event. One could say it was shocking enough to move heaven and earth. Some said Li Tianyu found a better job. Others said he secured an investment and went off to start his own business. There were even rumors that Li Tianyu had developed depression and was now out of his mind. Maybe he would jump off a building in a couple of days. In short, there were all kinds of stories, and none of them seemed reliable. Only Zhao Jitong knew the truth. Li Tianyu had gone to work with AI Baoquan, and he only told the big boss, Wu Guoqiang, keeping it a secret from everyone else. While Lu Manqi and Feng Yang were talking, Li Tianyu also noticed them. Oh, what a coincidence. Lu Manqi said, yeah, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? Li Tianyu replied, I'm here to handle some matters at the building's property management department. What about you? Feng Yang interrupted Lu Manqi. Li Tianyu, you've already quit your job. What are you doing here? Chapter 82. Confirming it's the same person? Li Tianyu smiled. What? Just because I've left the company means I can't enter this office building anymore? That's a bit too domineering, don't you think? Feng Yang was a bit annoyed but couldn't really say anything, since Li Tianyu wasn't causing trouble at Yinguang. Li Tianyu also wasn't interested in Feng Yang, focusing instead on chatting with Lu Manqi. In fact, Feng Yang suspected that Li Tianyu still had feelings for Lu Manqi and was secretly following her. It was quite amusing for Feng Yang, with such a rich imagination, and he was utterly convinced of it. Li Tianyu said, are you also going to the property management department? What a coincidence, I'm heading there too. Lu Manqi replied, then let us go together. Li Tianyu smiled and said, sure. Lu Manqi looked at Li Tianyu again, feeling that he seemed different from before. He appeared to be much more composed and mature. This difference was so obvious that anyone observant could notice it. Feng Yang, however, was clearly not observant. He had previously looked down on Li Tianyu, but later felt a bit jealous when Li Tianyu became well known. As the three of them walked towards the building's property management department, Feng Yang kept talking. Li Tianyu, you haven't been gone long. I heard you resigned without another job lined up, right? If you haven't found a new place yet, that could be a problem. Without any income, how will you pay your rent? The rent in the capital isn't cheap. You can't last long without income. Suddenly, Feng Yang's expression changed to one of realization. Wait, you're not going to the property management department for a job application, are you? Being a security guard for a while wouldn't be bad. At least it would help you get by. Li Tianyu glanced at Feng Yang but didn't respond, thinking to himself that this guy really had a talent for imagination. In fact, Li Tianyu was there today to collect a property certificate. With the property certificate, he could rent it out. As long as he could rent out this 100 square meters of office space, he could basically cover the 10 million gap. The three of them entered the building's property management department. The manager of the property management department was named Xiao Daming. Lu Manqi had come here occasionally for business and was already recognized by Xiao Daming. Oh, you're here. What can I do for you? Lu Manqi said, Manager Xiao? I'm here to get the contact information of the owners of the 15th floor. Xiao Daming suddenly understood. Oh, I see. The 15th floor has become available. And you at Yinguang Technology want to rent it? Lu Manqi was taken aback. Is there someone else who wants to rent it? Lu Manqi felt a bit anxious upon hearing this. If another company got to it first, this matter would be ruined. Then, Manager Xiao, Please give me the owner's phone numbers quickly. I need to check the situation. Sure. Xiao Daming told an employee sitting across from him, Xiao Zhang. Find the contact information of the 15th floor owners and give it to her. Xiao Zhang responded and began searching on the computer. Li Tianyu listened and figured it out. So Lu Manqi came to the property management department just to find him to rent the office space. The entire 15th floor of Ideal International was in Li Tianyu's hands. At this moment, Xiao Daming looked at Li Tianyu and Feng Yang. Do you two have any business here? Feng Yang chuckled. I have nothing to do. I came with the beautiful lady. As for this guy, he might be here to apply for a security guard position. Xiao Daming looked at Li Tianyu. Applying for a security guard? Are you sure? The building's property management department was indeed hiring security guards, but looking at Li Tianyu's attire, he didn't seem like someone aspiring to be a security guard. Just as Li Tianyu was about to speak, he was interrupted by Xiao Zhang's voice. Found it. The owner of the 15th floor. Lu Manqi hurriedly said, Hold on, let me take notes. Lu Manqi took out her notepad and pen, then asked, Okay. How many owners are there? Just one. Just one. Lu Manqi looked up. This is impressive. One person bought an entire floor of office space. He must be a super rich person. Yes, his name is Li Tianyu, and his phone number is. Lu Manqi noted down the number. Suddenly, she looked up again. Li Tianyu? Yes, Li Tianyu. It wasn't just Lu Manqi who was surprised. Feng Yang was also taken aback. Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu was right next to them. But how could this be possible? The owner of an entire floor of office space was no small matter. However, Feng Yang quickly calmed down, thinking it must be a case of a common name. Such things have happened before. Li Tianyu wasn't exactly an uncommon name, so it wouldn't be surprising to encounter another person with the same name. In fact, not only Feng Yang, but Lu Manqi also didn't believe that the owner Li Tianyu was the same as their former colleague Li Tianyu. But when she saw the phone number recorded in her notebook, it felt familiar. Lu Manqi did not say anything and took out her phone to dial the number. As it turned out, this number was already saved in Lu Manqi's phone contacts. A phone rang in the property management office, and it was coming from Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu pulled out his phone and pressed the reject button. Lu Manqi was stunned. It was already very obvious. This Li Tianyu was indeed the Li Tianyu. The two were the same person. Li Tianyu was the owner of the entire 15th floor office building. But how could this be possible? It was simply unbelievable. Although Feng Yang already knew the answer, he still couldn't believe it. Manqi, what's wrong? Lu Manqi pointed at Li Tianyu and said, He is. Huh, no way. Li Tianyu smiled and said, Since we are so close, let's not discuss it over the phone. Feng Yang was a bit frantic. Is there a mistake? Hey, Manager Xiao, did you get the phone number wrong? Xiao Daming replied unhappily. How could this kind of thing be mistaken? Are you doubting our work ethic? Upon hearing this, Feng Yang's eyes widened, but he didn't dare to speak. It was then that Li Tianyu stated his purpose for being there. Manager Xiao, I'm here to pick up the property certificate for the 15th floor. Xiao Daming. Oh, so you are the owner, I see. Xiao Daming became exceptionally polite and instructed Xiao Zhang to fetch the property certificate. Chapter 83, Becoming a Millionaire Again. Li Tianyu opened the red-covered property certificate and took a look. Property name, Ideal International Building. Floor, 15th floor. Area, 1,100 square meters. Owner, Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu nodded. No problem, this is it. Feng Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, almost rolling out of his head, and his jaw nearly dropped. An entire office floor. How much would that cost? Lu Manqi was both surprised and delighted. She was shocked that Li Tianyu turned out to be a hidden tycoon, not showing off at all. Having bought an entire office floor, she had never realized he was so wealthy before. She was delighted that if Li Tianyu was the owner, then discussing the lease should be easier. After all, they were former colleagues. But Lu Manqi was also a bit worried. What if Li Tianyu wasn't as reasonable as she hoped? Wouldn't that make the conversation even more awkward? Just then, Li Tianyu said, Manqi. Lu Manqi didn't respond. Manqi. Huh. Did you call me? Li Tianyu. Yes, you wanted to rent the office, right? Lu Manqi. Yes, that's right. Then let's find a place to discuss it in detail. Lu Manqi nodded eagerly. This was exactly what she wanted. So, Li Tianyu took Lu Manqi and left Feng Yang, who was still in shock, and went to the CAF downstairs. Just in time, Lu Manqi had the prepared contract in her bag and handed it to Li Tianyu. These are the company's terms. 20 yuan per square meter per day, a 2-year lease, with a 5 increase in the second year. If you're not satisfied, I can negotiate further. Li Tianyu glanced at it a few times and then put it down. No need. Huh. Li Tianyu tapped the contract. I think it's fine. Let us sign it as it is. To be honest, Li Tianyu didn't make this quick decision just to please Lu Manqi. The terms were within his acceptable range. In the capital city, the rent for a grade A office building is generally 15 to 20 yuan. Additionally, Yunguang Technology signs for 2 years at a 5 annual increase. As Li Tianyu had calculated before, at 20 yuan per square meter per day, it would be about 600 yuan per square meter monthly. totaling nearly 8 million in income for 1,100 square meters in a year. The rent could even increase the following year. Yunguang Technology would pay the first year's rent within a week, and the second year's rent would be paid at the end of the first year. Once they finished discussing, the deal was practically settled. After all, since it involved millions of yuan, it would ultimately need the signature of the general manager of Yunguang Technology. Li Tianyu smiled slyly. How about you deliver it to my home? Lu Manqi was taken aback, immediately understanding Li Tianyu's implication, and her face turned red. In the past, Lu Manqi would have left immediately. But now, due to the system's upgrade, Li Tianyu's personal charm had greatly increased, and now being extremely wealthy, he resembled a high-class elite. Few girls could resist Li Tianyu's teasing. It's somewhat harsh to say, but the difference between a loser and a wealthy handsome man is that when a loser flirts, it's harassment, whereas when a wealthy handsome man flirts, it's flirting. However, Li Tianyu also reminded himself to be cautious with some girls and not go too far. Although Li Tianyu wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue, he still had his reservations. After making arrangements with Lu Manqi, Li Tianyu left Ideal International Building. On the morning of the third day after signing the contract, just as Li Tianyu was getting up to wash up, he heard the sound of a received text message. After washing up, he picked up his phone to take a look. It was a message from the bank about account activity. Dear customer, hello. Your bank account has received 7,920,000 yuan, and your current balance is 1,075,692,387 yuan. Unexpectedly, Yunguang Technology's efficiency was beyond Li Tianyu's expectations, transferring the money so quickly. With this, Li Tianyu transformed into a millionaire once again. Finally, he felt secure. At that moment, a WeChat message came in. The cute cartoon avatar was Lu Manqi's. Lu Manqi, the contract has been signed. When are you free to come pick it up, or should I send it over? Li Tianyu's heart skipped a beat, wondering if he should send a message asking her to take the time to deliver it. Now Li Tianyu was confident that as long as Lu Manqi dared to come alone, he had an 80 chance of winning her over. Li Tianyu exhaled, throwing his phone onto the sofa. For now, he decided to put matters of women aside. At that moment, Li Tianyu suddenly thought that since he had money, he should also take good care of his parents. In the past, he was so poor that he had the intention to support them but lacked the means. Sometimes, during economic crises, he even had to ask his parents for money, which was extremely embarrassing. Now it was different. At least he was a millionaire. More than enough to support his parents. Just as Li Tianyu was about to pick up his phone to call his parents, he put it down again. Unlike before, when he desperately needed 10 million to upgrade the system and always felt like he didn't have enough money. Now, with that heavy 10 million in hand, it felt particularly substantial. As for the funds needed for the next upgrade, Li Tianyu decided to not worry about it for now. Enjoying the life of a wealthy person was the right thing to do. Life is short. One should enjoy it while they can, or else it would be a waste of effort. Li Tianyu didn't need to bring much, just a few changes of clothes. And he drove his Porsche Cayenne back to his hometown, Yinyan City. Chapter 84. Anxious, suddenly a change of events. In Yinyan City, at the Second People's Hospital, emergency ward, an elderly man lay unconscious on the hospital bed, with an 4 drip hanging beside him, clearly receiving fluids. A few people surrounded him, both men and women, young and old. Some were whispering, while others sighed in front of the elderly man on the bed. At that moment, a man walked into the ward. This man was Li Tianyu's father, Li Guohua. Li Tianyu's mother, Yi Tsuaping, was also in the room. The old man lying on the bed is actually Li Tianyu's grandfather, Li Shuyuan. He was fine this morning, but suddenly fainted at the door while taking a walk. Fortunately, the old man's house is a single-story building. Otherwise, that fall could have been serious. Li Shuyuan was discovered by a neighbor, who immediately notified his wife, Li Tianyu's grandmother, Zhang Yuzhen. Zhang Yuzhen was frantic and called their eldest son, Li Guohua, which led to Li Shuyuan being sent to the hospital. After Li Shuyuan underwent an examination, Li Guohua went to consult the doctor with a pile of test results. From Li Guohua's expression, the results did not look optimistic. Yi Tsuaping asked, Guohua, how is it? What did the doctor say? Li Guohua sighed. He has been diagnosed with coronary heart disease, and his cardiovascular system is severely blocked. The others all gathered around, chattering away. These included Li Guohua's second brother, Li Renjun, third brother, Li Kaijun, as well as the second sister-in-law, Han Chunmei, and third sister-in-law, Niuli. Niuli said, coronary heart disease? I've heard this is a chronic illness. It shouldn't be too serious, right? Han Chunmei replied, oh, didn't you hear the eldest brother? Severe cardiovascular blockage. I said it. The old man usually eats too greasy. His diet should be lighter, but he just wouldn't listen. Li Renjun scolded in a low voice. What are you saying at a time like this? Han Chunmei shot her husband Li Renjun a glare, still unconvinced, but out of respect for others. She held back and stopped arguing. Li Kaijun asked, eldest brother, what did the doctor say? Can Dad be saved? Li Guohua said, don't panic. The doctor said that as long as we perform the surgery in time, it shouldn't be a big problem. Surgery? Han Shunmei inquired. Eldest brother, what kind of surgery? A stent? Li Guohua shook his head. I asked. Dad's situation is not optimistic. He needs to undergo a bypass surgery. Bypass surgery? That's really something. Han Shunmei and Niu Li exchanged worried glances. However, they were not so much concerned about the risks of the old man undergoing surgery, but rather the high cost of the bypass surgery. Niu Li hesitated and said, my colleague's mother had bypass surgery last year. She said it cost over 100,000. Han Shunmei waved her hand dismissively. Over 100,000? Depending on how many bypasses, it could easily go up to 200,000 or 300,000. Upon hearing this, Li Renjun and Li Kaijun exchanged glances, realizing that such amounts were indeed terrifying. Li Renjun suddenly asked, by the way, does Dad have insurance? Everyone turned to Zhang Yuzhen. At that moment, Zhang Yuzhen was sitting by the hospital bed, holding her husband's hand. Hearing Li Renjun's question, she wiped away her tears and shook her head. Last year, he was covered by community insurance, but he didn't sign up this year. Han Shunmei couldn't help but complain, Mom, this is serious. Why weren't you more careful about this? Li Shuyuan was a laid-off worker and did not have a pension, but he could enroll in community medical insurance. The community medical insurance is valid for 1 year, and if the premium is not paid that year, it is equivalent to having no benefit. The surgery fee, hospitalization fee, and medication costs can be reimbursed for about 60 to 70 if there is medical insurance. Without it, everything would have to be paid out of pocket. The old lady was heartbroken and couldn't speak, her hand shaking as she held her husband's. Li Tianyu's mother, Yi Tsuaping, quickly walked over and softly said, Mom, don't worry. Even without medical insurance, we need to perform the surgery. We must get Dad treated. Li Guohua said, Mom, that's your retirement money. It's better not to touch it for now. We 3 families will pool together for the medical expenses. Since the eldest brother said so. Li Renjun and Li Kaijun also expressed their agreement, saying some comforting words, but their expressions remained serious. Even if the 3 families pooled money together, each would still need to contribute a significant amount, which was a considerable burden for an ordinary family. The key issue was whether the money would be divided equally or based on each family's ability to contribute. Han Shunmei finally couldn't hold back and said, Eldest brother, sister-in-law. It's not that our family is unwilling to contribute. It's just that my son just started college, and he's studying art. You know, studying art is particularly expensive, with high tuition and various miscellaneous fees. We really don't have much extra money. Li Renjun angrily retorted, What nonsense are you talking about? This money must be contributed. Even if we have to borrow, we will. Han Shunmei replied unhappily, You make it sound easy. I've been the bad guy, you just want to play the good guy. Right? I'm not saying we want to contribute. I just think we should contribute according to our means. Is that not acceptable? Li Guohua waved his hand. All right. Your family can contribute less. Will that work? At that moment, Niu Li hesitated and spoke up. Eldest brother, you know my situation. My clothing store just opened last month. I just paid the rent and the cost of goods, so it's really. Just then, Li Guohua's phone rang. He looked at the screen and saw it was his son, Li Tianyu, calling. Hello, Tianyu, have you arrived in the city? Perfect timing. Come to the Second People's Hospital. Emergency building, room 402. It's your grandfather. He is hospitalized. For now, there's nothing serious. Just come over first. All right, drive carefully. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Li Tianyu rushed to the hospital. Li Tianyu felt a bit anxious. He had grown up with his grandparents and used to visit them frequently before going to work in the capital, so he was very close to them. His grandfather wasn't that old, just over 70. How could he suddenly collapse? Li Tianyu was quite worried. Fortunately, there wasn't much traffic in Yinyan City, and Li Tianyu drove fast, arriving at the hospital in 20 minutes. He parked the car and hurriedly ran to the emergency building. Li Tianyu didn't even greet his parents or relatives. He squeezed in and saw his grandfather lying unconscious on the bed and his grandmother looking helpless and haggard beside him. Grandma Zhang Yuzhen's hair seemed to have turned quite a bit gray. Li Tianyu felt a pang in his heart. Chapter 85. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Li Tianyu quietly said, Grandma, it's all right. Grandpa is strong. He will pull through. Zhang Yuzhen glanced at Li Tianyu, sighed, and nodded. Li Tianyu asked, What exactly is Grandpa's condition? What did the doctor say? Yi Tsuaping replied, Severe cardiovascular blockage. The situation is very serious and he needs to undergo bypass surgery immediately. Li Tianyu was taken aback, as long as there's a solution. Let's get ready for the surgery right away. Han Shunmei waved her hand. Oh, it's not that easy. Li Tianyu asked, Why? Is the medical condition here not good? Then let's transfer him to the capital. Everyone exchanged glances. This was not a matter of medical conditions. The Second People's Hospital had quite a few good doctors, especially in cardiac surgery, which ranked among the best in the province. A bypass surgery here would not be inferior to that in a specialized hospital in the capital. Han Chunmei scoffed. Do you think transferring hospitals is easy? This situation requires an ambulance. Do you know how expensive that is? The key issue is not the hospital. Li Renjun glared at Han Chunmei. What are you talking about? Li Tianyu was a bit irritated. So I ask again, why aren't we doing the surgery? Han Chunmei couldn't help but mumble. Who's going to pay for it? It's tens of thousands. Li Guohua also got a bit angry. Fine, since you all have difficulties. I will cover it. If it's not enough, I will borrow it. Li Tianyu finally understood. It was all about the money. The other two families, Li Tianyu's second uncle's family and third uncle's family, were relatively close relatives. Although these two families were not wealthy, they should be able to come up with a few tens of thousands. Just as Li Guohua said, treating the elderly is something that should be borrowed if necessary. But some relatives are like this. They look at each other. Each family has its own calculations, always afraid of losing out. In the past, Li Tianyu would have felt helpless, but now it was different. You don't have to worry. I'll cover the medical expenses for Grandpa. You don't need to concern yourselves with it, Li Tianyu said. You'll cover it? The others exchanged glances, surprised by Li Tianyu's boldness. Han Chunmei replied. So you've been working in the capital for a few years and gained some confidence. Little you, do you know how much it costs? Li Tianyu said, second it. Don't worry about it. I can cover any amount. His words sounded a bit stiff, clearly indicating he was also a bit angry. Han Chunmei was even less pleased. Regardless of who pays, isn't this kid's attitude too poor? All right, you cover it. I want to see how much you can cover. The atmosphere grew tense. But Li Guohua found it somewhat strange that his son would be so assertive. However, assertiveness aside, the cost of treating Grandpa includes surgery fees, hospitalization fees, and a large amount of medical expenses. Although Li Tianyu worked in the capital, his salary was just average, and it would be quite difficult for him to afford it. Yi Zuiping was also worried about her son. With Li Tianyu's big talk, the other two families would definitely not contribute. They were not appreciative and were rather enjoying the spectacle. At that moment, Grandma Zhang Yuzhen stood up and said, Little you don't need to cover this. Your grandpa and I have saved some money over the years, and we saved it for medical expenses. I'll go home and get the passbook in a bit. Li Tianyu shook his head. It's fine, Grandma. I can afford this money. You just need to take good care of Grandpa. Li Renjun and Li Kaijun, the two brothers, felt increasingly awkward. Regardless of whether Li Tianyu could afford it, just saying those words made him seem more like a man. In contrast, they, as the sons, showed no sense of responsibility at all. However, even though they thought so, it was indeed hard for them to say anything as bold. Now, they both had families to support, living tightly, and they had experienced the bitterness of being short on money. It was truly uncomfortable. And as Zhang Yuzhen said, the old couple did have some savings, and it wouldn't be bad to use it for medical expenses. If it wasn't enough, they could always add more. Just then, Grandpa Li Shuyuan's attending physician walked in. The doctor, named Zhang Dian, was a man in his 40s. The chief surgeon of the cardiac surgery department at the Second People's Hospital, and considered quite a good doctor. Zhang Dian looked at the people in the room and asked, Have you all discussed it? What do you plan to do? Niu Li quickly spoke up. Doctor, besides bypass surgery, are there any other options? I heard stenting is cheaper. Zhang Dian replied, I've already told you, the old man's condition isn't suitable for stenting. If he really needs it, it would require multiple stents, which isn't cheap either. Other methods would just involve medication and infusion as conservative treatment, but even if effective, it won't last long. Then how much does the bypass cost? Zhang Dian replied, I can't say for sure. It really depends on the situation during the surgery. You should prepare around 100,000 or so if you decide on the bypass. At this point, Li Tianyu spoke up. No need to discuss it further. We decided to go ahead with the surgery. Everyone was astonished. They didn't expect Li Tianyu to make such a decisive call in front of the doctor. It seemed too hasty. The relatives knew about Li Tianyu's situation. His salary was only around 10,000. Even if he had saved some money while working in the capital, taking out over 100,000 at once was no small feat. Are you really planning to cover it yourself? Han Chunmei asked seriously. Li Tianyu ignored her and instead asked Dr. Zhang Dian, Doctor, what do I need to do now? Zhang Dian looked Li Tianyu over, hesitated for a moment, then said, If you've really decided on the surgery, I'll go prepare the paperwork and arrange for hospitalization. You'll need to pay a deposit. Li Tianyu nodded. All right, please prepare the paperwork. I'll handle it. Zhang Dian said, then follow me. Li Tianyu followed Zhang Dian out of the ward. Li Guohua and Yi Zuiping exchanged glances and quickly followed. Their son was being so filial. As parents, they couldn't say much. As parents, they understood their son well. Li Tianyu probably couldn't afford such a large sum. Having worked in the capital for a few years, he was basically living paycheck to paycheck. Although he claimed to be starting a business with someone, it had only been a short time. Given the current environment, just not losing money would be a success. Li Guohua had already brought over all the family's passbooks and bank cards. 100,000 should be enough. Li Renjun and Li Kaijun hesitated for a moment, and then followed behind. After all, they were Li Shiyuan's sons, and it wouldn't make sense not to see what was happening. Han Shunmei also dragged Niu Li out, peeking around. The ward was left with only Zhang Yuzhen, who was taking care of her still unconscious husband. At this moment, Li Tianyu and his family of 3 entered the doctor's office. Zhang Dian explained while writing the paperwork. Zhang Dian said, "There are regular wards, large ones where 8 people stay, and there are also deluxe wards for 2 people. Which one do you want?" Yi Tsuaping was about to speak, but Li Tianyu interrupted. "Are there single rooms?" Zhang Dian thought for a moment. "Single rooms? Ah, yes, but they're very expensive. Are you sure you want one?" Li Tianyu nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I want the best." Yinyan City is a medium-sized city, and the cost of living is far lower than in the capital. A regular ward costs just over 20 a day, while a deluxe ward for 2 is about 80. As for the single room, the doctor said it was very expensive, but it actually cost 300 yuan with dedicated medical staff. However, for local residents, salaries are significantly lower than in first-tier cities like the capital, making a single room seem somewhat wasteful. But for Li Tianyu's current financial situation, this kind of expense posed no pressure at all. Hearing this, Zhang Dian turned to Li Guohua. "And Yi Tsuaping your son?" Yi Tsuaping replied, "Yes. It's good to see a young person with such filial piety, but you should also act within your means," Zhang Dian advised. Li Tianyu assured him, "Doctor, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." "All right, then I'll prepare the paperwork," Zhang Dian said. Yi Tsuaping exchanged glances with her husband, feeling a bit apprehensive. The deluxe ward was already quite good, and now Li Tianyu was requesting a single room. While the medical conditions would be better and the stay more comfortable, the cost would also be quite hefty, making it hard to bear. Did their son really strike it rich in business? After Zhang Dian completed the paperwork, Li Tianyu took it, glanced at it, then stood up to leave. At the door, Yi Tsuaping couldn't help but ask, "How much is the deposit?" At that moment, outside the consultation room, besides Han Shunmei and Niu Li, Li Ranjun and Li Kaijun had also arrived. They hesitated, not daring to get too close, fearing they would be asked to pay. Li Tianyu replied, "A total of 180,000. Although they had already mentally prepared for it, Li Guohua and Yi Tsuaping were still shocked. The other 4 stepped back simultaneously. Although this was just the deposit, surgeries like cardiovascular bypass are somewhat more expensive. And considering the need for a month or so of hospitalization for recovery, the deposit would likely not last long. Li Tianyu glanced at the 4 relatives, thinking to himself, "I never expected you to be so afraid. I'm not counting on you anyway." Li Tianyu headed straight to the payment window. Yi Tsuaping called out to him, "Little you, do you have enough money? Mom and Dad should have enough." Li Tianyu reassured her, "Mom, don't worry, it's enough." Li Tianyu arrived at the window, handed in the paperwork, then took out his bank card to swipe it, entering the password. The payment was successful. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Li Tianyu to be so bold, directly covering all the costs. At this moment, Li Tianyu handed Li Guohua a bank card. "Dad, this is my new card. There are 200,000 in it. You and Mom can use it first. If Grandpa needs money later, don't hold back. If it's not enough, I'll send you more." 200,000? Li Guohua and Yi Tsuaping exchanged incredulous looks. The others were even more shocked and envious. Incredible. Li Tianyu had just paid 18,000 in deposit, and now he was handing over another 200,000 to his parents. Clearly, he had struck it rich. Li Tianyu's relatives had no idea how much money he had, and he was sure they couldn't even imagine it. "Dad, Mom, are you hungry?" Li Tianyu asked. Li Guohua thought for a moment and replied, "Not in a hurry. I'm not really that hungry yet." Yi Tsuaping gave Li Guohua a light nudge and said with a smile, "I'm hungry. Let us go eat together. Oh, and let us call Grandma." Li Guohua said, "We should leave someone here. We still need to change the hospital room later." Yi Tsuaping rolled her eyes. "What about it? Those 2 families didn't contribute money. But they can't help out a little?" She continued, "Hold on to these documents. We'll need them when changing rooms, and also collect the things we need." Li Ranjun and Li Kaijun, the 2 brothers, were momentarily at a loss, nodding reflexively. Yi Tsuaping continued, "I'll call Mom to join us for dinner. She has been busy all day, and if she doesn't eat, she won't hold up. You guys keep an eye on Dad. If anything happens, find a doctor right away." "Oh, okay. Yi Tsuaping added, "You guys have worked hard. After we finish eating, we'll come back to relieve you." Yi Tsuaping didn't even glance at Han Shunmei, as her words weren't directed at her. Even if Han Shunmei was eloquent, she wouldn't know what to say. Besides, what Yi Tsuaping said was right. The money was spent by Li Tianyu, and it was only natural for those who didn't contribute money to help out a bit. There was nothing wrong with that. However, no matter how one looked at it, it was uncomfortable. But what could they do? They could only watch as the family of 3 helped the elderly Zhang Yuzhen away. At this time, Niu Li, who had been mostly silent, couldn't help but ask, "Has Tianyu gotten a raise? How could he save so much money?" Han Shunmei replied, "Who knows? Look at how he spends money so freely. It must come quite easily." Li Ranjun frowned. Stop talking nonsense. You're just making a fool of yourselves. This time, Han Shunmei finally stopped talking. Both families were indeed in the wrong, and if word got out, it would be embarrassing, possibly leading to ridicule. They had to seize the opportunity to show themselves well. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu's family and Grandma Zhang Yuzhen sat down at a restaurant outside the hospital. Li Tianyu patted his grandmother's hand. Grandma, don't worry about it. I've earned money outside. It's only right to honor you. Upon hearing this, Yi Tsuaping thought her son was becoming more eloquent. Chapter 87. Finally, everything was arranged. Although Li Tianyu spent a large sum of money, Yi Tsuaping felt it was very impressive. Although Li Guohua was the eldest of the three brothers, he had a soft temperament. Yi Tsuaping always felt pressured by Han Shunmei, as if she couldn't exert her strength in anything. In fact, not just Yi Tsuaping. Even Li Guohua felt that what Li Tianyu had done today made him feel quite comfortable. Zhang Yuzhen moved her lips and shed tears. Little Yu is good. He didn't waste my love. If Grandpa knew, he would definitely be very happy. Li Tianyu felt the atmosphere turning heavy again. Grandpa was fine. Why act like it was a life and death situation? He quickly urged everyone to eat. Now that Li Shiyuan's surgery was also scheduled, Zhang Yuzhen's heart was basically at ease. The technology for cardiovascular bypass surgery was now very mature and not considered too dangerous. Given the medical conditions of this hospital, there should be no problems. Li Tianyu paused for a moment. What's wrong? Li Guohua asked. How come you suddenly have so much money? It's not from your job, is it? Yi Tsuaping shot Li Guohua an annoyed look. Why do you care how he earned it? Li Guohua replied. What do you know? Earning money isn't that easy. We can't just do anything. Li Tianyu had already prepared for this. Yi Tsuaping asked. Did you switch jobs? Where did you go? Li Tianyu replied. I went to Aihua Real Estate. They gave me a high position, reporting directly to the boss, and my salary has multiplied several times. Li Guohua's eyes lit up. Aihua Real Estate. Wow, that is a big company. Aihua Real Estate Group is indeed one of the well-known real estate companies in the country, and most people have heard of it. Yi Tsuaping was also very pleased. Then you have to work hard. Li Tianyu reassured her. Mom, don't worry. With my current abilities, I have no worries about money. Oh dear, if you say you're fat, you really are out of breath. Although Yi Tsuaping said this, she was extremely happy inside. At that moment, Grandma Zhang Yuzhen suddenly said, by the way, little Yu, you're not young anymore. It's time to find a partner. As soon as this topic came up, Yi Tsuaping became concerned. Right. Son, how about the girl I introduced to you last time? Are you still in contact? Li Tianyu knew she was talking about Chenonlu. To be honest, Chenonlu was quite beautiful, and Li Tianyu felt he could win her over. But now, he wasn't that eager to pursue Chenonlu. He didn't know why, but perhaps it was related to the changes after the system upgrade. Li Tianyu was somewhat negative about romantic matters now. He wasn't in a hurry to find a girlfriend. In fact, with Li Tianyu's current capabilities, he wouldn't lack women. Living life to the fullest. Why tie oneself down so early? Thinking of this, Li Tianyu quickly responded, Mom. She has high standards and doesn't look at me. Yi Tsuaping was a bit indignant. Oh, she doesn't look at my son? Her standards must be incredibly high. No worries, we'll take our time to find someone better with our conditions. Li Tianyu chuckled. That's right, I'm still young, and you all are young too. No need to rush. Yi Tsuaping added. By the way, Xiaoro has been in school for several months now. Have you gone to see her? Xiaoro referred to Tang Rou. Although she wasn't a biological niece, Tang Rou had a good personality and was particularly liked by Yi Tsuaping, who often asked about her. Li Tianyu replied. I saw her a couple of days ago. She is fine, don't worry. Yi Tsuaping said. She just went to the capital and isn't familiar with the place. As her cousin, you should take care of her. I heard that young people can get depression nowadays. Li Tianyu glanced at Yi Tsuaping, thinking that girls shouldn't be that fragile. Depression? Tang Rou was probably immune to such conditions. This meal was incredibly satisfying. Even Grandma Zhang Yuzhen, who usually ate very little, surprisingly finished a whole bowl of rice. Li Ranjun and Li Kaijun's families were serious and responsible, ensuring everything was arranged properly. The conditions of the hospital room were indeed much better, over 20 square meters, with a private bathroom and the ability to take a shower. It had air conditioning, a TV, and even a bed for accompanying family members. Li Shiyuan woke up. Although he was still weak, he could drink a little water. Seeing this, Li Tianyu felt relieved. Next, they just had to wait for the hospital to arrange the surgery, which he believed wouldn't take too long. After a while, a nurse came to inform the family that too many people were not allowed to stay in the room, as it disturbed the patient's rest. So everyone discussed it. And Li Ranjun stayed to accompany the patient while the others waited to switch shifts. In fact, the hospital had dedicated nursing staff, so it wouldn't be a big deal even if no one stayed. Zhang Yuzhen looked at Li Tianyu's car and thought it was quite nice. Zhang Yuzhen said, Little Yu, this car looks quite interesting. It resembles a frog. Li Tianyu smiled and said, You noticed? Your grandson is just that unique. Zhang Yuzhen, this car is quite expensive, right? Over 200,000? Li Tianyu laughed heartily. Grandma, a car over 200,000 can't compare to ours. Oh, that's really nice. Li Tianyu started the car and drove towards his grandparents' home. The two elders lived in the old town of Yanyan City, where the streets were lined with old buildings and the road surface was bumpy. If he were to drive the Wind Rider supercar from his home, it would definitely need a chassis repair after just a few hundred meters. Li Tianyu hadn't seen his grandma in a long time. Chatting while driving made the journey feel less boring. At that moment, Zhang Yuzhen suddenly spotted someone familiar standing by the roadside. Oh, that's your Aunt Huiying, remember her? Li Tianyu was taken aback. He indeed remembered this person. Yang Huiying was an old neighbor of his grandparents. When he was young, Li Tianyu lived at his grandparents' house and often saw her. Later, Yang Huiying and her family moved away from their old neighborhood, and he hadn't seen her since. Chapter 88. It's time to surprise the family. Grandma, should we greet her? Sure. Li Tianyu stepped on the brake and parked the car by the roadside. At this moment, Yang Huiying seemed to have just finished shopping, pulling a cart full of groceries while talking to a young man. Li Tianyu helped Zhang Yuzhen out of the car, and they walked towards the two people. Yang Huiying hadn't noticed them at first, but when she turned around, she smiled. Isn't that old neighbor Zhang Yuzhen? Oh, old Zhang, long time no see. Zhang Yuzhen. Yes, you haven't been dancing lately. I haven't seen you around. Yang Huiying. Oh, I've been busy lately. These elderly folks often go to the nearby square to dance. And even if they don't live together, they occasionally run into each other. Zhang Yuzhen didn't plan to mention her husband's hospitalization to Yang Huiying. Although they were familiar, it wasn't a good time for such troubles. Li Tianyu took the initiative to greet Yang Huiying. Yang Huiying certainly remembered Li Tianyu, exclaiming how much he had grown. Zhang Yuzhen intended to chat a bit before leaving, but Yang Huiying seemed particularly happy and started talking. Old Zhang, let me tell you, our Fuhuali community is about to be demolished. Zhang Yuzhen, really? Is it confirmed? Yang Huiying. Of course, it's confirmed. They posted demolition notices at the entrance of the community, saying they're going to build a large shopping mall there. Zhang Yuzhen showed a look of envy. That's great. How big is your place? You'll get quite a few relocation houses and compensation, right? Yang Huiying. It's okay. My place is just over 100 square meters, not much. Even so, Yang Huiying couldn't hide her smile. It's no wonder. Demolition is a big deal in the country. Not only do you get money, but you also get a new house. It's better than winning the lottery. After chatting a bit more with Yang Huiying, Li Tianyu and Zhang Yuzhen got back into the car and drove towards her home. Zhang Yuzhen, your Aunt Huiying has finally hit the jackpot. Li Tianyu, what do you mean? Zhang Yuzhen, she's getting a new house because of the demolition. That community isn't even old. I didn't expect it to be torn down. Li Tianyu laughed. Grandma, if you want a new house, just tell me. I'll buy you a bigger one. Zhang Yuzhen. Oh, how expensive would that be? You should save your money for marrying a wife. Li Tianyu, look at what you're saying. Marrying a wife isn't as important as you and Grandpa. Zhang Yuzhen, you're talking nonsense. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived. After dropping Grandma off and settling her in, Li Tianyu didn't stay long before coming out. Just as he stepped out the door, Zhang Yuzhen rushed out after him, carrying a small cardboard box that looked quite heavy. Li Tianyu quickly took it. Grandma, this is pretty heavy. What is it? Why are you moving it out? Zhang Yuzhen chuckled. This is for you. Don't you love the canned goods I make? I specially made a few jars for you. Li Tianyu opened it to find 10 jars filled to the brim with homemade fruit preserves. Indeed, Li Tianyu had loved eating the canned goods made by Zhang Yuzhen since he was a child. No additives, healthy, clean, and hygienic. However, making these things is quite troublesome. But Grandma still makes them several times a year, most of which are saved for Li Tianyu. Thank you, Grandma. Zhang Yuzhen, drive slowly. As Li Tianyu watched Zhang Yuzhen go back inside, he felt a wave of melancholy. Grandpa and Grandma were getting older. They used to walk steadily. Li Tianyu looked up at the few bungalows and the courtyard that had been around for decades, lost in thought. However, it was becoming increasingly unsuitable for the elderly to live in. Summer was fine, but winter had poor insulation, and even with heating, it was still quite cold. Grandpa and Grandma had worked hard their whole lives. It was time to improve their living conditions. Especially Grandpa, who had chronic cardiovascular disease. Even if he took care of himself later, he couldn't stand the cold. Calculating this way, buying a large house of over 100 square meters would cost at least 2 to 3 million. What about a small unit? Not very reliable. Grandpa and Grandma were used to living in a big house. They probably wouldn't be comfortable. A mortgage? That's too troublesome. Li Tianyu didn't want to do that. Li Tianyu hesitated, wondering if he should use the system to get a good house in Yanyan City. However, with his current system level, there were limitations. 10 residential units sounded like a lot, but it wasn't enough. Li Tianyu originally planned to use them in the most valuable locations. Yanyan City wasn't even considered a second-tier city, clearly not within that range. However, in order to improve conditions for his family, Li Tianyu started to consider this option. Not to mention Grandpa and Grandma. Even his parents had lived in their old house for many years. It was time to change. Li Tianyu thought to himself how nice it would be if their house encountered a demolition situation. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Tianyu, and he thought of a plan. If this plan worked, it would feel like throwing a stone into the river and causing a big fish explosion. What a thrill! With that in mind, Li Tianyu ran out of the courtyard holding the small box, placed it in the trunk, opened the door, got in the car, started the engine, and drove out of the compound. He headed towards the Fuhuali community where Yang Huiying lived, which was about to be demolished. Li Tianyu had never been to the Fuhuali community, so he followed the navigation. The Fuhuali community was not far from his grandparents' house. It took only 10 minutes to drive through the old town at a leisurely pace. However, the location of this community was quite good. Situated at the intersection of the old and new towns, most of the nearby areas were densely populated high-rise residential districts, while Fuhuali itself consisted of low-rise buildings, the highest being 6-story walk-up buildings without elevators. It's no wonder that real estate developers were eyeing this place. It had a good location, low demolition costs, and was surrounded by high-density residential areas, making it commercially valuable and suitable for building shopping malls and centers. Li Tianyu arrived at the entrance of the Fuhuali community, and as soon as he got out of the car, he saw quite a few people standing at the entrance. He walked over and found that those people were looking at the notice posted on the announcement board at the entrance. It was the demolition notice for the Fuhuali community. Chapter 89. Demolition, count me in for 3 shares. Li Tianyu squeezed in to take a quick look. The demolition notice was not long and had simple content. In essence, the demolition was quite urgent. They would start measuring the units by the end of this month, and those who signed on time would receive a reward. If all went well, the community would be demolished next month. The government had not specified compensation and relocation details. Those would be issued after the measurements. The onlookers had already started discussing among themselves. Some people wore excited expressions, while others looked deep in thought, seemingly pondering the demolition policies. Many more were filled with envy, expressing their awe and admiration. Crowd. This community is really going to be demolished. A new batch of wealthy people will emerge. Crowd. Indeed, this luck is too good. This community hasn't even been around for 10 years, and it's really going to be demolished. Crowd. Haha, I live in this community. Last time I heard, the relocation housing might be calculated at 15 times. As soon as this person finished speaking, he immediately became the focus of the crowd. 15 times, that's already a very enviable ratio. For a 100 square meter house, that means you can exchange it for a 150 square meter relocation house, which is quite a bargain. Crowd. Wow, that's incredible. If the house is big enough, maybe we can get an extra unit. Crowd. Our house isn't too big or too small, 110 square meters, just enough for a small unit. Plus, I've heard that the demolition compensation is quite generous, though I don't know the exact amount. Anyway, they won't let the old neighbors suffer losses. Hearing these words made people's mouths water, and many began to ask questions and seek insider information. Li Tianyu listened for a while and felt that what these people were saying held no value, so he squeezed out of the crowd. In fact, he had already made up his mind. That's right, he planned to get a house in this community. Buying. Of course, that wouldn't work. The news of the demolition had already been released. Everyone knew it. Who would sell a house that was about to be demolished? They would either be a madman or a fool. However, Li Tianyu had the support of the system, making the impossible completely possible. Yet, he wasn't fully confident about whether the plan was feasible and needed to ask the system for clarification. System, I know that houses obtained through taxes cannot be sold, but surely the proceeds from demolition are not an issue, right? System assistant, no problem. Both the demolition compensation and the relocation houses can be obtained normally and are not subject to system constraints. System assistant, additionally, the properties acquired by the host can be reset by destroying them. System assistant, please note that once the system property is destroyed, no further benefits can be obtained from that property. I see, so the so-called destruction doesn't mean making the house disappear. It just means it no longer belongs to the host. However, the system's words made Li Tianyu very happy. His plan was feasible, and one could even say it was seamless. Acquiring properties in the Fuhuali community through the system not only allows for normal demolition compensation, but also the allocated relocation houses are not restricted by the system, thus allowing for free buying and selling. Li Tianyu, I have a house in Fuhuali community, and not just one. Li Tianyu couldn't wait to open the system interface, click into the order center, and refresh the list. Sure enough, the tax information for the Fuhuali community properties appeared. Community name, Fuhuali community. Community location, East Road, Guqing, Yinyan City. Building type, multi-story panel building. Room number, building 7, room 203. Room area, 130 square meters. Tax amount, 13,800 yuan. Community name, Fawali Community. Community location, East Road, Guqing, Yanyan City. Building type, multi-story panel building. Room number, Building 2, Room 402. Room area, 98 square meters. Tax amount, 11,300 yuan. Community name, Fawali Community. Community location, East Road, Guqing, Yanyan City. Building type, multi-story panel building. Room number, Building 11, Room 603. Room area, 145 square meters. Tax amount, 23,600 yuan. Li Tianyu glanced at the list, and indeed all were properties from the Fawali community. Moreover, compared to properties in the capital, the tax amounts were quite high. Upon further thought, it might be because the area was about to be demolished, which increased the value of the houses. But why only 3 units? Li Tianyu currently had a tax quota of 500,000 per day, so buying dozens of units would not be a problem at all. Li Tianyu clicked the refresh button, but the list showed no changes. It was still those 3 houses. He clicked again, and it still didn't change. Is the system broken? System assistant. The refresh function is ineffective. There are only these 3 available properties in this community. I see. So the houses are not in unlimited supply. The system must have filtered out the properties that meet the criteria. Objectively speaking, finding 3 houses in a community that is about to be demolished is not easy at all. Moreover, Li Tianyu could only acquire 10 houses from the system. He couldn't take more than that. Once the 3 houses were demolished, the slots would be available again. This method is very reliable. Without hesitation, Li Tianyu began to select the 3 houses in order and confirm the tax payment. Tax deduction information. 13,800 yuan deducted successfully. 11,300 yuan deducted successfully. 23,600 yuan deducted successfully. Total deduction, 48,700 yuan. Asset acquisition information. Fawali Building 7, Room 203 acquired successfully. Fawali Building 2, Room 402 acquired successfully. Fawali Building 11, Room 603 acquired successfully. All 3 houses are secured. Li Tianyu couldn't stop smiling. He spent less than 50,000 yuan and got 3 houses. These are not ordinary houses. They are houses that are about to be demolished. Even if the demolition compensation isn't substantial, the allocated relocation houses are already very valuable. The current relocation houses are no longer as shabby as before. The community and layout are relatively reasonable. In this case, even if he doesn't rent them out, they can be used for family living. Any surplus can be sold or rented, making it a win-win situation. More importantly, if the demolition progresses as expected, this community will be demolished next month. In other words, this investment will yield results quickly. He doesn't know when the relocation houses will be completed. It would be great if they could be done quickly too. Now, Li Tianyu was just waiting for someone to notify him to collect the property certificates. However, it wasn't very meaningful to just stand here waiting. It would be better to go into the community and see the situation. With that thought, Li Tianyu stepped into the entrance of the community. The Fawali community is actually a welfare housing project of a certain unit. So although it has been built for less than 10 years, the planning and configuration within the community are of an older design. Although the buildings are well constructed and the hygiene conditions are okay, clean and tidy, there is one thing that Li Tianyu really dislikes: the serious lack of parking spaces. The surface parking spots are already full, and other potential parking areas are congested. The walkways are narrow and very uncomfortable. Chapter 90. Too many houses, can't remember. Moreover, this community seems to lack an underground parking lot, which is quite a significant flaw. Just as Li Tianyu was shaking his head in disappointment, he was suddenly called out to. Looking back, he was surprised to see Aunt Yang Huiying, whom he had just met, accompanied by a young man. The man looked quite familiar to Li Tianyu. He quickly remembered that this man should be Aunt Yang's grandson, Dongpeng. When Li Tianyu lived with his grandparents as a child, he played with Dongpeng. They were of similar ages and played well together back then. However, 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and he had almost forgotten about it. Li Tianyu first greeted Aunt Yang Huiying. Hello, Aunt Huiying. Hello. By the way, do you still recognize my grandson? Aunt Yang pointed to Dongpeng and asked. I recognize him. Li Tianyu took the initiative to extend his hand and shake hands with Dongpeng. Li Tianyu did not use his information master ability. He had long lost the novelty and wouldn't use it unless necessary. Judging by Dongpeng's expression, he didn't seem particularly enthusiastic about Li Tianyu. This is understandable. After so many years, even childhood playmates have long become strangers. Moreover, everyone has entered the workforce now, and their thoughts are becoming more complex. The simplicity, innocence, and cuteness of student days are long gone. Li Tianyu didn't mind. After all, if you aren't enthusiastic, I won't be either. There's basically no chance to meet again in the future. Lehigh City is also a first-tier city in the country, on par with the capital, and can be considered an economic center, even more prosperous and fashionable than the capital. By the way, Xiaoping, what are you working on now? I seem to have forgotten. I'm an engineer. Li Tianyu smiled. A city attack lion. That's good. That's good. Those who do city attacks earn a lot. At this point, Dong Peng seemed a bit proud, almost with a sense of superiority. By the way, Xiaoyu, I heard from your grandma that you work in the capital? What do you do? Yang Huiying asked. Li Tianyu could only respond. I'm a tortoise transforming lion. Dong Peng immediately said, you must be someone who gives advice, right? Oh, giving advice, that's nice, that's nice. Li Tianyu didn't mind, thinking he would just chat for a bit and leave. Little did he know, Yang Huiying was also a chatterbox and kept talking endlessly. Yang Huiying curiously asked, by the way, what are you doing here? Li Tianyu, didn't I hear you say that this place is going to be demolished? I came to take a look. Yang Huiying immediately smiled and said, oh, there's nothing to see here. Demolition isn't exactly a good thing. I've lived here for so many years and actually don't want to leave. Dong Peng thought more than Yang Huiying and couldn't help but ask, you're not thinking of coming to buy a house for investment since it's about to be demolished, are you? Li Tianyu paused, thinking he wasn't wrong in guessing, but he had already bought it. Dong Peng continued, let me tell you it's no use. The news has already been released. Who would still sell their house? Even if there are houses for sale, they would be sky-high prices, definitely more expensive than the capital. Yang Huiying waved her hand. Xiaoyu, let me tell you, the household registration and property rights have already been frozen, so even if you buy it, you can't transfer the ownership. The two of them said this with a sense of superiority. When it comes to demolition, many people say they don't want it. But in their hearts, they are actually quite happy. Looking at Dong Peng's little expression, it seemed like Li Tianyu was too naive, wanting to speculate but unable to do so. However, Li Tianyu casually said, you misunderstood. I'm not here to buy a house. I'm here to collect my house. Dong Peng and Yang Huiying were stunned upon hearing this. Collect a house? What does that mean? Li Tianyu smiled and said, actually, I bought a house here a few months ago and haven't had a chance to see it until today. I just heard it's going to be demolished. So I came to take a look. Ah, you've already bought it. Li Tianyu, I saw the demolition notice at the entrance. It's serious. They're going to level it next month. If I don't take a look now, I won't get another chance. Yang Huiying, oh, then you're really lucky. Which building and room number did you buy? Li Tianyu, Aunt Huiying, I bought 3 sets. Let me think. It seems to be 1 set each from Building 7, Building 2, and Building 11. It seemed like Dong Peng showed an expression of disbelief. What do you mean it seems to be? You can't even remember the specific room numbers of the houses you bought? Li Tianyu waved his hand. How could I remember? I have too many houses. I can't keep track. Wow, that is too bold. Is it really true? Li Tianyu wasn't exaggerating. He really did have many houses. Besides the 3 newly acquired ones, he had several in the capital as well. Dong Peng found it hard to believe. How many years has Li Tianyu been working? Has it been 10 years since graduating from university? He, Dong Peng, a city attack lion, had several years of experience, with a salary above the average line. He just bought a small apartment in Lehigh City with a loan, and that was still in the suburbs. How could Li Tianyu have several houses? It seemed impossible. At this moment, Li Tianyu's phone rang. It was a strange local number. Li Tianyu pressed the answer button. Ah, are you Grandpa Nyo, the security guard? Hello. Yes. I'm Li Tianyu. The property certificate is with you, right? That's perfect. I'm inside the community, on the road directly facing the main gate. Okay, I'll wave. You should be able to see me. Li Tianyu waved his hand. Sure enough, he saw an old man from the security booth walking over with a paper bag in hand. The old man was indeed Grandpa Nyo, the security guard. Grandpa Nyo saw Yang Huiying and said, oh, you're here too. Yang Huiying couldn't help but say, old Nyo, what is this? Grandpa Nyo, I'm delivering something to him. Someone just left it with me, saying it belongs to the owner, Li Tianyu. As he spoke, Grandpa Nyo handed the yellow paper bag to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu naturally knew what was inside, so he tore it open and took out the contents. 3 red books, held in his hand, felt heavy in his heart. Those were the property certificates. 3 property certificates represented 3 houses. Li Tianyu opened them one by one. They were the property certificates for Building 7, Room 203, Building 2, Room 402, and Building 11, Room 603. Yang Huiying and Dong Peng stared wide-eyed. Even Grandpa Nyo couldn't help but say, huh, you have 3 houses. And they are all in our Fuhuali. Young man, you've made it big. Chapter 91. Isn't your son also my son? Li Tianyu really left his phone number with Yang Huiying. In matters like demolition, various rumors could turn out to be true. So having a familiar person to keep him informed was nice. Li Tianyu chatted casually for a bit more with the two before saying goodbye and leaving. It's no wonder. 3 houses in Fuhuali. Once they're demolished, that's a fortune. Not to mention how much the demolition compensation will be. Just the resettlement houses are enough to make people jealous. Moreover, this guy Li Tianyu is still young. Where did he get so much money to buy houses? And he bought 3 at once. Do planners really earn that much? Yang Huiying was also a bit stunned, murmuring, I really couldn't tell when you were a kid. You've done so well growing up. Her voice was small, but Dong Peng heard it and showed a rather embarrassed expression. He originally thought he was already doing well enough. Being a senior software engineer with a monthly salary exceeding 30,000 yuan, but unexpectedly, he was outdone by Li Tianyu. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu began to tour the 3 houses in Fuhuali. Although they were about to be demolished, he couldn't just not take a look. Among the 3 houses, 2 were large units over 100 square meters, both 3-bedroom. The 145 square meter house even had 2 bathrooms, making it quite comfortable to live in. Li Tianyu went in to take a look. The decoration was as good as ever, stylish and simple, with a reasonable layout and high quality. Household appliances were also complete. It was really a pity that such good decoration was about to be demolished to nothing. Wait a minute, with the demolition, what would happen to these appliances? They can't just be thrown away with the house, right? There were TVs, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, and even an oven and a dishwasher, which are not commonly used in domestic households. Can these things be moved out? Even if they can't be sold, they can still be used by oneself. System assistant. They can be used personally, but cannot be bought, sold, or gifted. Otherwise, they will be destroyed. The so-called destruction probably means they will break, right? They won't just explode on the spot, right? System assistant. Host. That is not necessarily the case. Alright, there is no way to communicate with the system assistant anymore. Dealing with these appliances and furniture is a small matter. Li Tianyu didn't dwell on it. After finishing the tours of all 3 houses, he felt quite tired, as this 6-story building had no elevator and relied entirely on 2 legs. As soon as he entered his home, he smelled the aroma of food. Yi Zuiping and Li Guohua were busy in the kitchen, both working together. Li Tianyu, I took a stroll nearby. What delicious food are you making? Yi Zuiping, we have everything. It's all your favorites. Li Tianyu was indeed very hungry and felt his appetite stirring. Delicious dishes were served one after another on the dining table. Just as Li Tianyu picked up his chopsticks, he thought of something and put them down again. Yi Zuiping asked curiously, what's wrong? Not hungry. As she spoke, Li Tianyu took the paper bag from the sofa and handed it to Yi Zuiping. What's this? Yi Zuiping asked while opening the bag. When she saw what was inside, her expression became even more puzzled. Li Guohua noticed, a property deed? 3 red property certificates were laid out, leaving Li Tianyu's parents stunned. Yi Zuiping couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyu, what's going on? Only then did Li Tianyu pick up his chopsticks and start eating. I bought 3 apartments in the Fuhuali community earlier and just got the property certificates. Fuhuali community? Which community is that? Li Guohua and Yi Zuiping exchanged glances, puzzled. Li Guohua said, I know. It sounds familiar. It's right next to the old city. On the way to his grandparents' house, Yi Zuiping showed a look of realization. Oh, it's that place. That community looks pretty good, but how did you buy 3? Are the prices cheap? Li Guohua replied, cheap? It's already in the new city. The price is at least 20,000. Although Li Guohua spoke casually, he and his wife Yi Zuiping were both quite surprised. Even if it's 20,000 per square meter, how much would 3 apartments cost? And then looking at the area on the property certificates, one is 98 square meters, another is 130 square meters, and the last one is even more impressive at 145 square meters. Can you even live in all of that? Yi Zuiping couldn't help but say, Xiaoyu, are you planning to marry 3 wives? Cough, cough. Li Tianyu almost spit out all the rice in his mouth. He had never realized before that his mom had such a wild imagination. Li Guohua said seriously, what are you talking about? That's bigamy. Li Tianyu's face was full of black lines, and he quickly waved his hands. Dad, Mom, can you say something more reasonable? Yi Zuiping said to Li Guohua, look, the kid is quite capable. No need to worry about the wedding house. He has already bought 3. Of course, Li Guohua was also very happy. Who wouldn't want their son to be successful? Yi Zuiping's expression changed. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Li Tianyu replied, no problem. It's just that the Fuhuali community is about to be demolished. Huh, is that true? Yi Zuiping and Li Guohua were both shocked. Such good luck? Just bought 3 apartments, and they're all going to be demolished. This luck is extraordinary. My goodness, it's like winning the lottery. Yi Zuiping couldn't help but exclaim. Li Guohua was more cautious. Is this news reliable? It can't just be a rumor, right? Li Tianyu said, the news is very reliable. There is already a demolition notice posted at the community entrance. It seems quite urgent. Normally, after the demolition is completed, construction will start next month. So fast. What's the demolition policy? I don't know. They should issue related notices later, Li Tianyu said. I usually don't stay in the capital, so you two will have to handle this. Yi Zuiping smiled broadly. No problem. We usually aren't busy anyway. I don't even know how the resettlement housing will be allocated. Generally, it will definitely be more than now. Li Guohua said, why get so many houses? He can't possibly live in all of them. Yi Zuiping glared at Li Guohua. Are you saying there are too many houses? Li Tianyu said, I can't live in all of them. These houses can be for you too, and for grandpa and grandma, and the rest can be rented out. See, my son is great. Yi Zuoping shot Li Guohua a glance. Li Guohua helplessly replied, what do you mean? Your son is also my son, right? Chapter 92, Brother-in-law's Troubles. After dinner, Yi Zuoping couldn't wait to pull Li Guohua out the door. They were going to Fuhua Li to see the 3 apartments for themselves. Looking at Yi Zuoping's excitement, if the conditions were right, they might move there. Li Tianyu brewed a pot of tea, just had a cup when his phone rang. Li Tianyu glanced at the screen. It was his sister Lily calling. He casually answered the phone, and the environment on the other end seemed to be inside a car. Li Tianyu, sister. Where are you? Li, I'm outside, about to pick up Ting. Ting, whose full name is Shi Xueding, is Li's daughter and Li Tianyu's niece. Li married early, and Shi Xueding is already in the 2nd grade of elementary school now. Li Tianyu, did you drive there yourself? Li, yeah, by the way. Why can't I reach mom and dad? I'm so anxious. Li Tianyu thought, those two are probably wandering around the Fuhua Li community. They are hard of hearing and probably didn't hear the phone. Why are you so anxious? Li, how can I not be anxious? I just got off work and heard that grandpa is sick. How is he now? Li Tianyu, he's fine now. He just got admitted to the hospital and is waiting for a bypass surgery. Li, okay, I'll go to the hospital to see him after I pick up Ting. Li Tianyu, sister, where's my brother-in-law? Isn't he going? Li, he has a meeting at noon. He said he would take a taxi after it's over. Li Tianyu thought for a moment and said, how about this? Give me the address of the meeting and I'll go pick him up. Li, no need. Let him take a taxi by himself. Li Tianyu said, since he had nothing to do, it would be good to take a trip and also see his brother-in-law. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since Li Tianyu had seen his brother-in-law Shi Feng. It was time to say hello. Li thought about it and felt it was okay, so she agreed. Li Tianyu hung up the phone and quickly received a text message from Li with the address of brother-in-law Shi Feng's meeting. Shi Feng worked at a construction design company called Huiyan, where he was the design director. In Yinyan City, Shi Feng could be considered young and promising, with a salary above the local standard. Of course, compared to the capital, he was still quite a bit behind. The meeting Shi Feng attended was actually a bid communication meeting, and the venue was at Yuta Building. Yuta Building is located in the city center of Yinyan City. Li Tianyu was not unfamiliar with the area. There were several large shopping malls nearby. Li Tianyu picked up the car keys, locked the door, and went downstairs. It was slightly congested from home to Yuta Building, taking more than half an hour to arrive. Li Tianyu had already called Shi Feng in advance, and the two had agreed to meet in the lobby on the 1st floor of the North Building. When he arrived at the North Building lobby, Li Tianyu saw Shi Feng sitting on the sofa in the rest area looking at his phone. Li Tianyu walked over to greet him. Shi Feng also stood up and patted Li Tianyu on the shoulder. I heard you've been doing well lately. Li Tianyu chuckled. Brother-in-law, long time no see, don't mock me. By the way, how was the meeting? As soon as Shi Feng heard this, he started shaking his head and sighing. Li Tianyu was puzzled. What? How did the meeting go so poorly? Shi Feng, in our line of work, communication meetings are quite important. Previously, Li Tianyu had no interest in Shi Feng's work, but now it was different. He wanted to hear about anything. Since Li Tianyu was interested, Shi Feng began to explain. This so-called communication meeting was essentially a meet and greet with a large real estate company and a warm-up for a bidding meeting. The purpose was to allow the real estate company to exchange ideas with the design units participating in the bid. The real estate company was a local enterprise in Yinyan City called Shuhong Real Estate, and there were not just Shi Feng's company participating in the bidding. Shi Feng, there are about 4 or 5 companies, but comparatively, our Huiyan is more capable. After all, we are an established architectural design company with a good reputation in the industry. Li Tianyu curiously asked, is there still a problem? Shi Feng sighed again. This is a big problem. There's a construction design company called Jianing that was just established a few months ago. They didn't seem significant at first, but it seems they have some private connections with Shuhong. You know what I mean? Li Tianyu finally understood. It turned out that a newly established architectural design company was involved in some shady dealings with this real estate enterprise. Such things are not uncommon in the construction industry. If a construction company has strong public relations and some ties with real estate companies, then the so-called bidding process is just a formality. No matter how established Shi Feng's company, Huiyan Architectural Design, is, no matter how strong its reputation in the industry or how good its design proposals are, it cannot compete with the underhanded tactics of others. Shi Feng's design department had prepared for this bidding meeting for a long time, and their design proposal had gone through multiple revisions and was already outstanding. They were very confident before this communication meeting. However, during the meeting, the design led by Shi Feng was neglected by the representatives of Shuhong Real Estate, who pointed out many issues that, from a professional perspective, were completely unfounded and nitpicky. In contrast, the design proposal provided by the newly established Jianing Architectural Design Company was unremarkable and had nothing special about it. Yet it received praise from the representatives of the real estate company. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that although the bidding meeting had not yet started, the tone had already been set, and the design proposal that would likely win the bid would be from Jianing Architectural Design Company. At this point, Shifeng felt somewhat dispirited. In fact, when it comes to the real estate industry, Li Tianyu could be considered an insider. He was directly appointed as a planner by the president's office of Aihua Real Estate. Aihua Real Estate is a national company, compared to Shuhong Real Estate in Yinyan City. It's like comparing an elephant to an ant. Unfortunately, the main player in this bidding process was not Aihua Real Estate, so Li Tianyu could do nothing to help. Shifeng gathered his emotions and said, "Let's go, visit the old man in the hospital." Just as the two were about to leave, someone approached them. The person called out, "Director Shi, you haven't left yet?" Shifeng quickly replied, "Team Leader Song, we were just about to leave." Unable to help himself, Shifeng called out to Team Leader Song again. "Team Leader Song, wait a moment." Song Xingde, the leader of the bidding team for Shuhong Real Estate, came over. Chapter 93. I seem to see a familiar face. It seemed that Shifeng was vexed by this guy. However, given their mutual interests, Shifeng could not express his anger and had to curry favor with him. Shifeng stopped Song Xingde not for anything else, but to seize this chance of a private encounter to communicate once more. Although the chances of turning the situation around were slim, Shifeng's design team had put in a lot of effort, and he was really unwilling to give up so easily. Song Xingde asked, "Is there something else, Director Shi?" Shifeng replied, "Well, I hope Shuhong Real Estate can reconsider our company's design. To be honest, Song Xingde interrupted, "Director Shi, this isn't our first collaboration. Of course, your company's design will be considered." Shifeng couldn't help but say no. "It sounded like you didn't value our design very much just now." Song Xingde waved his hand dismissively. "Director Shi, this is just a communication meeting, not a bidding meeting. We haven't made a conclusion about whose design proposal we favor yet, so don't dwell on it." Shifeng was somewhat speechless. Song Xingde's attitude was quite clear, with the underlying message being that Huayan's design proposal had no chance. Just then, a few more people walked over. The leader was a woman, around 40 years old, dressed in a professional short-skirt suit, looking very capable. With every gesture, she exuded charm. "Team Leader Song, you're still here." Upon seeing her, Song Xingde immediately put on a smiling face, completely different from the serious demeanor he had with Shifeng. "Oh, Manager Zhou, hello." As he spoke, Song Xingde warmly shook hands with the so-called Manager Zhou, appearing very much like a familiar acquaintance. Manager Zhou, whose real name was Zhou Shuman, was the person in charge of this bidding for Jianing Architectural Design Company. Watching their interaction, even Li Tianyu wouldn't believe there was no foul play involved. Zhou Shuman then noticed Shifeng and smiled. "Director Shi, what are you waiting for? The meeting is over, right?" Shifeng was already unhappy, and hearing this made him even more annoyed. "I'm still here, and so are you." Zhou Shuman glanced at Shifeng. "Heh, Director Shi, where does your anger come from?" Shifeng replied, "I'm not angry." Seeing that Shifeng was still somewhat defiant, Zhou Shuman turned to Song Xingde and said, "Team Leader Song, why don't you tell us which design proposal is better, ours at Jianing or theirs at Huayan?" Song Xingde was taken aback and stammered, "Manager Zhou, you say that, but both of your design proposals have their merits, and we haven't decided on which one to use yet." Zhou Shuman laughed. "Oh, come on, stop hiding it. We're not idiots. Just tell us straight which one you plan to use." Song Xingde forced a smile. How could he say such a thing? Even if the result was already predetermined, the process still needed to be followed, otherwise it would be too blatant. Shifeng glared. "Team Leader Song, what does she mean? Can you say it clearly?" Song Xingde was somewhat irritated. "You want me to be clear? Fine, we have considered both designs from your companies, but we're leaning more towards Jianing." "Why?" Shifeng was very angry, his voice rising. "No reason. Jianing's design has more advantages and features." "Team Leader Song, if you say that, I don't understand. Anyone knowledgeable can see that Jianing's design is completely unremarkable. A simple online search yields countless similar designs." Song Xingde glared. "What do you mean? Are you saying I don't understand the industry?" Zhou Shuman added fuel to the fire. "Yeah, Director Shi is saying that, which is a slap in Team Leader Song's face. How rude. How can you still participate in the bidding?" It was apparent that Shifeng was no match for Zhou Shuman. Zhou Shuman was clearly trying to suppress Shifeng. Once she secured her position, the resources and industry influence would be hers. Li Tianyu genuinely wanted to use his intelligence skills to probe into Zhou Shuman's background. If there were any dirt, it could be used. First, Zhou Shuman was a woman, and it would be unreasonable for her to shake hands with Li Tianyu. He couldn't just grab her hand out of the blue, or he'd end up in trouble. Second, even if he successfully caught Zhou Shuman's weakness, it wouldn't be worth using it to threaten her just to help his brother-in-law win this bidding. After all, this was a double-edged sword. Currently, the benefits and costs were clearly disproportionate. There was risk, and the risk was quite high, making it easy to backfire. After all, it was just a bidding meeting. It wasn't a matter of life and death. Therefore, Li Tianyu decided to abandon the idea of taking action. A scheming woman is just that. It seemed that Zhou Shuman sensed Li Tianyu's gaze and glanced over. However, she didn't care about him, thinking he was just part of Shifeng's team. Shifeng wasn't worth her attention, let alone his subordinate. At this moment, Song Xingda said, Director Shi, whatever you say now is useless. We will carefully consider the design proposals from both of your companies. Until the results come out, let's not make wild guesses, all right? Shifeng remained silent. He had already seen through Song Xingda, who was clearly two-faced and likely had some dealings with Zhou Shuman behind the scenes. Song Xingda saw that Shifeng had this kind of attitude and also became a bit indifferent. Supervisor Shi, we are old acquaintances, having collaborated more than once. You throw a fit just because you are slightly unhappy. Are we still going to cooperate in the future? Shifeng helplessly shook his head. What Song Xingda said was indeed a rule of the industry. It was blunt, but not unreasonable. One cannot offend an old client just because of one unsuccessful bid, as that could easily lead to a lack of business. Shifeng had no choice but to lower his head. All right, team leader Song, let's talk about future matters later. Song Xingda laughed heartily and patted Shifeng on the shoulder. That's more like it, Supervisor Shi. We have plenty of time ahead. Zhou Shuman displayed a proud smile. Exactly. It's just one bidding process. Even if not selected, there's no need to act like a jilted lover. Shifeng's expression changed. Just then, Song Xingda's phone rang. He immediately answered it. Hello, General Manager Yang. Hello. You've arrived? At the door? Oh, I'm in the lobby. I'll be right out. No need. All right, I'll wait for you. There are a few friends here. You can get to know them. Before anyone could react, Song Xingda went out to greet him. Shifeng was about to tell Li Tianyu to leave when he noticed that Li Tianyu was frozen in place. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Chapter 94, that's right. I am General Manager Li. An acquaintance? However, in Yinyan City, Li Tianyu had a few classmates and friends, so it wasn't surprising for him to run into someone familiar. Shifeng, let us go. We're heading to the hospital. Li Tianyu shook his head. Brother-in-law, no rush. Let's wait a bit. Shifeng was taken aback. What was this little brother-in-law up to today? Song Xingda had clearly sided with Zhou Shuman, and staying any longer was pointless. However, he still needed to show some courtesy and at least say goodbye to Song Xingda before leaving to avoid giving anyone an excuse. The person on the phone with Song Xingda just now was a man, around 30 years old, tall, and with sharp eyes. Seeing Song Xingda smiling and flattering, it was evident that he was putting on a submissive attitude toward that person. Who could this man be? Could he be an executive from Shuhong Real Estate? But to put it that way, Song Xingda was already an executive. If he were the company president, the age wouldn't match, as the president would be in their 50s or 60s, with hardly any hair left. Both Shifeng and Zhou Shuman were confused. However, no matter who this person was, he was definitely someone important. This industry circle is actually quite small. Getting to know a figure within it is a rare opportunity. Zhou Shuman smiled and said, General Manager Song, please introduce us. This is... Song Xingda chuckled and became even more obsequious. This is a big shot. This is Yang An, the assistant to the president of AI Hua Real Estate. Shifeng and Zhou Shuman were both taken aback. Even if they weren't insiders, they had heard of AI Hua Real Estate, which was one of the giants in the real estate industry, consistently ranking among the top 5 in the country. And this person, looking young, was actually the president's assistant. An assistant works directly under the president, despite seemingly lacking a formal title. They are truly one person below the top echelon. Even the high-ranking executives of AI Hua Real Estate, who often look down on others, must bow their heads and show respect when meeting the president's assistant. As for why the assistant to the president of AI Hua Real Estate would come to meet Song Xingda, Shifeng and Zhou Shuman actually knew the reason. Although Shuhong Real Estate claimed to be a local company in Yinyan City, it was actually controlled by AI Hua Real Estate, serving as a front for AI Hua in Yinyan City. As an executive of a subsidiary company, Song Xingda would naturally adopt a fawning attitude when meeting the assistant from the headquarters. For architectural design companies like Shifeng and Zhou Shuman, being able to network with upper management of AI Hua Real Estate would be immensely beneficial. Zhou Shuman wouldn't miss this opportunity and directly extended her hand, displaying a gentle demeanor. Hello, Mr. Yang. I am Zhou Shuman, the design department manager of Jining Architectural Design Company. I hope we can have the opportunity to cooperate with AI Hua Real Estate in the future. Oh, Yang responded casually, his body unmoving, seemingly oblivious to Zhou Shuman's gesture. Zhou Shuman felt a bit awkward for a moment, but quickly masked it with a smile. Although she was the design department manager, she was not versed in design. Rather, her main responsibility in the company was public relations and business expansion. Zhou Shuman was excellent in public relations, having successfully dealt with Song Xingda, the bidding leader of Shuhong Real Estate, as proof. However, Yang appeared completely unapproachable. Shifeng initially wanted to get closer to Yang, but given the current situation, It seemed he looked down on professionals from this small place. Zhou Shuman quickly changed to a calm smile. Mr. Yang, may I ask how long you will be staying in Yinyan City? I would like to invite you to a meal on behalf of Jining. The person in question was Li Tianyu. Song Xingda's expression changed. He hadn't noticed the young man standing next to Shifeng just now and was unsure if he had touched Yang's nerves. Song Xingda quickly said, General Manager Yang. This person. At that moment, Yang spoke. General Manager Li, what are you doing here? Everyone was stunned, even more confused. General Manager Li? Which General Manager Li? Why was Yang calling this young man General Manager? Li Tianyu laughed heartily. Having held back for so long, he could finally vent. Yang, no. General Manager Yang. Yinyan is my hometown. I came here to stay for a few days. It's actually you who is rare to see here. Yang pointed at Song Xingda. I came here on business. Li Tianyu, what about General AI? Didn't he come? Yang, he didn't come. I came alone. Li Tianyu then understood that Yang was not only AI Baochuan's bodyguard, but also served as his assistant. AI Baochuan's thoughts were actually difficult to decipher. But Li Tianyu could guess most of it. People like Yang, who are seemingly dull, can be quite reliable when it comes to getting things done. Li Tianyu looked at Song Xingda. What's going on? Are AI Hua Real Estate and Shuhong Real Estate related? Yang nodded. They are related. Yang was always tight-lipped. A model of brevity. The conversation between Li Tianyu and Yang left the other three utterly bewildered, unable to speak. This situation was too abrupt. Especially for Song Xingda and Zhou Shuman. Just moments ago, Li Tianyu was practically invisible, assumed to be just Shifeng's subordinate. But what was happening now? The assistant to the big boss of AI Hua Real Estate was chatting with Li Tianyu. Not only that, but he also called him General Manager Li. Shifeng was even more astonished. As Li Tianyu's brother-in-law, he believed he knew him well enough. However, now Shifeng was completely dumbfounded, looking at Li Tianyu as if he were a stranger. What was the relationship between this little brother-in-law and Yang? Shifeng could not hold back any longer and asked, Xiaoyu, how do you two know each other? Li Tianyu showed a look of realization. Pointing at Yang, we once worked together. Work together? How could the assistant to the president of AI Hua Real Estate work with you? Yang spoke. We are currently also in a working relationship. Li Tianyu laughed. Right, brother-in-law, I forgot to tell you. I am actually a planner for AI Hua Real Estate. Shifeng, Song Xingda, and Zhou Shuman were all taken aback. They didn't expect this person to actually be from AI Hua Real Estate. But which department was this planner from? What kind of work did he do? Chapter 95. What does this mean? I helped you? Anyone with eyes could see that, judging from Yang's attitude, Li Tianyu didn't seem like an ordinary employee. Moreover, the title of General Manager Li was not simple. What kind of person can have added after their name, besides those whose titles include? There are also individuals with relatively high status. May I ask, Mr. Li, what is your occupation? Song Xingda couldn't help but ask. Li Tianyu waved his hand. I'm just someone who comes up with ideas, not really a job. Yang, you're the one who gives ideas to Mr. AI. Mr. AI? Song Xingda and Zhou Shuman exchanged glances. Mr. AI should be referring to AI Baoquan, the president of Ihua Real Estate, who is the top commander and quite famous in the real estate industry. For the few people present, he is definitely a figure at the top of the pyramid. This young Li Tianyu can actually come up with ideas for AI Baoquan, indicating that he has the trust of this big shot. Being so young and already in this position is truly remarkable. At this moment, Li Tianyu pointed at Shifeng and said, by the way, old Yang, this is my brother-in-law. Shifeng, an architectural designer. He is here to participate in the bidding meeting of Shuhong Real Estate. Yang proactively extended his hand to shake hands with Shifeng. Hello. Song Xingda's expression changed, shaking his head like a rattle drum. No, oh. Supervisor, sure, I didn't mean that. I just feel that your proposal has a bit of room for improvement. But as you said, objectively speaking, your design proposal is already very perfect, quite perfect. I think if it's at the bidding meeting, you will definitely be chosen for your design from Huyan. Song Xingda spoke passionately, his expression as if he were about to kneel and sing conquer. Not to mention Shifeng. Even Li Tianyu didn't expect Song Xingda to react this way. This attitude is completely different from the simple judgment made earlier. Their essay saying, when a person is down and out, they become invincible. Zhou Shuman's expression changed. Initially hesitating to speak, but finally couldn't help but say, Group Leader Song, you can't say that. Didn't we agree before? Oh, Manager Zhou. Song Xingda immediately interrupted Zhou Shuman, frowning and saying, I don't know what you think, but as the group leader of the bidding for Shuhong Real Estate, I absolutely won't privately say anything to you. Supervisor, sure, Manager Zhou. I, Song Xingda, hereby reiterate that your design proposals will go through, fair, open, and just evaluations and decisions. And there will absolutely be no private promises. Zhou Shuman's face turned pale with anger, her lips trembling. You must know that Song Xingda is a key figure in this bidding meeting for Shuhong Real Estate. To get through this, Zhou Shuman has put in a lot of effort, and there's no need to mention gifts. Gym membership cards, shopping mall recharge cards, discount cards for her son's tutoring classes, all sorts of cards, and even the beauty card of Song Xingda's wife. Those weren't too much. But Zhou Shuman also treated Song Xingda to drinks and meals. Oh, that scene was almost like accompanying someone for drinks. After working so hard for so long, what was originally agreed upon suddenly changed with Song Xingda. How could Zhou Shuman feel balanced about that? Of course, Zhou Shuman also understood that Song Xingda's change of heart was because Yang An was present. Yang An is someone from the headquarters of Aihua Real Estate, and he is also the president's assistant. Plus, this Li Tianyu is also a confidant of Mr. AI. But understanding or not, the duck that was within reach flew away. How could Zhou Shuman be willing? Song Xingda glanced at Zhou Shuman, feeling a bit guilty, but he also had his own difficulties. In fact, after Song Xingda became the leader of this bidding meeting, he has done quite a bit of shady business. If the Aihua headquarters found out, being fired would be a light punishment. He might even be blacklisted, losing the chance to work in the industry completely. Therefore, Song Xingda not only had to verbally cut off contact with Zhou Shuman's side, but he also had to ensure that Shifeng's side won the bid. Why? Because the design proposal from Shifeng's team is indeed the best. This is as clear as day. Even if Song Xingda had no conscience, he still had professional standards. And his mind was as clear as a mirror. Seeing Song Xingda's resolute expression, Zhou Shuman couldn't control herself and was completely furious. Zhou Shuman's tone turned severe, losing all her previous elegance. It made people feel that this woman's face changed too quickly. Before anyone could react, Zhou Shuman led her two followers toward the hall entrance. Song Xingda was stunned for a moment, then realized that Zhou Shuman might be going for a desperate move. If she reported him, it would be disastrous. So, Song Xingda turned to the other three and said, "Sorry, I'll go see Manager Zhou off." Song Xingda hurriedly chased after her. Only then did Shifeng realize that the bidding meeting was probably secure. This was also thanks to his brother-in-law Li Tianyu's divine assistance. Moreover, Shifeng never expected that Li Tianyu would have connections with Aihua Real Estate and hold a significant position. Yang An turned to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu raised his eyebrows. "Yang An, what do you mean?" Li Tianyu, Yang An, did I help you? If one didn't know Yang An, Li Tianyu would definitely think he was pretending. However, he wasn't. Yang An was mostly like a stone, having come in halfway, and indeed hadn't grasped the situation. This can be considered professional quality. Li Tianyu, old Yang, you standing here is helping us, understand? Yang An understood. Suddenly, Yang An said, "By the way, Mr. AI just asked me to find you." Li Tianyu, looking for me? What for? Yang An shook his head. Mr. AI didn't say, just said to contact him when you have time. Li Tianyu, why didn't he call me? Yang An, he was in a hurry to go to the film academy. Li Tianyu, looking for girls? Yang An, the nearby Shifeng was confused, like a sand sculpture. Li Tianyu waved his hand to say goodbye, not bothering to exchange pleasantries with Yang An, and directly went to the hospital with his brother-in-law Shifeng. Chapter 96, Brother Gua is calling. Li Tianyu stayed at home for another day, arranging everything. First and foremost, the surgery for his grandfather, Li Shiyuan. Li Tianyu specifically communicated with the chief surgeon, Zhang Dian, to arrange it as soon as possible. Of course, Li Tianyu also discreetly slipped him a big red envelope with 10,000 yuan in it. In fact, Zhang Dian, as a doctor, is quite responsible. But since it's customary, especially for surgeries, Li Tianyu felt that giving a red envelope was more reliable. Then there was the demolition issue. Household measurements hadn't begun yet. But with his parents keeping an eye on things, Li Tianyu felt at ease. If anything happens, they just need to inform him. Once at home, Li Tianyu planned to rest for a day. As for AI Bao Yuan's side, Li Tianyu decided to wait until tomorrow to discuss it. After all, according to Yang An, it wasn't very urgent. Li Tianyu ordered takeout, eating while searching for information related to office buildings on his computer. There was still a quota of 1,900 square meters of office space available, and Li Tianyu still wanted to acquire some in the capital. First, it's convenient, right at his doorstep. Second, the rent is quite high, so there was no need to go to other first-tier cities. Li Tianyu had to give up choosing such places and instead focused on relatively cheaper areas like the North Fourth Ring and East Fourth Ring, where office buildings were also relatively concentrated. Just as Li Tianyu was contemplating this, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it read Brother Gua. Brother Gua's real name is Guo Guang. He is a chef skilled in both Chinese and Western cuisine. According to him, he works the most in the restaurant and uses the most pots, so he often has to take the blame at work. Which is why Li Tianyu nicknamed him Brother Gua. Li Tianyu once had the fortune to eat one of Guo Guang's dishes, and for that entire week, he felt disillusioned with other foods, which tasted like dirt. It sounds a bit exaggerated, but that is how it felt. Guo Guang's cooking is indeed impressive. In addition, it is said that Guo Guang had worked as a bartender in a bar for a few years, learning some bartending skills and receiving much praise. As for whether it's true, Li Tianyu hasn't had the chance to verify it. Guo Guang is in his early 30s and is quite sincere. But perhaps due to his impoverished background, he is somewhat stingy with money, possessing great cooking skills yet eating instant noodles all day. According to him, he is saving money to marry a wife. Fortunately, Guo Guang is highly skilled and has gained a bit of fame in the industry of the capital. After a few job changes, he is now working at a large chain Western restaurant in Wulitan, and his salary should be decent. Originally, Li Tianyu and Guo Guang were roommates. They lived in a 2-bedroom apartment, with Guo Guang in the master bedroom and Li Tianyu in the second bedroom. However, since Li Tianyu became the system host, he hasn't returned to the rented apartment at all. Li Tianyu calculated that the last rent payment was over 2 months ago, so it should be time to pay rent now. He quickly answered the phone. Hello, Brother Guo, long time no see. Guo Guang, I didn't expect you to actually answer the phone. Li Tianyu asked in surprise. Why can't I answer the phone? Guo Guang, I thought you had gone missing or worked yourself to death, dying at your workstation. Guo Guang, that's good. If you hadn't answered, I would have reported you missing. Li Tianyu felt a bit touched. As a lonely migrant in the capital, having someone care about your safety is quite rare. Li Tianyu, Brother Guo, is it time to pay the rent? Guo Guang, yes, the landlord called to remind me. Li Tianyu thought for a moment and said, Brother Guo, are you home? Guo Guang, yes, I'm off today. Li Tianyu, then I'll come over right away to chat. After hanging up the phone, Li Tianyu went downstairs, got into his car, and drove out of the community. His destination was the Huangjing Garden community outside the 5th Ring Road. Perhaps it was named that because you could see the 5th ring from the upper floors. Since arriving in the capital, Li Tianyu had basically rented a place nearby, and he was very familiar with the area. Although the entire Huangjing Garden community is not large, it has over a dozen buildings, each with more than 20 floors, resulting in a very high residential density. This is truly a pigeon cage. Almost everyone living here are renters, mostly working in companies or internet firms. Li Tianyu did not like the apartments here. The floors are thin, and the sound insulation is poor. Any noise from upstairs, downstairs, or next door can be heard clearly. After driving into the community, he finally found a parking spot. After parking the car, Li Tianyu headed to room 1503 of Building 3. He had lived here for more than a year. When Li Tianyu reached the door, he knocked. The door opened, and he was stunned. It was a woman who opened the door. The woman looked ageless, seemingly about the same age as Guo Guang, but perhaps a bit older. Overall, she looked decent. By Li Tianyu's scoring standard, she would be around 6 points. But who is this woman? Are you Li Tianyu? The woman asked. Li Tianyu. Yes, that's me. Come in, she said, stepping aside to let him into Guo Guang's room. Li Tianyu was taken aback. He guessed this must be Brother Guo's girlfriend. She looked fine overall, but her attitude was a bit off. The living room still looked familiar, but it was much cleaner, likely because Guo Guang's girlfriend tidied up. It must be said that having a woman around does make a difference. One wonders how this simple-minded Guo Guang managed to attract such a girl. Sizzling sounds filled the air, and Li Tianyu smelled food cooking. He walked over. Oh, Brother Guo, rare to see. Are we not having instant noodles today? Guo Guang wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned. It's been so long since I've seen you. I have to make you a good meal. Li Tianyu, cheers. Brother Guo, the meals you make are like divine medicine. Your kindness is something I can never forget. Guo Guang, stop the nonsense. Bring those 2 dishes over. Okay. Li Tianyu brought the 2 fragrant dishes to the dining table outside. One was stir-fried lamb with scallions, and the other was sawed kidney. Li Tianyu couldn't help but shout, Brother Guo, are you planning to give me a big boost? What exactly are you up to? Chapter 97. Brother Guo's woman has issues. There were 6 dishes and a soup, which felt a bit extravagant for 3 people. At this moment, Brother Guo's girlfriend came out of the room and sat across from Li Tianyu, not saying a word. Li Tianyu was puzzled. Could it be that this woman held a grudge against him? However, he didn't care much. After all, she was Brother Guo's girlfriend, not his. Guo Guang also sat down next to his girlfriend, grinning foolishly. Tianyu, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Zhu Shanshan. Li Tianyu quickly said. Hello. I'm Li Tianyu. Zhu Shanshan nonchalantly replied. I know, old Guo often mentions you, saying you're like a dragon, appearing and disappearing. Li Tianyu frowned. Brother Guo, that's not right. Although I am as handsome as a dragon, adding the word divine is a bit exaggerated. The spread on the table was extravagant, mostly meat dishes, including cashew shrimp. Li Tianyu remembered Guo Guang once saying that the kind of life he dreamed of was being able to eat cashew shrimp freely, eating it every day. This dish held an esteemed and sacred status in Guo Guang's heart. Seeing him willing to serve such a divine dish made Li Tianyu particularly moved. Brother Guo, I never realized before how good you are to me. Li Tianyu looked at him with tears in his eyes, only to find Guo Guang busily serving shrimp to Zhu Shanshan. Li Tianyu shouted, Brother Guo, that's not right. Who are you treating to dinner here? Guo Guang awkwardly smiled. You never said you liked shrimp. As they ate and chatted, Guoguang said, by the way, the landlord said he would come to collect the rent tomorrow, so if you're still renting, get ready. Li Tianyu hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Gua, I won't be renting anymore. Guoguang asked in surprise, not renting anymore? Where will you live? Li Tianyu could tell that Guoguang genuinely cared about him as a roommate, so he didn't want to reveal his housing situation, fearing it would embarrass him in front of his girlfriend. Just as Li Tianyu was about to speak, he was interrupted by Zhu Shanshan. Oh, old Gua, don't worry about where he lives. Can't he take care of himself? Guoguang opened his mouth, but remained silent. This is understandable. Perhaps he wanted to enjoy a world for two. But understanding or not, Li Tianyu still didn't quite like Zhu Shanshan, Brother Gua's girlfriend. However, his feelings didn't matter. As long as Brother Gua liked her, that was enough. Li Tianyu had to say, it's okay, Brother Gua, I have a place to stay. So you don't need to worry about me. Just enjoy your life together. Zhu Shanshan laughed happily. Old Gua, you should learn from him. He knows how to speak well. Come on, brotherly, let me toast you with water instead of wine, wishing you happiness in life. Li Tianyu was taken aback, clinking glasses with Zhu Shanshan and taking a sip of water. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. How did Zhu Shanshan end up with Guoguang? It wasn't that Guoguang's conditions were particularly poor. On the contrary, in Li Tianyu's view, Guoguang was honest, straightforward, and pure, a rare, kind-hearted person. Therefore, he should find a virtuous and gentle wife to live a simple life. But Zhu Shanshan seemed rather slick, fond of playing little tricks. Would a woman like this really fall for a simple-looking, somewhat stingy man? As the saying goes, people of different paths do not form a family. And this matter felt quite strange no matter how one thought about it. As Li Tianyu contemplated this, he wiped his hands with a tissue on the table. Brother Gua's girlfriend. Although Brother Gua and I are roommates and have a good relationship, we've become buddies. Since this is our first meeting, I should at least shake hands with you, right? As he said this, Li Tianyu glanced at Guoguang. Brother Gua, you don't mind, do you? Guoguang certainly didn't mind. He waved his hand and was busy eating cashew shrimp. Zhu Shanshan also didn't mind and generously extended her hand to shake Li Tianyu's. Hello, brotherly, eat more. Thank you, Sister Gua. Li Tianyu lowered his hand and looked at Zhu Shanshan with a meaningful glance. After all, Guoguang's cooking was still as high level as ever. It not only preserved the original flavors of the ingredients, but also catered to the taste of the Chinese, which was not easy to achieve. Additionally, although Guoguang was stingy, he was 100% strict when it came to selecting ingredients. By his standards, the chosen ingredients had to be at least 1 to 2 times more expensive than ordinary quality items. With such delicious food, Li Tianyu certainly wouldn't let it go to waste, eating until the bowl was empty and his stomach was bulging. Li Tianyu didn't find it strange. He just sat on the sofa in the living room, playing with his phone. After a while, Zhu Shanshan came out. Brotherly, where are you planning to go later? The way she said it made it sound like she was afraid Li Tianyu wouldn't leave. I still have some things in my room. I'll pack them up and take them with me. Zhu Shanshan replied. Then I advise you to hurry up. It will be rush hour soon. And the subway will be very crowded. Li Tianyu chuckled. It's okay. I drove here. Zhu Shanshan was taken aback, clearly surprised. At this moment, Guoguang finished tidying up and came out. Tianyu, you really won't stay here? Li Tianyu replied. No, I'm not staying. Brother Gua, are you going to miss me? Guoguang laughed. I might miss you a little, but if you have a better place, I won't stop you. Besides, we're all in the capital. We can still get together when we have time. Li Tianyu nodded. By the way, I'll refund your deposit later. This place will be for me and Shanshan. As he spoke, Guoguang glanced at Zhu Shanshan, showing a rather cheesy expression. Li Tianyu said, no rush. Give it to me whenever it's convenient. Guoguang insisted. That's not acceptable. We're like brothers. Let us settle accounts clearly. Saying this, Guoguang was about to go back inside to get the money. Li Tianyu called him back. Brother Gua, don't rush. I have something to discuss with you. Guoguang readily replied. Sure, go ahead. Li Tianyu looked at Zhu Shanshan and asked, how old is Sister Gua? Has she ever told you? Both Guoguang and Zhu Shanshan froze at the same time. Zhu Shanshan showed an unhappy expression. Of course, I've told him. But what does that have to do with you? Guoguang also didn't expect Li Tianyu would ask this question. But Li Tianyu smiled and said, of course it matters. Although Brother Gua and I are roommates, we are also buddies, right? As buddies, I should help keep an eye on things. Zhu Shanshan's expression changed, and her anger surged. Guoguang quickly waved his hand. Oh, what do you mean? I'm quite satisfied. Chapter 98. Brother Gua, the pot that bears the blame. Old Gua, what are you satisfied with? Are you actually judging my conditions? Guoguang widened his eyes. I wouldn't dare. How could I? Zhu Shanshan pointed her criticism at Li Tianyu. You're not staying here anymore. So hurry up and leave. You've eaten and drunk enough, and now you're not only lingering here, but also saying some nonsense. What are you trying to achieve? Zhu Shanshan's words were extremely harsh, but Li Tianyu remained unfazed. Zhu Shanshan, Are you from Luxia province? Zhu Shanshan was taken aback and turned to look at Guoguang. Guoguang quickly waved his hand. I didn't say anything. I didn't tell him. Li Tianyu said, all right, I guessed it. I also know you came to the capital 2 years ago. Zhu Shanshan laughed. Oh, are you a fortune teller? You guessed quite accurately. Li Tianyu stood up from the sofa and said to Guoguang. She told you she is 29, right? Yeah, how did you know? Guoguang blurted out without thinking. Li Tianyu patted Guoguang's shoulder. Brother Gua, you've been deceived. She is not 29. She is actually 34 this year. Guoguang was taken aback and turned to Zhu Shanshan. 34? Is that true? Zhu Shanshan looked even more shocked than Guoguang. What are you talking about? Li Tianyu said, then show me your ID. Zhu Shanshan refused to go because she was indeed 34 this year. Guoguang was 31, 3 years younger than her. Guoguang didn't mind at all, laughing heartily. I thought it was something serious. What's the big deal about being a few years older? I don't care, and besides, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older carries gold bricks, so in that sense, we're quite compatible. Cut it out, that sounds nice, Zhu Shanshan scoffed. Guoguang genuinely didn't mind the age issue, but Li Tianyu hadn't finished speaking. Brother Gua, fine, even if you don't mind her hiding her age. But she has been married before and has a child. Do you mind that? Upon hearing this, Guoguang immediately took 2 steps back. His first reaction to Li Tianyu's words was disbelief, but when he looked at Zhu Shanshan, he felt it was somewhat credible. At this moment, Zhu Shanshan's expression was fluctuating, turning red and then pale, and she didn't immediately refute. Even if Guoguang was really a fool, doubts had already arisen in his heart. The age issue was a minor matter. If she were just an older leftover woman, Guoguang truly wouldn't care. But if there was a child involved, that changed everything. It was like becoming an accidental father. More exaggerated than a TV drama. Guoguang's mind froze for a moment. Licking his lips, is it a boy or a girl? Li Tianyu nearly dropped his jaw upon hearing this. Brother Gua has gone crazy. Why are you asking that? Suddenly, Zhu Shanshan burst into tears, sobbing. Old Gua, it's my fault. I shouldn't have hidden this from you. I was married before. But it was 10 years ago. Back then, I didn't understand, and I was deceived by a gangster from my hometown. I ended up with him for no reason. Then got married and had a boy. But we've been divorced for a long time, and we have no contact. Guoguang couldn't help but ask, how old is he? 8. He is 8 years old. As she spoke, Zhu Shanshan cried out loud. And this time it was truly heartfelt. Guoguang hesitated for a moment, wanting to comfort her, but Zhu Shanshan stumbled and sat down on the floor. Her body trembling like a scarecrow swaying in the wind. Guoguang fell for it. He was into this kind of drama, and quickly squatted down to pull Zhu Shanshan up. Zhu Shanshan refused to get up, crying harder and harder. Approaching the brink of collapse, Li Tianyu secretly cursed. This guy really knows how to act. Does Oscar owe her a little golden man? Guoguang said, Shanshan, don't cry. I already know. There is no need to cry about this. Zhu Shanshan replied. Okay, I won't cry. It's my own fault. I can't help it, sob. Old Gua, I'm sorry. I'll leave soon. Anyway, I just moved in, and my boxes aren't even unpacked. Upon hearing this, Guoguang panicked. You're leaving? Why do you want to leave? Where are you going? Shanshan, don't go. What will I do if you leave? Zhu Shanshan was about to speak, but was interrupted by Li Tianyu. He really couldn't hold it in anymore. Is this a live-action version of a contemporary Qiangyao drama? Li Tianyu asked. Brother Gua, what do you really want to do? Guoguang replied. Brother, I know you mean well, but since I've chosen her, I have to take responsibility to the end. I really can't bear to see her suffer. Li Tianyu's voice trembled. You really don't mind being an accidental father? Guoguang gritted his teeth. I don't mind, as long as she is sincere. Zhu Shanshan suddenly looked up. Old Gua, can you really accept my past? Guoguang replied. Shanshan, you should know what kind of person I am. Let us live well together in the future. There is no need to worry about anything else. To be honest, Brother Gua is indeed quite a unique character. Zhu Shanshan glared at Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu, how do you know about my business? Li Tianyu chuckled. You don't need to worry about that. I just know. Guoguang, seeing the two of them at odds, felt a bit anxious. All right. Let's just let this matter go. No need to hurt feelings. Li Tianyu, Brother Gua, don't be anxious yet. I haven't finished speaking. This Zhu Shanshan isn't sincere with you either. Both Guoguang and Zhu Shanshan were taken aback. Li Tianyu, she already has a man outside. She gets together with you not because she likes you, but because she likes your money. Guoguang was confused. What do you mean? Are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhu Shanshan was furious, pointing at Li Tianyu and cursing. Old Gua, let him go. If he doesn't leave, I will. Guoguang was at a loss. In his hand was Zhu Shanshan's phone. What are you doing? Why do you have my phone? Li Tianyu remained silent, lit up the screen, and glanced at Zhu Shanshan. The phone was pattern locked. Li Tianyu directly drew a pattern. It actually unlocked. Zhu Shanshan was shocked. How is that possible? How does he know the unlock pattern I set? At this moment, Zhu Shanshan should have rushed to snatch the phone. However, she didn't. She was completely stunned by Li Tianyu's bold move. Li Tianyu opened her WeChat. He clicked on a friend contact and handed it to Guo Guang. Their chat history was still there. Brother Guo, what should we do? You decide. Chapter 99. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. This action further aroused Guo Guang's suspicion. Guo Guang was tall and strong, while Zhu Shanshan, at only 1.58 meters, was like an ant trying to shake a tree. No matter how she pulled, she couldn't move Guo Guang's arm. Guo Guang's gaze fell on the screen. Zhu Shanshan's partner's WeChat nickname was Profound Dragon. Zhu Shanshan's WeChat nickname was Love Me, Please Stare. Profound Dragon, have you figured it out? How much money does that guy have? Curious expression, Love Me, Please Stare. He has a lot of money, I've inquired. His salary starts from 30,000, and I don't know how much his bonus is. Love Me, Please Stare. The key is that he's a miser. He hardly spends money. The last time I saw him having breakfast, he only nibbled on a steamed bun with half a bag of pickled vegetables. Stingy as hell. Profound Dragon, damn. Shocked expression, he's that stingy? Can he give you money? Love Me, Please Stare. Don't worry, it's definitely fine. He's a typical fool with lots of money, lacking common sense. Once I pretend to be with him, I'll force him to hand over all his savings and bank cards. Profound Dragon, damn. This guy is going to take advantage of you. Love Me, Please Stare. What? You don't want to? Why didn't you do this earlier? Profound Dragon, I don't want to. But you have to give and take. Follow the plan first. If he doesn't give, I'll go find him to settle the score. With someone like him, a few slaps will make him cough up all his money. Love Me, Please Stare. All you know is fighting, can't you think a little? Profound Dragon, what? You don't want me to hit him? Love Me, Please Stare. All right, I'm going to take a shower. Tomorrow I'm going to stay at his place. Try to contact me as little as possible. I'll tell you when I have news. Moi? Cute expression, Profound Dragon. All right, go. At first, Guo Guang felt like he had been struck by lightning, a bit dizzy. As he continued reading, he became more and more horrified and angry. Soon, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he was furious. However, it was already too late. Guo Guang had seen all the conversations between Zhu Shanshan and her partner on WeChat. You woman, you're truly vicious. More poisonous than a scorpion. Guo Guang pointed at Zhu Shanshan and cursed. Since the matter had been exposed, Zhu Shanshan simply decided to go all out. I lied to you. So what? Why don't you hit me, huh? Are you scared? An angry Guo Guang raised his hand, the muscles on his face twitching, but his hand never came down. I don't hit women, you should leave. Zhu Shanshan narrowed her eyes. Let me go? I didn't let you have fun for free. Guo Guang was so angry he couldn't speak. Li Tianyu smiled and interjected. What? You still want payment for services rendered? How much for a night? I'll pay for him. Zhu Shanshan's expression changed. This time, it was her turn to be enraged. Li Tianyu, don't go too far. If it weren't for you today. Li Tianyu's face turned cold. If it weren't for me, Brother Guo's money would have been swindled away by you two scoundrels. Do you know how Brother Guo saved this money? Huh? How he saved it has nothing to do with me. Zhu Shanshan turned to Guo Guang. I tell you, I've already slept with you, and it's not that easy for me to leave. Saying this, Zhu Shanshan opened her phone screen. Li Tianyu, what? Are you going to call your boyfriend over? Zhu Shanshan. That's right. I'm calling him over. Just wait for you two to get beaten up. Li Tianyu laughed heartily. Zhu Shanshan raised her head. You're crazy. What are you laughing at? Li Tianyu. Sure, let him come over. Just right to catch both of you. Zhu Shanshan. What do you mean? Li Tianyu. Are you stupid? Do you know what this is called? This is fraud. Zhu Shanshan understood. Li Tianyu wanted to call the police. In fact, this sort of thing wasn't the first time Zhu Shanshan and her partner had done it. There was already a record at the police station, and if they got caught again, it might really be hard to get out. Thinking of this, Zhu Shanshan truly felt scared. Li Tianyu took out his phone. I'll give you 15 minutes. If you're still here after 15 minutes, don't blame me for calling the police. Then there will be witnesses and evidence, and neither of you will be able to escape. Zhu Shanshan wanted to delete the chat history on WeChat. Li Tianyu, don't waste your effort. Even if you uninstall WeChat, the police can still extract the chat history. Zhu Shanshan gritted her teeth. Fine, you win. I'm leaving. Is that okay? Li Tianyu looked at the time. Zhu Shanshan, you have 13 minutes left. Zhu Shanshan packed her things quickly, and without using up the full 13 minutes, she came out with her small suitcase. A heartless woman, a heartless performer. Zhu Shanshan didn't even glance at Guo Guang and opened the door to leave. Click. Zhu Shanshan's expression changed. What are you doing? Li Tianyu took a picture of Zhu Shanshan with his phone. Just taking a photo. I recorded audio just now too. You better run fast, or else the police will be looking for you, Li Tianyu said with a laugh. Zhu Shanshan looked panicked and turned to run. Li Tianyu really wanted to call the police, but still wanted to consult Guo Guang. Li Tianyu turned to Guo Guang. Should we call the police now and get these two arrested? Unexpectedly, Guoguang suddenly cried out. Li Tianyu was startled and quickly said, "What are you crying for? You're a grown man." Guoguang's face was pained. "I thought I found true love this time. But it turns out she's just a single dog. Ugh. Alright, it's really ugly. Brother Gua, let's go drink together tonight, and not stop until we're drunk." "Okay. Not stopping until we're drunk." "Ugh. Li Tianyu. Brother Gua, are we calling the police or not?" Guoguang stopped crying and shook his head. "Forget it, anyway. She didn't swindle my money. Let's part on good terms." "Part on good terms? You can swallow this anger?" Guoguang showed an awkward expression. "Anyway, I didn't let her have it easy yesterday either." Li Tianyu looked at Guoguang in astonishment, instantly understanding something. Guoguang raised his hand again, making a gesture of 7. "Damn. Very 6+1. Brother Gua, you're such a beast." Chapter 100. I want to drink even more. That night, Li Tianyu took Guoguang to eat hot pot nearby. This hot pot restaurant specializes in traditional imperial-style copper pots. The two of them used to come here often, so they are quite familiar with the place. "Li Tianyu, bro, let us agree on this. You're treating this time." Guoguang gritted his teeth, feeling his heart bleed, but still said, I'll treat. It's only right." "All right, let us start with a plate of signature hand-sliced lamb." Li Tianyu chuckled mischievously, scribbling on the menu with a ballpoint pen. The signature hand-sliced lamb is a large plate of 800 grams, priced at 88 yuan. "Wow. It's been a while since I came here, and there are new dishes. Bro, this hand-sliced sunite fresh fatty beef looks good. The name sounds fancy. And the picture is tempting, not inferior to the signature fatty beef. Let us get a portion." The hand-sliced sunite fresh fatty beef is a plate of 600 grams, costing 69 yuan. The signature shrimp paste is 49 yuan for one portion. Pure handmade beef balls, 6 pieces for 25 yuan. Guoguang's face turned ashen, wanting to say something but hesitating. Li Tianyu showed no mercy, pouring salt on this guy's wounds. In the past, when Guoguang went out to eat, either it was a treat from someone else, or Li Tianyu was treating. This time, Li Tianyu finally seized the opportunity to take advantage of him. Once he started, he planned to take advantage of him for 2 meals, one for lunch and one for dinner. Li Tianyu randomly ordered a bunch of dishes, also getting a few bottles of beer, and chatted with Guoguang while drinking. Ding! The two clinked their glasses again. After 4 glasses of beer, Guoguang's face was completely red, clearly feeling the effects. Don't be fooled by how tall and strong bro is. His alcohol tolerance has always been terrible. 1 drink makes him dizzy, 2 drinks turn half his face red, 3 drinks make the other half red too, and by the time he finishes 4 or 5 drinks, he is almost floating in the clouds. Why did Li Tianyu only get a few bottles of beer? Because most of it had to be finished by him. Li Tianyu quickly said, "Bro, take it slow. No one else competing with you. We'll need to drink more later." Guoguang frowned and waved his hand. "You don't need to worry about me. I must get drunk today." Then, Guoguang actually started singing. "I want to drink higher. Drink higher, oh oh oh." His singing was terrible, scaring the people at the next table. Li Tianyu quickly changed the subject. "Bro, don't think so negatively. As the saying goes, if you're unsuccessful in love, you'll succeed in your career. Look at you now. You're doing quite well, looking all respectable. Am I successful in my career?" Guoguang's eyes revealed sadness and confusion. After a while, he slowly said, "Bro, I really need to thank you. If it weren't for you today, my savings would have been scammed away by that shameless woman, and I would really have had to jump off a building." Li Tianyu was startled. "Is it really that serious?" "It's just a breakup. Bro, isn't a teenager. Is it really worth living or dying over a breakup?" Guoguang said, "Bro, let me tell you, I'm absolutely not successful in my career. Not only am I unsuccessful, I'm also very disappointed. I thought that if I was unsuccessful in my career, I could find some comfort in love, but unexpectedly, I lost not just my love, but my blood too." Guoguang wiped away a tear and blew his nose, starting to recount his story. It turns out Guoguang was indeed recruited by a very strong chain Western restaurant. At first, he was quite pleased. Not only did his salary double, with a base salary of over 30,000, but he also earned a few thousand in performance bonuses. Plus, there were quite a few year-end bonuses and dividends to take home. Later, the restaurant manager thought Guoguang was honest and capable, and the dishes he made were well liked by customers, so he promoted Guoguang to be the head chef. It's worth noting that the head chef of this Western restaurant was already quite accomplished, making him feel a surge of happiness. However, it didn't last long. The manager who appreciated Guoguang was transferred to headquarters, and a new one took over. This new restaurant manager, named Chao Jinghui, was not easy to get along with for Guoguang. Chao Jinghui was also a chef by trade, not only jealous of talent, but also particularly fond of having people flatter him. As long as the flattery was strong enough, the performance evaluation scores would be guaranteed. Guoguang was skilled but not very attentive to detail. How could he manage to flatter and ingratiate himself? So for several months, no matter how hard he worked or how responsible he was, His performance remained below average, while those who were cunning and often buttered up Chao Jinghui received good scores. Just last month, Guo Guang's position as head chef was finally taken away, replaced by a chef who was excellent at flattering. Guo Guang's title was changed to deputy head chef. What? Is there even a position called deputy head chef? Li Tianyu almost spat out his beer upon hearing this. What a joke. It's just something Chao Jinghui made up. Guo Guang couldn't help but bang the table, making a loud sound. He must be doing this on purpose because he dislikes me. In Western kitchens, there is indeed a position for a sous chef, but there is absolutely no such thing as a deputy head chef. Although Chao Jinghui was petty, he was actually quite clear-minded. The restaurant really couldn't do without a skilled person like Guo Guang, which is why they made him the second-in-command to assist that sycophant. Li Tianyu actually admired manager Chao Jinghui's creativity for coming up with such a title. Guo Guang was furious at this point. I was really angry and even thought about quitting, but just then that shameless woman appeared. Li Tianyu was taken aback. Did you run into Zhu Shanshan? Guo Guang sighed and nodded. So that's how it was. Zhu Shanshan took advantage of the situation, just when Guo Guang's wounded heart needed comfort, making him temporarily abandon the idea of quitting without notice. Guo Guang thought he would head straight towards family happiness, but it turned out to be a shock. Guo Guang was now a bit clearer-headed, and his face wasn't as red anymore. But he downed another drink. His face turned red again. Guo Guang, I've seen through it. If I keep working at that restaurant, I'll definitely get depression. Once I get my salary this month, I'm quitting. No more. Li Tianyu, then where will you go? Guo Guang, where can I go? With my skills. Wouldn't others be fighting to hire me? That makes sense. All right, let us keep drinking. The two clinked glasses again. Guo Guang downed his drink in one go and was already getting silly. Li Tianyu, however, was a bit lost in thought and didn't finish his drink. Now he had a quota for running a business and was pondering what to do with it. Should he open a restaurant? However, Li Tianyu overlooked one thing. Guo Guang was drinking himself into a stupor, and the bill ended up being paid by him. The Book Club Group, 8317344744. Interested readers can join the group. Thank you all for your continued support. Chapter 101. Soft and hard, good for the waist. Guo Guang was too heavy. If it weren't for Li Tianyu's systematic training, which had given him strength beyond the ordinary, he wouldn't have been able to drag him home at all. Even so, it was exhausting. It was already 10 o'clock at night. He was watching TV while pondering something. Opening a restaurant is actually a pretty good idea. As the saying goes, food is the most important thing for the people. Another saying goes, clothing, food, housing, and transportation are the basic needs for human survival. Since they are basic needs, they won't easily go downhill. Among these, food has the greatest operability. But opening a restaurant seems particularly complicated and hard to position. First, should it be Chinese or Western cuisine? Chinese cuisine has many varieties, with the 8 major cuisines often mentioned by Chinese people being Sichuan, Shandong, Cantonese, Suzhou, Zhejiang, Fujian, Hunan, and Anhui. It can also be categorized into hot pot, barbecue, noodle shops, and so many more that it's hard to count. Western cuisine isn't much better. Aside from formal Western dining, there are steak houses, pizza places, and even hamburger joints. Besides Chinese and Western cuisines, Japanese cuisine seems to be gaining popularity in the capital as well. Then there are various types of buffets. Li Tianyu had never opened a restaurant, so he felt like he could do anything, but he couldn't make up his mind right away. However, he quickly realized that what kind of restaurant didn't matter. What was important was whether he could make money, and make a lot of it. It was just a matter of boasting and paying taxes. So he decided to give it a try. Li Tianyu cleared his throat and pretended to say, I am the owner of a Chinese restaurant. After boasting, Li Tianyu opened the system interface and entered the order center. To his surprise, a list of restaurants actually appeared. Restaurant name, Yoja Noodle House. Restaurant location, JFQ Bridge. North 4th Ring Road, Beijing. Restaurant size, 35 square meters. Number of employees, 5 people. Profit margin, 25. Tax amount, 200,000 RMB. Restaurant name, Kofu Zhai. Restaurant location, Hujiang Building, East 3rd Ring Road, Beijing. Restaurant size, 230 square meters. Number of employees, 25 people. Profit margin, 38. Tax amount, 790,000 RMB. Restaurant name, Levixianzong. Restaurant location, 5th floor, Xinguang Shopping Mall, Financial Street, Beijing. Restaurant size, 145 square meters. Number of employees, 17 people. Profit margin, 45. Tax amount, 850,000 RMB. Restaurant name, Mayday Hot Pot. Restaurant location, Yuanzhong Road, North 5th Ring Road, Beijing. Restaurant size, 89 square meters. Number of employees, 10 people. Profit margin, 30. Tax amount, 450,000 RMB. Li Tianyu carefully watched each of the 4 pieces of information. He found that only the first Yojia noodle house and the 4th Mayday hot pot were within his tax-paying capacity. The other 2 restaurants were clearly high-end, located in upscale office buildings and shopping malls. It's no wonder the tax amounts were so high. As for Yojia noodle house and Mayday hot pot, they seemed like small shops and didn't seem to be very reputable. Looking at the profit margins, Li Tianyu's heart sank. The profits were too low. This was all hard-earned money. Li Tianyu, after all, held the title of a business elite, and his knowledge was quite solid. The operating income minus the operating costs was the pure profit earned by the owner. The operating costs included wages, utilities, and rent. Suddenly, Li Tianyu thought of something. If he obtained an industry through paying taxes, would he still need to pay rent? System assistant. No, the host only needs to pay taxes according to regulations. And the industry will completely belong to the host, with all property rights owned by the host. System assistant. The host can modify, upgrade, or destroy the operating industry, but cannot transfer it in any form. Otherwise, it will be automatically destroyed. So the profit margins listed were calculated without considering rent? System assistant. Yes. Li Tianyu was taken aback. Even without rent, the situation was still so bleak, indicating that the profit of the Chinese restaurant was even lower than he had imagined. That made it less interesting. Viewed this way, at least the Chinese restaurant was out of the question. What about Western restaurants? Li Tianyu hesitated for a moment, decided not to research it further, and planned to discuss it tomorrow. He went to bed, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. The next day, Li Tianyu drove to the headquarters of AI Hua Real Estate. Upon entering the company, he saw the receptionist, Zhang Li, greeting him. President Li, you're here. Li Tianyu smiled slightly. Yes, I'm here. President Li, your office is ready. Manager Shin asked me to take you to see it. Manager Shin was, of course, Shin Siyue, the head of the administrative department. Just thinking of this beauty made Li Tianyu's heart flutter. The scene in the car seemed to be vivid in his mind. President Li, Zhang Li was in front, while Li Tianyu followed behind. Where's Manager Shun? Li Tianyu asked, and then fell silent. The office arranged for Li Tianyu was near the administrative department, a partition made of soundproof tempered glass. Of course, it wasn't transparent. It was neither too big nor too small, about 20 square meters. Clean, tidy, spacious, and bright. The office was simply arranged, with a desk, a boss's chair, a water dispenser, and a large sofa opposite the boss's chair. A computer was specially provided on the desk, with a 34-inch curved monitor that looked quite impressive. Li Tianyu first sat in the boss's chair and spun around a couple of times. Comfortable. Zhang Li's gaze flickered. President Li, are you satisfied with this office? Li Tianyu nodded. Pretty good. Li Tianyu then stood up and sat on the sofa. Very comfortable. This sofa is really soft, he said. Zhang Li replied. Manager Shin specifically instructed to choose genuine leather, soft and firm, saying it's good for the back. Li Tianyu said. Manager Shun is thoughtful. And thank you for bringing me here. Zhang Li smiled. You're too polite, President Li. This is what I should do. I'll leave you to it. To Li Tianyu's surprise, Zhang Li laughed and ran off. Li Tianyu actually sat on the big sofa for a while before remembering why he had come. He was looking for AI Baoquan. Chapter 102. The second young master is too mischievous. Before coming, Li Tianyu had specifically contacted AI Baoquan. AI Baoquan said he would wait for him in the president's office. When Li Tianyu entered, he found that AI Baoquan had a new female secretary. It seemed that the previous secretary, Xiang Tingting, had been replaced. This indicated that Boss AI had taken care of all matters. He just didn't know if General Manager Zhao Yin would still appear at AI Hua's headquarters. At this moment, Boss AI was drinking tea. As soon as he saw Li Tianyu enter, he hurriedly greeted him. Li, my brother, come, sit down. Li Tianyu sat opposite Boss AI. Boss AI poured him some tea. Li Tianyu picked up the small purple clay cup and took a sip. Oh, Boss AI, you've changed the tea leaves. What high-quality stuff is this? Boss AI beamed. Guess. Li Tianyu was taken aback, thinking, how could I guess? I'm not a tea farmer. Boss AI didn't really want him to guess. It's Longwei Maojian from Fujian, produced only once every 2 years. With each batch less than 50 taels. How about that? It's fragrant, right? Speaking of Boss AI, he had 2 major hobbies. First, he liked to talk about life. Ideals, poetry, and songs with young women. He didn't like flashy, heavily made-up girls. He preferred pure types, and they had to have flowing long hair. He didn't like those with low education. He preferred those with higher education. In Boss AI's words, interacting with them felt like experiencing first love. Li Tianyu thought this could only be described with 2 words, perverse. Secondly, he was a tea connoisseur, a super tea fanatic in the business world. No matter how rare or precious the tea was, he would find a way to spend heavily to acquire it. Li Tianyu was originally quite curious about Zhao Yan's matters. But after hesitating for a moment, he decided not to ask. For him, there was no need to know too much. Even if he asked, Boss AI might not be willing to tell him. Moreover, If Li Tianyu really wanted to know, he could easily find out through a handshake. That would be safer. After a few cups of tea, Li Tianyu felt extremely comfortable. Boss AI seemed to be immersed in the tea aroma, looking so intoxicated that he was about to hum a little tune. Take care, Boss AI just finished saying when he suddenly snapped back to reality. Oh no. Boss AI quickly grabbed Li Tianyu. My brother Li, don't go. I haven't discussed serious matters with you yet. Don't mess around. It's Long Wei Maojian. Boss AI replied seriously. All right. Fujin's Long Wei Maojian. Boss AI slapped his forehead. Brother Li, don't interrupt. I'm about to discuss serious matters. Li Tianyu gestured for him to continue. My son has been kidnapped. Oh, Li Tianyu lowered his head, just about to grab a cup, when he suddenly realized. Huh? AI Baoquan picked up the teacup, took another sip, put it down, and picked up the teapot, preparing to pour tea. Li Tianyu snatched the teapot away and set it down. Mr. AI, can you say that again? AI Baoquan licked his lips. My son has been kidnapped. Li Tianyu, is he your biological son? Or is he from the neighbor Old Wang's family? AI Baoquan picked up the purple clay teapot again, pouring tea as he spoke. Stop joking, he is my biological son, my second son, named AI Hepping, a naughty little rascal. Li Tianyu frowned. Forget about whether your second son is naughty or not. Since he has been kidnapped, why aren't you calling the police? Mr. AI, do you still have the leisure to drink tea with me here? Just as AI Baoquan was about to speak, he was interrupted by Li Tianyu. Mr. AI, let me be clear, I don't know martial arts. If you want to rescue him privately, let Yang'an go. What a joke, even if he knew martial arts. Li Tianyu wouldn't go. That would be risking his life. AI Baoquan waved his hand. What are you talking about? Li, brother, can you let me finish? Okay, you speak. AI Baoquan, you just mentioned calling the police, but what police? He is already at the police station. AI Baoquan, isn't that right? A naughty little rascal. He deserves to learn a lesson. Since your son is learning a lesson, why are you looking for me? Li Tianyu thought to himself. But on the surface, he still had to act concerned. So what did he do wrong? For someone with AI Baochuan status, as long as his son didn't kill anyone, it generally wouldn't be a big deal. AI Baoquan sighed. It's still because of his bad temper. It turns out that AI Baochuan's second son, AI Hepping, has quite a flamboyant personality and is a standard rich kid. A couple of nights ago, AI Hepping was driving his Mercedes with two beautiful women for a joyride. And in a moment of lost control, he crashed right into the back of the car in front of him. Originally, AI Hepping was in the wrong, so he thought about getting out to check the situation and then report it to the insurance. However, the other party was also hot-tempered and immediately started yelling. The other party angrily said that the stuff in the trunk might be damaged and opened the trunk to check. Inside the trunk was a large aluminum alloy box that clearly contained important items. After opening it, seeing that nothing was broken, the other party finally relaxed a bit. However, AI Hepping couldn't take it anymore. In a moment of impulse, he rushed over, snatched the other person's belongings, and smashed it. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu couldn't help but ask, did you break it? AI Hepping nodded and helplessly said, can you believe it? Li Tianyu hesitated. Mr. AI, I'll speak frankly. Please don't mind. Your second son is indeed a rascal. Later, of course, that person wasn't having it and directly called the police. Thus, AI Hepping was administratively detained for 2 weeks, and now it was only the 3rd day. After hearing this, Li Tianyu was still confused. So what do you want me for? AI said, Li brother, since Hepping broke someone else's stuff, they can't just let it go, right? They will definitely want us to compensate. Li Tianyu, Mr. AI, can't you afford it? How much do they want? AI Baoquan held up a hand. 50,000. AI Baoquan shook his head. That makes sense. For AI Baoquan, 50,000 is like 50. 500,000. AI Baoquan shook his head again. Li Tianyu's expression changed. 5 million? Wow, that's quite a high demand. AI Baoquan sighed. Li brother, it's 50 million. Li Tianyu was taken aback. What was broken that cost so much? AI Baoquan looked embarrassed. They say it's an artifact. Li Tianyu was very surprised. An artifact? What kind of artifact? AI Baoquan. I don't know the specifics. Anyway, that person said it's a very valuable and rare artifact. Li Tianyu, since it's so precious, you should hurry up and compensate them. You're such a big boss. 50 million is just a drop in the bucket for you. AI Baoquan waved his hand. Li brother, you're wrong to say that. Do you think my money comes from the wind? I earn every cent. Besides, even if I really didn't care about that 50 million, I can't just pay without knowing the details, right? At least that artifact must be as valuable as he claims. Li Tianyu said, oh, waiting for AI Baoquan to continue. However, AI Baoquan was looking at Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu couldn't help but ask, Mr. AI, is there something on my face? AI Baoquan, it's your turn to express your stance. Li Tianyu was surprised. What stance should I express? AI Baoquan, you help me verify whether that artifact is really worth 50 million. Mr. AI, you don't think I'm omnipotent, do you? AI Baoquan chuckled. picked up the purple clay teapot, and poured tea for both of them. Li brother, stop pretending. Don't think I don't know that you're quite knowledgeable about antiques. Li Tianyu glanced at AI Bao Quan, finally understanding. The tricks he pulled at the pawn shop had been discovered by this old fox, AI Bao Quan. It seems this guy is still investigating him. No wonder. Li Tianyu knows quite a few of AI Bao Yuan's secrets, and he can't just let it go. So he must be keeping a close watch on Li Tianyu's movements. Li Tianyu, do you trust me that much? You might as well go find an old expert at some museum in the capital. They should be more reliable than I am. AI Bao Quan scoffed. Oh, I still don't know the nature of those experts. They may be qualified. But how many truly capable ones are there? Let me put it this way, not all of them are frauds. But it's not easy to find a real expert with skills. Li Tianyu raised his teacup and drank it all. Mr. AI. I can't do this job for free. You need to pay me a fee. AI Bao Quan, like performing a magic trick, slid a check across to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu picked it up and looked. Cash check, 1 million yuan. Li Tianyu gave a thumbs up. Mr. AI, impressive. In this world, friendship comes first. Li Tianyu put the cash check away. No wonder so many young ladies are willing to follow you. If I were a woman, I would stick to you too. AI Bao Quan's hand shook while pouring tea. Drink tea, stop saying disgusting things. Right now, the damaged artifact is still at the city police station. Li Tianyu didn't need to rush over to appraise it. AI Bao Quan needed to contact the owner of the artifact and the police through his lawyer to obtain an appraisal request. Of course, there were also other preparations to be made. Appraising an artifact is not something just anyone can do. It requires a relevant professional identity. Otherwise, even if you come up with a result, people may not believe it, and it's hard to even obtain the police's appraisal request. So AI Bao Quan needed to give Li Tianyu a suitable identity. Li Tianyu didn't need to worry about these things. Let AI Bao Quan handle them. He pondered for a moment and still called Guo Guang. Hey, brother Guo, where are you? Guo Guang, at work. Li Tianyu, busy? Guo Guang, not too bad, just finished. By the way, I really need to thank you for yesterday. Otherwise, I might not have been able to keep the money I saved. Li Tianyu, oh, no need to thank me. By the way, if you have time, I'll come find you to consult about this matter. It's better to talk face to face. Guo Guang, sure, come over. Li Tianyu hung up the phone and drove away from Aihua Building, heading to Wuli Tan. Speaking of Wuli Tan, it's a very famous dining and entertainment area in the capital with several bustling pedestrian streets. It is home to many bars, nightclubs, shopping malls, and various restaurants. Guo Guang works at a place called Blue Frog Western Restaurant, a well-known chain restaurant in the country. Li Tianyu drove to the entrance, then called Guo Guang. Guo Guang quickly came out. Where to? Guo Guang asked. Li Tianyu pointed to the coffee shop across the street and said, let's go. I'll treat you to coffee. The two entered the shop and sat opposite each other. 2 steaming lattes were soon served. Guo Guang rubbed his face, which was still a bit red, and asked, how much did I drink yesterday? I feel like it was about 10 bottles of beer. In reality, he had only had 5 or 6 cups at most. Li Tianyu replied, next time, you treat me, and you absolutely can't drink alcohol. Guo Guang showed an awkward expression and asked, by the way, what do you want to consult me about? Li Tianyu said, I want to ask you if opening a Western restaurant is profitable. Li Tianyu continued, I do have this idea, but I'm afraid the profit margin is too low and not worth it. So I want to ask for your opinion. Guo Guang had been in this industry for several years, and even as just a chef, he understood it well enough. Guo Guang looked at Li Tianming with surprise. What's wrong? Li Tianming asked. Guo Guang said, do you know how much it costs to open a Western restaurant in the capital? Li Tianming waved his hand and said, you don't need to worry about the money. I'll figure that out. Just tell me if this idea is feasible. Guo Guang thought for a moment and said, it's definitely true that Western restaurants have higher profits than Chinese restaurants, but not by much. As far as I know, a profit margin of 60% is quite good. Li Tianyu was speechless. Even if he saved on rent, the profit wouldn't be much higher. Guo Guang suddenly said, in my opinion, if you really have money, you might as well open a bar. A bar? Li Tianyu's eyes lit up. Guo Guang was right. Although Li Tianyu had never opened a bar, he had heard that the profits from bars were outstanding. A regular beer could be sold for over 100 yuan, and a bottle of Chivas that cost dozens could be sold for thousands. Such profits were indeed jaw-dropping. However, Guo Guang quickly started to pour cold water on the idea. Chapter 104, Dull Bar, that's it. Also, if it's near the university, the bar won't lose money, and the profits will be huge. Seeing Li Tianyu's dazed expression, Guo Guang thought he had discouraged him. Brother, I'm just speaking the truth, don't take it to heart. Li Tianyu nodded and said, okay, brother Guo, you go ahead. I'll sit here for a while longer. Guo Guang glanced at Li Tianyu again before walking out the door. To be honest, Guo Guang felt that Li Tianyu was thinking too simply. Whether it's opening a Western restaurant or a bar, the investment in the capital is enormous. For example, Guo Guang had nearly $1 million on hand, but still didn't dare to think about starting a business. Now, employee salaries were rising rapidly. Forget about 1 million. Even if he had several million, investing it would be like throwing it into a bottomless pit, and most of the time, he wouldn't see any return. After Guoguang left, Li Tianyu began to ponder about the bar again. It's well known that bar consumption is high. Of course, on the other hand, the initial investment for a bar is also high. But Li Tianyu wasn't afraid. He had the system's support, which could completely eliminate the rent investment. Rent accounts for a large portion of the operational costs of a bar, and removing it would mean higher profits. However, just as Guoguang said, the rent in Wulitan is too high. Even for a small bar, the system's tax limit would probably exceed 500,000 yuan. But he decided to take a look first, bragging and paying taxes in 2 steps. First, he would say he's the bar owner in the capital. Then, as usual, he opened the system interface and entered the order center. Li Tianyu indeed saw a series of tax information for bars. Bar name, Night Owl. Bar location, Wulitan Sanfeng Pedestrian Street, capital. Bar size, 180 square meters. Number of employees, 20. Profit margin, 350. Tax amount, 800,000 yuan. Bar name, Xiaoxu Bar. Bar location, Ingguang Bridge, North 4th Ring Road, capital. Bar size, 200 square meters. Number of employees, 25. Profit margin, 80. Tax amount, 400,000 yuan. Bar name, Dal Bar. Bar location, South Road, People Street, capital. Bar size, 220 square meters. Number of employees, 20. Profit margin, 200. Tax amount, 500,000 yuan. Bar name, Don't Want to Come Out Bar. Bar location, Jiangming Street, Wulitan, capital. Bar size, 150 square meters. Number of employees, 17. Profit margin, 250. Tax amount, 700,000 yuan. While drinking coffee, Li Tianyu quickly browsed through the contents on the list. To outsiders, it seemed that Li Tianyu was staring blankly out the window. Like a lovesick man. The bar's profits were indeed astonishing. Although it was calculated without rent, profit margins of 2 or 3 times were too exaggerated. However, the tax amounts for bars in Wulitan were too high. It was impossible to get the tax amount within 500,000. The other bar locations were not in prosperous areas. Suddenly, Li Tianyu saw the Dal Bar. It was located right on South Road, People Street, in the capital. That area is quite close. South Road is also a pedestrian street, just 2 streets away from here. Li Tianyu had been there before. South Road had many restaurants, mostly crawfish and barbecue shops. In addition, there were some internet cafes. Although the streets were a bit narrow, the area was quite lively, especially at night. Almost like a night market. The profit margin of the Dal Bar reached 200, although it was not as profitable as the other bars in Wulitan. It was still a 2-fold profit. Compared to Chinese and Western restaurants, this profit was already considerable. More importantly, the tax amount was exactly 500,000. This was incredible. A bar with a tax of 500,000 and such high efficiency was definitely worth it. Li Tianyu hesitated, wondering whether to choose it directly. After all, Li Tianyu currently had only 1 operational industry quota and needed to use it carefully. However, thinking carefully, there didn't seem to be any other industry with such profit. Li Tianyu no longer hesitated and directly chose the Dal Bar. A secondary confirmation box for the tax popped up. Confirm. Deduction information. 500,000 deduction successful. Industry acquisition information. Dal Bar successfully acquired. System assistant. Host, your operational industry has reached its limit. Li Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief, finally settling this matter. How does it feel to become a boss? At the moment, Li Tianyu didn't feel much. However, he was very eager to see what his bar looked like now. But according to past practice, he should wait for a call. After waiting for half an hour with no call coming in, Li Tianyu began to worry that the system had crashed. It wouldn't deduct the money without giving him anything, would it? After another half hour, Li Tianyu could no longer sit still and decided to ask the system assistant. Without hesitation, Li Tianyu left the coffee shop and drove towards South Road, People Street. The Wulitan area is notoriously congested. There are many pedestrian streets, and the roads are generally quite narrow. Fortunately, it wasn't peak time, so the traffic wasn't too bad. Since it wasn't too far, Li Tianyu quickly arrived at South Road. He found a place to park, looked around, and didn't see any sign of a bar. Later, he looked across the street and saw a small Western-style building. Could it be there? Li Tianyu's intuition told him it was worth checking out. He quickly jogged over and saw the sign for the Dal Bar. Chapter 105. You are appointed as the manager. This small Western-style building's construction date was unknown, but its exterior had been freshly painted, making it look quite new. Outside the building, on the right side, there was a reasonably sized empty space that could be used as a parking lot. However, the main door was tightly shut, so how could he get in? Li Tianyu noticed a red doormat at the entrance and felt a spark of inspiration, so he walked over and lifted it. Underneath was a set of keys. What the hell? Is this for real? So casual? Li Tianyu picked up the keys, randomly chose one, inserted it into the lock, and turned it. It wouldn't budge. He tried another key, inserted it, and turned it. The lock clicked open. With a clattering sound, the aluminum alloy security door opened automatically. Li Tianyu walked inside. The windows were all closed, making the interior somewhat dim. Li Tianyu fumbled around, trying to turn on the lights, and ended up finding a row of switches. What the heck? Which one is it? Li Tianyu decided to turn them all on. Instantly, the place lit up in a dazzling golden glow, blinding Li Tianyu's titanium alloy eyes. He was stunned. This bar was indeed impressive, a top-notch design from the system's tax revenue. Li Tianyu didn't know much about decoration, but at a glance, it looked very modern, a stylish and elegant style that young people would love. The bar was 220 square meters and appeared to be only one floor, looking quite spacious at first glance. On one side of the hall was a huge bar counter, with a tall liquor cabinet behind it. However, at that moment, the cabinet was empty, with not a single bottle of alcohol. The bar had high tables, low tables, and booths. The left side was almost entirely wall space, which consisted of LCD screens and a mural display wall. Inside, there was even a small dance floor, complete with a stage and equipment. It was small but fully equipped. This kind of configuration was quite luxurious for such a small bar. Besides the main hall, the bar also had a kitchen and a restroom, both nicely decorated and fully functional. Nothing much to say about that. However, Li Tianyu noticed that there was a second floor connected by a wooden staircase. Going up, he was amazed to find it was a loft. The loft was divided into several rooms, which could serve as changing rooms and a staff lounge. But the first floor had already taken up all the space. Was the second floor just a bonus? Anyway, bigger is better than smaller, and that was a good thing, so Li Tianyu didn't dwell on it any longer. He wandered around the 2 floors a couple more times and felt very satisfied. At that moment, Li Tianyu remembered something more important. Where's the property certificate? Li Tianyu searched all around the first floor of the bar and finally found it in a cabinet under the bar counter. Commercial property certificate, business license, health permit, fire inspection certificate. Various documents made Li Tianyu's head spin. However, holding these heavy documents, he finally felt like a boss. However, the bar was indeed in his hands. But now he couldn't open for business. No alcohol, no staff, and no ingredients. Arriving at the entrance of Blue Frog Western Restaurant, Li Tianyu called Guoguang again. After a while, Guoguang came out. What is up? Rushing around like you're being chased by a dog? Guoguang was puzzled. At that moment, he suddenly saw the Porsche behind Li Tianyu. His eyes lit up. Wow, nice car. You didn't drive this here, did you? Li Tianyu pointed to his Porsche Cayenne. Get in, I'll take you to see a good place. Guoguang hesitated. Where are we going? Is it far? I have something to do later. Li Tianyu waved his hand. Not far. Once you go, you'll know it's definitely worth the trip. Hearing this, Guoguang became curious and got into the passenger seat. Tianyu, is this car yours? Or did you borrow it? Li Tianyu, it's mine. Guoguang was surprised. No wonder you stopped squeezing into the rental with me. You've struck it rich. You don't even have a house in the capital. Do you? Li Tianyu, what is a house? Just wait until you see what I have. Guoguang was puzzled. Why? Half an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of the doll bar. Guoguang was stunned at the door. You're taking me to a bar? But it's already closed. When Li Tianyu pulled out the key and opened the security door, Guoguang instantly froze, turning into a statue. A few seconds later, Guoguang followed Li Tianyu inside the bar. Inside, there were exclamations, gasps, and inquiries. Tianyu, did you take over this bar? The decoration is really nice. Like brand new, but how come there's no vibe at all? So environmentally friendly. When Li Tianyu showed the property certificate to Guoguang, Guoguang gasped. What? You bought it. You bought it all. Tianyu, be honest, did you rob a bank? It took Li Tianyu a lot of effort to calm the overly excited Guoguang down. Brother, just say it plainly. Are you asking me to work with you? Li Tianyu, Brother Guo, why are you so smart? Will you agree? Guoguang answered without hesitation. Of course. What is there to discuss? Li Tianyu waved his hand. Don't rush. I haven't talked about your salary yet. Guoguang, I don't ask for anything else. Just the same salary as I have now is fine. Li Tianyu thought for a moment and shook his head. Guoguang was stunned. It seemed Li Tianyu had spent a lot of money buying this bar and didn't have much left. No problem. A little less is okay. Or you don't have to pay me at all. When you make money and have some to spare, then you can pay me back. No problem. Li Tianyu smiled bitterly. Where are you thinking? How about this? The salary stays the same, and on top of that, I'll give you 5 of the profits every year. Is that okay? Guoguang was surprised. 5 of the profits didn't sound like much. But having worked in a bar, he knew it was a high-margin business, which meant a significant amount of money. Are you really giving me that much? Li Tianyu pulled Guoguang to sit down. First, listen to me. I'm bringing you over not just to work as a chef or bartender, but I want you to help me manage the bar. Guoguang suddenly realized. The manager? Li Tianyu snapped his fingers. Exactly, the manager. So what do you say? Brother Gua, do you need to think it over? Am I crazy? What is there to think about? Of course, it's a deal. Chapter 106. Everything is ready. Just waiting for the right moment. Choosing a manager for this bar was a good thing. Li Tianyu still had a lot to do and couldn't he stay here all day. Additionally, running a bar required someone knowledgeable. Although Li Tianyu could boast about being a bar management expert, it seemed unnecessary. Li Tianyu's current level had improved significantly compared to before. He didn't need to possess all the skills. He just needed to know how to use people. Guo, having worked in a bar, was quite familiar with bar management. Moreover, Li Tianyu absolutely trusted Guo's character. Of course, no one is perfect. Guo had shortcomings, such as being too straightforward, making him susceptible to schemers. But this wasn't a big issue. Li Tianyu only needed him to handle daily operations, while he would oversee other decision-making aspects. For instance, during the initial employee selection phase, Li Tianyu's intelligence-gathering abilities would come in handy. He would not hire anyone with questionable character or ulterior motives. Guo looked at the bar's setup and pondered, Tianyu, what type of bar do you want to run? Li Tianyu was taken aback. He knew there were different types of bars, but he didn't know the specifics. Guo began to explain. If it's abroad, there are many types of bars. The most common being main bars, lounges, service bars, banquet bars, theme bars, and multifunctional bars. The bar culture in China is relatively rough, mostly consisting of nightclubs that play dance music and have a noisy atmosphere. Guo, this isn't on Bar Street, and the crowd preferences are quite different. So nightclub-style bars are not suitable. My suggestion is to open a quiet bar. Li Tianyu, a quiet bar? What's the difference? Guo, the difference is significant. Guo explained that a quiet bar, also known as a leisure bar, primarily features light music, is relatively quiet, and does not have the kind of bar with hot dancers. Quiet bars are most suitable for chatting, friends communicating feelings, and having a drink while chatting. Guo also said, another advantage of opening a quiet bar is that the crowd is not so mixed, making it easier to manage. Li Tianyu understood Guo's point. Nightclub-style bars cater to a mixed crowd, and fights and brawls are not uncommon, which is considered mild. Li Tianyu thought for a moment. If that's the case, then it's better to open a quiet bar. This indeed has its own. In fact, Li Tianyu himself does not like overly noisy environments. A quiet bar is different. Listening to music and sipping a drink sounds like a heavenly life. It must be said that Guo is quite flexible in some aspects, and his logic is very clear. Guo nodded. I think so too. A quiet bar is more suitable, but if we want to open a quiet bar, we need to arrange those booths to be more private, with some plants or other obstructions for cover. Li Tianyu was indifferent. No problem, you can handle those arrangements. Li Tianyu then asked about the supply channels. Since it's a bar, various alcoholic beverages, drinks, and mineral water are a must. Additionally, a fair amount of food is needed, primarily Western cuisine, with a small amount of lighter-flavored Chinese food. Regarding these, Guo seemed very familiar and patted his chest, saying, this is easy. I've been in the catering industry for so many years, and I've dealt with various channels. It seems that Brother Gua is at least omnipotent in the initial stages. Fortunately, he is here. Otherwise, Li Tianyu would really be worried about how to open this bar. At this moment, Guo couldn't help but ask, this place is really nice. How much did you pay for it? Li Tianyu thought to himself, 50,000. But he dared not say that out loud. Just joking. It was transferred from an acquaintance, a discounted friendship price. Guo was not concerned about this and naturally did not ask further. Brothers should be clear about money matters. Li Tianyu and Guo drafted an employment contract together, clearly writing out the various benefits. After both read it and confirmed there were no errors, they signed the contract. As for other employees, they would either recruit normally or Guo could bring in some well-behaved acquaintances. As for the operating funds, Li Tianyu would transfer the first amount of money into the company account. In the future, all financial transactions related to the bar would go through the company account. The two discussed for 2 hours until it was dark outside. Guo suddenly remembered something and quickly picked up his phone to check. There were 36 missed calls. Damn, I'm in trouble. The manager is definitely going to scold me. Li Tianyu, you're about to resign. Why are you still worried about this? That's true. Seeing Guo rush out in a hurry, Li Tianyu stepped forward and grabbed him. Guo was taken aback. Why are you running? It's not far from the restaurant. Even if it's not far, it still takes some time to walk. Li Tianyu picked up the car keys on the table. All right, Brother Gua, I'll give you a ride. The doll bar was settled, which also relieved Li Tianyu of a concern. After running around all day, Li Tianyu was tired, took a shower, and lay on the bed playing mobile games. Meanwhile, Guo was undergoing a severe verbal assault from the restaurant manager, Chao Jinghui. Guo, do you even want to work or not? Huh, you're getting a high salary but running outside all day long. You're quite carefree now. Guo moved his mouth, thinking just this once. When did I run outside all day? However, Chao Jinghui didn't care about this and continued to berate him. You say you're an experienced chef. Why don't you set a good example for the young chefs? I'm telling you, if you feel unmotivated, just get lost. There are plenty of people waiting to replace you. Guoguang moved his mouth again. He really did want to resign, but it seemed inappropriate to say it now. He was indeed in the wrong today. Just let him scold for a bit. At this moment, it was already dinner time. Chao Jinghui rolled his eyes and shouted, Guoguang, hurry up and get to the kitchen to work. If you don't work seriously, be careful, I'll fire you. Chao Jinghui didn't seem to like him and found trouble for Guoguang whenever there was a chance. If there was no opportunity, he would create one. In this Blue Frog Western restaurant, there were some who sympathized, some who lamented, and some who took pleasure in his misfortune.